Zhi'en, stop pretending.
I've never heard of menstrual pain. You're faking it to stop me from celebrating Miss Ruan's birthday. Lin Zhi'en, covered in cold sweat, was shaken awake. She knelt on the ground, holding onto the man in a blue military uniform. The man had blue hair, a tall figure, sharp features, and a handsome face, displaying the unique determination and seriousness of a soldier, though he kept his intensity in check.
Zhi'en, I like you.
You are the only one in my heart, but I need to have a child. As Lin Zhi'en listened to this shocking confession, she realized she had entered a story. She had become the female supporting character in the novel The Soft Beauty relies on having babies to be pampered by the galactic boss. In this interstellar era, humans had awakened their mental powers, living an average of 300 years, but their fertility had declined, with a significant imbalance in the gender ratio, 80 men for every woman. Many people lived their entire lives without having their own children. The female lead, Ruan Yijiao, emerged with an astonishing fertility score of 60, the highest in the galaxy, becoming the beloved of all and the hope for future generations, with billions pursuing her, including Jing Bufei. Jing Bufei claimed to love her but constantly criticized her. You only have a fertility score of 5. You can't have children. Only Miss Ruan can give me descendants. I love you. For you, I gave up my chance to pursue Miss Ruan. I just asked her for a child, but look at what you're doing. He gently, but firmly pushed her hand away. I must have a child. It's my father's wish. After Lin Zhi'en crossed over, she lost her memory due to a lightning strike and became a puppet in the story, obsessed with giving Jing Bufei a child, driven mad by her own inability to conceive. But as her memories returned, she found it all ridiculous. Go ahead. Menstrual pain was unbearable. All she wanted was pain relief. Jing Bufei looked furious. What tone is that?
You disappoint me, Zhi'en.
He pushed Lin Zhi'en away forcefully. My father endured pain, and his last wish was to see me have children. You can't have children yourself, and yet you're blocking me out of jealousy. How can you be so cruel and selfish? He couldn't let the Jing family's bloodline end with him. Calm down, I'll be back soon. With that, he left without hesitation. To prevent Lin Zhi'en from causing trouble, he locked the door and cut off the network signal to stop her from contacting anyone and ruining the surprise he had planned for Ruan Yijiao. Miss Ruan's birthday surprise must go perfectly. Lin Zhi'en was already in a lot of pain, and being pushed made it worse, causing her vision to blur. After a while, she managed to recover but couldn't open the door to her room. She couldn't even call for help due to a lack of signal. The pain hit her in waves, quickly soaking her clothes. It hurts, it really hurts. Help, someone help me. She had fought hard to survive and regain her memory. She didn't want to die like this. But no one heard Lin Zhi'en's cries for help. Because the fireworks prepared for Ruan Yijiao by Jing Bufei lit up the entire city. The fireworks were dazzling and beautiful, bringing joy and blessings. Ruan Yijiao, happy birthday. Our forever little princess, little lucky star. The noise and cheers drowned out Lin Zhi'en's pleas. Unable to hold on any longer, she fainted amidst the brilliant fireworks. Her body was failing, and the smart device on her wrist detected her irregular heartbeat, urgently contacting her designated partner and guardian, Langi. Langi, with his exceptional mental strength, was a celebrated general of the empire, admired by many. In a galaxy where women were scarce, many had wished to marry Langi until 10 years ago when his ability to have children dropped to 0. He would never have his own kids, and the hero general became a man without heirs. No one mentioned marrying him again until he was assigned to Lin Zhi'en as her partner. On the battlefield, Langi's expression changed upon receiving the notification, and he quickly dealt with the enemy. My partner is in danger. I must return immediately. By the time Langi reached the villa, Lin Zhi'en had already been treated and was out of danger. Seeing her safe, Langi sighed in relief while standing by her bedside. The guard behind him said, "When the lady wakes up, General, please remember to rest. You've been at the front and just returned. You haven't slept in 3 days, and your eyes are red." Langi shook his head. The front line is at a critical moment. I must return as soon as possible. The guard was surprised. Aren't you going to wait for her to wake up? This was a chance to strengthen their bond. She should know. No need. As long as she is safe, that's enough. Langi glanced at Lin Zhi'en, instructed the guard to call for help, and turned to leave. You stay here and protect Miss Lin. Lin Zhi'en vaguely heard a man's voice and, in a half-asleep state, seemed to see a tall figure leaving. But she quickly fell back into a deep sleep. When she woke again, it was already bright outside. Miss Lin, you are awake. The medical staff waiting in the villa quickly surrounded Lin Zhi'en, wanting her to go to the hospital for a checkup, saying it was ordered by Marshal Qi. Marshal Qi? Yes, Marshal Qi insisted that we find out the cause of your illness and treat you. He contacted us, allowing us to arrive in time. This situation is very dangerous. The medical staff were very responsible, but Lin Zhi'en smiled awkwardly and refused to go for a full-body checkup. She couldn't go. She was healthy and had normal fertility, but after being rescued, her fertility value was only 5 because she had accidentally taken birth control pills before her journey. The effect of the pills had worn off, and if she were to be tested again, it would likely be close to 100. She had a high fertility rate and could conceive. Ruan Yijiao's fertility value of 60 had already caused a frenzy, and if hers were exposed. Lin Zhi'en shuddered, not daring to imagine. She didn't dislike children, but until she could control her reproductive rights, she had to keep her situation hidden. The medical staff were very concerned, repeatedly reminding her, Miss Lin, you must contact other matches to take care of yourself. Due to the gender imbalance, every woman needed at least 6 matches, equivalent to fiancés. Lin Zhi'en was no exception. Aside from Jing Bufei, she currently had 3 matches. A sharp ringing sound echoed in her mind. As a single mother, she suddenly had 3 fiancés. Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath to accept this overwhelming fact. The important thing now is to thank Marshal Qi. She clenched her fists, filled with determination as she pulled up the contact for Langi, but lacked the courage to connect for a video call. She felt a bit socially anxious. Never mind, I'll just send a message.
Marshal Qi, hello.
Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 months, and thank you for coming back to save me. Langi might have been busy, as he didn't reply immediately. His profile picture was of his spirit animal, a snow wolf, with snow-white fur that looked sleek and majestic. Strangely, it seemed to raise a paw, as if greeting someone, adding an unexpected touch of politeness and cuteness to its authority. Lin Zhi'en's fingers moved, unable to control her plushy-loving nature, and mimicked the wolf's gesture. Hello, Snow Wolf. You're so handsome. I want to cuddle you and snuggle in your embrace. After saying this, Lin Zhi'en thought she saw the snow wolf blink. She assumed she was mistaken. What she didn't know was that after receiving her message, even while on the battlefield, Langi had promptly returned to the rear and immediately sent her a video call, which she unknowingly accepted. The snow wolf appeared on the screen and saw Lin Zhi'en acting like a cat, scratching at her face with both hands and looking at it with a fascinated expression. The snow wolf was stunned. How did the owner's match become so strange and a bit cute? It must be imagining things. The snow wolf howled at the sky. Lin Zhi'en heard the howl and exclaimed, "What's going on?" In the next moment, a man in a black military uniform with silver hair and amber eyes appeared on the screen. He had deep features, a strong jawline, and an impressive presence. His looks were exceptionally handsome, but there was something about him that made her hesitant to look too long. He seemed brave and dignified. This was the famous Marshal Langi. Even just through the video, it was clear he was tall and imposing. His authority, calmness, and maturity made people feel they should not act recklessly or disrespect him. He exuded a strong sense of pressure. Lin Zhi'en instinctively sat up straight. Marshal. Langi did not expect a surprise. He frowned and wiped the blood from his face, looking at the video. In the video, Lin Zhi'en wore a warm yellow dress, her skin fair, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. The red mole on her nose added to her cuteness, and when she smiled, she showed small canine teeth. Previously, she had looked at them with disdain, but now she was smiling happily. In the midst of a battlefield filled with corpses, Langi felt a moment of confusion. On one side was a scene of death and blood, and on the other was warmth and cuteness. The contrast was so strong that it felt unreal. Langi paused before speaking, and Lin Zhi'en quickly said, "Thank you for saving me." Langi snapped back to reality. No need to be so polite. Thinking about how Lin Zhi'en had been locked in that room, he carefully chose his words. "Miss Lin, I only did what a match is supposed to do. We will always stand by your side." He almost said it wasn't that he did the best job, but that Jing Bufei was too incompetent. Langi clearly wasn't good at comforting others. He was cautious and considerate of Lin Zhi'en's feelings. Lin Zhi'en replied, "I know, but I still want to thank you." She mentioned the incident with Jing Bufei, confirming he had called the police, and thanked him again. Langi was a bit surprised. He had worried Lin Zhi'en might blame him. "I'm glad you don't blame me." After saying this, Langi noticed something unusual in his peripheral vision. "I'm on the battlefield. I'll contact you later." Langi quickly ended the video call. Even just through the video, at that moment, he didn't want any blood to touch her face. He especially didn't want her to see the bloody scenes of the battlefield. Lin Zhi'en let out a sigh and scratched her head. "He wasn't on screen just now, so he definitely didn't hear what I said earlier." She was sure she hadn't revealed her love for plush toys. Linian was right. Langi indeed hadn't heard her mumble. But the spirit wolf had. "Master, the lady smiled at you, so I wasn't dreaming. She really praised me for being handsome and wanted to hug me and cuddle in my arms." "Master, didn't she say she didn't like me before, calling me cold and fierce? Why has she suddenly changed?" It fought alongside Martial Chi with confidence and asked, "Am I really that nice to touch?" After dealing with the enemies, it moved closer. "Master, do you want me to refuse or accept?" Langi was surprised. "You decide for yourself." The snow wolf was confused for a moment. "Hugging me is like hugging the master." "I understand now." It got it. Just now, the master saw her and softened. He also wants to be touched and hugged, right? "We have quite an age difference. Don't act like those silly boys and call her lady." No one noticed that Langi's ears turned red, hidden among his silver hair. On the other side, Lin Zhi'en murmured, "Martial Chi is very gentle and easier to get along with than I imagined. I wonder how the others are." Her gaze swept over the second and third matches on the smart screen. Their fertility values are also.
Lin Zhi'en looked stunned.
Speaking of which, when her matches were announced, it attracted a lot of attention. Because all three of Lin Zhi'en's matches were world-renowned SSS-level geniuses. Yet, none of the three SSS levels had any fertility value, all being 0, which meant they couldn't reproduce. Lin Zhi'en had become a gathering place for those who couldn't reproduce. In this era of strong emphasis on reproduction, men who can't have children are looked down upon. This world has a feeling that no matter how excellent you are, if you can't reproduce, you're doomed. Everyone felt sorry for Lin Zhi'en, as she still had a glimmer of hope for fertility. This was also why Jing Bufei was so confident, even daring to say she would regret it. After all, he had a fertility value of 30, the highest for men. He could have children. However, right now, what Lin Zhi'en needed was for them to be unable to reproduce, as it would help conceal her own fertility secret. All of them can't reproduce. That's fine. Lin Zhi'en rubbed her forehead, but the minimum standard for each woman is 6 matches. I might still be assigned or need to gather 6 people. 3 men were already overwhelming for her. 6 men. She couldn't even imagine. Forget it. Let's deal with these 3 first. Luckily, the matchmaker doesn't force relationships, and the benefits are great. I will work hard. Martial Chi cannot be disturbed on the battlefield. Let's contact the second match. Fong Chengfeng, SSS rank, Brigadier General of the Air Force in the 1st Legion, only 26 years old, the youngest Brigadier General in history. Lin Zhi'en also sent a message. Before she received a reply, the doorbell rang. Jing Bufei finally returned, but this time he was brought back by the Interstellar Police. "Miss Lin, We received a report saying that your fourth match, Jing Bufei, a major general in the 2nd Legion's naval combat team, has been keeping you, who is seriously ill, confined at home. Is this true? Lin Zhi'en thought that Marshal Qi's report hit her right in the heart. Of course not. Zhi'en, you must tell them it's false. Jing Bufei looked humiliated. If I find out who is behind this, I will not let them go. He had spent a lot of effort preparing a surprise for Miss Ruan last night and finally moved her. It seemed she was about to agree to have a child with him. But then the interstellar police suddenly arrested him, ruining everything. Jing Bufei, S rank, Major General of the 2nd Legion's naval combat team, a spirit entity of a whale shark, is currently the main combat force of the Naval Combat Department and is highly valued, with many people admiring him. He had never faced such humiliation before, and his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. He believed Lin Zhi'en would explain and clear up the misunderstanding. But he heard Lin Zhi'en say, "That's right, last night, I was in severe pain. Jing Bufei not only harmed me but also confined me and cut off my network signal to prevent me from seeking help. If it weren't for my first match saving me, I might have died." Jing Bufei froze. Lin Zhi'en, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Lin Zhi'en lowered her head, looking pitiful as she revealed, he wanted to pursue Miss Ruan, so I suspect he wanted to kill me. Confining a woman is already a serious crime, and now he is suspected of endangering her life, escalating the situation. Before Jing Bufei could explode, the interstellar police acted first, pinning him to the ground. The usually handsome and charming Jing Bufei lost control of his emotions for the first time. Lin Zhi'en, you've gone mad.
How could you do this to me?
Lin Zhi'en pointed at Jing Bufei and reported to the interstellar police, I can't give birth. He often mentally controls and threatens me, and he previously tricked me out of my possessions. Jing Bufei's face changed dramatically. If this accusation held, it would be the end for him. He panicked, not expecting Lin Zhi'en's jealousy to escalate like this. Zhi'en, I know I was wrong. He closed his eyes and made a tough decision. I'm not going to look for Ruan Yijiao anymore. I'm giving up on having a child, okay? You need to tell them it was a misunderstanding. This is not a joke. I will be ruined. Last night, she felt like she would die too. The moment he laid hands on her, everything was destined. She wanted him to be ruined. Jing Bufei looked at Lin Zhi'en's expression and was completely scared. No, Zhi'en, I love you. Lin Zhi'en didn't respond. As Jing Bufei was awkwardly dragged into the police car, his eyes were filled with despair. Lin Zhi'en, you're crazy. You'll regret this. Lin Zhi'en rolled her eyes. Only a fool regrets. Because Ruan Yijiao said she liked clean men, they had been dating but had never been intimate. The closest they got was holding hands, and they hadn't even shared a first kiss, fearing Ruan Yijiao would think he was unclean. Lin Zhi'en felt both relieved and anxious. After losing her memory, she had been quite forward and even claimed she could have children. Thankfully, Jing Bufei believed she couldn't, and Ruan Yijiao was domineering. Otherwise, she might have ended up pregnant with a scoundrel's child. Lin Zhi'en shivered at the thought. She exhaled and was about to go back inside when she saw two silent but imposing men at the door. You too, ma'am. We are here to ensure your safety as instructed by Marshal Qi, ma'am. Why were they calling her that? Lin Zhi'en felt awkward, but the guards thought she was upset and quickly corrected themselves. We mistakenly addressed you that way. We apologize. Please don't blame Marshal Qi. The two were nervous and even asked for punishment, but Lin Zhi'en waved her hand. Their anxiety stemmed from her previous romantic distractions, which had unfairly affected the three matchmakers. Marshal Qi provided her with the best care, and this villa belonged to him. He even supported Jing Bufei, but she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a matchmaker out of fear that Jing Bufei would get jealous. Each woman was assigned 6 matchmakers, not only to increase fertility, but also because women naturally have the ability to soothe and purify men from mental turmoil. However, this inevitably involved some physical contact, and the best purification was through close interactions. Lin Zhi'en had previously spoken harshly, failing to achieve any soothing or purifying effect, which led to martial qi returning to the battlefield when he was not suited for it. In the end, it was martial qi who saved her when she was in danger, rushing back without hesitation. Now, he had left 2 guards to protect her. Lin Zhi'en felt very ashamed facing them. "I will apply to bring martial qi back from the front line," Lin Zhi'en said softly, and quickly entered the room. The 2 people at the door perked up their ears, tilting their heads slightly in unison, their expressions showing confusion. "Bring martial qi back from the front line? Did we hear that wrong?" After Lin Zhi'en entered the room, she immediately applied to have martial qi return for calming and purification. Calming and purification, in simple terms, means getting along peacefully, being friendly, and gently helping them relax. Once they fall asleep, the purpose of calming and purification is achieved. If necessary, I can also give him a traditional Chinese massage to ensure he relaxes. How could traditional Chinese massage not involve physical contact? Let's do it this way. Deep purification was not her strong suit, but this approach suited her well. When she returned from the bathroom, she suddenly saw a small bird peeking in from outside the window. Its bright red color sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a burning flame, immediately catching her attention. Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up as she carefully approached. "How cute! Is this a northern vermilion bird?" To her surprise, the little bird spoke. "I am not a bird. I am a phoenix." Lin Zhi'en exclaimed, "You can talk. You're so adorable." Unable to resist, she reached out. "Whose spirit are you? Can I hold you?" She was enchanted. No wonder the online community called her the little peach blossom of nature. She was so delicate. The northern vermilion bird was flattered, and, in the end, Lin Zhi'en managed to pet it. The bird shook and suddenly fell from the window. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to catch it, the northern vermilion bird expanded in midair. After a flash of red light, the small bird transformed into a large northern vermilion bird. It was about 2 meters tall, and Lin Zhi'en looked up at it, momentarily stunned. "I told you, I am a majestic phoenix," the northern vermilion bird said proudly. Lin Zhi'en thought, "The phoenixes in your interstellar era seem a bit different. Don't believe me? I can breathe fire." The northern vermilion bird was about to demonstrate, but ended up choking on its own flames, coughing twice in frustration. "My master asked me to find out what you want with him." "Your master is Major General Feng," Lin Zhi'en stated confidently. In her memory, Feng Chengfeng's spirit was indeed tall, powerful, and handsome. She never expected that Feng Chengfeng's spirit could also be so small and cute. Of course, the larger form was also very adorable. "Yes. What do you want with him?" Lin Zhi'en stepped forward, and Zhu Baiqiao took a step back. The owner had said not to breathe fire casually and not to touch her, or else they might end up in jail like other matches. Seeing its wary expression, Lin Zhi'en awkwardly stopped. "He is my match. I receive a salary and benefits, so I need to provide comfort and purification for him. Once you receive a salary, you must do your job properly to establish yourself in this interstellar world." Zhu Baiqiao paused for a moment, then suddenly shrank and flew out the window. "Master, she wants to purify you. She is interested in you." Lin Zhi'en exclaimed. "What? No, that's not true." She chased after it and saw a red-haired boy holding Zhu Baiqiao's beak to stop it from talking nonsense. His red hair fell casually over his forehead, and his sharp features, bright eyes, and confident demeanor matched the ideal image of a young hero. The red earrings on his ears sparkled, complementing his hair. He fit the perfect image of a young general. The way they met was a bit strange. Their eyes met, and an awkward moment spread between them until the wind chimes above Lin Zhi'en's head rang, snapping her back to reality. "You're General Feng, right?" Chengfeng nodded, "Yes." He unconsciously tightened his grip, causing Zhu Baiqiao to flap its wings. Then, "Please come in." After saying that, Lin Zhi'en realized it was a window, and asking him to come in seemed a bit off. Just as she was about to correct herself, Chengfeng leaped into the room. His movements were light, and he stood tall after bending his long legs slightly. Lin Zhi'en's gaze slowly followed upward. He was very tall, probably over 6 feet. Fong Chengfeng wore a fitted black combat uniform, subtly revealing his muscular build, with a narrow waist and broad shoulders. Under Lin Zhi'en's gaze, he stepped back a few paces and pointed at the screen in front of him with his long fingers. "Miss Lin, it's rare to see you. Would you mind if I recorded our meeting for future reference?" His voice was clear and polite, but the last few words carried a hint of intention. Lin Zhi'en replied, "To do as you wish." Fong Chengfeng tilted his head slightly, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but he maintained a polite smile that seemed forced. "Is it true that Miss Lin will provide me with comfort and purification?" "Yes," Lin Zhi'en pointed to the sofa. "General Fong, let's sit and talk." "I prefer to stand," Fong Chengfeng said with a grin that showed a hint of fierceness, as if he were ready to bite or was on guard.
Lin Zhi'en laughed awkwardly.
Fong Chengfeng was one of the most successful young generals in recent years, undefeated in battle with countless achievements and a bright future ahead. Until 6 months ago, when his fertility value dropped to 0. At a young age, she faced infertility. After matching, they only met once, and Lin Zhi'en offended him with one sentence. "Can a man who is infertile still be called a man?" Fong Chengfeng smiled slightly. "Miss Lin, you are a precious and esteemed woman. There's no need to apologize." Due to some past experiences, Fong Chengfeng was already indifferent towards women. Lin Zhi'en, as a match, only intensified this change. When Lin Zhi'en approached him this time, he thought she wanted to end their match, so he eagerly prepared to return to the front lines. To his surprise, she had the audacity to take advantage of him. "Miss Lin, I am focused on my military duties and prefer not to have any physical contact with others." He stated this seriously, not wanting to indulge her or allow any casual touching. "I understand. I'm not interested in your body. I just want to fulfill my work responsibilities." After she spoke, the air fell silent. "I see. It's my honor." Fong Chengfeng broke the silence with a smile that was both charming and a bit mischievous. Online, he was called the Charming Major, which was quite fitting. Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up. "So we can. But I'm not ready for that today. Miss Lin, please go and comfort the other matches first." Lin Zhi'en was taken aback. She heard comfort. Feeling a bit helpless yet relieved, she realized Fong Chengfeng truly had no romantic intentions. He was just as reserved as she was. It wasn't her exaggeration. The odds of 80 to 1 were no joke. Many people might never have the chance to interact with women, and being matched would naturally lead to seeking contact, even if it was awkward. That was frightening. Lin then suddenly stood up, determined. "Major Fong, I must show you my work abilities." Fong Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Are you still insisting on that? I understand if you don't trust me. That's fine. I have other ways." Lin Zhi'en placed her hands on her chest and introduced herself seriously. "I studied traditional Chinese medicine. You might not have heard of it, but it's quite effective." She was a graduate in traditional medicine and had also studied infertility. "Major Fong, please trust and cooperate with me." Lin Zhi'en clenched her fists secretly. If she could treat infertility, she would be set for life. Fong Chengfeng wanted to escape and was thinking of an excuse to refuse when another guest arrived. This time, it was the novel's heroine, Ruan Yijiao, and the vice officer Hiu. Ruan Yijiao had a beautiful face with smooth lines, a delicate nose, soft pink lips, snow-like skin, and a tall, curvy figure. Everything about her was perfect, and she had an elegant demeanor. Her voice was clean and gentle. "Miss Lin, please don't misunderstand my relationship with General Jing. We are completely innocent and have never intended to ruin your relationship." When she saw Fong Chengfeng, a hint of surprise crossed her eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a guest. Are we interrupting you?" He looked at Fong Chengfeng with anger. "Miss Lin, you are dating other matches yourself. So, why would you harm the general out of jealousy and falsely accuse him? You need to explain to the police and get the general released. He has compromised so much for you and loves you dearly." "What has he compromised?" "To please Ruan Yijiao, he has lost everything, relying on me for support, even using my money. For instance, the money he planned for your birthday surprise was taken from me. He was stunned, and Ruan Yijiao turned red with embarrassment. She had never felt so humiliated.
I didn't know about this.
I never asked for anything. Miss Lin, I have no romantic involvement with General Jing. I just want to help those who are fighting on the front lines to protect us, to warm them and give them hope. At this point, Ruan Yijiao suddenly looked at Chengfeng, who was watching. I feel the same way about you, Major Feng. With a pure expression, she said, I have always hoped to leave a legacy for every hero, without regrets. This includes General Jing. Even knowing he is a match, I couldn't bear to refuse him directly. Ruan Yijiao looked pained. I didn't realize Miss Lin cared so much, even going so far as to slander General Jing. I apologize. Yu, who had been following Ruan Yijiao, exploded. Miss Ruan, you did nothing wrong. The one who should apologize is Lin Zhi'en for her petty jealousy and false accusations.
Don't say that.
Ruan Yijiao glanced at Chengfeng, hesitated, then finally spoke up. From now on, I will declare that I will not accept any requests from those with matches, no matter how much they sacrifice on the front lines. Although it's regrettable, I cannot hurt Miss Lin. As women, we shouldn't be at odds over a man.
Lin Zhi'en.
This female lead is something else. She speaks so grandly about her affair with a man who has a fiancé. Right in front of her, she starts making moves on Chengfeng, almost saying, Chengfeng, I want to have your child. If she could give Chengfeng an heir, the world would go completely crazy for her. Even without that, she is enough to drive people wild. He has already lost his mind, feeling deeply moved. Miss Ruan, you are so kind and responsible, unlike some people. Lin Zhi'en ignored him and kept looking at Chengfeng. Would he be moved? Would he be like Jing Bufei, instantly crawling over to her with just a flick of her finger? Chengfeng. Why does Lin Zhi'en keep staring at him? He is handsome, but she can't just keep looking. Chengfeng couldn't help but glare at her. Stop looking. Ruan Yijiao noticed the glare and smiled slightly. He also noticed that the relationship between Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en was indeed not good. After all, Lin Zhi'en had ruined his only chance of having a child. Any man would hate her for that. Suddenly, Yu, feeling no restraint, pointed at Lin Zhi'en and started to scold her. Lin Zhi'en, do you know how many people's hopes you have destroyed? Because of your jealousy, you force Miss Ruan to change her mind. I can tell you clearly, they will not let you off. In his view, the general seeking Lin Zhi'en was merely to satisfy his desires, since Lin Zhi'en couldn't have children. Given their life and death bond, when the time was right, the general might persuade Lin Zhi'en to become his match. Though his background is lacking, with a lower rank and being a bit overweight, his fertility score is 10, much better than Chengfeng and the others who cannot have children. He might even help Lin Zhi'en get pregnant. Thinking of this, a glint of desire flashed in Yu's eyes. Miss Lin, do you know what kind of consequences you will face? Chengfeng's expression darkened. Are you trying to threaten my match in front of me?
How dare he?
Those eyes clearly show he doesn't want to continue. Chengfeng's voice was cold and filled with anger. Yu froze for a moment. Why was Chengfeng defending Lin? Shouldn't he hate her and try to please Miss Ruan? Did he not understand the meaning behind Miss Ruan's words? He forced a smile and apologized. I wasn't targeting you, Major Fong. I was just expressing regret for others.
What I said is the truth.
Chengfeng scoffed. Ridiculous. Isn't loyalty the minimum requirement for a match? You didn't know? It's wrong to want to have children with Miss Ruan while having a match. What right do they have to hate? Who dares to disagree? Let them come to me. Chengfeng leaned against the wall, his tone not heavy, but no one dared to take his words lightly. The youngest general was not joking. He feared no one and no opponent. Under the pressure of Chengfeng's gaze, Yu felt tense all over, and Ruan Yijiao froze as well. She couldn't believe it when she looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Yu quickly suppressed his fear and spoke. General Fong, you are too domineering. Miss Ruan means well. Just because you're not interested doesn't mean others aren't. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Chengfeng couldn't have children, so he couldn't stand the thought of anyone else having them. Lin Zhi'en frowned. So what if he is domineering? He hasn't said anything wrong. His lack of interest is due to his principles, not because he has no hope. It's just children, right? Lin Zhi'en said firmly, if he wants children, I will bear them for him. It's just about infertility. She had learned about it and could help him. Chengfeng protected her, and she wanted to protect him too. Moreover, when it came to the chances of pregnancy, she was better than Ruan Yijiao. Everyone turned to Lin Zhi'en. Chengfeng looked shocked, his mouth agape. How could she say she would bear his children? She really? Chengfeng's face turned red, whether from embarrassment or anger. It was hard to tell. What nonsense are you talking about? This was only their second meeting. He reacted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You me up, just you two? Even General Feng thinks you're talking nonsense. Lin Zhi'en, do you know how ridiculous you are? Where does your confidence come from? Chengfeng punched you in the eye. What do you think you are, insulting a woman? As he screamed, he received another punch. Who allowed you to interpret my nonsense? Hiyu's eyes were instantly damaged, blood flowing. Hiyu kept screaming. He didn't expect Chengfeng to retaliate so fiercely. He had only glanced at Lin Zhi'en. Ruan Yijiao exclaimed, stop it. Chengfeng saw Lin Zhi'en shrink back and kicked Hiyu away. Ruan Yijiao was furious. Chengfeng, didn't you hear what I said? I was just being kind. Why do you have to be like this? Chengfeng scoffed, kindness? Do you think everyone is a fool? Seeing Lin Zhi'en's surprised expression, he slightly restrained himself. He didn't just call Lin Zhi'en a fool, even though she really acted like one earlier. Seeing Ruan Yijiao still blocking the way, Chengfeng became more direct. Miss Ruan, there are so many men in the world who admire you and pursue you. You don't lack for attention, so why are you still focused on someone who is already taken? Do you have some special preference? Ruan Yijiao froze, shocked by his words. What are you talking about? I'm just stating what I see. You were wrong, but when Hiyu threatened Lin Zhi'en, you didn't say anything. Ruan Yijiao couldn't smile anymore. How dare he? This was the first time a man chose to defend another woman over her, especially when that woman had a low fertility rating. Lin Zhi'en couldn't even have children. Why was Chengfeng defending her and being so harsh on Ruan Yijiao? Ruan Yijiao had never heard such harsh words before, especially after she found out her high fertility rating. Ruan Yijiao felt defeated, but Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but smile. Chengfeng's support warmed her heart. It turned out not everyone was like Jing Bufei, who would rush to Ruan Yijiao's side and wag their tail at her. In this world where fertility ratings meant everything, there were still people like Chengfeng. Hiyu, seeing Lin Zhi'en smile, felt a surge of anger. Lin Zhi'en, are you the one manipulating Major Feng behind the scenes, making him treat me like this? Chengfeng was about to step forward to confront him, but someone else was quicker and held Hiyu down. It was the Interstellar Police. Lin Zhi'en had called for help. Hello, I am Hiyu, the deputy of General Jing Bufei from the 2nd Army Corps. He has verbally insulted me, causing me significant emotional harm, and has threatened me. Hiyu realized what was happening. You're slandering me. I have video evidence. I recorded everything since you entered the room. She learned this from Chengfeng. Lin Zhi'en continued with her strong statements. Moreover, because Miss Ruan needs the eternal life liquid, Hiyu conspired with Jing Bufei to manipulate me and falsely accuse my third match, Su Ming, to take advantage of the eternal life liquid he possesses. The eternal life liquid is the best treatment in the galaxy. Jing Bufei had previously wanted to earn the eternal life liquid as a reward to give to Ruan Yijiao in exchange for a chance to have a child with her, but he couldn't compare to Su Ming. Lacking ability, he resorted to schemes. Hiyu's expression changed drastically, and Chengfeng, who had been watching, narrowed his eyes and spoke sternly. Is what you said true? He had suspected Su Ming was framed before but had no evidence. He didn't expect Lin Zhi'en to reveal it today. Yes, it's true. Lin Zhi'en felt embarrassed. After failing to scheme, they resorted to slander, yet General Su would rather go to jail than hand over the eternal life liquid. Her third match was the worst. After dealing with the two, The door closed again, leaving only Feng Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en. Feng Chengfeng looked at Lin Zhi'en, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Will Miss Lin keep her word about General Su? His spirit beast, the North Vermilion bird, perched on his shoulder, peeking out. Lin Zhi'en glanced at it, feeling a bit better after seeing how cute it was, despite the previous unpleasantness. She nodded confidently, I will. Once your illness is treated and the investigation is clear, I will go get him out. Feng Chengfeng replied. Why was he still thinking about the illness? Thank you for standing up for me earlier. Feng Chengfeng felt a bit awkward. I was just fulfilling my duty as a matchmaker. Still, thank you. Feng Chengfeng leaned back slightly. What was going on with Lin Zhi'en?
Why was she smiling so sweetly at him?
What are you smiling about? He wondered if she was thinking about having children with him again.
Why was she still so focused on that?
It's nothing. I just think we make great partners. A spark of determination flashed in Lin Zhi'en's eyes. In this era, women were rare and valuable. Although she held a high status, both men and women were still judged by their reproductive value. She didn't want to reveal her own, so she needed to showcase her true abilities. Coincidentally, Feng Chengfeng was intentionally stalling for time while waiting for the case regarding Su Ming to be reviewed. Eventually, Feng Chengfeng reluctantly ended up in Lin Zhi'en's hands. Lin Zhi'en made a pulse diagnosis pillow, took a deep breath, and began her examination. She followed the steps her teacher had taught her without skipping any. Feng Chengfeng watched Lin Zhi'en with a serious expression as she leaned closer, feeling uneasy and leaning back. Was she thinking about kissing him? Lin grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. Sit still and don't move. Feng Chengfeng watched as Lin leaned in again, even sniffing the air as if she were smelling something. He thought to himself that he didn't have bad breath. After asking a few casual questions about his eating and sleeping habits, Lin Zhi'en instructed him to place his hand on the table. I need to check your pulse now. Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath and placed her hand on Feng Chengfeng's wrist. In the galaxy, there was no traditional Chinese medicine, and Feng Chengfeng didn't know what checking a pulse meant. He only knew that Lin Zhi'en was holding his hand. As expected, she claimed she wasn't interested in him, yet her hands were on him. Lin Zhi'en, whether or not you can have children depends on fate. Don't let it consume your thoughts. Feng Chengfeng spoke firmly, but his mouth betrayed him and stuttered. Lin Zhi'en. I didn't. Feng Chengfeng. Look at what your hand is doing. You've already touched me, and you still won't admit it. Lin Zhi'en didn't expect such a strong reaction from him over just a pulse check. There were so many misunderstandings. She helplessly grabbed Feng Chengfeng's hand, which he tried to pull back.
Don't hide.
I'm really just checking your health. Don't overthink it. Feng Chengfeng looked at Lin Zhi'en tightly holding his wrist and chuckled. Even in this situation, she told him not to overthink. Lin Zhi'en quickly let go and focused on feeling his pulse. But, Major Feng, your heart is beating a bit fast. Try to relax. She patiently reassured him. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything extreme. Unexpectedly, after she spoke, Feng Chengfeng's pulse became even more exaggerated. His face turned red uncontrollably, and he was quite annoyed. Why would I be nervous? I'm just angry. She said she wanted to have his child, then touched him, yet she still denied having any ulterior motives. How could he stay calm? Anyone would be startled and angry, causing their heart to race. And you think I would be afraid of you? Did she really think she could force him into submission? He had plenty of strength and means. He would never be like others who lost all their power and resistance after a woman's touch. He wouldn't fall uncontrollably in love with her after just a little purification. His heart was as hard as iron. His feelings were not to be toyed with. Lin Zhi'en, I won't tolerate being deceived or played with. Lin Zhi'en, no one is playing with you or deceiving you. Just try not to move. Feng Chengfeng held back for a moment. Is it done? Was she addicted to touching? Your heart is beating too fast. Let's wait until you calm down. Lin Zhi'en released him. I have some questions for you. Since he wasn't cooperating about his mental state, she decided to ask other things. You mentioned earlier that you don't sleep well?
Yeah.
With severe mental distress, no one sleeps well. I'll prepare a calming remedy for you to try. Next, they discussed infertility. She wondered if their fertility value was 0 due to poor quality, or if it was a more serious issue. Gathering her courage, she asked seriously, "Can you get up?" Chengfeng was puzzled. "What do you mean by get up?" Lin Zhi'en quickly glanced down, her meaning clear. "In the morning, or when stimulated, can you still?" This was her first time conducting a consultation, and Lin Zhi'en's voice was a bit shaky as she kept reminding herself that these were just ordinary questions. Chengfeng finally understood what Lin Zhi'en meant. He noticed her flushed ears and suddenly stood up. You. It was confirmed. Lin Zhi'en was indeed interested in him and wanted to get to know him better, which was why she asked so directly, intentionally teasing him. She had just denied it. Was she acting this way because she had fallen out with Jing Bufei? If he fell for her tricks and they reconciled later, would she accuse him of harassment? I've said it before, I won't tolerate deception in my feelings. You can't manipulate me or play games with me. After saying that, Chengfeng ran off. He was not an easy man to deal with. If he was going to talk about feelings, he was serious about it. He didn't even use the door. He left through the window.
Hey.
Lin Zhi'en gritted her teeth, surprised that he ran away like that. She touched her hot face and slammed the table. I was just asking a normal question. Why did he react like this? He keeps saying I want to purify him. He misunderstood a perfectly good question. As she fanned herself, Lin Zhi'en reflected on the situation. I still lack experience and youth, which led to being underestimated and misunderstood. I need to see more patients to become familiar and confident. She glanced at the smart device, her gaze landing on Su Ming's name. Forget about Chengfeng for now. I need to deal with Su Ming's issue first. Whether it was Marshal Qi or Major Feng, she had offended them before, but they weren't deadly enemies, just a slight misunderstanding. The one she had truly angered was Su Ming. Su Ming, SSS class, former general of the 2nd Army Corps, with a spirit form of a 9-tailed fox. He not only slandered me but also demanded a huge amount in mental compensation, ruining my future as if he were killing my parents. We can't coexist. Though she was worried, she had to face it. Lin Zhi'en took time to digest her memories and deepen her understanding of this world. The next day, Lin Zhi'en noticed her period had lightened significantly and her body had recovered, so she prepared to go out. Upon learning this, her guard, Bian Su, immediately made a request. "Miss Lin, it's not very safe outside lately. Please allow us to accompany and protect you." Okay. Interstellar prison. After a few minutes, Lin Zhi'en met Su Ming. He had a slender, handsome face, sharp eyebrows, striking eyes, and blue-white gradient hair with icy blue tips that complemented his blue eyes. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but think of a popular internet saying, "Seeing Su Ming is a lifetime commitment." Every feature of his was perfect, even more beautiful than a girl's, yet he didn't come across as feminine. He possessed a beauty that transcended gender. He is tall and has a perfect figure. Whether viewed separately or as a whole, everything about him is just right and looks good. The moment you see him, you can't take your eyes off him. Even in prison clothes, he carries himself with an air of sophistication. His entire being exudes endless charm, truly captivating. However, the bloodstains on his prison uniform and the splatters on his face ruin this perfection. Even though the blood hints at a certain rugged beauty, his eyes are too hollow and despondent. He seems detached from the world, indifferent to everything. Perhaps he is just disappointed with it. Even when he sees his enemy, Lin Zhi'en, he doesn't react much, merely glancing at her. There is no hatred on his face, which should have relieved Lin Zhi'en, but instead, it made her heart sink. At just 30 years old, Su Ming is not much older than Chengfeng, yet he feels worlds apart. One is bright and full of life, while the other seems like a still pond, engulfed in darkness, devoid of vitality. It wasn't like this before. When they met previously, Su Ming seemed a bit awkward, clearly unsure of how to interact with girls, but he was gentle then. He may not have had Feng Chengfeng's warmth, but he was kind. Yet, in just 2 months, his entire demeanor has changed so drastically. He appears defeated, gloomy, and empty, like a light that has gone out. It is the 2 months in prison that have transformed him, and she feels responsible. I'm sorry for what I caused you to go through. Su Ming seems to not hear her apology, lost in his own world. The guard, excited to see a girl up close, looks at the guilty Lin Zhi'en with a hint of confusion, as if he doesn't understand what she is saying. Wasn't it said that Su Ming was sent to prison because he wasn't liked by his match? Why does it seem different from the rumors? Lin Zhi'en looks at the numb Su Ming, and then at the clueless guard, unable to hold back a glare at him. Why does he have blood on his face? Don't you care? Lin Zhi'en realizes she is taking her frustration out on him, but what can she expect from a prison? Su Ming is strong, but the people in prison are not simple, and he is outnumbered. Moreover, due to the history and reasons behind it, his spiritual entity, the nine-tailed fox, has become a source of confusion and disaster, leading to widespread dislike and mistrust. Outside, his situation was already bad, let alone in this terrible prison. From yesterday to today, they must know that Su Ming was framed, yet he still appeared covered in blood. It was outrageous. They didn't even pretend to hide it. Perhaps this was the best state Su Ming could be in. General Su, I won't let you be bullied or beaten for nothing. I was wrong to you before. I will clear your name, provide you with treatment, and seek justice for you. The guard felt confused. Who was bullying whom? It was the first time he heard a woman say she would take revenge for a man. Why couldn't he find someone like that? No, he didn't have anyone. The guard felt envious and frustrated. He wanted that too. Maybe he should try flirting? It might work. Lin Zhi'en noticed the guard's angry gaze, and then he actually looked at her and winked. She slammed the table in anger. General Su, I will remember everyone who bullied you, including the guards, and I will appeal. Su Ming finally showed a slight reaction. General Su, I am serious. You will be out of prison soon. Lin Zhi'en leaned forward, looking at him through the glass with determination. This time, I am not just visiting. Just hold on a little longer and we can go home soon. Su Ming, I am here to take you home. Home? Su Ming's calm eyes suddenly showed a hint of response. He had no home. He looked up and saw Lin Zhi'en's serious expression. Her clear, bright eyes reflected his shadow. Her gaze was so sincere, as if she truly meant it. Su Ming was momentarily confused, but quickly regained his composure. The last time she contacted him, it was to comfort him because she wanted the eternal life liquid. He had earned it through great effort, but since she was his match, he was willing to give it to her. However, she didn't want it for herself. She wanted it for someone else. If he took back the eternal life liquid he had given her, he would face 3 years in prison, ruining his reputation and future. Now she was back, saying all these nice things. Had she not given up on the eternal life liquid? I have already consumed the eternal life liquid. Actually, he hadn't, but he didn't want to deal with it anymore. Perhaps because he rarely spoke, Su Ming's voice was hoarse and cold. He waited for Lin Zhi'en to show disappointment and anger and leave, but to his surprise, she just blinked. That's good. Then she actually smiled and praised him. Well done. You should have consumed it long ago. You earned it, so you should enjoy it yourself and not let others covet it. Su Ming's eyes flashed with confusion. What is wrong with her? Although she was puzzled, it didn't matter. Su Ming's gaze returned to its cold emptiness. The guard's eyes, however, grew more intense, and Su Ming could even feel his breath becoming heavier. It was the first time in hundreds of years that a woman had entered the interstellar prison, and even the guard couldn't help but lose his composure. Su Ming looked at the oblivious Lin Zhi'en, a hint of impatience crossing her face.
You can leave now.
She didn't belong in this place. Like a little rabbit falling into an abyss. Wait. Su Ming's attitude was as she expected, and she was about to explain further when the guard suddenly pointed behind her, his face changing. Get back. As Lin Zhi'en turned, she felt a tight grip around her waist, and her feet left the ground, causing her to fall straight down. The sensation of weightlessness was terrifying. Even more frightening were the sticky, wet things that writhed and wrapped tightly around Lin Zhi'en, getting more tangled and constricting. After a flash of black mist, she fell completely into darkness. Lin Zhi'en smelled a foul odor and vaguely felt that the tentacles had suction cups. The more she struggled, the tighter they gripped her. Fear spread, and in an instant, her composure nearly shattered. The guard was also panicking. When Lin Zhi'en arrived, the prison immediately sealed off the news to prevent chaos, but they never expected something would go wrong. Quick, save her. Save her. Everyone sprang into action, but everything happened too suddenly. The black mist blocked their vision, and the toxins within it slowed their reactions. Su Ming watched as Lin Zhi'en was taken away. In her final moment, Lin Zhi'en's eyes were filled with confusion and panic, as if she hadn't yet realized what was happening. Meanwhile, those who were supposed to protect her were moving in slow motion before her. Su Ming closed her eyes, impatience flashing across her face, but in the end, she resigned herself and acted. With a gentle squeeze, the handcuffs that had confined her mental and physical abilities shattered. The guard was shocked. Su Ming, what are you doing? Those handcuffs were no joke, yet Su Ming had dealt with them effortlessly. The guard didn't have time to consider how terrifying Su Ming's true power was. He only knew that if something happened to Lin Zhi'en and Su Ming escaped, the entire prison would face serious trouble.
Rescue Miss Lin, per Su Ming.
The piercing alarm faded from Lin Zhi'en's ears as she stopped falling. She wasn't crushed. Her vision returned. A man, whose upper body resembled a human in prison clothes, but whose lower body was made of writhing tentacles, looked down at her with a sinister smile. I've got you now. Several tentacles twisted and rolled over her body, tightening continuously. I didn't expect there to be a woman. The rumors are true. This is a man transformed into a half-human, half-beast due to mental pollution, suffering in agony whether awake or confused. The father of the whale is the same. Many cannot bear it and end their lives when they are conscious. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's anxious gaze, the tentacle man grinned maliciously and explained, "This is an isolation room. Once you're locked in, you have to wait 24 hours to get out. Even the guards can only monitor. They can't force the door open. Being here can drive someone mad." He laughed, and a tentacle brushed Lin Zhi'en's cheek. "But today, this isolation room has made me." He looked up at the surveillance, his smile growing wider. A full 24 hours is enough for him to enjoy himself. And those guards, including Lin Zhi'en's match, the famous General Su Ming, can only watch helplessly. Thinking of this, he excitedly licked his lips, and the tentacles tightened even more. Lin Zhi'en fought against her nausea and fear, trying to stay calm. "Who told you about me? Did they ask you to harm me? I can pay 10 times, no, 100 times the amount. Is someone seeking revenge for Ruan Yijiao? It won't help even if you offer 1,000 times, huh, woman? You think money solves everything." The tentacle man's expression darkened, his eyes glowing red. "You think being rich is impressive? It's us men who pay taxes to support you. What right do you have to talk about money with me? As women, you live off our money, yet you should be focused on having children and purifying yourselves, but you can't even touch us. What's wrong with wanting to purify myself and have children? Instead, I'm sentenced to life imprisonment. You all deserve to suffer." A chill ran down Lin Zhi'en's spine. This tentacle man was imprisoned for forcing women, so what would happen to her next was clear. The tentacle man watched Lin Zhi'en's expression with delight. "Yes, that's the look. Fear and regret. I've been harmed by women my whole life, and now it's finally my turn to torment you. If you were smart, I wouldn't have to use force. Now, it's your turn to be in my hands, ha ha." His crazed laughter and the tentacles starting to crawl into her clothes made Lin Zhi'en gradually break down, involuntarily recalling everything before her journey here. She took contraceptive pills because her family had given her to her brother-in-law to have a child. Her biological mother personally brought her a soup laced with sleeping pills and painkillers for her sister-in-law's unborn child. Make sure your brother is careful and leaves no traces. After it's done, I'll clean up and dress her nicely. She won't know anything. I've calculated that these days are Zhi'en's ovulation period. She'll get pregnant soon, and your brother won't have to worry about not having a son. Lin listened as her mother spoke kindly to her sister-in-law, not even sure if she had already been harmed. The reason for their actions was that her brother had found a wealthy girl, the only daughter, but they wanted a grandson. For the sake of a grandson and her brother, her mother unhesitatingly sold her out. Even though she had always been better than her brother, who couldn't even pass high school and was a failure, he received unconditional favoritism just because he was a son. She jumped from the second-floor window and immediately went to buy contraceptive pills. She intended to report it and gather evidence, but her brother caught her. When the truth came out, a heavy rain poured down and thunder roared, but her mother climbed onto the roof, threatening to die if she didn't agree. In the end, the whole family was struck by lightning. Not a single person survived, including her sister-in-law and that brother-in-law. As a girl, she faced countless unfair situations, and at the moment she was struck, she felt nothing but resentment.
Why?
Perhaps out of too much resentment, she was ultimately struck to this precious female star. She thought it was a reward from the heavens for her dissatisfaction, but instead, she encountered this situation.
Why?
Why treat me like this? Who do you think you are, always talking about reproduction? A useless coward, just like my brother. Your son will be a coward too. Why should I sacrifice myself? Filled with anger and fear, Lin Zhi'en, bound and helpless, instinctively began to unleash a mental attack. We're in space. Why should I be forced by a coward like you? Go die, all of you. The tentacle man froze, as if struck by lightning. Lin Zhi'en seized the chance to escape, but the tentacles quickly tightened around her again. The tentacle man, furious, reached to tear Lin Zhi'en's clothes, but the moment he touched her, he suddenly froze and grabbed his own neck. He looked at her in terror, wanting to let go, but uncontrollably twisted hard. He broke his own neck. The tentacle man killed himself, his face forever frozen in fear. Lin Zhi'en was stunned. Did she have the special ability to control others? The tentacles that had tightly wrapped around Lin Zhi'en finally loosened their grip. An ugly, strange body fell in front of her. Lin Zhi'en trembled and stood still until a foot stepped on the body's face, kicking it into the corner. It was Su Ming. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's pale face, devoid of any joy and filled only with fear, Su Ming frowned and said, "You wanted him to die."
He was just doing what she had asked.
He felt a bit annoyed. If she accused him of scaring her on purpose, he wouldn't mind truly frightening her. In the dangerous gaze of Su Ming, Lin Zhi'en finally reacted. "Yes, I wanted him to die. You helped me, that's right, it was you." Su Ming lowered his eyes. Yes, that was him. The monster who could confuse and control others. Many feared and resented him, and Lin must have felt the same. In the next moment, Lin Zhi'en suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Su Ming took a while to realize that she was hugging him, not choking him or hitting him. Lin Zhi'en held onto Su Ming and finally cried out loud. "You scared me. I thought I couldn't escape. I was so afraid. I thought I was all alone. Thank you, Su Ming. Thank you for saving me despite our past. Really, thank you."
Su Ming froze.
Throughout his life, everyone had rejected and scolded him, even his father. He was shunned and guarded against by everyone. Even when he saved someone, they looked at him with fear and complicated emotions. They said thank you, but they wouldn't even let him get close. He had grown up mostly around the insect tribe because everyone else avoided him. Men rarely interacted with him, let alone women. The soft, fragrant embrace felt extremely strange and awkward. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately struggled. But the more he struggled, the tighter Lin Zhi'en held on. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you speak up sooner? I was so scared. Let go. I just want to hold you a little longer." Su Ming was afraid of hurting her and didn't want to pull away too hard, but she was holding on too tightly. He felt a tingling sensation all over and couldn't help but say, "You're giving off sparks." As he spoke, he gently tried to pull away. Lin, nervous, tightened her grip on his shirt, and with a rip, his prison uniform tore. Lin Zhi'en looked at the torn fabric in her hands and then at the thin skin barely visible in front of her. In this interstellar age, why was the quality of this clothing still so poor? Couldn't they use better materials for prison uniforms?
I'm sorry.
I was just a little scared. Lin Zhi'en's fear faded away like the tide, leaving only embarrassment. She couldn't help but take a step back and touch her backside. What did you say I missed? Did her aunt accidentally show something? You have an electric shock. Lin Zhi'en reacted. Oh, it's an electric shock. At least it wasn't something from her aunt. Wait, electric shock. Did I get an electric shock? Su Ming replied briefly. Your earlier mental attack had a hint of electricity. When she hugged him, she also shocked him, making him feel uncomfortable and a bit tingly for a moment. I just confirmed that the shock wasn't strong, just a bit tingly. Could it be because I was struck by lightning before? Did I awaken electric powers from that? Su Ming. She changed because of being struck by lightning? Lin Zhi'en was thrilled. Her spirit animal was a stray cat she had once fed. She had wanted to save it from the rooftop, and being struck had turned it into her spirit. It was a tabby cat, and even if it became a black cat, it couldn't compare to wolves in terms of aggression, but now that she could generate electricity, it was different.
Great.
I can generate electricity. Sorry, I shocked you earlier. Seeing Su Ming's clothes, Lin Zhi'en hurriedly added, I didn't mean to. I was just scared. Once we get out, I'll buy you 100 outfits. But looking around, she couldn't find the door to the isolation room. Where's the door? How do we get out? Su Ming finally spoke. We can't get out.
What?
We can only leave after 24 hours. Su Ming skillfully found a corner to sit down, looking down so his expression was unclear. Lin Zhi'en. Does this mean she had to spend the night with him? Wait, there was still a body. Lin Zhi'en unconsciously moved closer to Su Ming while he had already turned away and lay down. Excited, Lin Zhi'en thought, destiny accounts for 30%, hard work for 70%. I need to work hard. The thought was good, but she didn't know how to generate electricity. Do I need to feel angry? Su Ming found her noisy and replied with a maybe. He didn't know there was a saying about pushing boundaries. Then I'll give it a try. With that, he never had peace in his ears again. All the bad guys should die. She fought the air in the direction of the Batman, then nudged him from behind with a finger on his arm. So, General Su, did I shock you again? Su Ming.
No.
Still nothing. This isolation room is really strange to talk in. There's an echo. Are you asleep, General Su? General Su, why don't you try cursing a bit? Fighting with the air. Blah blah blah. General Su, why aren't you speaking? Are you still angry with me? Su Ming. I can't be bothered to be angry. She wasn't the first person to hurt him, nor would she be the last. It was nothing special. Everyone feels anger, but he can't keep up with it. He prefers to retaliate on the spot. Lin Zhi'en, hearing Su Ming's response, couldn't help but sit up and observe him secretly. She felt relieved yet worried, as he seemed to be serious. Why are you too lazy to be angry? Can you tell me what you're thinking? Su Ming. Why is she still talking? He had grown up surrounded by insults and curses. No matter how harsh the words were, they no longer stirred any emotions in him. However, he wasn't used to her casual chatter. Jumping from topic to topic, her voice was too lively and hopeful. He really wasn't accustomed to it. He would prefer if she just scolded him. You're very noisy. Lin Zhi'en immediately fell silent. She kept quiet and studied him until she was too tired and fell asleep. While she slept, the people outside were nearly frantic with worry. After enduring a long 24 hours, when the isolation room finally opened and they saw Lin Zhi'en safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
It's good to see you're okay.
This was a mistake on our part, Miss Lin. We sincerely apologize. Lin Zhi'en wasted no time. There are traitors in your prison who want to harm me. The warden. We'll investigate. We will definitely give you an explanation. Everyone surrounded Lin Zhi'en, expressing concern, urging her not to blame them, and then quickly trying to leave. With everyone so anxious, Su Ming felt out of place and tried to leave, but he couldn't. He looked down and saw Lin Zhi'en gripping his shirt. Has the case of General Su been resolved? I won't leave until he does. The warden and others exchanged glances at Su Ming. It seemed he had enchanted Miss Lin. Indeed, she was a captivating presence. Thankfully, she hadn't enchanted them. Su Ming looked at their wary expressions. The warden quickly redirected his gaze from Su Ming. There are no results yet. We will expedite the investigation. You can leave for now to avoid any further incidents. Lin Zhi'en tightened her grip, but shook her head. I only trust General Su to protect me. If he leaves, I will leave too. Su Ming could see Lin Zhi'en's fear, yet she refused to go. Su Ming did not understand and said directly, You go first. No, I want to go with you, she insisted, wanting to move faster. If I leave, you might be bullied or retaliated against, and I can't relax. Lin Zhi'en's voice was very soft, but everyone present had strong mental abilities, and almost everyone could hear her. The prison warden's mouth twitched as he looked at his subordinates, not understanding why Lin Zhi'en had such a strange misconception. A guard stepped forward, looking serious. Miss Lin, you are mistaken. No one would dare to bully or retaliate against General Su. Who would dare to bully Su Ming? They were more afraid of him causing trouble. After all, Su Ming was the terrifying figure who had dealt with the prison king on the first day, who had tried to take advantage of him. The notorious space pirate had gone mad in the end. He didn't die, but was left laughing and screaming, trapped in his own evil deeds, facing retribution. Most of the people serving time were not good individuals, who hadn't done something wrong. Such retribution was scarier than death. Su Ming's name echoed throughout the prison from the first day he arrived. No one dared to provoke him, and he became the invisible leader of the interstellar prison. Even the guards did not dare to mess with him. They just wanted to send him away as soon as possible. Miss Lin had clearly seen how he killed. It must be that Su Ming had confused her, making her think differently. A nine-tailed fox, so terrifying. The guard tried to recall evidence and suddenly had a flash of insight, suppressing his fear to explain. Miss Lin, the blood on General Su was from someone else, not his own.
Huh?
Lin Zhi'en was about to ask for more details when the warden received the latest notice that Su Ming's case had been cleared, and he was to be released immediately. The warden sighed in relief and quickly arranged to send them away. They were relieved, and Lin Zhi'en successfully picked up Su Ming from prison, feeling relieved herself. That's great.
Lin Zhi'en.
The one shouting at Lin Zhi'en was Jing Bufei. The two groups met unexpectedly, but this time Su Ming was released while Jing Bufei was imprisoned. Su Ming was released immediately, and Lin Zhi'en received a verbal warning, while Jing Bufei was sentenced to 25 years, which was still due to insufficient evidence for murder. Otherwise, he could have faced a harsher punishment. He received a 15-year sentence, and he was the first to see Lin Zhi'en. In just one day, their worlds had turned upside down. He hated Lin Zhi'en deeply, while Jing Bufei, besides his anger, recalled their past feelings and still couldn't believe it. And how could you be so cruel?
How could you do this to me?
Have you forgotten our past vows? I even changed my name for you, and this is how you treat me. The whale was emotional, its eyes red, and when it saw Su Ming, it became even more agitated. Jian, I can't believe you've forgotten our feelings. Is he confusing you on purpose to harm me? Lin Zhi'en interrupted. The one who has been confusing and controlling me is you. She stood in front of Su Ming and said, Even now, you still refuse to change. Try to slander him again, and see what happens. The whale's lips trembled as it said, You actually protect this. That's enough. Lin Zhi'en exploded. What era are we in that you still call her A? Don't you know the nine-tailed fox is a creature of good fortune? If you're ignorant, just keep quiet and stop showing off. The nine-tailed fox, a legendary spirit, should be cherished by humans, but it has been harmed by twisted tails. Lin Zhi'en couldn't hold back and share her knowledge about the nine-tailed fox, concluding, The nine-tailed fox has never been a disaster, and neither is Su Ming. Not just the whale, but even the guard was stunned. Lin Zhi'en's fighting spirit was just beginning to rise. He has come this far entirely on his own strength, unlike you, who takes the wrong path and still can't defeat him. You know this, which is why you try so hard to slander him. Whale, you are like a rat in the gutter, unable to face the light, utterly disgusting.
Lin Zhi'en.
The whale felt like it was shattering. She loved him the most. How could she love someone else?
How could she?
With a puff, the whale spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Zhi'en had never seen anyone spit blood before and was startled, but Su Ming steadied her from behind. Thank you, you scared me. I can't believe he spat blood. Su Ming looked down at Lin Zhi'en without speaking. Lin Zhi'en looked up at him, her bright eyes sparkling, and for a moment, they seemed like a beautiful painting. The whale had never realized that Lin Zhi'en could be like this, standing beside Su Ming, perfectly matched. Unable to accept it, the whale became so furious that it fainted. The guard caught the fainting whale and said, Miss Lin, you have offended Miss Ruan. You should find a way to apologize to her. The general's jealousy and tricks shouldn't be played with. He looked at her with malice in his eyes but pretended to be worried and friendly. Miss Ruan is a blessed figure and 90% of the men in the empire are her fans. If you offend her, you will be against the whole world. Even Marshal Qi and Major Feng won't be able to protect you, and you might even affect them. I say this for your own good. If you rush over now and ask Miss Ruan for forgiveness, it might still be possible. Lin Zhi'en's eyes turned cold. She had read the novel and knew Ruan Yijiao's influence. Anyone who upset her would have others solve their problems just to win her favor. Begging? Absolutely not. He seemed helpless, almost looking at her like she was foolish. Then you might face ridicule from everyone and even danger. He sighed, with your attitude, I can't even help you. He said this on purpose, hoping Lin Zhi'en would come to him for help, but she needed to show some sincerity. He glanced at Lin Zhi'en. While she wasn't stunning at first glance, she became more attractive the longer you looked. She was sweet and had a good figure. If she served him well, he wouldn't mind speaking up for her. He imagined Lin Zhi'en flattering him, and his artificial eye began to take on a more inappropriate look. However, he remembered the pain from the last time and learned his lesson, speaking carefully and controlling his gaze. But deep down, he was determined to make Lin Zhi'en pay for the pain he felt. Lin Zhi'en didn't see his gaze, but felt uncomfortable. She was even more speechless at his words. He was just a sycophant who didn't rank with Ruan Yijiao, so where did he get his confidence? No need. You should speak well for yourself, since you'll be in prison for 15 years. He couldn't hide his dark expression, and his subordinate unconsciously tightened his grip, waking up Jing Bufei. Lin Zhi'en, I want to end our matching relationship and change my name back. Jing Bufei, covered in blood, spoke slowly, his eyes red, staring at Lin Zhi'en, waiting for her to be scared and regretful. Lin Zhi'en chuckled, you think I want to? She was about to say she wanted to end the matching relationship when she suddenly received a message from the matching center. Miss Lin Zhi'en, if you do not register 6 matching partners within 3 months, the matching center will automatically assign you. Lin Zhi'en's eyes widened. The crisis was right in front of her. So, she had to find 6 matching partners within 3 months? The allocation of the gene pool is full of uncertainty, and it is required to go to the nurturing center to conceive a child. It's not that she is forced to give birth herself. In the interstellar era, there are technologies that allow for development outside the. This step was skipped before because Wolf Chi and the others did not have fertility value. This gives the matched person a glimmer of hope, even though the success rate is very low. However, Lin Zhi'en's good fertility condition means that if the other party has even a little fertility value, it could lead to success, allowing her to become a mother. She is still a recent college graduate and not ready to be a mom. With that thought, Lin Zhi'en's words changed. Do you think you can solve everything just by wanting to? That's a joke. If you want to break the match, you need to show some sincerity. Jing Bufei is serving his sentence, so he won't bother her anymore, which is good because it allows him to take up a matching position. Finding 2 is easier than finding 3.
You.
Jing Bufei was taken aback, feeling frustrated with her, but also realizing that she couldn't forget him, which is why she was reluctant to break the match. If he forcibly breaks the match, he won't be eligible to match with anyone else. Although Lin Zhi'en cannot give birth, she can at least purify mental pollution. He doesn't want to become like his father, half human and half beast, suffering endlessly. Thinking of this, Jing Bufei suddenly became rational. Zhi'en, I won't change my name. I was just being jealous and saying foolish things. You. He thought about how to win Lin Zhi'en back, but while he was lost in his thoughts, she had already moved on.
Marshal Qi.
She received a video call from Wolf Qi. Although Wolf Qi had cleaned up, it was clear he was still on the battlefield, with bloodstains not fully wiped from his jaw. When the video connected, Wolf Qi quickly scanned Lin Zhi'en. Are you hurt? Sorry, I just got off the battlefield and saw your message.
I'm fine.
What about you, Marshal? You have blood on your face and body. Lin Zhi'en observed Wolf Qi closely, and he seemed a bit uncomfortable with her concern and gaze. I'm okay. It's just the blood of the insect species. Do you need me to rush back? No need. It's all taken care of.
General Shushabme.
Lin Zhi'en said excitedly. I also brought General Su out. Once on the spaceship, Lin Zhi'en removed the privacy filter so Wolf Qi could see Su Ming.
Look, General Shu. Su Ming was surprised by Lin Zhi'en's sudden action.
Upon seeing Wolf Qi, he quickly sat up straight. Marshal Qi, General Su. Lin Zhi'en spoke up for Su Ming. The people in the prison are targeting General Su. Su Ming replied that that's not true. Wolf Qi smiled and said, Miss Lin, they probably aren't lying. No one can bully General Su. It's always him who bullies others. Because Su Ming was so beautiful and slender and had been framed before, Lin Zhi'en instinctively thought he was being bullied, forgetting his terrifying abilities. I was wrong to think that, but there are definitely issues in the prison, Lin Zhi'en said, mentioning that someone had leaked her information. Wolf Qi's expression darkened for a moment.
I will get to the bottom of this. Good.
When will you be back, Marshal? Your current situation on the front lines is a bit dangerous. It would be best to take some time to come back and reassure everyone. Wolf Qi paused, recalling what his spirit, the snow wolf, had said about wanting to be held. He cleared his throat. The front lines are still fighting, so I can't return for now. Please be careful and don't get hurt.
Wolf Qi looked at Lin Zhi'en, somewhat distracted.
Lin Zhi'en's bright, clear eyes and her warm, caring words felt strange to him. He was used to the battlefield, accustomed to danger, and used to caring for others, but no one had ever given him such thoughtful advice or waited to celebrate his safe return. Usually, he was the one celebrating others' safe returns. After ending the video call, he had little time to sort out his feelings and threw himself back into the battle. This time, however, it felt different. Su Ming listened to their entire conversation and closed his eyes without a care. Everyone in the world treated Marshal Wolf Qi differently, so it was normal for her to be more concerned about him. Seeing Su Ming resting with his eyes closed, Lin Zhi'en didn't disturb him and took out her device to search. How many people have a fertility value of 0? Precautions for finding new matches. She needed to find a suitable candidate within 3 months, go directly to register, and manage the risks herself. Ideally, it would be someone without fertility. Su Ming opened his eyes midway because Lin Zhi'en forgot to click on privacy mode, and the search results flashed before him. She planned to find a new match? Why was she specifically protecting him? Was she afraid he would seek revenge? When Lin Zhi'en returned to the villa, Marshal Qi's promise was fulfilled. The mole in the prison was uncovered. It was a high-ranking prison official. He was a crazed admirer of Ruan Yijiao and, upon learning that she no longer accepted them because of Lin Zhi'en, vowed to make Lin Zhi'en pay. He used his position to find 3 people, all of whom either hated or were obsessively in love with women, to the point of wanting to consume them, while the tentacle man acted even faster. When the marshal arrived, the prison guard was already dead, and the body was almost digested. The investigation revealed that the guard had found an uncontrollable man for Lin Zhi'en, who mistakenly thought he was a woman, leading to his demise. The guard's spirit was toxic, and in the end, the uncontrollable man also died from the poison, resulting in 2 deaths. The guards' colleagues, experienced as they were, couldn't help but upon seeing the body. "It must be Su," one started to say, but stopped, fear in their eyes. "The devil. He is a devil." At the same time, the devil, Su Ming, was unable to escape Lin Zhi'en's grasp. "Wait until I finish your treatment before you go back. I've already treated Major Feng, and I can help you too." Lin Zhi'en explained what traditional Chinese medicine is, including the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Compared to Feng Chengfeng, Su Ming was more cooperative and didn't put on a show. Even when she took his pulse, he showed little reaction, his heartbeat steady. However, Lin Zhi'en had limited experience. She sensed something was wrong with his pulse, but could only proceed step by step. "Your pulse indicates iron deficiency and excess heat. We can use herbal medicine along with acupuncture and massage to adjust it." Lin Zhi'en briefly explained the principle, feeling more confident because Su Ming was cooperating. "I'll try acupuncture on you today. Please remove your shirt." This would also allow her to check for any injuries. Su Ming looked up. "Take off my shirt?" Lin Zhi'en quickly clarified, "Yes, just the upper body." The stainless steel needles she had ordered arrived just in time. Su Ming glanced at the needle in her hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It seemed she had found a new way to torment him. However, if she wanted him to suffer, the needle seemed too short and small. Lin Zhi'en prepared the needle and noticed Su Ming still standing still, so she stepped closer. "Trust me, it won't hurt, it will just feel a bit sore." Su Ming looked into Lin Zhi'en's eyes. He hadn't planned to use his fox charm on her, but he needed to break free from her unusual attachment quickly. By amplifying her true desires, he could leave sooner. "All right," Su Ming replied, staring intently into Lin Zhi'en's eyes, slowly placing his hand on his button. Lin Zhi'en momentarily lost focus, noticing he struggled to unbutton his shirt. She pursed her lips. "You say yes, but you can't even unbutton one. Don't you know you should cooperate with the doctor? Why is a grown man being shy? Do you need me to help you take it off?" Su Ming's eyes showed confusion as he tilted his head. A good-looking person tilting their head only added to their charm. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Lin Zhi'en avoided a fall and stood firm, but found herself leaning against the chest of the person she had just touched. She paused, not yet able to step back, when a familiar bird call suddenly rang out from outside the window. "They're hugging each other so openly. My eyes are offended." Lin Zhi'en quickly stepped back and turned to see Fong Chengfeng peeking in. His bright red hair was still noticeable, but his expression changed to one of displeasure upon seeing the scene inside. What an eyesore. He looked at the two with lingering blushes on their faces. "I worried for nothing about General Su. If they are so eager to purify, their bodies must be in great shape. I won't disturb you. Please continue."
"Wait,"
Lin Zhi'en hurriedly explained. "Major Fong, you misunderstood. I was just treating him." "Treating him?" Fong Chengfeng jumped onto the windowsill, looking down at Lin Zhi'en. "Your treatment is quite unique. First, you held my hand, and now you're hugging without clothes." He scoffed. "You really don't need to pretend it's treatment. Just say it's purification." Lin Zhi'en sighed. "This situation does look misleading, but I was just about to give him an injection. It was an accident that I almost fell, and he helped me." She pointed to the prepared needle nearby. "Evidence." Fong Chengfeng chuckled. "You two are a matched pair. Purification is only natural. No need to explain to me." Lin Zhi'en felt a bit annoyed. "You're right, Major Feng. I shouldn't have to explain to you, since it doesn't matter anyway. You've always doubted my professionalism and spread rumors, which is why I ran away last time. Would I still have a clean slate if I didn't run?" Fong Chengfeng thought to himself, then asked, "Just because I ran away after you rejected me, you went for him? You really switched targets quickly. Is anyone fine for you?" Lin Zhi'en replied, "That's a strange thing to say. You're both my matched pairs. I need to check on both of you." Fong Chengfeng instinctively touched his clothes. "Do I need to take mine off too?" Lin Zhi'en remained silent, and Fong Chengfeng touched his nose before jumping down from the windowsill. "Mind if I watch how you treat him?" Feel free to watch. Just don't interrupt or say anything inappropriate. Once you're sure, don't leave. Let me see your situation. Chengfeng paused and glanced at Su Ming. Are we really going to continue with the hand-holding and? Su Ming showed no particular reaction to his gaze, while Lin Zhi'en corrected him. It's just checking his pulse. If you don't want to undress, then no injection. Chengfeng started to say something nonsensical, but he didn't know how to twist her words about, so he decided to let it go for now. She thought Chengfeng would be satisfied, but unexpectedly, his expression turned sour. Especially when she started to insert the needles, his look of disapproval became even stronger. Are you just going to keep touching around and then finally stick in one needle? He clicked his tongue and turned away, refusing to look. However, his spirit companion, the North Vermilion bird, stood on his shoulder, using its wings to cover its eyes while sneaking a peek. Lin Zhi'en. The North Vermilion bird is still adorable. General Su, don't listen to him. I'm just confirming the acupoints, not taking advantage of you. The earlier incident was an accident. You're not in pain now, right? Just a feeling of soreness, correct?
Yes.
Su Ming tightened and then relaxed his hand. Since it was her first time, Lin Zhi'en didn't dare to insert too many needles. Wait half an hour to remove the needles. Lin Zhi'en wiped the sweat from her nervousness and then looked at Chengfeng. Do you want to look now or later?
Now.
Chengfeng skillfully reached out, and the North Vermilion bird flew aside to observe closely. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but gently touch it. Why are you so cute? Chengfeng suddenly looked up at Lin Zhi'en. Why are you touching people randomly? Touching hands was one thing, but now she had touched from his head down to his back. Even his rear. Lin Zhi'en was confused. I didn't touch you. I was touching the North Vermilion bird. Fong. It's cute. You're not cute. Chengfeng's face turned a bit red, and just as he was about to say something, the North Vermilion bird suddenly flew to his head. Master, I was touched. The master was touched all over. The master's innocence is gone. Lin Zhi'en laughed at the flapping North Vermilion bird. Hands. This lively bird had a surprising way of speaking. It cared about its innocence, just like its master. Next time, she would catch it and give it a good petting to see if it would accuse her of being inappropriate. Lin Zhi'en's eyes sparkled with mischief. Chengfeng watched as Lin Zhi'en finished touching and boldly continued to reach for his hand, looking mischievous, completely shocked. You. All right, be a little cooperative. Lin Zhi'en pressed his trembling hand down to check his pulse. She felt carefully and then spoke again, puzzled. Why is your heartbeat still so fast? Chengfeng didn't know if Lin Zhi'en was pretending to be clueless or if she was doing it on purpose. It's all because of you. Touching me. What did I do?
You.
Su Ming chimed in. General Feng, you've been shocked too. He stated it as a fact. Lin Zhi'en and Chengfeng turned to look at him together. Su Ming, with no expression, said to Lin Zhi'en, You're leaking electricity. I'm leaking electricity again? Lin Zhi'en quickly let go of Chengfeng's wrist. Chengfeng looked confused and asked, What do you mean by leaking electricity? Lin Zhi'en became excited. I'm leaking electricity. I might have accidentally awakened lightning powers, just like your fire powers, but I can't control it well yet, so there's a bit of leakage. I shocked Su Ming before, and just now I accidentally shocked you too. She glanced at Zhu Beijue. Your spirit might have been shocked a little too. Chengfeng said, I see. No wonder when she touched him earlier, he felt all tingly and his heart raced uncontrollably. It was because she shocked him. You need to learn to control it quickly, or you'll keep shocking people. Lin Zhi'en eagerly asked him for advice on how to control his fire powers. Chengfeng was distracted and didn't have time to question her about touching him. They exchanged lively conversation, and in front of Chengfeng, Lin Zhi'en felt relaxed, as if she were facing a capable peer. Su Ming remained silent, as if he were an outsider. Lin Zhi'en relaxed and thought about her task to find a match within 3 months, so she couldn't help but ask indirectly. Fong Major, among the people you know, are there more matches or more who aren't? Chengfeng looked wary. Why do you want to know? Are you planning to target them? Touching him wasn't enough. Now she wanted to harm his friends and comrades. Seeing Fong Chengfeng's guarded expression, Lin Zhi'en sighed. I received a notice from the matching center today. If I don't register enough matches within 3 months, they will automatically match me. I thought I couldn't always be so lucky to match with people as easy to get along with as you, so I figured I should find my own, but I don't know many people. Upon hearing the first sentence, Fong Chengfeng's face darkened. After the second sentence, he looked a bit proud, as if to say she had good taste. However, his tone was still not pleasant. So you're just looking for me? 6 people is too many. I think so too, Lin Zhi'en nodded. And finding them all in 3 months is too hard. Fong Chengfeng relaxed his brow. I thought you were eager to find them all, but it's not right for you to look for me. Having comrades or friends as her matches. That felt too awkward. Lin Zhi'en was just testing the waters, and since Fong Chengfeng said it wasn't right, she decided not to bring it up again. Just then, it was time for the needle to be removed, so Lin Zhi'en went to take it out for Su Ming. As she approached, before she could say anything, Su Ming spoke first. I don't have friends. Lin Zhi'en paused for a moment before responding. I understand now. I'll find a way myself or ask Marshal Chief Fong. Chengfeng frowned, thinking that neither option seemed reliable. Weren't you saying your connections are limited? If the people you find aren't suitable, it could cause trouble. As for Marshal Chi, he's on the front lines. Asking him for this kind of help might distract him. What do you need from me? A familiar yet strange voice took over Fong Chengfeng's words. Lin Zhi'en turned around to see a tall figure. With familiar silver hair, amber eyes, and a black military uniform, it was Marshal Lang Chi in person. He had an even more imposing presence than in the videos. Perhaps because he had just returned from the battlefield, he seemed colder and more authoritative, exuding an undeniable aura of power that commanded respect. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's surprised expression, Lang Chi approached. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? With his smile, some of the coldness and authority faded away. The combination of authority and gentleness in him felt perfectly natural. Lin Zhi'en stood up, a bit nervous. Of course I recognize you. I was just surprised. You said you couldn't come back. I got special permission. Since he was on a video call with someone nearby, Lin Zhi'en's suggestion for him to return had spread. It was rare for Lin Zhi'en to need to calm him down. The military personnel and his subordinates were even more excited, practically carrying him back on a spaceship. Lang Chi looked at Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming. General Su, Major Fong. Marshal.
Marshal Qi.
Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming stood straight and saluted. You don't need to be so formal at home. Please sit. Yes, sir. They sat down, still sitting straight. Lin Zhi'en quickly followed suit. During the video call, Lang Chi's gentleness had given her the courage to speak up, but seeing him in person made her shy again. After all, he was the marshal of the empire. The highest leader she had met before was her university president. Lang Chi chuckled at the sight of the 3 sitting so stiffly. He could tell that besides Fong Chengfeng, Su Ming was tense, while Lin Zhi'en was not only tense but also nervous. Lang Chi saw through it, but chose not to mention it, speaking gently instead. As Lin Zhi'en watched Lang Chi chat warmly with them, it felt like a breath of fresh air, and she gradually relaxed. Even Su Ming eased up. This was Lang Chi. He had that kind of charm that inspired trust and admiration. On the battlefield, he was decisive and fierce, but in everyday life, he was gentle, polite, and humorous, which is why he had become everyone's hero and idol. Miss Lin, earlier Chengfeng said that finding me would affect you. Don't take it to heart. I am your matchmaker and guardian. You can come to me for anything, as long as you don't mind if I can't reply right away. How could I mind? Lin Zhi'en hurriedly replied. Marshal Chi, you don't have to keep calling me Miss Lin. Just call me by my name or Zhi'en. Okay, Zhi'en. Then you don't need to use you either.
All right.
Wolf Chi looked at Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming. You both can come to me if you need anything. Both responded obediently. Previously, Su Ming was in a difficult situation, but Wolf Chi always admired him and had even supported him a few times. Wolf Chi's position in the military was different, and under his influence, Su Ming managed to avoid being overshadowed by others and climbed to the rank of general through his achievements. Su Ming held great respect for Wolf Qi, just like many other soldiers. In front of Wolf Qi, Su Ming's usual indifference and laziness would disappear. Wolf Qi turned to Lin Zhi'en. So, what did you want to discuss earlier? Lin Zhi'en hesitated. It's about the matchmaker. The matching center sent a message. Fong Chengfeng couldn't help but comment. Marshal Qi, she asked me to help them keep an eye out. Does that make sense? Finding a match for oneself is like picking male models for your wife. Not just picking, but also evaluating them and ultimately letting them join their big family. Fong Chengfeng thought back and even suspected that Lin Zhi'en had touched him on purpose, wanting him to become like other men who lose all strength and resistance when a woman touches them, making them serve her. Fortunately, he wasn't like them. A little purification wouldn't lead him to uncontrollably fall in love with her. Lin Zhi'en realized this and her face turned red. I was just saying that casually. The marshal doesn't need to take it seriously. Fong Chengfeng was about to say that Marshal Qi was definitely not an ordinary man and wouldn't be swayed by Lin Zhi'en. Unexpectedly, Wolf Qi said, but this matter does need to be resolved. I will take a look and carefully select. Lin Zhi'en breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes brightened. The people chosen by Wolf Qi would surely be good, but she didn't dare to agree immediately and secretly glanced at Fong Chengfeng. Fong Chengfeng didn't expect Wolf Qi to agree. He looked surprised. What did you do to the marshal? Lin Zhi'en was confused. What could I do? Wolf Qi chuckled and explained to Fong Chengfeng, there are issues with the people matched from the gene pool. This is a hassle for us. It's not just for Miss Lin, but also for our benefit. Fong Chengfeng sighed in relief. Fortunately. Fortunately, Lin Zhi'en didn't succeed, and the marshal hasn't developed a crush on her. What do you mean? Lin Zhi'en felt confused. Nothing. Marshal Qi is right, Fong Chengfeng said, looking a bit displeased. I didn't expect the marshal to be so responsible. Lang Qi smiled. That's what I should do. He seemed unaware of the unusual tone in Fong Chengfeng's words. Fong Chengfeng hesitated and finally decided to leave. He didn't understand their world, so he slipped away. Bei's Hook seemed a bit anxious. Master, are we just going to let our innocence go? Fool. Fong Chengfeng patted its head. If I really pursued it, I would be giving her what she wants. What if she says she will take responsibility? He wouldn't fall for that trick. Bei's Hook suddenly understood. Master is so smart. Fong Chengfeng snorted, pretending to be clueless. He wouldn't ask, denying her the chance to take responsibility. Su Ming followed closely behind to say goodbye. This matter had nothing to do with him. When only the two of them were left in the villa, Lin Zhi'en, who had initially relaxed, couldn't help but feel tense again. Lang Qi naturally continued the previous topic. Zhi'en, do you have any preferences for the appearance, height, profession, or spirit of a match? Lin Zhi'en shook her head. Let me mention a few points, and you can add anything you want. First, character, ability, emotional intelligence, and no history of genetic or mental illnesses. It's best to have high fertility value and score well on the Good Father test as basic requirements. What do you think? The Good Father test is something every male must pass before being matched. If they don't study well and fail, they lose their chance to be matched. The higher the score, the more popular they are. Lin Zhi'en envied the system. I don't need a high fertility value. I want it to be low, the lower the better. She forced herself to add, I'm not interested in deep connections. I just want a partnership. Lang Qi looked thoughtful. I see. But why only a partnership? Is it because of Jing Bufei? Lin Zhi'en was grateful to Lang Qi for finding the perfect reason for her change of heart and nodded affirmatively. The marshal guessed correctly. She sighed, looking like someone who had been hurt by love and locked her heart away. I know this request is difficult for the marshal, but don't worry, I will improve my medical skills to make up for it. Lang Qi didn't press further. All right, you can think more calmly about the fertility value. After all, Lin Zhi'en had previously wanted children.
Lin Zhi'en chuckled softly. Don't worry, Marshal.
I've thought this through. I didn't understand before that having a child is more than just the act itself. I wasn't ready to be a mother, and just followed the crowd. Now I see things clearly. Langi was a bit surprised this time. Your thoughts show that you have a sense of responsibility. Everyone wants to have children, but no one talks about how to be a good parent. The tests for being a good father have turned into a part of education. I'll remember your request, and will choose carefully. Lin Zhi'en felt touched and a bit guilty seeing how serious Langi was about her situation. While doing this, Langi would surely face curious and even strange looks from others. Thank you, I don't feel burdened, Langi said gently. We have a significant age difference, so you can think of me as a family member you can rely on, like an older brother or an uncle.
Lin Zhi'en replied, Uncle?
That's quite a stretch. We do have an age gap. Langi noticed her expression and quickly changed his words. Uncle really isn't suitable. Although he said he would change his words, Lin Zhi'en realized that Langi saw her as a younger person. That works too. As a single mother, she couldn't handle multiple relationships at once. Among the 3 potential matches she had met, Langi treated her as a junior. Chengfeng was wary of her, and Su Ming had no desires or deep interest in her. She felt safe and didn't have to worry about her secrets being revealed. Thank you, Marshall. I was just desperate for help. You're welcome. Don't be nervous. You have 3 months. You'll definitely find someone suitable. Lin nodded. Yes, I'm not in a hurry. I'll start by helping you both feel better. Great, then I'll rely on you. It's getting late, so please rest well. Can we start tomorrow? Not a problem. Let's do it tomorrow.
You should also get some rest.
Lin Zhi'en's use of you slipped out again. Langi paused but didn't say anything this time and stood up to leave. After listening for a long time in the mental realm, the snow wolf couldn't help but appear. Majestic and impressive, with sharp teeth and pure white fur that gleamed, it looked even more striking than in the photos. Lin Zhi'en's eyes sparkled as she switched to fan mode.
So tall, so handsome.
The snow wolf, noticing her gaze, said modestly, Madam, thank you for purifying for the master. I'll express my gratitude with a hug, but it can't take too long. Before it could finish, Lin Zhi'en had already leaped into its embrace. Thank you,
So soft, so soft.
So happy and complete. Lin Zhi'en did notice that Langi tightened his grip, and even someone who usually remained calm showed a slight shake. From his cheeks to the base of his ears to his neck, he turned red like flowers blooming. The snow wolf noticed Langi's somewhat awkward posture and thought, Master, you really don't look like yourself right now. Before it could steady itself, it couldn't help but let out a couple of happy sounds and wag its tail. Lin Zhi'en was too focused on the snow wolf to notice Langi's departure, lost in the moment. She rubbed here and touched there, nuzzling its cheeks and kissing its ears, feeling blissful in the snow wolf's embrace. It felt so good to hold, so healing. At first, the snow wolf maintained a proud stance, but before it knew it, it had rolled onto the carpet with Lin Zhi'en. Having spent years with Langi on the battlefield, dealing with pests and surrounded by smelly men, it was the first time it had been hugged by a sweet, soft, and gentle girl, and the snow wolf lost itself in joy. It experienced a rare moment of relaxation and happiness, completely forgetting about its master. Snow wolf, snow wolf. When Langi's voice, filled with suppressed anger, echoed in the snow wolf's mind, it finally remembered its master.
Master. Master. You.
Langi had just started to speak when Lin Zhi'en climbed onto his back, causing him to pause. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Ask Zhi'en if she knows about our shared feelings. Or you can just say it directly now, otherwise it will be harder to explain later. He was worried he might come off as an inappropriate uncle. Langi hesitated. Does the lady not know? But master, you've been held for so long and felt so happy. I haven't. For the first time, Langi's words lost their credibility due to his unsteady voice. Master, don't try to fool me. Your body is getting warm. Be quiet. Langi quickly interrupted to prevent the snow wolf from saying something it shouldn't. The snow wolf felt wronged. Its master had only known about fighting pests before. It was rare to be so close to a girl and have a man's reaction, and it was initially happy for its master, but now he was scolding it. All these years of companionship and time have been wasted. Langi rubbed his forehead, realizing for the first time that the snow wolf also had a childish and unreliable side. Snow wolf, don't waste this opportunity. You must tell her about our shared feelings. You don't want to be disliked, do you? The tone of Wolf Chi made the snow wolf hesitate to argue. He turned his head to look at Lin Zhi'en, who was lying on his back. Okay, but master, it seems like the lady is about to fall asleep. Should I tell her tomorrow instead? Wolf Chi also sensed that the breathing on his neck had become calmer. All right then, tomorrow. He paused. Why do you still call the lady? Both you and she have embraced each other, so what else should I call her? The snow wolf replied confidently. Besides, I really like her, so master, you should take responsibility for her. The lady's spirit form is also very cute. It's a black cat, but she doesn't let anyone touch her. Wolf Chi said, that's because you are close to her. There's too much of an age difference between us, so you shouldn't call her that. She's still young, and if you all call her that, it might affect her judgment. More importantly, his mental pollution level was currently so high, and the battlefield was ever-changing. Perhaps one day he might collapse mentally and lose his reason. And she was still so young, like a rising sun. Listening to Wolf Chi's advice, the snow wolf yawned. Master, I feel so comfortable right now. I want to sleep too.
Yawn.
Wolf Chi was taken aback. The snow wolf also found it hard to sleep, let alone wanting to sleep on its own. Yet it fell asleep. Both Lin Zhi'en and the snow wolf drifted off, leaving only Wolf Chi awake. The air was still warm, and to distract himself, Wolf Chi began selecting suitable candidates for Lin Zhi'en. He worked until midnight, sending the list to Bien Suji's mind for him to check for any major issues in order. Receiving the list at midnight, Bien Su was surprised. Although he was a marshal and guardian, wasn't he being a bit too responsible? Lin Zhi'en was unaware of everything Wolf Chi was doing. She slept soundly through the night and woke up the next morning to find the snow wolf gone. Instead, there was a soft blanket made from snow wolf fur, which was very comfortable, though not quite like the snow wolf itself. In a good mood, Lin opened the window. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a car crashed into the villa's outer wall. After being forced to stop, a half-beast man with red eyes charged toward her. Lin Zhi'en, you killed my family.
D.
The man's spirit form was a bat, and his half-beast appearance was terrifying and disgusting, filled with madness. Lin Zhi'en turned to run, but someone was faster. Hanzhou, one of the guards sent by Marshal Qi, leaped up and kicked the Batman away. Bien Su quickly joined in. Hanzhou took the lead while Bien Su supported him, and they worked together seamlessly, their spirit forms coordinating perfectly. Lin Zhi'en then realized that their spiritual forms were actually a border collie and a German shepherd. The black German shepherd was tall and strong, resembling a wolf, with an impressive and alert appearance. The black and white border collie had a full forehead, was taller than the usual border collies, and had a soft, thick double coat filled with wisdom in its eyes. Lin Zhi'en felt as if she were looking at a well-equipped working dog. The border collie's owner, Bien Su, was still wearing a white vest with gray-white hair that was longer than hers, neatly tied back. Bien Su always dressed like a typical workplace gentleman, but when he rolled up his sleeves, his muscular arms and legs exuded a sense of strength and danger. Though Bien Su rarely took action, when he did, it was decisive. On the other hand, the German shepherd's owner, Hanzhou, had black hair and a strong, handsome face, dressed in a black vest. Despite both wearing vintage vests, they gave off very different vibes. Watching Hanzhou in action was like enjoying a thrilling martial arts film. Lin Zhi'en thought of the phrase, suit-wearing fighter. In an instant, the bat-like man was subdued. Bien Su stepped forward and asked Miss Lin, "Did we scare you?" "Not really, thank you. This is what we should do." Lin Zhi'en quickly noticed something unusual about the villa. There was a car accident early this morning, but it has been taken care of. "Thank you, Colonel Bien, Colonel Han. You both are injured. You should take care of your wounds first." Upon hearing this, Bian Su touched his face, revealing a small cut on his cheek, while Hanzhou had a minor injury on his hand. They were small wounds that they usually wouldn't pay attention to or treat, as they would heal on their own. "It's just a small injury," Bian Su started to speak, but Lin Zhi'en interrupted. "Even small injuries need attention." This was Lin Zhi'en's first close encounter with Hanzhou, and she could vaguely see his well-developed chest muscles and strong arms and legs. After just having fought, he was slightly sweaty and had a hint of blood on him. Although she always knew Hanzhou was tall, seeing him up close made it even more apparent. She wasn't afraid. It was just a rare sight.
"Let's
apply some medicine first." Hanzhou, tall and strong, was surprisingly obedient, sitting down and allowing her to treat his wounds without moving. His German shepherd sat beside him, looking up at Lin Zhi'en, its tail wagging gently. It was a beautiful scene that Bian Su observed. Despite the significant size difference between the two, they appeared remarkably harmonious.
Captain Bian."
Lin Zhi'en did not neglect to speak to Bian Su. Unlike Hanzhou, who remained silent, Bian Su looked at Lin Zhi'en's curled eyelashes and jokingly thanked her. "If Marshal Qi knew that Miss Lin personally applied medicine for us, he would be jealous." "Really? I'm more worried that he would feel sorry for his people getting hurt because of me." Lin Zhi'en smiled. "By the way, where is the Marshal? Why did that person just say I caused his whole family to die?" "The Marshal returned to the front line late last night." Lin Zhi'en was surprised. "He just came back last night and now he's gone again? I haven't even had a chance to comfort him."
She paused.
"Does this have to do with the accusation against me?" "Yes, the front line was breached by the insect tribe, and when the news arrived, the Marshal immediately returned. He just didn't want us to disturb you." Bian Su explained without holding back. "After the news of the breach spread, someone suddenly shifted the topic to you, claiming that you insisted on having the Marshal return, and that his absence led to the insect tribe breaking through the defenses." Lin Zhi'en's expression turned serious. No wonder the Batman said she was responsible for deaths. "What is the situation with casualties?" "So far, over 500 people have died, and the number of injured has not yet been counted, but the predictions are grim."
Bian Su said.
"We have already contacted someone to handle the public opinion issue, but there are some people behind the scenes stirring things up, and it hasn't been resolved yet. Don't worry, we will find out who is behind this soon." After being deliberately misled, Lin Zhi'en became the scapegoat, and the entire internet was attacking her. Those who lost loved ones or suffered from insect tribe attacks directed their anger at Lin Zhi'en. Overnight, Lin Zhi'en became the target of public outrage. This issue began to escalate in the early hours, and by morning, it seemed as if Lin Zhi'en was leading the insect tribe herself, with everyone on the internet condemning her. Lin Zhi'en's address was leaked, which led to the Batman's attack. In addition to her address being exposed, her photos were also revealed. The romantic account she created during her amnesia was hacked, and without any photos of Jing Bufei, people automatically assumed it was her overly affectionate feelings for the Marshal. Under the guidance of those with ill intentions, the comments and private messages were filled with insults directed at her. "Because you wanted to purify your relationship with the Marshal and brought him back from the front line, so many people died. Lin Zhi'en, why don't you just go die?" The situation escalated from there, with more vicious words and insults appearing frequently. Even though some comments were quickly removed for being offensive to women, they continued to resurface. "Is this really the time to purify things? Do you really think men can't live without men? You can't live without men? You can come to me. I can help you. Why do you have to hurt others like this? She is a precious woman, and insulting women will have legal consequences. I'll say it even if I go to jail. She is the one causing harm. Go away, Lin Zhi'en." "Huh. Let's see if she can hold us accountable. There are so many of us. Can she really come after all of us?" Some people are naturally rebellious and get more excited the more they talk. Some even created a memorial photo for Lin Zhi'en. The frenzy online amplified the darkness in some people's hearts, especially those who are mentally distressed, deciding to have one last celebration. "I have the address. I'm going to confront her now. Let's see who will hold me accountable. I don't care. I'm already mentally exhausted." Ha. Once this comment appeared, many people liked it, and others joined in. Instead of dying quietly, let's go out with A. We can rid society of harm and experience deep purification. At this point, the comments spiraled out of control. Well done. I fully support this. I've never interacted with a woman. Can we do a live stream? I want to stream too. I also want to see women since I never get the chance. It might get banned, but we can stream secretly. Feeling pumped up, I can't wait for what's next. The mentally distressed men were just talking big, not expecting to receive so much support, feeling like heroes. In a moment of excitement, one of them took action and even posted a photo of himself getting into a car. His departure encouraged more people to take action.
More and more people joined in.
When Lin Zhi'en saw the latest comments, it seemed like 7 or 8 people had posted photos of themselves heading out, all targeting her. Having witnessed online harassment before, she knew that people often said to just be strong, but only those who experienced it understood how terrifying it could be. These people were not just online bullies. They were on their way to retaliate against her. Lin Zhi'en had never faced anything like this before and felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively looked out the window. Are they coming? The malicious intent from all directions was chilling. At that moment, she suddenly felt warmth at her feet. Looking down, she saw her dog. Miss Lin, don't pay attention to those comments online. They are not true, said Bien Su as the dog covered its ears with its paws, shaking its head. Lin then looked at her dog, and her tense nerves relaxed a bit. Yes, she had Bien Su and Hanzhou. They would protect her. Bien Su and Hanzhou are both colonels with real military achievements. If the marshal has chosen to protect her, those people will surely be able to stop anyone. She gently patted Bien Mu's head and said, good. Lin Zhi'en calmed her thoughts and said, I don't know the situation at the front line. Is it my fault?
No, Bien Su replied firmly.
A message alert sounded, and it was from Langi. Zhi'en, don't pay attention to online comments. The bug invasion at the front has nothing to do with you. I'm back on the battlefield, and the problem will be resolved soon. Lin Zhi'en decided to follow the advice. Just as she was about to turn off her smart device, she suddenly saw the latest comments. Matching with someone like Lin Zhi'en is really bad luck for the marshal. What a pity the marshal doesn't have a fertility value. Otherwise, matching with Miss Ruan would make him happy. Miss Ruan would only support him. Yes, it's a shame. The only person Miss Ruan cares about is Marshal Qi. Lin Zhi'en remembered what he had said before. In the novel, the endless targeting that upset Ruan Yijiao was always brought up, even after death. They say women are precious, yet some are still forced into desperate situations. This latest targeting seemed strange. Besides Ruan Yijiao's admirers, she couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Zhi'en turned to Bien Su and asked, Colonel Bien, did Ruan Yijiao know the marshal before? Bien Su's eyes flickered. Why do you suddenly ask, Miss Lin? Just tell me if she knew him. Bien Su appeared thoughtful. Could this be related to Miss Ruan? It's not about her, but it might involve her admirers. Bien Su quickly contacted someone to investigate. After finishing, he cautiously replied to Lin Zhi'en, Miss Ruan does know the marshal. He saved her once a long time ago. The marshal saved Miss Ruan? Yes, Bien Su nodded and added, the marshal has saved many people. He subtly tried to distance the marshal from the situation. However, it didn't help much, as Lin Zhi'en said, Ruan Yijiao confessed to the marshal before, right? Just before her fertility value was tested. Bien Su paused for a moment. I'm not sure about that. I need to confirm with the marshal personally. All I know is that the marshal and Miss Ruan haven't been in contact for nearly 10 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi'en felt more certain. Langi was Ruan Yijiao's mysterious first love, making the male leads jealous and strengthening their relationships. The novel never mentioned the name of the first love, but after seeing the comments, Lin Zhi'en recalled that Ruan Yijiao's account initially only followed her first love. Everything makes sense after all. This is Marshal Qi, a national idol. Thinking of the descriptions in novels about seeing a first love, Lin Zhi'en reasonably suspects that Langi's claim of treating him like family and an uncle might mean he actually likes Ruan Yijiao. Is it just because his fertility value is 0 that they didn't end up together and no longer discuss feelings? She should ask him when she gets the chance. Lin Zhi'en silently tells herself, even if Langi ends up on Ruan Yijiao's side, she mustn't feel sad. She can find a way to solve her problems on her own. Meanwhile, in the interstellar prison, inmates can still watch interstellar news. When Whale Bufei saw the related news, he simply said 2 words, karma. He sneered, knowing it would turn out this way. Lin Zhi'en probably can't hold on much longer. After all, no one can bear such a heavy responsibility. Daring to offend Miss Ruan is like asking for death. By tomorrow or tonight, she'll be so scared she'll come begging me. With He-Yu's anticipation and many people's anger and curiosity, the few who set out to find Lin Zhi'en posted their departure photos, but then vanished without a trace. Han Zhou and Bian Su were well prepared, yet nothing happened. However, on the battlefield, Langi unexpectedly appeared in a live broadcast, responding to the Bug tribe's breach of the defense line. This was Langi's first live stream, and within seconds, the viewer count soared to over 100 million. Lin Zhi'en paused and clicked into the live stream. On the screen, Langi was on the battlefield, but strangely, there was a peculiar circular gap around him. No bug dared to approach Langi. The Langi on the battlefield was no longer the gentle and mature guardian Lin Zhi'en knew. He was clad in black armor, looking stern and fierce. When Langi looked up, all the flowing comments suddenly stopped. Even through the internet, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Lin Zhi'en felt the same. I am Langi. In response to the speculation online, I want to clarify. The Bug tribe's breach of the Frontline was purely an accident and has nothing to do with my match, Zhen. Lin Zhi'en suddenly looked up, her eyelashes trembling. Langi's voice, when mentioning Lin Zhi'en, lost some of its authority and gained a touch of warmth. Zhi'en is just worried that I might mentally break down on the front line and wants to provide me with emotional support. She is just fulfilling her duty as my match, and I am simply making reasonable use of my vacation. In the 200 years since I went to the battlefield, whether I was on the front line or not, the Bug tribe has breached it before. I have no ability to control or predict their actions. The insect race is a common enemy of humanity. Losing loved ones is painful, but the hatred should be directed at the insects, not at an innocent person who is being manipulated into hating and blaming someone else. The battlefield is not a place for anyone to show off, and the casualties should not be exploited by anyone. In the last sentence, there was a fierce determination in Wolf Chi's expression, as if he wanted to break through the screen. I warn all those who stir up trouble from behind the scenes. If you don't stop, you will bear the consequences. The comments flooded the screen. After the marshal took over, he guarded the front line for 100 years. Why can't he accept comfort? Why blame Miss Lin? Before, when Miss Lin didn't comfort the marshal, you criticized her. Now that she has offered comfort, why do you still blame her? Offering comfort is fine, but why now? If it's not her fault, whose fault is it? I only criticize Lin Zhi'en. I have never blamed the marshal. Wolf Chi could see the current events on the screen, and when he noticed that some people were still attacking Lin Zhi'en, a flash of sharpness crossed his eyes. I am always grateful for everyone's trust and support, but Zhi'en is my match, and we are one. The dirt thrown at her also lands on me. Every word you use to insult her is an insult to me. I am confused by the situation. Why is everyone online shouting that Zhi'en should be responsible for this insect breach? She is just a young girl, not even a soldier. But you even leaked Zhi'en's address and attacked her. Wolf Chi smirked slightly. The primary duty of a match is to protect her. If I cannot protect Zhi'en, I am not worthy of being her match. This is the first and last warning. The comments went wild again, with all sorts of opinions. Lin Zhi'en did not comment or leave a message. She just stared at Wolf Chi on the screen. When she thought Wolf Chi was also on Ruan Yijiao's side, he stood firmly by her.
Zhi'en.
Wolf Chi suddenly called her name, his tense expression softening slightly. Don't be afraid. I will be back soon. In that moment, Lin Zhi'en felt as if Wolf Chi were right in front of her, comforting her. even as if he were gently touching her head. "Okay, thank you, Marshal." Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but smile. The Marshal was still the familiar Marshal. He was truly responsible and made her feel safe. Wolf Chi spoke again, his gaze becoming sharp and serious. "Additionally, I will take full responsibility for this insect breach at the front line. I will drive them back, just as I have done countless times before." Before the online users could react, a bug creature unknowingly approached the empty area and attacked Lang Qi. "Be careful." Lin Zhi'en, like many others, was startled and shouted out, knowing Lang Qi couldn't hear her. Lang Qi stood straight, not turning around. A cold light flashed in his hand as an ice spike formed, swiftly and accurately piercing the bug creature's throat. Bug creature blood gushed out but froze midair. Within 100 meters of Lang Qi, all attacking bug creatures were frozen and exploded. This was a massacre and a visual spectacle. The ice blocks encasing the bug creature bodies emitted a dazzling glow. Even more dazzling than the ice blocks was Lang Qi, the one who created all of this. Lang Qi's live stream quickly ended, and after a moment of silence, countless applause erupted, and the whole internet was cheering. "So cool. The Marshal is so strong. Our Marshal. Marshal. Ah." This is why Lang Qi would become a national idol and hero. Lang Qi's arrival was like a god of death descending. While others killed bug creatures one by one, Lang Qi wiped them out in waves. So far, no one has surpassed him. Only Lang Qi has the right to say he'll take responsibility. He truly can be accountable for this incident. He has been responsible for countless similar events before. Originally, the bug creatures were advancing, but after Lang Qi returned, their progress was forced to stop, turning the tide of battle. His gaze and actions were firm and unwavering. Lang Qi was confident they would repel the bug creatures and rebuild their defenses because behind them were humans and Lin Zhi'en. When he was unexpectedly matched with Lin Zhi'en, he knew he had to take on the responsibilities of a match, but that was just one of many responsibilities. However, after they interacted and she showed concern for him, that responsibility felt a bit different. While the whole nation was going crazy for Lang Qi, Lin Zhi'en was also cheering. Like everyone else, she was captivated by Lang Qi's handsome demeanor. For the first time, she felt the charm of a national hero and warrior. After rolling around in bed for a bit, Lin Zhi'en joined the online users to watch videos of Lang Qi's previous battles and some legendary clips. Most were from a century ago during a tumultuous period. In recent decades, after things stabilized, Lang Qi had become much more low-key. Although Lin Zhi'en had learned about Lang Qi's life before, how he excelled from a young age, skipped grades, entered military school with top marks, and celebrated his coming of age by defeating bug creatures and becoming famous overnight. Later, he achieved countless accomplishments, becoming the youngest marshal of the empire, a national idol, with more fans online than many celebrities. However, Lin Zhi'en had not seen so much before. This time, she watched videos of Marshal Qi in his youthful days, full of energy and ambition, and later growing into a more mature and steady person. Each stage of Qi showcased different charms that were truly captivating. Without realizing it, Lin Zhi'en found herself in a fan mentality, watching videos shared by netizens, excitedly exclaiming, "So handsome. And what luck I have to be matched with Marshal Qi." She felt that heaven had compensated her. For the first time, she felt protected instead of being blamed or pushed away, which made her very happy. She didn't notice the familiar little visitor at the window. The North Vermilion bird peeked in, wanting to fly inside, but was caught by a long hand. "She's busy being moved. Going in will only disturb her," said Fong Chengfeng, who had rushed over but was loud enough for Lin Zhi'en to hear if she looked up. Unfortunately, the military response came, and Lin Zhi'en was too focused to notice or hear anything. The North Vermilion bird broke free from Fong Chengfeng's grip, saying, "But master, you dealt with those men who needed to be purified and almost cooked them. If you tell her, she would be moved too. Didn't you take photos?" Fong Chengfeng tapped its head. "Your master didn't take photos to seek credit. Besides, It's just a few useless people. How could that compare to the marshal's powerful presence?
Who would even notice them?
Fong Chengfeng's teasing tone was familiar to the North Vermilion bird, which flapped its wings and replied, "But master, you even went to apologize to those who insulted Miss Lin." Fong Chengfeng quickly covered its beak again, saying, "What do you mean apologize? Don't talk nonsense. I just checked on my mother and bought a gift for my father to maintain our relationship." Fong Chengfeng pinched the North Vermilion bird's beak and continued to tease for a while. However, the people inside were too focused on what they were watching. After a moment of silence, Fong Chengfeng glanced at them, snorted, and left. Their conversation gradually faded away. "Master, I understand you're upset, but what's with this strange, sour feeling?" "Sour? There's nothing sour. You're mistaken."
But. No, buts punto.
"You asked me, and I don't understand." Bien Su heard their conversation but couldn't focus on it. The military's response was quick and blunt. Wolf Chi held back his harsh words, while the military sternly criticized the situation and urged everyone to be rational. "Don't let our soldiers on the front lines feel disheartened. They are fighting against the insect species, risking their lives to protect humanity, only to have their own families slandered and attacked, putting their lives at risk. The military does not want this to happen again. If the soldiers' spirits are dampened, the military will not hold back." The military statement was brief, but the fewer words spoken, the bigger the issue became. Everyone's expressions changed. Those who were initially joining in the criticism turned to blame those who were spreading the negative comments, even suspecting they were influenced by the insect species. All the unscrupulous media and individuals who spread false information were silenced and investigated. Thanks to Wolf Chi and the military's strong measures, the uproar surrounding Lin Zhi'en was quickly calmed. However, Hanzhou looked at the reports with some concern. "Bien Su, is the marshal going to be okay?" Due to mental strain, the marshal has rarely used such extreme measures in the past 2 years. He felt a bit anxious. What are those people below doing, letting the marshal bear so much alone? They should be fighting hard too. The marshal was their faith and spiritual support. For Hanzhou, he would rather sacrifice himself than let the marshal take risks. Bien Su shared his worries. It must be a critical situation. Everyone has done their best. This time, the insect species is fierce, and the marshal has to use such methods to deter them. The marshal has made it through tough times before. He will be fine this time too. Lin Zhi'en happened to hear their conversation as she opened the door and felt frustrated after closing it again. "If I had known, I would have directly given him some comforting words and a therapeutic massage last night, regardless of whether he was tired from just returning." Bien Su turned back when he heard the door close. He had noticed Lin Zhi'en opening the door but still responded to Hanzhou. The marshal had achieved countless military successes, but behind those victories, he was also deeply scarred. Physical injuries could heal, but mental strain was harder to overcome. The marshal was the anchor of the entire empire, and no mistakes could be made. In recent years, the military had also intended to prevent the marshal from using such extreme measures. He hoped Miss Lin would keep her promise and soothe and heal the marshal when he returned, not neglecting him because of Major General Fong or any other new candidates. Lin Zhi'en's careful thoughts took effect. For the next 2 days, besides keeping an eye on the battle situation, she focused on learning how to soothe others. She browsed through interstellar medical books and bought basic herbal medicines to prepare. Herbal medicine exists in the interstellar world too, but it has different names and is often seen as weeds or decorative plants rather than medicine. To Hanzhou and the others, it seemed strange that Lin Zhi'en suddenly bought many odd items. Flowers and plants were one thing, but she also purchased many unusual small animal bodies, as well as animal waste and bones. When they checked the packages, Hanzhou's CPU nearly overheated. Then, he saw Miss Lin cooking those processed flowers, animal waste, and small animal bodies together to give to General Su. "Although it tastes a bit bitter and strange, it can treat some of your old ailments," she said. Interstellar medicine is advanced but not perfect, so Lin Zhi'en decided to proceed step by step based on the pulse readings. Watching Su Ming drink it, Hanzhou's expression became hard to describe. Miss Lin seemed changed, yet still the same. Should he remind General Su about this? Since that day, Su Ming had not sought out Lin Zhi'en or contacted her. Fortunately, Lin Zhi'en reached out to him, and he came, being the most cooperative for treatment. General Su, you need to take this medicine 3 times a day. Is it convenient for you to stay in the villa? Su Ming glanced out the window but did not answer immediately. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to speak, Fong Chengfeng's voice interrupted. Are you asking General Su to live with you? When did you two become so close? Fong Chengfeng still preferred to enter through the window rather than the front door. Lin Zhi'en replied, I wasn't finished speaking. I will invite you too, Major Feng. As Fong Chengfeng jumped down from the window, he stumbled slightly. Me too? Don't you know that even with soothing and purification, the partners take turns? Fong Chengfeng stepped back, his face turning red from either urgency or embarrassment.
How can you purify?
2 at the same time? Why not? You might end up back on the battlefield like the marshal at any moment. We should make the most of our time. Any bit of soothing and purification helps. It's more convenient for you to stay here. Because Lin Zhi'en was so matter-of-fact, Fong Chengfeng wanted to argue, but felt a bit flustered. He couldn't outright refuse either. With the mental strain lessening, he could return to the front lines sooner. Fong Chengfeng was still choked up when Lin Zhi'en smiled and said, This is a great opportunity for me to thank our Major Feng. You reported those people who spread nasty comments online and really stood up for me. The hidden forces behind the negative public opinion were bound to be caught, but there were simply too many people who insulted Lin Zhi'en. They could only identify a few typical cases. Otherwise, unless Lin Zhi'en pursued each one, it would just be brushed aside. Getting even an apology or having comments deleted would be a big deal. The law often does not punish the masses, and Lin Zhi'en had no other options. However, in the past 2 days, many people have publicly apologized and deleted their comments. Just recently, it even trended online. People were apologizing to Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en then learned that over 10,000 people had received legal notices in the last 2 days, and these notices came from the Fong family, a well-known and feared legal family in the galaxy. The Fong family has had several generations involved in law, including lawyers, judges, and law professors, while Fong Chengfeng's military career was somewhat unexpected. But his strong sense of justice was also related to his family background. Seeing people online openly insult Lin Zhi'en and even daring them to sue, Fong Chengfeng was completely enraged. He could do what others could not, as long as he pleased his mother. In just 2 days after the storm, the Fong family stepped in. Lin Zhi'en's 2 representatives made a strong appearance, and those who leaked Lin Zhi'en's photo and insulted her were quickly fined and detained. Their workplaces and families received the relevant news, and their reputations and futures were affected. Everyone realized that Lin Zhi'en's representatives were not ordinary people, and they quickly fell in line. Lin Zhi'en spoke with excitement and seriousness. Major Feng, you and your family are amazing. Seeing them so scared is truly satisfying. She had never experienced such unwavering support. Even though Fong Chengfeng didn't speak up first, she had brought it up herself. In the past, when she faced difficulties, her parents would weigh the pros and cons, and she would end up swallowing her grievances. Every penny spent on her was accounted for, and every effort was communicated to her, making her feel grateful and indebted. That's why she was called Zhi'en, while her brother did not have a ledger and was named Lin Zhi'u. Later, she learned that it was about providing for the daughter and expecting her to give her all, while hoping the son would provide for them in old age. Lin Zhi'en, who keeps track of even the smallest expenses, couldn't imagine the time and effort it would take to file a complaint against thousands of people. General Feng, I remember everything you've done for me, and I will work hard to repay you. When Fong Chengfeng heard the compliment, he couldn't help but smile slightly, though he pretended to be indifferent. But when he heard the next part, he felt a bit dissatisfied. What do you mean? Marshal Qi has already said that as your supporters, insulting you is insulting us. I filed the complaint because I won't accept their insults. Don't forget who your supporters are. They think they can say whatever they want online, as if there are no consequences. Do they think I'm not alive? Chengfeng was as bold as when they first met, with his striking red hair and newly changed blue earrings, exuding confidence. But this only made him seem more attractive. He was meant to be this way. Lin Zhi'en regretted saying, "General Feng, you sound so cool. Can you say that again so I can record it?" The once arrogant Chengfeng suddenly became shy and cleared his throat. "There's nothing to record. It's just the duty of a supporter. If she recorded it, she'd keep watching his videos and liking him more, even imagining stealing a kiss from him in the videos, which would put him at a disadvantage." Chengfeng flipped his hair and struck his best pose, warning Lin Zhi'en, "No sneaky recordings." Feeling a bit tempted, Lin Zhi'en reluctantly gave up. "Okay, I won't record." Chengfeng said she didn't need to repay him, leaving her feeling a bit lost yet unexpectedly relaxed. In her experience, love was the most precious thing in the world, requiring 100-fold return, and rarely did one receive without paying a price. This feeling was strange, making her palms feel warm. "Are you really going to file more complaints? Will you pursue each one?" This was also what everyone online was speculating. Chengfeng replied, "Guess. Guess? I can't figure out what you mean." Seeing Lin Zhi'en's anxious expression, Chengfeng huffed, "Maybe yes, maybe no. The Fong family will periodically investigate a few more people. Just in time, the Fong family law firm will soon have interns who can practice on this case, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Lin Zhi'en paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "That's brilliant. What a clever idea." For those who had insulted her, what kind of psychological torment would this be? It was more frightening than a direct complaint. Just when she thought it was over, it was happening again, fearing she might be next. It felt like a knife hanging over her head, ready to drop at any moment. This is the most frightening part. Those with weak mental resilience might go crazy or feel forced to turn themselves in. This lesson will make them think twice before casually insulting Lin Zhi'en again. This is also Feng Chengfeng's goal. "All I want is for them to learn to be cautious with their words and actions," Feng Chengfeng said, slightly raising his chin. "It's not a brilliant idea." Lin Zhi'en realized it was Feng Chengfeng's idea. How is it not brilliant? The person who came up with it is quite impressive. He didn't admit it, but his spiritual entity, Zhu Beiziu, couldn't help but pop out from Feng Chengfeng's head. It was the master's idea. Lin Zhi'en pretended to be very surprised. "Wow, that's amazing." Feng Chengfeng thought she was being a bit exaggerated and huffed. "What's so special about it?" He acted indifferent, but Zhu Beiziu was very pleased, boasting, "My master not only reported them but also turned those who came to find Miss Lin into charcoal. You can even smell the barbecue." Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up again. "So, it was you who dealt with them." Feng Chengfeng pinched Zhu Beiziu and manually closed its mouth. "There's nothing to discuss about such small matters." "How can this be a small matter? They're all significant issues." "What should I do, Major Feng?" "I don't even know how to thank you." Lin Zhi'en was determined. "No, this time I must properly comfort and purify you." She reached out to pull Feng Chengfeng, but he cautiously dodged. "Is this why you wanted me to live with you?" Feng Chengfeng shook his head. "I refuse. I don't need that from you, and it's unfair to both me and General Su." The two were chatting animatedly while Su Ming felt out of place, lost in thought. Hearing his name, he looked up and said, "I'm fine with it." Feng Chengfeng suddenly turned to Su Ming. "You agreed to this? Are you crazy?" Su Ming replied, "My application to return to the front lines has been approved, but I need a matching person's signature and some comfort and purification first." Feng Chengfeng understood that he also wanted to return to the front lines. "But that doesn't mean we can accept 2 people together." Lin Zhi'en interrupted helplessly, "Major Feng, let me clarify. We won't be doing deep comfort. I just want to focus on treating you both." Feng Chengfeng looked at her suspiciously. "That's more acceptable." Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief and began to guide them according to the official comfort and purification guidelines. "It's fate that we are matched together. We should coexist peacefully and help each other." Upon hearing this, Feng Chengfeng hesitated to respond. Although the official statements sound nice, everyone knows it's not realistic. Men can be impulsive and easily jealous, and their jealousy can lead to serious consequences. The closer they are, the more dangerous it can be, so women often keep them apart, avoiding meetings whenever possible. The best relationship between men who are matched is often that of strangers. The relationship between him and Marshal Su Ming has improved a lot, but it's not close enough for them to live together, let alone share a home with a third person. Chengfeng was about to explain the seriousness of the situation when Lin Zhi'en's thoughts shifted to Su Ming. It's great that you can return to your original position. I will definitely sign and complete the task of calming and purifying. Chengfeng congratulated Su Ming upon hearing this. Su Ming paused for a moment. I'm just going back to the front lines. After being released from prison, Su Ming felt lost and aimless. He saw news about breakthroughs at the front lines and the criticism directed at Lin Zhi'en. After his imprisonment, he had grown tired and even weary of trying to survive. He once wanted to change his situation, but after being pushed back down repeatedly, he no longer wanted to try again. However, doing nothing made him even more bored, and he found the people online distasteful, yet he couldn't silence them all. He sent in an application, deciding to return to the front lines to fight the insect race. If he could eliminate them, perhaps the noisy critics would finally be quiet. He had no thoughts of making a comeback and didn't bother to read the responses from higher-ups, as he had never held any hope anyway. But Lin Zhi'en suddenly stood up, her serious words interrupting his wandering thoughts. What do you mean just going back to the battlefield? Doesn't that mean you haven't regained your previous position or title? The day we returned, I submitted a report to the military about your situation and clarified the news. Your reputation has been restored, so why haven't the other aspects been addressed? Chengfeng's expression darkened. No one pays attention to clarification reports. The truth often goes unnoticed, and public opinion works that way. Lin Zhi'en realized this too. So, I still affected you. She gritted her teeth. No. We must address the issue of public opinion. Whether it's your reputation or anything else, it must be resolved. Su Ming looked at Lin Zhi'en, noticing she seemed very upset, but this was his issue. Besides, he had gone through similar experiences countless times. He opened his mouth to say it's fine, but Lin Zhi'en wouldn't listen and turned to Chengfeng. Major Feng, is protesting effective? It can be somewhat effective, but public opinion is still the key. Lin Zhi'en understood. Then let's think about how to create public influence, get people's attention, and expand that influence, then clarify. The two were lively in their discussion, while Su Ming felt out of place and couldn't join in. This time, their focus shifted to him, and he had to answer their questions from time to time. In the villa, the atmosphere was lively. In the Central Star area, the most prosperous location near the Imperial Palace, a princess castle was specially built for Ruan Yijiao, now in disarray. Ruan Yijiao smashed everything she could. This was her first time losing control like this. Chengfeng is one thing, but why are you, Marshal, protecting Lin Zhi'en?
Why?
Ruan Yijiao had everything she wanted, and the men of the stars were almost at her disposal. Even those who were matched with others would turn against them without hesitation, like Jing Bufei. But there was only Langi, the one she loved but could not have. Among countless people, he was not hers. He had rejected her both before and after her fertility value was exposed. Yet, after rejecting her, he calmly accepted the match given to him by the center, an ordinary person with a fertility value of only 5, Lin Zhi'en. He even went so far as to publicly support Lin Zhi'en. Chengfeng also joined in, and Lin Zhi'en, who should have been disgraced, was now thriving online. What is she? Are you all blind? Isn't it just sweet talking them? Initially, they must have benefited from it. But a woman's greatest value is still in her ability to bear children. Only fertility value is the most basic and lasting. If she can't conceive, I don't believe you can protect her forever. Langi, I'm the only one worthy of you. After seeing Langi's responses countless times, a glint of obsession flashed in Ruan Yijiao's eyes. She wanted him to regret his choice. She wanted him to know that the Lin Zhi'en he supported was nothing. Originally, Ruan Yijiao targeted Lin Zhi'en simply because she was upset that Lin Zhi'en was matched with martial qi. She had intentionally given Jing Bufei a chance to provoke Lin Zhi'en. Now, she was serious. She wanted to completely trample Lin Zhi'en underfoot and take everyone around her away. It would provoke Ling Qi and also be quite interesting, a rare challenge. Ruan Yijiao's gaze finally landed on Su Ming's name. Your abilities are good. Let's start with you. Although Lin Zhi'en had saved Su Ming, his future was ruined, and how could he not resent that? Rescuing Su Ming and winning his heart and gratitude was easy for Ruan Yijiao. She instructed her assistant, find Su Ming's contact information in my matching applicant list. His spiritual form is a nine-tailed fox. The number of women is limited. Besides the minimum of 6 required by the matching center, they also encourage unmatched men to actively apply, making it easier for women to find suitable matches. The more matches there are, the more benefits one receives. Ruan Yijiao had a high fertility value, ranking first, with an application count reaching 5 billion. 1/3 of all unmarried men in the galaxy submitted applications to her. Ruan Yijiao was first, while Lin Zhi'en was at the bottom, with only a few tens of thousands applying out of a desire to take advantage. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's ranking made Ruan Yijiao feel a bit better, but she was surprised when her assistant reported after a brief search, Miss Ruan, there is no applicant named Su Ming. Impossible, Ruan Yijiao immediately denied it. What man could refuse her? However, when she searched herself, she found it was true. To think there is no application to match with me, that's interesting. I want Su Ming's contact information and any other details. After giving her orders, someone reached out to her. It was a new follower. The person who previously targeted Lin Zhi'en on the Star Network was Ruan Yijiao's most loyal follower, the mastermind behind the scenes, and one of the most influential media figures was in his hands. He followed Ruan Yijiao, doing her bidding and manipulating situations, but unexpectedly, he was quickly shut down. He was caught, and soon someone else took his place. Miss Ruan, I can guess what you want. If there's someone you dislike, I will handle it for you and ensure she is ruined. You don't have to deny it. I'm a person of contradictions myself. Instead of being indirect, let's rise to the top together. At 8 tonight, please review my proposal. After reading the message, Ruan Yijiao scoffed. What a bold claim. She ignored it. She had seen many people boast like this. If Ruan Yijiao wanted someone's contact information, there were plenty of people willing to deliver it, but she surprisingly only received Su Ming's contact by evening.
I'm sorry, Miss Ruan.
Ruan Yijiao was somewhat indifferent and contacted Su Ming herself, expressing her sorrow for his situation and offering help if needed. However, the message seemed to vanish without a trace. Ruan Yijiao was puzzled and sent another message, clarifying that she was indeed Ruan Yijiao and not someone playing a prank or impersonating her. But there was still no reply, so she helplessly sent a selfie. There was still no response, and Ruan Yijiao concluded, they must be busy. Checking the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock. She casually opened an entertainment video to see what was trending. To her surprise, the first thing she saw was Su Ming. Next to him was Lin Zhi'en, who was being interviewed live. The live comments were very lively. What a surprise! They accidentally turned a recording into a live broadcast. So many people have had their live streams go wrong. This will be interesting. Ruan Yijiao quickly understood that Lin Zhi'en was recording a show, but it had turned into a live broadcast. Interesting, she thought, eager to see what would happen. Yes, Lin Zhi'en was indeed on the show. Initially, she wanted to avoid live streaming herself due to a previous incident where her account was hacked and many people followed her just to criticize her, making her somewhat infamous. Unexpectedly, before she could come up with a catchy title to attract attention, the production team contacted her, wanting her to be on an episode. The story of Marshal Qi and Miss Lin has attracted a lot of attention. Our show, Stories of Comfort and Healing, would like to invite you to share your story with the Marshal. Lin Zhi'en had looked into the show and found it intriguing. They even discussed topics like natural pregnancy rates versus those from fertility centers, and sometimes they touched on sensitive subjects. The show had been ordered to make changes several times and had been taken down, but each time it returned with more notoriety. Lin Zhi'en understood the requirements and insisted that the production team not mention fertility rates, and they agreed. This is perfect timing. I can give you a traditional Chinese medicine massage. Su Ming, you can help me out. I'll have the audience's attention, and it will help clarify things for you. Lin Zhi'en was excited, and Chengfeng looked at her, saying, "You seem quite concerned about General Su. Of course, you are my matchmaker. I care about him, as well as you and the marshal." Chengfeng responded with an "oh," then casually asked, "What is a traditional Chinese medicine massage? It's not the kind where you have to take off your clothes, is it?" "No need to take off your clothes." Hearing that, Chengfeng relaxed and stopped worrying. Su Ming watched Lin Zhi'en excitedly plan for him and couldn't bring himself to refuse. Once Lin Zhi'en agreed, both sides quickly decided to start recording the show that same day. However, she didn't expect that what was supposed to be a recording would turn into a live broadcast. Moreover, the production team did not stick to the agreement. As the show began, they asked, "Since the recording location is at home, are both of you proponents of natural conception?" Lin Zhi'en was taken aback. "What do you mean by proponents of natural conception? We agreed not to mention these things. Today, I'm here to promote massage therapy." Since it was her first time recording a show, Lin Zhi'en was already a bit nervous. The production team suddenly changed their approach, making her stop immediately. "Sorry, please cut this part out. Let's talk first." After hearing Lin Zhi'en's concerns, the production team discussed it briefly. "Miss Lin, this is for the ratings. People love to see this kind of content. But we agreed not to mention it before, and now you're changing your mind." Su Ming was not surprised by the production team's sudden shift, nor was he surprised that Lin Zhi'en opposed it. No one wanted to touch on the topic, especially not about natural conception. Who would want a child that might be a spirit with the traits of a nine-tailed fox? Even though he could no longer have children, she didn't want to be associated with him. The production team just wanted to use him as a gimmick. "My fertility value is 0. I don't want to hear about topics related to conception." He spoke coldly, and the air around them became tense and heavy. The production team grew anxious and quickly agreed not to bring it up. Viewers were startled, with some saying it would be boring without that content. It was Lin Zhi'en's first time seeing this side of Su Ming, and she was surprised but also relieved. She smiled at him. "Was that your smart device going off just now? If there's important news, handle it first, then we can restart." Reminded by Lin Zhi'en, Su Ming slowly opened his smart device. In the expectant smile of Ruan Yijiao, Su Ming expressionlessly closed the device, saying nothing. Ruan Yijiao's smile froze. Didn't Su Ming see her selfie? Wasn't her message important? As Ruan Yijiao's expression soured, the production team pretended to continue recording. Lin Zhi'en sat up straight, answering questions seriously, praising both Lang Qi and Su Ming. The host immediately asked, "Miss Lin, General Su's spirit is a nine-tailed fox. Are you not afraid of being tempted or harmed, even to the point of self-harm for revenge? There have been real cases of nine-tailed foxes luring precious women to suicide out of unrequited love." Lin Zhi'en shook her head. General Su wouldn't do that. Then, Lin Zhi'en took the opportunity to explain the previous slander incident, once again educating everyone about the legend of the nine-tailed fox, defending Su Ming's reputation, and sharply countering the stereotypes held by netizens with witty and humorous remarks. She not only praised Su Ming's spirit but also complimented Lang Qi, saying how adorable the snow wolf is, aiming for fairness. At this moment, thanks to the online buzz, the number of viewers for the live stream has exceeded 50 million and is still rising. The host's eyes lit up when Lin Zhi'en mentioned how nice the snow wolf is to hug and cuddle, prompting many follow-up questions. This is a new kind of attention. Su Ming looked down without reacting, while General Feng's face turned pale. Ruan Yijiao, watching the live stream, also looked worried. The martial spirit is so close to Lin Zhi'en? How dare she show off her affection? And Su Ming, no wonder he ignored her. It turns out Lin Zhi'en got to him first. Her new follower, Hikawai, sent a message, "Miss Ruan, please stay calm. Many have fallen for the live stream. Just enjoy the show." Unfortunately, she missed the good parts, and some viewers even found Lin Zhi'en cute, Envying Su Ming and Langi, I've never seen a girl so protective of her partner, willing to engage with the spirit. I don't think she's bad. I actually feel a bit envious. Ruan Yijiao scoffed and replied to Hikawai, I guess you're a fan of Lin Zhi'en. Hikawai responded quickly, I would never follow Lin Zhi'en. She's a waste with a fertility value of 5. Miss Ruan, you can scold me if you want, but don't insult me like that. Seeing his reply, Ruan Yijiao snorted, feeling a bit better. The more Lin Zhi'en tries to avoid something, the more she will have to face it. Hikawai sighed in relief. His spirit is a red-crowned crane, and he himself is handsome and graceful. He once became an internet sensation with a dance, but later became a well-known star. However, he lacks acting skills and rose to fame through hype and discrediting others, often claiming that people looked down on him or harmed him to gain sympathy. Eventually, during a program recording, it turned into a live broadcast, leading to a complete failure. After stepping back, he used his connections to start his own media company, creating Red Top Video and achieving some success. But he wasn't satisfied. Teaming up with Ruan Yijiao could help him rise even higher. If he could win her over and have a child, it would be perfect. Watching Lin Zhi'en in the video, Hikawai sneered, with a fertility value of 5, how can she make Miss Ruan unhappy? Although the viewers' reactions were somewhat unexpected, this is just the beginning. Lin Zhi'en was destined to be a stepping stone for him to please Ruan Yijiao, and she had agreed to the recording herself. At that time, the marshal and the young general from the Feng family wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Let's move to the next step. Let them relax and purify themselves, and later, let them choose whether they prefer natural pregnancy or the fertility center. Tell them the production team is sponsoring a visit to the fertility center to promote higher birth rates and set an example. Just say this is a spirit of perseverance. Even with a fertility score of 0 or 5, which is bound to fail, they still haven't given up on having children. Encourage their cooperation, but don't force them if they resist. After all, everyone could see how they reacted in anger and frustration. This was a trap. The second trap was the relaxation and purification process. Watching Lin Zhi'en and Su Ming being affectionate during the live broadcast would surely make the marshal and the young general uncomfortable. Those who liked the marshal would also feel uneasy. This time, there's no escape for you. It will be an interesting show. However, Hikawai's confident expression only lasted a few seconds.
What is she talking about?
What is this human acupoint guide? He even contacted the director directly. What are you doing? Is this what you call relaxation and purification? The on-site director was also confused, but Miss Lin said this is her way of relaxation and purification. Everything was developing unexpectedly, and the recording continued normally. With so many people watching the live broadcast, even if they tried to manipulate things, they couldn't go too far or say anything out of line. The trap set for Lin Zhi'en was now backfiring on them, leaving them powerless. Lin Zhi'en was unaware of their troubles and was seriously introducing traditional Chinese massage. Today's acupoints will be briefly introduced here. Now we will start the massage, and everyone can follow along. This is a great way to relax and help with sleep.
Lin Zhi'en demonstrated on sunun timing.
General Su has spent many years on the battlefield, so his shoulders and neck are quite stiff. We can slowly work on loosening them. Chengfeng, who was originally just watching the commotion, couldn't help but turn around and glare at Lin Zhi'en. She's a fraud. She's tricking him again. What kind of massage doesn't require? But she didn't mention that she would be kneading and touching Su Ming. What is this? Lin Zhi'en had helped her parents with chores since she was young, so she had some strength in her hands. After working on his shoulders and neck, she began to press on his back, shoulder blades, and waist. Unexpectedly, Su Ming, who had been stable until now, flinched slightly when Lin Zhi'en touched his side. Lin Zhi'en noticed. Was that too much pressure? No, Su Ming replied, his voice still hoarse. Lin Zhi'en was still diligently introducing everyone and didn't notice the change in Su Ming's expression. Like a still pond suddenly disturbed by a stone, ripples began to form. He didn't expect her to be willing to touch him, and he could feel that she didn't mind his touch. Su Ming's eyes flickered. She shocked him again. She electrified him once more. Since the day Lin Zhi'en suddenly appeared in the interstellar prison to take him home, Su Ming felt like he was dreaming. Those who had clearly disliked him before suddenly treated him well. And it wasn't just a brief change, it was ongoing. Even Major Feng, who had little interaction with him, got involved. They seriously thought about how to attract attention for him, even arranging for him to appear on a show, worrying about everything related to him. She still talked a lot, her words full of care and support. She seemed to have noted his past achievements and casually promoted him earlier. He wanted to stay alert but couldn't help but waver. His shoulders ached, but then he felt an unprecedented relaxation, more obvious than the last time he had an injection. He knew that good things don't come for free. He should remain cautious, especially since those who were nice to him had their own motives, just like Ruan Yijiao, who had contacted him earlier. But he couldn't help but sink into this feeling, even thinking that if she wanted to scheme against him, he would deal with it later. Su Ming's mind was completely occupied by Lin Zhi'en's voice and touch, not noticing the change in Fong Chengfeng's gaze nearby. He also didn't realize that everything was being observed by netizens. Fans were going wild. Their reactions once again surprised He Kawai. So sweet, they are so sweet. I envy General Su. Miss Lin is so good to him. Same here. When will I find a match? I want a match with Lin Zhi'en. A live stream incident unexpectedly caused the number of match requests for Lin Zhi'en to surge from tens of thousands to millions in just a few minutes. Although it was still at the bottom compared to Ruan Yijiao, such a rapid increase was rare. He Kawai was going crazy for the first time. As he racked his brain to solve the problem, he received a message from Ruan Yijiao. It contained just 2 words: censor it. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Right, let's censor them. We need to censor our own applications and remind viewers in the corner that the live stream should not be inappropriate. To prevent men from being provoked and harming women, there are strict regulations against explicit content online. With just a few edits, Lin Zhi'en could be completely ruined, achieving his initial goal. Speaking of which, the Marshal, as a national idol, has many crazy fans. What these fans might say or do is uncertain, but based on past experiences, they are unlikely to disappoint him. As Hikoe grinned, the live broadcast was suddenly blurred with a mosaic. This censorship triggered a flood of comments, and the confused and anxious messages were quickly replaced by inappropriate language, with many extreme remarks that were hard to read. Lin Zhi'en, how can you face the Marshal who fights bravely on the front lines? I will teach you a lesson for him. Lin, you unworthy woman. You don't deserve the Marshal. Many comments were blocked for being too explicit, and those who were previously laughing and shipping the couple could no longer find joy. Hikoe was finally satisfied, and even Ruan Yijiao, who had been frowning, showed a smile. Marshal, how do you think you would feel seeing this? How could someone like Lin Zhi'en ever receive special treatment from Langi? Some rational viewers argued that this was a medical procedure, and that the censorship was unreasonable. However, just as the rational viewers finished their point, Su Ming suddenly let out a short, soft sound. It was brief, but at that moment, under the mosaic, it led to many wild speculations. In an instant, countless outrageous comments appeared. Hikoe was pleased. Perfect, go stop them from doing this.
Lin Zhi'en was in trouble.
But just as he gave the order, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the live stream. General Su, what's going on? If you can't handle it, step aside, I'll take over. With this voice, the censorship completely disappeared. Viewers finally saw the screen again, and there was nothing inappropriate. Not even a hint of skin was shown. Without any warning, Chengfeng made a strong entrance, with striking red hair, sharp eyebrows, and a spirited demeanor. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention, causing Hikoe to miss the chance to slander. Chengfeng was unaware that the audience was going wild because of him. He stepped forward to pull Lin Zhi'en aside, casting a disapproving glance at Su Ming. The Su Ming he knew was not like this. Why was he making such a fuss this time? Lin Zhi'en, nervous from her first recording and exerting herself, already had a flushed face, and Su Ming's soft sound made her feel overwhelmed. Su Ming's outfit is very ordinary, yet it has a striking style. Even through the clothes, the lines are impressive. She doesn't need to think much about it, but when people see her, they can't help but notice. One reason this show is popular is that there are many female viewers. If Su Ming catches the eye of a girl, things could get complicated. If he resists, he might end up in trouble. She turned to the host and said, "Please cut this part. Boys need to learn to protect themselves," she reminded Su Ming, glancing at his waist. "General Su, did I press on an old injury of yours?" Su Ming stiffly responded with a yes. He was distracted and suddenly felt a sharp pain from the pressure.
I'm fine.
"You have old injuries, how can you be fine? Let me help you instead." Chengfeng looked at the host and cheerfully asked, "Can we re-record?" "Let's not use the previous take." The host was taken aback. He felt a lot of pressure when he saw Feng Xiaojun earlier and couldn't find a chance to inform He Kawai. Now, Feng Xiaojun had stepped into the spotlight himself. He understood the purpose of this live broadcast. Su Ming's spirit is a nine-tailed fox, so they dared to act recklessly, but Chengfeng was serious. This was getting serious. Facing Chengfeng's words, he reluctantly refused. "We're already halfway through recording. We might as well finish." "Right, re-recording will just waste their time," Lin Zhi'en also advised. "Then, let's move on to the next segment." The host continued, "Our program is sponsoring a visit to a fertility center. Miss Lin, if you're not into natural pregnancy, who would you choose to go with to the fertility center?" He posed the question, Feng Xiaojun or General Su. Lin Zhi'en's expression changed. "Why are you still bringing this up? This is a benefit from the program, and it's meant to encourage birth rates." The host knew how to frame his words, making it sound reasonable. Lin Zhi'en felt uneasy. Why couldn't they let this go? She didn't dare to go. It would expose her secret. "Miss Lin? Why aren't you speaking? Don't you want to have children with either of them?" Lin Zhi'en snapped back to reality, hearing the host's question, with Chengfeng and Su Ming both looking at her.
Lin Zhi'en.
Why did it suddenly turn into a choice between two? Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath. "I already agreed not to discuss this topic with you." Chengfeng felt a bit disappointed and had a not-so-good expression on his face. He looked sharply at the host and said, "I don't believe you don't know that my fertility value is 0. Why do you keep bringing it up? Do you want us to go to the fertility center? Are you trying to humiliate me?" The host's expression changed. Of course not. He wanted Lin Zhi'en to make a scene, not for Chengfeng to get angry. "Just stick to what Lin Zhi'en discussed with you before. Nothing should change." The host could only nod, okay. Lin Zhi'en showed gratitude. "Thank you." Chengfeng paused. "What's there to thank me for? Let's just say I'm joining midway." Lin Zhi'en looked a bit puzzled. "Are you really coming? Didn't you say you didn't like appearing in public before?" The popular Major Fong was well-liked, but he had always preferred to stay low-key and mysterious. Chengfeng stiffened for a moment, then huffed. "So what? I'm not someone to hide." He paused. "If necessary, I'll cover my face and just act as a regular assistant. I don't have any old injuries, so I won't make any strange noises." He implied something.
Su Ming.
The strong appearance of the red-haired major and the host's questions completely changed the atmosphere in the live stream. Comments flooded the screen, but surprisingly, no one was insulting anyone. Instead, they criticized the production team for touching on sensitive topics. Some viewers were enjoying the drama, insisting that Chengfeng was jealous just now. Chengfeng's presence shattered all hidden schemes. Netizens were thrilled, and He Kawai was going crazy. What's going on? Why is he here too? Why is Chengfeng so rude, and they aren't criticizing him? His plan was ruined. The host was too stiff to respond. Chengfeng had already made a decision. He somehow found a cap to cover his red hair and put on a mask. While he covered his face, he couldn't hide his good looks, and the more he covered, the more mysterious and attractive he became. Su Ming looked at Chengfeng and said, "Major Feng, massage requires a lot of strength. If you do it, Miss Lin might not be able to handle it." Lin Zhi'en was about to say she was fine, but Chengfeng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined arms. "Then I'll do it. I learned a bit while watching." He then looked at Lin Zhi'en. "Or you can teach me again." Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up. Sure. Once you learn, you can teach others when you're back on the battlefield. You might even be able to give a massage to the marshal. Chengfeng was frozen, wanting to give up. Are you expecting me to serve the marshal just because you taught me? I sent things to the marshal before, and now you want me to help him too? If I remember correctly, we are both matched individuals, right? It's unfair. Lin Zhi'en was too biased. Lin Zhi'en said, I just mentioned it casually, but how did you know I sent something to the marshal? Lin Zhi'en heard that most people on the battlefield ate nutrient solutions. Although there were various flavors and the nutrition was adequate, she thought it would be tempting, so she took some time to make beef jerky and other snacks to send over. Chengfeng chuckled. The news has spread everywhere. How could I not know? Now, only men try to please women by giving gifts, and it's already a big deal if women show them a good attitude. Not to mention giving gifts in return. Ruan Yijiao was so popular not only because of her ability to bear children but also because she knew how to communicate well. Yet, she always received gifts from men, and it was their honor to give her gifts. On the front lines, there were so many people, but gifts were rare, especially from female-matched individuals. It would be an extraordinary occurrence. Lin Zhi'en didn't realize how much of a stir her gifts had caused on the front lines. Within half an hour, news spread through various groups. Although Marshal Qi was reluctant, he still shared some with the injured soldiers. Those soldiers, despite having broken arms and legs, didn't let that stop them from showing off Lin Zhi'en's beef jerky. People even asked Chengfeng if the beef jerky was good, assuming he received some too, since he was also a matched individual. But he hadn't. That was quite frustrating. Seeing Chengfeng's expression, Lin Zhi'en smiled and said, if you return to the battlefield, I'll send you some snacks too. Chengfeng was satisfied but felt a bit shy. I didn't ask you to. Of course not. It's just what I should do. General Su also sends things, so I'm sending to you all. You are working the front lines. Lin Zhi'en was fair to everyone. Su Ming paused to thank her. No need to be polite. Chengfeng noticed their politeness and suddenly looked at the host and camera. Please cut this part out. As the host awkwardly nodded and called for a restart, Lin Zhi'en briefly introduced herself and added an assistant. Netizens were amused and became fans of both Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en, eagerly anticipating the truth. Ruan Yijiao wanted everyone to dislike Lin Zhi'en, but now they were praising her. Hearing that Lin Zhi'en sent snacks to the marshal made them envious. Lin Zhi'en's applications for matched individuals surged again. While the netizens watched, Chengfeng kept quiet and acted seriously as an assistant. His hands were larger and longer than Lin Zhi'en's, and he was stronger too. Lin Zhi'en kept nodding and complimenting him. Your hands are so long. You were born to be a massage therapist. Chengfeng smirked, thinking about the camera, and chuckled softly. All right here. Avoid the old injury of General Su. You should. As Chengfeng pressed down, Lin Zhi'en clearly heard from Su Ming's bones. Although Su Ming didn't cry out in pain, Lin Zhi'en noticed his face turning red and felt uneasy, urging Chengfeng to sit down. You can't do it like this. It could cause problems. Sit down first and feel my strength and the pressure points. Chengfeng was surprised by Lin Zhi'en's sudden request and hesitated for a moment. Lin Zhi'en tugged at his sleeve. Please sit. Su Ming glanced at Lin Zhi'en pulling Chengfeng and spoke up, I'm fine. Feng. His strength is okay. Chengfeng, who had been hesitant, immediately countered. Let's listen to the teacher. He boldly sat down. All right, Teacher Lin. Hearing him call her Teacher Lin, Lin Zhi'en struggled to hold back her laughter. Then you should learn well. The moment Lin Zhi'en placed her hand on Chengfeng's shoulder, he couldn't help but clench his fist. Lin Zhi'en also remembered to interact with the camera. For those who missed it earlier, you can learn it with me now. She taught seriously, feeling regretful about the disappearance of traditional Chinese medicine. Although she was just an undergraduate, she wanted to promote it as much as she could. While teaching, she noticed something was off. Fong. Fong, relax, don't tense up. Don't resist me. She gently massaged Chengfeng's shoulder, changing her wording to avoid revealing her identity. Chengfeng relaxed his fist. Got it. He took a deep breath to calm himself, but the hand on his shoulder kept stirring feelings within him. His entire shoulder and back felt sore, itchy, and his heart was racing. Chengfeng swallowed hard. It felt strange now, not just his hands, but his body was being touched. Yet his heart remained as hard as iron. He wouldn't make those odd muffled sounds like some people do. After Lin Zhi'en finished demonstrating, she saw Chengfeng's ears were as red as if they might bleed. Even with a mask and hat, his face was warm. Not to mention, he shot a glare at Lin Zhi'en.
You.
Lin Zhi'en was speechless. Why did he look like she had bullied him? That glare made Chengfeng seem a bit shy. Watching the live stream, Langi thought. Due to the popularity of the live stream, even Langi on the front lines received the news. When he had a break, he opened the stream. Lin Zhi'en was wearing a soft light blue outfit, looking serious, with her cute little fangs occasionally showing. She was in her study, and in the corner there were some flowers. The vase seemed to be one he had bought by chance before, and it suited her perfectly. The curtains in the study had also turned warm in color, and with a few sofa cushions, the room felt as warm as Lin Zhi'en herself. The moment Langi saw the video, he felt like he had returned to the real world. But in this world, there were still Chengfeng and Su Ming. Under Langi's gaze, they put on a childish show of competing for attention, trying to outdo each other. Chengfeng acted tough, but his eyes told a different story. As some netizens said, even though he and Lin Zhi'en weren't doing anything, the atmosphere and their looks were even more intimate than some kisses. After the live stream ended, he stayed still for a long time until he suddenly heard a breath behind him. He turned sharply, ready to defend himself. The person behind him raised a hand and said, "Wait, it's me." It was an old comrade, looking thoughtful. "This is my first time being this close to the marshal. Seems like the marshal is quite troubled today." Langi silently stared at him. The old comrade chuckled but couldn't help but extend his large hands. "Of course, I could give you a massage." "No need." He didn't like being touched by others. "I knew you'd refuse. After all, I'm not as skilled as your wife. You have her, so you have everything when you go back." As he spoke, he dodged Langi's icy glare and quickly left, adding, "Don't be careless, Marshal. They say the latecomers take the lead because they fight for it. You need to step up too." Langi dismissed him as nonsense, but his spirit animal, the snow wolf, suddenly spoke up. "If you're feeling envious, I can have your wife give you a massage when you return." The snow wolf suggested, "Or you could contact her now." She must be shocked and upset to find out that the recording turned into a live stream. "You could comfort her." "No need. She's with Chengfeng and Su Ming. That's exactly why you should contact her quickly. You can't go back anyway, and if you wait too long, she might really be taken away by those two. Why are you getting involved?" Wolf Chi was at a loss for words. "Aren't they both good? Whether it's Chengfeng or Su Ming, they're nice kids. Zhi'en was hurt by a whale, and now they are with her, which is good. They are also the right age." Snowwolf was not very happy. "The master always talks about age. Isn't it just a couple of 100 years older than the lady? There are many situations like this. Besides, master, with your SSS level mental power, living 500 or 600 years is normal. The lady has whispered to me before, saying you are very kind, and that if you convert your age to human years, you are only around 30, which is a great age." Wolf Chi was surprised. "You actually talked about that?" "Yeah, didn't you hear?" Wolf Chi really hadn't heard. He was distracted by their affectionate hugs. "Speaking of which, you haven't told the lady about the similar feelings." "I didn't have the chance. She should know by now." Snowwolf paused for a moment. "Master, you're changing the subject. We were talking about how you're not old. You were clearly feeling sour about it and criticizing them for being immature, which you rarely do." Wolf Chi. Outside, the alarm for a bug attack sounded again, and Wolf Chi briefly returned to reality before diving back into the battlefield, avoiding Snowwolf's question. At the same time, the first recording of the program ended. Lin Zhi'en quickly ran to the restroom, then came back to drink some water and relax. "This recording isn't easy. I need to watch the edited version later." After saying that, She noticed that Su Ming and Fong Chengfeng looked off, especially Fong Chengfeng, who seemed like the sky had fallen. What happened? Is something wrong? Lin Zhi'en felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Su Ming looked up. During the recording, there was a mistake, and it accidentally switched to live broadcast, so everything was streamed live. Lin Zhi'en. No wonder the host was rushing so fast. She wanted to thank them maturely like an adult, but didn't have the chance. No wonder Fong Chengfeng looked so defeated. Lin Zhi'en numbly opened her smart device, then numbly closed it, feeling utterly embarrassed. But looking at Fong Chengfeng, she suddenly felt a strange sense of balance. She wasn't the only one embarrassed. Fong Chengfeng was too. She calmed down, but Fong Chengfeng couldn't. When he saw the hundreds of missed calls and messages on his device, he knew something was wrong. Knowing the truth, it felt like the world had collapsed for him. After he finished watching the exciting clips shared by netizens and their comments, Fong Chengfeng was completely stunned. What are they talking about? They say I'm gasping and that I'm moaning. I blushed because I was touched. If it were you, you'd react the same way. I was just shocked. I'm not jealous. Seeing the truth and the comments made Fong Chengfeng feel terrible. Lin Zhi'en comforted him. Don't listen to their nonsense. You are clearly handsome, talented, and smart. How could you be foolish? Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, haha. Lin Zhi'en. Fong Chengfeng's face turned green. It's just that the screenshots and clips from the netizens are too much. I couldn't help it. It's not my fault. It's theirs. Lin Zhi'en laughed while trying to dodge. Although it's a bit funny, but Fong, this time we've turned an accident into a blessing. Many people like us. After knowing the truth, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, but quickly accepted it. He replied, it shouldn't be an accident. Accidents don't last this long. Whether it's an accident or not is for me to decide. I will find out who's behind this. Now, General Su, can you step aside? Fong Chengfeng looked at Su Ming, who had unintentionally stepped in front of Lin Zhi'en. Fong, please stay calm. I can't stay calm or rational. It's not embarrassing for you. All the men envy you, and your reputation is restored. With such a big impact, the military can't ignore it and will restore your position and rank. Fong Chengfeng angrily pointed to his chest. Only I am disgraced. Lin Zhi'en weakly raised her hand. I'm disgraced too. If we're both disgraced, at least we have each other. What kind of companionship is that? Fong Chengfeng grabbed Lin Zhi'en's hand and pulled her out from behind Su Ming, wanting her to explain to her family, who saw the live stream, that he wasn't gasping or anything inappropriate. It was just a normal reaction to a massage. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's hair was a bit messy from dodging him, he reached out to fix it. Lin Zhi'en thought he was angry and about to hit her, so she hugged him tightly and buried her face in his chest. Don't be mad. Don't hit me, General Fong. I'm sorry. Is that enough? This was Lin Zhi'en's instinctive reaction. When her mischievous brother got into trouble, their parents would spare him and scold her instead for not keeping an eye on him. She was in so much pain from being hit that she learned to act spoiled. As soon as they raised their hands, she immediately hugged them. Although she still felt slaps on her back, it was better than being hit on the face or head with a stick. Lin Zhi'en spoke while trying to dodge the slaps on her back. But when no more slaps came, the person holding her seemed frozen. He didn't move at all. Lin Zhi'en hesitated and looked up from Fong Chengfeng's embrace, noticing his Adam's apple moving. She suddenly realized that Fong Chengfeng was not like her parents. He wouldn't hit her. Unlike her parents, who smelled of smoke or sweat, his body was fresh and strong. The feeling was nice, but Lin Zhi'en didn't dare to hold on for long. She pulled back too quickly and almost fell. Su Ming gently steadied her from behind. In front, Fong Chengfeng also reached out to grab her arm. Lin Zhi'en steadied herself, feeling the hand at her waist, and then looking at Fong Chengfeng's hand, wishing she could disappear into the ground. I didn't mean to hug you. I just reacted because I was afraid you would hit me. Do you believe me? After her confused explanation, the hand at her waist disappeared, but Fong Chengfeng tightened his grip on her hand for a moment. A reflex? Afraid I would hit you? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Has Jing Bufei hit you before? If she hadn't been traumatized, how could she have such a reflex? Chengfeng's mind raced from her sudden hug to his quickening heartbeat and then to anger, all in an instant. He felt particularly confused. Why didn't you say anything before? Why didn't you report it? Lin Zhi'en responded, no, Jing Bufei has never hit me. Then who did? Lin Zhi'en paused, remembering that her parents had died in another world from a lightning strike. Just as she was unsure how to answer, Su Ming suddenly interjected, Fong Major, is your smart device connecting with someone? Chengfeng looked up to see his family all leaning in, their eyes full of curiosity. His smart device was indeed connected. Chengfeng felt overwhelmed, while his family was excited. No wonder you wanted me to report those people earlier. It turns out, I thought you were infertile or that your fertility value was 0 and that you would never have a girl hug you. Thank goodness. One comment after another made Chengfeng feel embarrassed. Please be quiet. I suspect someone is targeting me during today's live stream. I checked, and no one is targeting you. You walked into it yourself. Mother replied, I won't disturb you.
Goodbye.
Lin Zhi'en couldn't hear their conversation. She looked at Chengfeng's expression, took a deep breath, and calmed down. First, she couldn't instinctively hug anyone anymore. Second, about the live stream. Is someone targeting us? My mom said there are no clues indicating that. Soon, the stories of comfort and purification contacted them and apologized profusely. At the same time, they apologized on Starnet, sincerely and quickly. They apologized to everyone, even bowing in the video, asking Lin Zhi'en for another chance, promising to record properly this time. They would delete the live stream as soon as possible and release edited content. Netizens found it amusing and said they had saved the live stream video. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief. Although it was embarrassing, thankfully it didn't lead to anything serious. They all relaxed, but He Kawai was feeling down. It was his first mistake, and he was apologizing to Ruan Yijiao. I was careless this time, but it was just an accident. It was hard to operate with Major Feng in the frame, but we did gain something. The Marshal's crazy fans are not a joke, and I believe we've stirred them up. Lin Zhi'en won't be able to handle this. If not, we can do another episode, set a trap to ruin her reputation. Since the live stream didn't fail, they would record and edit instead, which he was more skilled at. Unfortunately, Ruan Yijiao was starting to doubt him. I can make it up to you, Miss Ruan. Please trust me one more time. He Kawai pleaded desperately, sharpening his resolve. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi'en was looking at her hands, feeling lucky that she had gotten close to Major Feng today. This was different from before. It was a real hug. Thankfully, Chengfeng didn't hold it against her. Bien Su watched Lin Zhi'en smile with concern. Currently, Miss Lin was getting along well with Major Feng and even General Su, while their marshal was on the battlefield and couldn't take calls. The marshal has suffered a loss. We are his people and need to build a good impression for him. We should occasionally speak well of him so that Miss Lin always remembers him. Bien Su hoped Miss Lin would comfort and support the marshal to prevent him from feeling overwhelmed. Han Zhou hesitated. I'm more worried that Miss Lin might put something strange in the beef jerky. I am also afraid that the marshal will come back and that Miss Lin will feed him strange herbal medicine. Bien Su fell silent. Then we should keep an eye on things. I just feel that Miss Lin has no bad intentions. Let's observe a bit more. To help the marshal feel included, Bien Su Hanzhou rarely took the initiative to talk to Lin Zhi'en, and then, somehow, their spiritual forms were drawn to her. Then, for some reason, their spiritual forms were suddenly embraced and petted by Miss Lin. Lin Zhi'en had a German shepherd in her left hand and a border collie in her right, feeling blissfully happy.
Bianxu Hanshu.
Hanzhou's body stiffened, and he even forgot how to breathe. After being single for 200 years, this was the first time a girl had hugged him. Bien Su was not much better. His gaze froze, and his thoughts paused. After a moment, he bit his tongue to snap back to reality. But once he was awake, even the quickest to react, Bien Su felt a bit lost. Why did Miss Lin hug their spiritual forms? Was she interested in them? But they only saw her as a lady. They could never think of her as a pet, let alone betray the marshal. Bien Su thought it through and tried to call their spiritual forms back, but they were already lost in the joy of being petted and wouldn't listen at all. He urged them urgently, and the border collie replied, "If you have the ability, kill me now. Otherwise, I will definitely not come back." The border collie even dared to talk back to its owner, while the German shepherd seemed to have forgotten about its owner entirely. Lin Zhi'en, unaware of how her love for fluffy things impacted them, couldn't help but pet the dogs, causing a huge shock to the two. She had been brought into this world and had never encountered spiritual forms before because the whale's spirit was too large and could only appear in water. Her focus had been solely on having children, so her understanding of spiritual forms was quite lacking. Moreover, since the spiritual forms shared the same perception as their owners, it was common knowledge they understood from birth, but no one had specifically mentioned it, leading to a gap in understanding. Lin Zhi'en was comforted by the German shepherd and border collie, feeling relaxed, and she slept quite well that night. However, Bien Su Hanzhou was troubled by her actions and couldn't sleep all night. Hanzhou couldn't resist the guilt he felt and messaged Bien Su in the middle of the night to apologize to the marshal for not controlling his spiritual form's closeness to Lin Zhi'en. After finally ending the battle, Lang Qi sighed. He pressed his increasingly painful head, comforted Hanzhou, and then contacted Bien Su. When he heard that there were no abnormalities with Lin Zhi'en's top candidate, he sent her a name. This was a perfect match for Lin Zhi'en's criteria and the one who could best replace him. The snow wolf sensed something was off with his emotions and reluctantly took out the beef jerky it had secretly hidden. Wolf smiled helplessly, and after eating some beef jerky, he looked much calmer, but he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. Another person also had a restless night. In the middle of the night, Chengfeng suddenly sat up. No matter the reason, Lin Zhi'en hugged him, and all she said was sorry. Chengfeng was troubled and couldn't sleep all night. The next day, when he logged onto Starnet, he was flooded with videos of him, Lin Zhi'en, and Su Ming. Everyone thought they looked sweet together and envied him for finding a good partner. Does a responsible person randomly hug someone and then say nothing? Do they think they can purify me without me knowing? If they can just hug me and purify me like that, will they also evolve me without saying a word in the future? Chengfeng slammed the table. No, she can't possibly evolve me without my consent. Bei's Hook quietly asked, "Master, do you want to be purified or not?" This feeling of anticipation mixed with fear and a bit of resistance was too complicated. It needed to clarify.
Of course I don't want to.
Bei's Hook flapped its wings. But Bei's Hook was manually muted, and Chengfeng said firmly, "The one who wants to purify is Lin Zhi'en." He huffed and lay down. She knows I would refuse, so she didn't dare to confirm. Bei's Hook tilted its head in confusion. Is that really the case? Why did it feel something was off, but it couldn't quite put its finger on it? The master became strangely curious after meeting Miss Lin, getting angry with himself, and then calming himself down. And you mentioned fertility points. Who would Lin Zhi'en choose? Would it still be Su Ming? Who would she want to have children with? She had always wanted children, and she might still want to have kids with others in the future. So annoying. It's all the production team's fault for bringing up pregnancy. If they sparked Lin Zhi'en's desire for children. If they had met earlier, he could have had children too. Bei's Hook sensed his anger mixed with feelings of grievance and sadness. After a night of brewing, the video of Lin Zhi'en's accident during the live stream spread widely, and the edited version was even more interesting. Many people tried to follow along and open a new world, claiming it was helpful. The influence slowly grew, and He Kewei came to invite her again as planned. He Kewei and Ruan Yijiao had a direct line of communication, and since no abnormalities were found, the live stream seemed to be just an accident. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhi'en agreed. Su Ming's situation needed to expand its influence, and traditional Chinese medicine had much to promote. Chengfeng refused without a second thought. I'm not recording. He can't afford to lose face, and the production team isn't good. They keep bringing up the topic of having children. Fine. Then I'll record with General Su. Chengfeng paused. Did he agree? Did you reach out to him first? If the production team brings up having children again, She won't go with Su Ming, right? Although Su Ming can't have children either, he wouldn't be happy to go with her. You two aren't planning to go to the fertility center together, are you? Of course not. They emphasize this time that they must not mention having children again, and General Su has agreed. Chengfeng changed her mind. All right, I'll reluctantly join you to avoid you both getting censored again. When is the recording?
Tomorrow.
Got it, I'll head over now. Lin Zhi'en said, I need to go out for a bit. The marshal is screening suitable candidates, and I want to meet one first. Finding a suitable fiancé within 3 months is already tough, let alone 3. At least 2 are needed. Time is tight, and she has to hurry. After the live stream mishap, she learned that the number of applicants for matches increased significantly, but with so many mixed signals, she didn't know where to start. The marshal screening is the most reliable. She spoke honestly, but Chengfeng wasn't very happy, a fickle woman. Just yesterday, she hugged him to purify him, and today she was going to meet others. Can you still prepare for tomorrow's recording today?
I have to.
I will make it back before 5. After ending the video call, Chengfeng's expression remained fierce. Master, do you want to harm the person meeting Miss Lin? Or burn them? Are you planning to follow them? Bei Zhuke was muted again. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I someone who breaks the law? How could I follow her? I'm only concerned because her matches are closely related to me. And I can tell she doesn't really want to go. She just has to because the rules require 6 matches. Bei Zhuke responded with a casual "oh," and for some reason, it suddenly felt normal to Chengfeng. Feeling that Bei Zhuque's response was a bit dismissive, Chengfeng challenged, You don't believe me? I'll contact Lin Zhi'en right now to show you. Isn't 6 matches a bit difficult for you? Lin Zhi'en received the message and quickly replied, You really understand me. For a single mother, it is indeed challenging.
Did you see that?
After showing Bei Zhuke, Chengfeng began to worry again. She wouldn't decide to register with someone today or be influenced by the production team to go and have a child, would she? Chengfeng was startled by his own thoughts as he swayed to the villa and told Su Ming about Lin Zhi'en meeting her new match. He mentioned, either intentionally or unintentionally, that he was worried and wanted to encourage Su Ming to ask where Lin Zhi'en was meeting so they could check on her. Unfortunately, after talking for a while, Su Ming didn't react much, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. This left Chengfeng feeling powerless, like hitting a pillow with his fist. If I had known, I would have asked more questions earlier, to prevent her from getting into trouble. As Chengfeng anxiously waited, Lin Zhi'en arrived at the library according to the information sent by Langi. Besides a name, Langi also shared the candidate's habits. He visited the library every week at a fixed time to read physical books, sitting in the second-to-last row by the window. Langi's exact words were, His mental stability is very solid, and there is no risk of a breakdown. You should meet him first, and if you feel comfortable, we can discuss more. Lin Zhi'en obediently agreed and arrived early. 20 minutes later, she met the person. Sherboen, a mental entity resembling a lion, had an SS-level mental status. At first, Lin Zhi'en couldn't see his face clearly against the light. She only noticed his well-tailored suit, making the library feel like a fashion show. As she got closer, she finally saw his face. Brown hair, golden eyes, a chiseled jaw, and a high nose, with distinct features. He had a strikingly exotic mixed-race appearance. Many mixed-race children are attractive in their youth, but may not age well, yet he was exceptionally handsome. His children would surely be good-looking too, but his fertility value was 0. Not only was he good-looking, but he also had an elegant and mysterious aura. However, his expression was quite cold. When he noticed Lin Zhi'en's gaze, he turned his head slightly, revealing a stern and clear demeanor. Lin Zhi'en immediately looked down to avoid his gaze. She felt that Marshal Qi had too high of an opinion of her, selecting someone who seemed extraordinary right away. She couldn't even dare to make eye contact, let alone speak to him. Sherboen walked past her without stopping. His long legs towered over the table, and even without speaking, his gaze conveyed an undeniable authority. He was 100 times more aloof than the models on the runway. Lin Zhi'en felt a bit overwhelmed. Since he was recommended by Langi, she instinctively thought he would be similar to him. She didn't expect him to have such a cold and distant demeanor. She didn't know how to interact with someone like him. Lin Zhi'en felt hesitant, but since Langi had chosen him for her, she couldn't back down so quickly. However, after an hour had passed, she still remained in her seat. Finally, Sherbowen's break time was over, and he got up to leave. Lin Zhi'en hurried to catch up and accidentally bumped into a girl with long curly hair in the hallway. The documents the girl was holding fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, let me help you." Lin Zhi'en apologized, but her words froze when she saw the scattered documents. They were all pictures of men, varying in style and quite alluring. The girl who had been bumped into chuckled softly. "If you like them, feel free to come and play." She pointed to one of the pictures in Lin Zhi'en's hand. They all have their contact information on the back. Lin Zhi'en shook her head vigorously. "No, thanks." She looked at the picture she was holding, noticing that the man had cat ears and a tail. At first, she thought it was just an accessory, but then she realized it was real. Don't miss out if you like them. For women, enjoying life is most important. Always thinking about serious tasks is so boring and tiring. We learn to find new experiences ourselves. If we're happy, they'll be happy too. As she spoke, the girl casually flipped to a picture of a man with rabbit ears. You see, they are struggling. By reaching out to them, you can help ease their burdens. It's a good deed. Lin Zhi'en paused. They are all struggling? Yes, if you like them, just contact them. The girl flipped to another photo. They're all really good quality. This particular picture was quite revealing. Lin Zhi'en gasped and covered her eyes, forgetting she was still holding the paper. To the girl, it looked like she was leaning in to kiss. Yes, that's how it should be. If you like someone, just go for it. No, Lin Zhi'en's face turned bright red as she tried to explain, but she locked eyes with someone not far away. It was Sherbowen. He glanced at Lin Zhi'en and the picture of the man, then turned and walked away without a word. Lin Zhi'en felt like she wanted to disappear. No, I didn't kiss him. It's all a misunderstanding. She whispered to his retreating figure, feeling foolish and wanting to cry. Her situation felt just like when a girl is caught watching something embarrassing during a blind date. She didn't have the courage to call out to Sherbowen or explain herself. She had ruined her chance at this blind date. Is that your admirer? The beautiful girl asked. No, but I really don't need it. Thank you, I'm sorry. Lin Zhi'en weakly refused, shoving the documents back into the curly-haired girl's hands and hanging her head as she prepared to leave. She was deeply affected, and the curly-haired girl watched her retreating figure with an unreadable expression. Walking absent-mindedly led to Lin Zhi'en almost bumping into Sherbowen as she turned a corner. You. Do you know me, miss? Sherbowen politely helped Lin Zhi'en steady herself and asked softly, his words clear and his voice deep. Even with a smile, he gave off an unsettling pressure, something only someone in a high position could have. Lin Zhi'en shook her head, almost in tears. I don't know you. Then why did you stare at me for an hour? You looked at me 47 times. And now, she had bumped into him on purpose. Earlier, she had even tried to get his attention by pretending to kiss a photo of a man. Most people would lose some composure in such a situation and let their guard down. Sherbowen pretended to be intrigued, saying meaningfully, I don't believe you have no intention. Lin Zhi'en replied, I just think you're handsome, so I looked a bit longer. If I had a purpose, it would just be to get to know you. She couldn't mention anything embarrassing. She didn't want to tarnish the marshal's reputation. Sherbowen smiled at this and extended his hand. Is that so? It's my honor. May I know your surname? Lin Zhi'en hesitated and awkwardly shook Sherbowen's hand. My surname is Lin. Just call me Shaolin. She wouldn't say her full name. She almost wished to change her surname. After shaking her hand, Sherbowen suddenly pulled her closer. As Lin Zhi'en gasped in surprise, he brushed her hair aside with his left hand and touched her neck. If you want to pretend to be a human woman, your kind still needs practice. No woman would easily let a stranger touch her, even for a handshake. He wouldn't let his guard down just because she was a woman. Lin Zhi'en was confused. I'm not from the insect tribe. Was shaking hands also wrong? Still trying to fight back? Su Ming chuckled and skillfully pressed on the back of Lin Zhi'en's neck. She flinched. That tickles. For some reason, his touch felt strangely powerful, making her uncomfortable. She even felt a bit warm and restless. Lin Zhi'en didn't want to use that word, but for some reason, her eyes were uncontrollably drawn to Su Ming's Adam's apple, and she felt an urge to touch it. This was very unusual. At that moment, Lin even suspected something was off with Su Ming. He might have something on his hands. Su Ming did not encounter the situation he had imagined with the parasite race. The skin of his subordinate remained soft, delicate, and gentle. He was still cautious about the hand he held, which had not turned into the claws or venom of the parasite race. Su Ming realized she was a normal woman. Now, during their first meeting, he was suspicious of her, holding her hand and touching her neck roughly. Even Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed and uncomfortable at that moment. Then, he noticed her skin getting warmer. "I'm sorry. I thought it was another parasite trying to disguise itself as a woman to get close to me." He released Lin Zhi'en and took a step back. "I didn't mean to offend you." He apologized and noticed that Lin Zhi'en's originally fair neck now had a hint of pink. He hadn't expected her to be so sensitive and fragile. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Lin Zhi'en scratched her warm neck and adjusted her hair. "It's okay, I was just looking at you. It's normal to be cautious about parasites." She understood but felt a bit off. Her face was warm, her body felt hot, and she couldn't help but keep staring at Su Ming. Su Ming regained his composure. "I'm glad the misunderstanding is cleared up.
You apologize for offending Miss Linian.
I have to move on to my next appointment."
Goodbye.
"All right, goodbye." Lin Zhi'en watched Su Ming leave and turned to walk away herself. Suddenly, her body felt weak and her vision blurred. Then, she fell into an embrace. It was Su Ming. The person who was about to approach paused and stepped back upon seeing this. Lin Zhi'en instinctively leaned closer to Su Ming. He stiffened and quickly dialed for emergency help. Lin Zhi'en was startled. She couldn't go to the hospital. If they checked her body, her reproductive status would be at risk of exposure. She wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Lin Zhi'en bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay awake. "No, I won't go to the hospital." Her eyes were filled with pleading. "I can't go to the hospital." Su Ming looked at her hand gripping his sleeve tightly, then at the unusual flush on her face and her weak appearance, pointing out the truth. "You're sick and have a high fever." He thought for a moment, then extended his finger to test Lin Zhi'en's forehead temperature. Lin Zhi'en, feeling disoriented and uncomfortable, experienced a cool sensation from his touch. She raised her hand and firmly pressed Su Ming's hand down.
"Ugh.
It's so cool and comfortable." Su Ming exclaimed. He has a cleanliness obsession, and now this is what it has come to? He tried to break free, but Lin Zhi'en held him down tightly. "I just need to cool down a bit." Lin Zhi'en took action herself, wiping her forehead and then her cheeks, finally feeling a bit more awake. But when she looked up, the first thing she saw was Su Ming's lips. Not too thick, not too thin, just right, with no lines and a healthy color. Perfect lips, looking very kissable. When she realized what she was thinking, Lin Zhi'en confirmed, "I think I'm not quite normal." This warm feeling, suddenly a bit strange, anyone would understand. Looking at her hand that had been rubbing against him, Su Ming said, "It's obvious. So, before you do something more extreme, it's best to go to the hospital. But I think your hand is enough to help me calm down." Her face wasn't as hot anymore, and she hadn't really lost her mind to just jump in for a kiss. Lin Zhi'en considered contacting Fong Chengfeng or Su Ming, but she definitely didn't want to go to the hospital. She spoke before Su Ming could. "If things go wrong, I will contact my match. You can also just knock me out. I won't hold you responsible. Can you just let me borrow your hand to cool down?" Su Ming's expression was hard to read. "Are you worried about me? You should be worried about yourself. Such an opportunity is rare for a man." Normally, Lin Zhi'en would suspect he had drugged her to take advantage of her. Her reaction was really unusual, so Su Ming pushed Lin Zhi'en up to check if she was being controlled by parasites.
Lin Zhi'en.
After confirming multiple times, Bowen found no signs of parasitic control. Once he finished checking, Lin Zhi'en's face turned even redder, and the light in her eyes made Bowen glance at her and then place his hand on her forehead. Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief. "Mr. Shi, your hand is like an antidote." Bowen replied, "Just now Miss Lin said she didn't know me."
Lin Zhi'en.
If she felt any more embarrassed, she might lose control. Breaking the awkward silence was the medical robot. The medical robot can do a simple check to see if you are poisoned. Is that okay? If Lin Zhi'en said no, Bowen would probably check her again for parasites. Okay. The test results came out quickly. The result shows the presence of a substance known as forgetful happy water. This is a party drug, usually used by transgender individuals. Bowen looked at Lin Zhi'en and asked, "Did you buy forbidden medicine?" "No, I was set up by someone." She immediately suspected the curly-haired woman she had just encountered. "Is this medicine very strong?" "It's moderate, just for fun. Right now, it seems your medicine is less potent." Lin Zhi'en thought for a moment and looked at the pouch at her waist. It was something she had prepared for dealing with the insect species, which had some insect-repelling and detoxifying effects. Now, it was unexpectedly helpful. Lin Zhi'en felt relieved but also a bit scared. Who would have thought that in broad daylight, in the library, someone would attack her? If she had separated from Bowen earlier or hadn't bumped into him, she might have been taken to an unknown place by now. What she would face next was easy to imagine. And she didn't even know who had attacked her. That feeling was truly unsettling. Bowen noticed Lin Zhi'en's expression and guessed her situation and thoughts. He helped her to the office. The medical robot dutifully followed them. The medical robot recommends a full-body checkup. Lin Zhi'en was about to refuse, but Bowen had already nodded in agreement. Okay. He needed to confirm if there were any other issues. When Lin Zhi'en saw the robot's gentle, warm light scanning her, she instinctively hugged Bowen and hid in his arms. Bowen was caught off guard. "Miss Lin, please calm down." The medical robot beeped. Preliminary check shows the patient's temperature is high at 39.8 degrees, blood pressure is normal, heart rate is elevated, fertility value. Fertility value 0, 100, 0. The medical robot seemed to stutter. Lin Zhi'en felt a wave of fear. It really would check the fertility value. In the future, medical robots must be avoided. Luckily, she reacted quickly this time. She looked up at Bowen, who was gazing down at her with curiosity, and a hint of pain flashed across her face. "I hate hospitals, I hate medical robots, and I don't want to hear about fertility values again. My ex-boyfriend betrayed me because of a fertility value of 5 and went after Ruan Yijiao. Others laughed at me too." She leaned against Bowen. "Make it go away." Bowen saw Lin Zhi'en gripping his shirt tightly and took a deep breath, instructing the medical robot to leave. Once the medical robot was gone, Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief and stepped back from Bowen's embrace. Bowen also felt relieved. The effect of the fun medicine lasts about half an hour. If there are no other issues, you should return to normal in about 20 minutes. Lin Zhi'en nodded. "Okay, during these 20 minutes, can you help cool me down? Don't worry, I won't hug you again. I just really disliked the medical robot earlier." Bowen said, "Good. Thank you." Lin Zhi'en, curious, asked, "You are not unfamiliar with the effects of the medicine.
Could it be
that you have also been affected?" Bowen paused for a moment. "Yes, I have been affected once."
Who did it to you?
Lin Zhi'en asked, intrigued. "Was it someone who liked you?" "No, it was someone who wanted to win me over as part of a bet." "Win you over?" Lin Zhi'en didn't understand. "It is said that many women take pride in winning me over, making me fall in love with them, and then leaving me." When Bowen's fertility value was not at 0, his family introduced him to girls. However, he refused to participate in strange, childish competitions and odd requests, which led to him upsetting 3 girls in a row. Eventually, he unknowingly became the target of girls' bets to conquer him, with the stakes getting higher. It wasn't until his fertility value dropped to 0 that such bets decreased. Lin Zhi'en quickly shook her head. "I didn't make any bets." Bowen paused. "Well, if there were bets, they would also involve me." The bets concerning him were quite unusual. He used his smart device to operate. I had someone check the surveillance and library. If you have any suspects or want to report this, I can cooperate as a witness. Rather than reporting it, Lin Zhi'en was more concerned about whether the medical robot would record her data. She didn't have much hope that reporting would lead to finding the culprit. If the other party was bold enough to act so openly, they surely had a way to escape. Lin Zhi'en couldn't see Sherbowen's smart device screen and cautiously asked, "Can you bring that medical robot back? Will it keep a record of my health check?" After Lin Zhi'en spoke, her heart nearly jumped out. Fortunately, Sherbowen, though curious, didn't ask too many questions. "Yes, but it can be deleted." Sherbowen called the medical robot back, and Lin Zhi'en nervously deleted the records, afraid of pressing the wrong button. Seeing the number behind the fertility value made her anxious. She felt relieved after deleting it herself. Sherbowen mentioned he had an appointment, which was not just a polite remark. He had a meeting and couldn't return in time, so it was changed to a holographic video conference. Lin Zhi'en leaned on the table to avoid the camera. Sherbowen listened to the reports, occasionally speaking a few words, but his hand never left her forehead, sometimes even flipping her hair. His fingers were long and elegant, each one looking like it was carved from white jade. Very beautiful. When Sherbowen finished the meeting, the effect of the medicine also wore off. "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Well then, Miss Lin, I'll take my leave." Sherbowen said goodbye, without hesitation. Wait a minute. Lin Zhi'en couldn't find anything to thank him with, so she finally took off the medicine pouch. The effect of the traditional medicine isn't very strong. It must be the pouch that helps with detoxifying and expelling parasites. Sherbowen thought she was giving it to him, because she heard he had also been poisoned. Seeing he didn't take it, Lin Zhi'en added, "This was just made, and it's clean. You can disinfect it when you get home." Sherbowen reached out. "Thank you." After they parted ways, some people left the library disappointed, as the photos they took, though they had some supportive poses, didn't satisfy them. "We actually failed. It looks like we won't get any rewards this time." Lin Zhi'en escaped a crisis and returned to the villa, where she was met with a cold snort from Fong Chengfeng. "After chatting for so long, I thought you too went to register and would tell me you already have your first child." Lin Zhi'en replied, "We only talked a bit. Why are you thinking about children?" Fong Chengfeng sighed in relief. "I didn't ask how much you talked. I just saw you glowing and thought you were about to celebrate." Lin Zhi'en said, "I was poisoned." "What?" Fong Chengfeng was shocked. The more he heard her story, the worse his expression became. "Who did it? Did he help you detoxify?" Su Ming remained silent, but his eyes darkened, as if a storm was brewing. "No." Lin Zhi'en touched her forehead. "I used the medicine pouch to neutralize some of the poison. I borrowed his hand to cool down and got through that half hour." "His hand?" Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming's faces changed colors. Although they hadn't heard many explicit stories, they immediately thought of something else. Fong Chengfeng stood up. "You are in trouble. You should have contacted us. How could you let a man you just met help you detoxify? Any normal man would have taken advantage of the situation. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Su Ming stood up silently. "What's his name?" They needed to find out who had poisoned her and who the man was. Lin Zhi'en was momentarily confused. At that time, he was the only one around. Luckily, his hand was just as effective as the cooling patch. It kept me alert when placed on my forehead. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming paused. A cooling patch? On the forehead? It turned out they had misunderstood. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming's emotions were like a roller coaster, swinging wildly, their expressions very strange. "Why do you look like that?" Just as they were unsure how to answer Lin Zhi'en, thankfully, their smart device chimed in, saving them. Lin Zhi'en felt a bit uneasy when she saw the name Langi, but she quickly signaled to Su Ming and connected the call as fast as she could. After all, it was rare for Langi to have free time. She ran back to her room, leaving only Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming in the hall, and the awkwardness returned. Both of them felt relieved that Lin didn't know what they had just been thinking. In the room, Lang Qi asked. Did you meet Mr. Shi? How was it? I did meet him. There was a bit of a misunderstanding, but we cleared it up, and he even helped me, Lin Zhi'en explained briefly. Lang Qi frowned. I can't believe that happened. I'll have Bian Su look into it. You should avoid going out alone for a while. Okay. Finally getting back to the main topic, Lin Zhi'en hesitated. Marshal, don't you think his conditions are too good? Lang Qi raised an eyebrow. Too good? Although I don't know his identity yet, he seems very authoritative and likely has a high status and income. He is also very handsome, while I feel quite ordinary. We really don't match. Lin Zhi'en was self-aware. Actually, you don't match with him either. You were also misled by the matching center, otherwise, with such good conditions. Lang Qi chuckled. Only you would say we have good conditions. Don't forget our fertility value is 0. But that doesn't hide your excellence. Lin Zhi'en reflected on her experiences over the past 2 days. Meeting you all has been my luck. Whether it was Lang Qi, Fong Chengfeng, or Su Ming, she felt fortunate. Lang Qi, resting in the back, could still hear the sharp and strange sounds of the insect race, and the mental strain was getting heavier. He felt exhausted, with a splitting headache, but he managed to maintain a smile. However, listening to Lin Zhi'en's words made his smile genuine. His head still hurt, but his chaotic thoughts finally found some peace. You are also wonderful. Meeting you has made me feel lucky, he said. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's shy yet satisfied expression softened his heart. He wondered how she had lived before, as her character was so different from other girls in the galaxy. Lang Qi's voice became gentle, so you don't need to feel unworthy of Sherboen. Meeting you is also his luck. If you like him, I can contact him and ask about his feelings. Lin Zhi'en scratched her chin and said, saying I like him is a bit much, but I will nod to that. Okay, then please help me reach out, she replied. Today, she had hugged him a few times, and he had not taken advantage of the situation. He was a gentleman and fit the characteristics of a cool, aloof boss, so she thought he wouldn't want to get too close in the future.
Langi nodded. All right.
After the video call ended, Wolf Chi remained silent for a long time, his thoughts in disarray. Maybe this is for the best. He took the opportunity during his break to contact Sherboen. Sherboen was finishing a meeting and handling official matters when he received a message from Wolf Chi, causing his pen to drop onto the desk.
Lin Zhi'en?
It turned out that Miss Lin was there to meet him, and the introduction was made by Wolf Chi after reading the follow-up requirements. He understood. She was a potential partner for collaboration, not someone for deep purification. Others would surely refuse, but this suited him perfectly. He was currently focused entirely on his career and had given up on finding a partner after his fertility value dropped to 0. However, painful experiences taught him that if he wanted to advance further in his career, he needed a partner. In the villa, Lin Zhi'en finished her call, and Fong Chengfeng had returned to normal. Are you done? Let's get started. Okay. Su Ming glanced at Lin Zhi'en, about to suggest a break, when Bian Su suddenly appeared with a tray, skillfully blocking Lin Zhi'en's view. On the tray were a cup of water and a cup of juice. Miss Lin, you must be tired. Have some water, Bian Su said as he placed the tray on the table. Lin Zhi'en was indeed thirsty. Thank you. I'll have some water first, she said as she sat down to drink. You're too polite, Miss Lin. Fong Chengfeng watched Bian Su appear out of nowhere and then saw Lin and gulp down the water, slightly pursing his lips. Fong Chengfeng and Bian Su were not strangers. He had previously thought Bian Su was reliable, clever, and good at assessing situations, making him a great ally. But now he found him a bit irritating. Bian Su looked at Fong Chengfeng. Major Feng, do you not like me bringing water to Miss Lin? I can leave. I meant no harm, just saw she was thirsty. Fong Chengfeng noticed Lin Zhi'en's glaring eyes and then looked back at Bian Su, letting out a huff. Fong Chengfeng spoke firmly. Colonel Bian, you misunderstood. I don't have anything against you. Bian Su visibly relaxed. That's good. Fong Chengfeng, feeling frustrated, gritted his teeth. Take your time drinking. If you choke, don't blame me. Lin Zhi'en chuckled. How could that happen? Thank you for your concern, Major Feng.
Feng Chengfenges anger dissipated af Lin Zhi'ens smile.
He cleared his throat and subtly glanced at Bien Su, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. What do you plan to do for tomorrow's program? If it's simple, you can just sit back. We can handle it. I'll make braised meat and pastries. It's a medicinal dish. I'm not tired, and I can help too. Lin Zhi'en had already thought it through and even prepared everything. The taste of traditional Chinese medicine is bitter and strange. Every time Colonel Han sees General Su drink it, he looks like he wants to say something. So I decided to make the medicine a bit tastier while keeping its effects. Hanzhou. He thought the medicine was meant to be a joke. As Su Ming looked up, he saw Lin Zhi'en smiling and saying, "But you still have to drink the medicine. Good medicine is hard to take, but if you drink it for a couple more days, it will surely work." Su Ming paused. "Didn't you always give me sugar?" The medicine was hard to swallow, but for the second dose, Lin Zhi'en prepared sugar to help mask the bitterness. This even caught the attention of Major Feng, who casually took 2 pieces for himself. Thinking of this, Su Ming unconsciously smiled a little before he realized it. "Wow, General Su, you're smiling." Lin Zhi'en pointed at him, excited. "This is the first time I've seen you smile." Su Ming, who had an androgynous look, appeared even more striking with that faint smile. Chengfeng noticed too, and, seeing Lin Zhi'en's bright eyes, couldn't help but mumble, "A man looks so good when he smiles." The slight smile on Su Ming's lips had already faded. "I smiled before too." "That's different. Your previous smiles were polite. This one is genuine. It seems you also dislike the medicine. Let's make something delicious today." Lin Zhi'en drank some water, stood up with enthusiasm, and went to the kitchen to introduce the ingredients. Braised beef mainly strengthens the spleen and boosts energy, warms the kidneys. Cakes nourish the heart, calm the mind, and replenish blood. Chicken soup boosts energy, replenishes blood, strengthens the spleen, and nourishes the stomach. But most importantly, this one replenishes essence and blood, which is good for your health and helps restore fertility. After Lin Zhi'en finished speaking, she noticed there was no response and couldn't help but turn back. "Why aren't you saying anything? Although it has a bit of a medicinal taste, it's not bad." Chengfeng scratched his face. "I'm not afraid of it being bad. Even though the things she prepared were a bit strange, she put so much effort into it, so it shouldn't go to waste." Once, his mother made a heartfelt meal that nearly poisoned him, and he finished it all. Although he still couldn't accept Lin Zhi'en's feelings, he wouldn't disregard her efforts. But saying it replenishes essence and blood sounds a bit odd. Lin Zhi'en still didn't give up on wanting his child, leaving Chengfeng unsure whether to be happy or worried. "What's odd about it? It's good for your health, so don't be picky." Lin Zhi'en's gaze was a bit unfocused, as if men generally disliked this. Fortunately, they don't understand traditional Chinese medicine theory. Otherwise, they would clearly say they can't do it, which would cause a stir. Chengfeng felt something was off with Lin Zhi'en. Just as he was about to ask, Su Ming silently walked past him, approached Lin Zhi'en, and quietly said, "Thank you. No need to be so polite. We are family now, and you helped out, right?" Lin Zhi'en handed him the chicken. "Let's make soup. You love chicken, don't you?" As far as he remembered, foxes seemed to love chicken.
Su Ming nodded, a bit stunned.
When Lin Zhi'en said she would take him home, he found it amusing because he had never had a home. He didn't know what home felt like, but it was somewhat similar to being electrified. Chengfeng watched Su Ming and Lin Zhi'en chatting and laughing, feeling a mix of emotions. He slowly approached and asked, "What should I do?" "I'll teach you how to knead and roll the dough. We'll have beef noodles later. Homemade noodles are really delicious." Lin Zhi'en sighed, "But the noodles might turn out lumpy. Otherwise, I would send a bowl to the marshal." Upon hearing this, Chengfeng lost interest in learning. "You don't mean to say you want me to learn so I can make noodles for the marshal at the front lines, right?" Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up. "Oh, I didn't think of that. You actually considered it. That's not impossible. If you all go to the front lines, having a bowl of hot beef noodles during breaks would be both tasty and beneficial. Plus, you can control the heat, the marshal provides ice, and General Su manages the cooking time. Perfect combination." Feng Chengfeng's mind unhelpfully conjured up images. His face turned pale. My fire is not meant for cooking noodles. You think about the marshal every day, wanting to serve him in everything I teach you. I won't do that. She knew he favored the marshal. I didn't mean it that way. As I said, we are matched together now, so we are family. You are, General Su is, and the marshal is too. Lin Zhi'en added, the marshal even said before that you can consider him family. Feng Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. Family? Did the marshal really say that? Matched people are just matched people, talking about family. Could it be that the marshal really has no feelings for Lin Zhi'en? Yes, Lin Zhi'en nodded. Although the marshal had protected her, overall, he didn't seem to have those feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so dedicated to introducing her to matched partners. Lin Zhi'en accepted it. After all, it was the marshal. The imperial marshal treating her so well was something she never dared to dream of. Being family was a gain for her. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Feng Chengfeng was about to reluctantly agree to learn when Su Ming suddenly stepped forward. Feng Major, if you don't want to learn, don't force yourself. I can learn. Feng Chengfeng was taken aback and didn't move from his spot. I didn't say I wouldn't learn. Are you willing to represent Lin Zhi'en and make noodles for the marshal? Lin Zhi'en found this strange and was about to stop him when Su Ming said, sure. He had never represented anyone before, so representing Lin Zhi'en was a new experience for him. Su Ming added, you can eat too. Since it was just an extra pair of chopsticks, it didn't matter. That last line was something Lin Zhi'en had said before. Feng Chengfeng was completely taken aback. Su Ming always managed to frustrate him. He angrily moved aside. After listening to Lin Zhi'en explain the steps, Su Ming suddenly said, Miss Lin can just call me by my name. Okay, Su Ming, then you can call me Zhi'en too. No need to always say Miss Lin.
All right.
After a moment, Su Ming called out, Zhi'en. His voice was soft, but Lin Zhi'en heard it and responded with a gentle yes. Feng Chengfeng turned around sharply. Wait, why are they suddenly calling each other by name? He walked up, brushing past Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en looked back. Major Feng? Feng Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. So now I'm the only major here, and I'm an outsider? Lin Zhi'en chuckled. Then should I call you Chengfeng? Don't like that? How about Little Feng? What Little Feng? I'm a strong and capable man. The kitchen was busy yet warm, and as they worked together, they encouraged Lin Zhi'en to call them by their names. This atmosphere was something he had never experienced before. It was simple, yet captivating. Hanzhou stood next to him, tiptoeing to look at the ingredients, worried there might be animal waste mixed in, and that everyone would end up eating something unpleasant. Thankfully, there wasn't any. The preparation went smoothly. Aside from sending some to the marshal at the front, most of it ended up in their mouths. As night fell, a group gathered to eat noodles and comment on the TV drama they were watching. This scene was familiar to Bian Su, as he often did the same with his comrades at the front. However, with Lin Zhi'en added to the mix, everything felt different. She seemed to have a magical ability to make people relax. Previously, whenever Bian Su saw Su Ming, he felt tense because Su Ming seemed dangerous. But now, with Su Ming sitting next to him, he felt completely at ease. Then Su Ming received a call from the military. Because everyone on StarNet is discussing this, the military is considering the public opinion impact and wants me to return to cooperate. Su Ming spoke softly. If all goes well, considering my past contributions and uniqueness, I should regain my military rank. Thanks to Lin Zhi'en's insistence, what seemed impossible became possible. That's great. When are we going back? Su Ming felt a sense of resolution. Tomorrow, but I want to accompany you on the show first. Before he could finish, Lin Zhi'en interrupted, Are you crazy? It's not the time for a show. Get up and pack your things. We're going back tonight. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can relax. Right, we can both go tomorrow. Feng Chengfeng chimed in with a smile. Bian Su nodded as well, and Hanzhou, and I will go too. You can rest easy, General Su. Feng Chengfeng glanced at Bian Su. Why are you always around? Su Ming looked at Feng Chengfeng's smile and then at Bian Su, who was pursing his lips, about to speak, when Lin Zhi'en pulled him. "You go pack your luggage." Then, she sprang into action, directing everyone to help, preparing medicine and packing. "This is the medicine Chengfeng prepared for you. Take it 3 times a day, and heat it up after meals. This is some braised beef pastry. Take it with you and share it with your comrades. This bag is for your superiors as a thank you for their hard work." Su Ming frowned. "Why give it to them? They don't deserve it. Because they are your superiors and comrades. Good food can bridge any gap between people, and, people tend to feel indebted when they receive something." Su Ming was quiet, but Lin Zhi'en understood his situation. Everyone was wary of him and didn't seem to like him. He realized Lin Zhi'en wanted to ease the tension between him and others. He didn't care about their attitudes or whether he had friends. But she, as before, worried about him. Su Ming felt a mix of emotions, torn between listening to Lin Zhi'en and enjoying the food on the way. Remember to tell them about the benefits of the food, that it's good for their health. With Lin Zhi'en's reminders, Su Ming left for the military base for the first time with bags in hand. As the car drove away, he looked back at Lin Zhi'en waving and the reluctant Feng Chengfeng standing behind her. Su Ming absent-mindedly touched his chest, feeling a strange emotion he had never experienced before. "Let's go back. He's grown up now." Fong Chengfeng pulled Lin Zhi'en back inside. Bien Su followed behind, suddenly thinking, maybe this is what it feels like to have a home. He recalled a lesson from his childhood. We cherish women not only for the need to reproduce, but also because losing women means losing emotions. Women are naturally gifted with the ability to love. Without women, families would be missing and human emotions would fade. A world with only men would turn humanity into emotionless beasts, and civilization would cease to exist. This sentence is often tested in exams, and everyone memorizes it. However, Bien Su only memorized it without understanding its meaning until he glimpsed the concept of home. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the significance of that statement and the importance of protecting women. Protecting Lin Zhi'en suddenly became more than just a task. Her presence gave him a sense of happiness, as if he were wrapped in a bubble, isolating him from the ongoing emptiness and pain. Bien Su found himself lost in thought, yet he rationally regretted that the marshal was not present. He turned to look at Hanzhou. Hanzhou was still
eating.
He was very happy, and his spirit was also joyful, wanting to rush out and snuggle into Lin Zhi'en's arms. Hanzhou tightly squeezed it with his legs, managing to avoid causing trouble in front of Major General Fong. The German shepherd that was blocked was not pleased. It had planned to sneak away to find Lin Zhi'en after Fong Chengfeng left. However, the plan failed. Fong Chengfeng ended up staying at the villa. Let him stay. His spirit, Hook, was still lurking outside Lin Zhi'en's room. The German shepherd, wanting to secretly find Lin Zhi'en, almost got burned. Even the border collie on duty had its tail singed. Bien Su looked at the border collie's tail and couldn't help but laugh. Major General Fong is still Major General Fong. He then squatted down and hugged his spirit, saying, "Miss Lin will definitely feel sorry for this." The border collie's eyes sparkled with wisdom. It knew that Miss Lin would see its tail tomorrow. That night, no one except Lin Zhi'en managed to sleep. Everyone felt a flutter of emotions. Fong Chengfeng couldn't help but think about Lin Zhi'en wanting to have children with him, feeling both joy and worry. Last time she reacted so negatively about going to the fertility center, it seems she prefers natural conception. Natural conception. Deep purification. She won't come looking for me in the middle of the night, will she? As blood trickled from his nose, Fong Chengfeng cursed under his breath. Lin Zhi'en did this on purpose. After entering the bathroom, Fong Chengfeng took a long time to come out. In the early hours of the morning, he kept staring at the door, afraid that Lin Zhi'en would sneak in. Lin Zhi'en was unaware of all this. The next day, facing Fong Chengfeng's sorrowful gaze, Lin Zhi'en was puzzled. When the agreed time came, the program team did not arrive. Lin Zhi'en wondered and tried to contact them, but unexpectedly, there was no response. "There's no need to look for them," Bien Su said. "Miss Lin, their program has already aired." The show was broadcasted live instead of recorded, and the guest was none other than Ruan Yijiao. So, the production team is upset because Ruan Yijiao canceled? Chengfeng laughed. Are they crazy? He contacted the production team directly. This time he got through smoothly. They apologized and explained that the staff member who was supposed to contact Lin Zhi'en was sick and couldn't relay the message in time. They didn't even know Lin Zhi'en had agreed to record, so in the end, the boss asked Miss Ruan to step in. Chengfeng scoffed. Do you really think I will believe that excuse? The production team insisted on that reason, apologizing sincerely, and even said they could fire the hospitalized staff member if he was unsatisfied. In the end, they surprisingly said, Young Master Fong, Miss Ruan wants to express her apology by inviting you to join her for a live date, where you can be her temporary match for the day. Chengfeng was confused. What do you mean a live date with her? If I want a date, it should be with my match, right? Didn't you invite my match? The production team only mentioned recording later and excitedly said they envied Chengfeng, claiming they had sent a team to pick him up. Lin Zhi'en listened to the conversation and recalled how Jing Bufei had left her for Ruan Yijiao before. Are you going on a date with Ruan Yijiao? Lin Zhi'en was speechless. Ruan Yijiao seemed very determined to take her match away. By now, she was sure the production team had intentionally messed with her yesterday. The change from recorded to live was all because of Ruan Yijiao. She had already tested Chengfeng in front of her before, and now she was still not giving up, throwing out bait. Chengfeng noticed Lin Zhi'en's expression and quickly made his stance clear. Tell Ruan Yijiao that if she's sick, she should go to the hospital. I have a match. Why would I be her temporary match? Can't she find someone else? Is your production team out of their minds? Publicly promoting disloyalty to matches? Chengfeng hung up and looked at Lin Zhi'en. I refused. His face looked grim. It's also my fault for not realizing they were behind Ruan Yijiao and falling for their trick. Flattering others while looking down on people. I'm still here. The marshal once said that. How dare they? Why should they treat Lin Zhi'en like this? And how could Ruan Yijiao shamelessly try to take someone from her? Chengfeng was angry, but Lin Zhi'en was not surprised at all. After all, it's Ruan Yijiao. It's normal for them to chase after her. She looked at Chengfeng. Logically, you should be chasing after her too. After all, she was the leading lady, and no one could resist her charm. Chengfeng said, You're insulting me a bit. On the other side, when Ruan Yijiao heard Chengfeng's refusal, her expression turned sour. Hikuei laughed. Chengfeng is young and doesn't understand that the Feng family is a so-called family of law. It will end with him. Once he grows older and realizes the situation, he will regret kneeling before Miss Ruan to ask for forgiveness. After all, only Miss Ruan can create miraculous births. Please calm down. This was Hikuei's true thought and the reason he dared to speak to Lin Zhi'en like this. Although the marshal had a high reputation and Chengfeng should not be underestimated, the marshal's age and condition could lead to a mental breakdown at any moment, losing his ability to have children. In the end, no matter how high the reputation, it would all be in vain. Chengfeng was in the same situation. Miss Ruan was a treasure across the galaxy, and now she was close to the second prince, possibly becoming the empress in the future. He had planned to set a trap, but unexpectedly, due to the excellent feedback from the live broadcast, Miss Ruan was not satisfied. He decisively chose to replace Lin Zhi'en. The stories of comfort and purification became a huge hit thanks to Ruan Yijiao. Ruan Yijiao brought everyone a lullaby and gifted them a dreamy date. Her words were gentle, and everything from the filming angles to other details was carefully designed, making it feel as if they were truly face-to-face, listening to her play, shopping with her, holding hands, and hugging on a date. Even the production team and the Star Network made an exception to allow her to connect with the audience, making it feel immersive. Once the program aired, it instantly became a sensation, and everyone went wild. Ruan Yijiao's popularity completely overshadowed the sparks Lin Zhi'en had created earlier, attracting a large number of followers. However, Ruan Yijiao was not satisfied. What's the point of overshadowing Lin Zhi'en? Comparing me to her is an insult. Feeling unhappy, Ruan Yijiao began to undermine Lin Zhi'en's reputation, belittling her efforts. Anyone who praised Lin Zhi'en's work was attacked by Ruan Yijiao's fans. In the end, while Lin Zhi'en's video views continued to rise, no one dared to compliment her, and some even tried to tarnish her image. Meanwhile, Ruan Yijiao kept recommending the immersive date videos to Langi, knowing from her connections that he was not doing well. "Marshall, I don't believe that after experiencing a date with me, you won't be moved. It must be very despairing on the front lines, with the pressure of a mental breakdown and the burden of not having descendants weighing on you. Only I can solve all of this. Only I can bring you hope." Wolf Chi indeed received feedback. He rarely filmed a video bringing good news. After relentless efforts, we have finally driven the insect race back beyond the borders. Wolf Chi unfortunately sacrificed himself, fulfilling his previous promise. After the video was released, it quickly became a trending topic and news outlets reported this good news. Everyone was cheering and applauding for Wolf Chi. The video continued. Everyone is celebrating. Celebration is normal, but the noise of the celebration was strange. The sounds of wailing and shouting seemed both joyful and painful. It was quite overwhelming, making one think too much. Until the camera zoomed in, the truth was revealed. It turned out they were giving massages. They were learning and exchanging massages, and the strange sounds echoed throughout the temporary camp. Seeing Wolf Chi, they were a bit shy and tried to cover themselves with their clothes, but someone shouted, "Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to the ma'am's massage, I fell asleep." Another person shouted, "Ma'am, when the marshal returns, please help him with massages. He doesn't seem to enjoy ours." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers, resembling a scene from a zoo. Wolf Chi seemed speechless, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. "I'll share the situation on the front line for now. If I share more, I might get a warning for inappropriate content, so please testify that they were just giving massages, not anything else." The video quickly ended, and everyone who watched laughed heartily, all saying they would help testify. In the video, Wolf Chi seemed to say nothing yet everything at the same time. The soldiers coming down from the battlefield were getting massages. What did that represent? It meant the massages were good. The joking about inappropriate content was just right, silently warning, "I'm still watching, so behave." Wolf Chi's statement made the chaos online disappear, but it left Ruan Yijiao confused. She waited for Wolf Chi's response, but it wasn't what she wanted. What is he really thinking? Why is he always so heartless? He doesn't care. There are plenty of people who do.
Didn't several families contact me?
I need to find new matches. Ruan Yijiao's list of potential matches had already exceeded 10. Yet, many were still in line, and only those with outstanding family backgrounds and personal qualities could catch her eye. The Shi family, with a fertility value of 0. It seems they are desperate to offer such good conditions. Wait, she seemed to remember that the marshal had some connections with the Shi family. Then let's make contact and see what happens. Seeing that both the Shi family and he were on different paths with a fertility value of 0, she couldn't believe the marshal had no reaction. The Shi family received a message from Ruan Yijiao and expressed their gratitude. "We don't know when Miss Ruan is available. Please let us know a time, and we'll have Bowen visit you as soon as possible." Ruan Yijiao wasn't in the mood and said she would notify them later. Out of sight, out of mind, she didn't watch the marshal's video. So she didn't notice that Bowen had liked the marshal's video. Lin Zhi'en also received a message from Langi, so Mr. Shi agreed? Yes, he said as long as you don't mind his fertility value being 0, he is willing to accept your proposal. We approached him because we knew about his fertility value. Fong Chengfeng, who came to see Lin Zhi'en, vaguely heard her mention fertility value, and his expression darkened. He criticized Ruan Yijiao's lullaby online, faced backlash from the entire internet, and argued with netizens while she was going to meet a new match. Life was becoming unbearable. And now she was talking about fertility value. What did she want to do? Langi nodded. Yes, he can accept your proposal and wants to meet you again to discuss it formally. Lin Zhi'en was surprised. He didn't respond before. I thought he wouldn't agree. Matching is a big deal. In ancient times, it was like marriage, and you could only marry once in a lifetime, so it needs careful consideration. His cautious nature is why he is only now replying. Lin Zhi'en thought about it and agreed. Male matching in modern times is similar to marriage for women. It must be taken seriously, and one must understand the man's situation clearly, or it could lead to disaster. Langi watched Lin Zhi'en nodding vigorously, feeling complicated. Mr. Shi is tentative for now, so next I'll look for a second candidate for you. Lin Zhi'en weakly nodded. Okay. I really don't know how to choose. There have been many more applicants, but just looking at them gives me a headache. Once the time to meet Shi was set, Lin Zhi'en ended the video call. She turned to see Chengfeng leaning against the door with a half-smile. Mr. Sure, it wouldn't be Shi, would it? Do you know him? Chengfeng smirked, of course. The renowned chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the youngest cabinet member, Shi, who often visits the imperial palace. Who in the empire doesn't know him? Last year, there were rumors he was the vice marshal and the next federal marshal, but he became low-key after that didn't happen. He was never an insignificant person, especially since he just liked my post. Chengfeng finally understood why Shi liked Lin Zhi'en. He hadn't specifically asked who Lin was meeting before, and this time it truly surprised him. Chengfeng didn't know how to describe his feelings. The marshal was indeed generous and responsible, introducing such a suitable match for Lin Zhi'en. Turns out his background is quite impressive. Lin Zhi'en suspected Shi had a significant identity, but she didn't expect it to be this remarkable. As the saying goes, if it weren't for her low fertility value, she wouldn't have this opportunity. Shi's influence wasn't as strong as the marshal's, and even Chengfeng couldn't compare, but his identity was still notable. He was the spokesperson for the Federation. Generally, he was very cautious and rarely expressed opinions or likes, even on personal accounts. This unprecedented expression represented the Federation's stance. Ruan Yijiao used to manipulate public opinion easily, but this time, she faced backlash for the second time. As the storm shifted from her fans to her, she had to post a message urging her fans to stay rational. After posting, the princess castle was once again in chaos. Wolf Chi, how could you do this to me? What is she? Why do you protect her? You even stepped on me for her. And you, Chengfeng, who do you think you are to call my things trash?
How dare you? The Fong family is finished.
I will never deal with any of you again. Lin Zhi'en, what did you do? Why is Shi supporting you? Ruan Yijiao felt something was off lately. Why are there so many unexpected events? She had been sailing smoothly for years, getting everything she wanted, but now she was stumbling because of Lin Zhi'en. What kind of charm did Lin Zhi'en cast on them to gain such support? Wait, there's one person who hasn't reacted, Su Ming. Su Ming hadn't spoken at all. She opened her smart device and found her previous messages to Su Ming, which he had never replied to. Ruan Yijiao felt a surge of anger. No one had ever ignored her messages. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she tried to contact him again to check on his situation. However, this time, there was still no response. Ruan Yijiao suspected she had the wrong number and asked her assistant to find the correct contact for Su Ming, but unexpectedly received a piece of news. General Su's military rank may be restored soon. Ruan Yijiao felt that things were slipping out of her control. How is that possible?
Who is helping him?
Su Ming is not someone only she can save. In the end, he is willing to give his all for her, even to the point of sacrificing himself. On the other side, Su Ming expressionlessly shut down his smart device, ignoring Ruan Yijiao's questions, and his mood worsened. Ruan Yijiao's thoughts were too trivial for him to care about, but he didn't openly express his feelings because he knew how the public viewed him. If he openly supported Lin Zhi'en, it might backfire. His comrade, who was enjoying some pastries, looked on in silence. The pastries were delicious, but when Su Ming offered them, it felt reluctant and forced. Now his expression was even more frightening. Otherwise, should I return this one to you? He asked, trembling as he reluctantly handed back the untouched pastry. Su Ming, with a stern face, refused. No need. Zhi'en said they are for you. Eat them. They will help calm your mind. At that moment, Su Ming seemed intimidating. If it were in the past, his comrades might have distanced themselves from him. But seeing Su Ming so upset now, his comrade had no intention of using his abilities and felt less afraid. Did Miss Lin make this? It's really good, he said, and Su Ming's expression softened a bit. His comrade couldn't help but smile. That day, Su Ming went to the cafeteria, and surprisingly, someone sat across from him. It was the first time someone shared a table with him. Su Ming felt uncomfortable and wanted to tell the person to move away, but he held back. Soon, Su Ming received important news. Reinforcements were needed at the front lines. Not just active soldiers, but even retired ones might need to prepare. The Zerg Queen had left her nest and might be mobilizing. It seems we will soon be heading to the front lines. In the villa, Bian Su also received the news, and his expression was unusually grave. Isn't the Marshal in danger then? The Zerg Queen holds grudges. She hates anyone who harms her children, and the Marshal is at the top of her list. The Marshal and the Queen have been old rivals, neither able to defeat the other. But that was in their prime. Now, the Marshal is mentally exhausted and has already used too much energy in previous battles. This is taking advantage of the situation. Shameless. Lin Zhi'en followed up anxiously. What should we do? Should I go to the front lines to help the Marshal? Would a massage or a hug help? Or maybe a kiss? Han Zhou shook his head. The Marshal wouldn't agree. Even if it meant risking his life, the Marshal would not allow Miss Lin to go to the front lines. Those Zergs especially like to target women. Bian Su added, yes, it's too dangerous. We understand that Miss Lin wants to help the Marshal, but a last-minute purification might not be effective. Marshal has SSS-level mental strength, which is very strong, but it also means that mental pollution cannot be easily resolved. Deep purification might have some effect, but even that may not be enough. Legend says that true deep purification occurs when two people love each other, not just physically, but also when their souls resonate, creating a harmony in their mental waves, leading to genuine mental comfort and purification. However, in today's context, such deep purification is hard to achieve. The Marshal and Miss Lin cannot have this. They are not even close. The Marshal even finds other suitable matches for Miss Lin, treating her more like a younger generation and not loving her at all. Far away on the front lines, the Marshal suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill down his spine. The news of the insect army's impending attack echoed in everyone's ears. The previous breakthrough by the insect forces was just a vanguard. In response to Lin Zhi'en and the others' worries, Langi reassured them, saying, "We received the news in advance and are prepared. The Imperial Federation Army will fully support us, and even if it takes time, we will push them back." They could not allow the insect army to breach their defenses and threaten humanity. Langi's attitude eased Lin Zhi'en and the others' worries. While they were busy on the front lines, Lin Zhi'en was also active, preparing many energy-boosting snacks and sending them to the front within 3 days. After consulting Feng Chengfeng, she also bought a lot of medical supplies to send along. Due to her busy schedule, she didn't have much time or energy to investigate those who targeted her in the library and hadn't found any useful clues. Langi continuously received packages of supplies at the front, one truck after another. His feelings were mixed but happy, as the frontline soldiers were excited to receive good food. Although the military didn't lack food, it was made by Lin Zhi'en, showing that the Marshal's wife cared for them. Some soldiers ate the food, while others saved it for later, when the battle began. As the situation grew more serious, Langi could only relax when he received Lin Zhi'en's packages. "Don't send more. You must have run out of money by now?" "There will be more in the future," Lin Zhi'en replied. Unable to go to the front to provide comfort and purification, she could only find ways to make the Marshal happy each day, hoping to purify a little mental pollution. She not only collected jokes but also enlisted the help of a border collie and a German shepherd, working together with their 2 barks.
Wolfkey.
Feeling a mix of amusement and complexity, especially with the snow wolf's envious murmurs. Call Bian Su and Han Zhou back. At this rate, the lady will be taken away by them. The lady definitely likes me more. She won't prefer those two pups. I will definitely confront those two pups later. You can't stop me, master.
Wolf Key.
What Lin Zhi'en did spread among the soldiers at the front line and received a lot of praise. Many people came to thank Lin Zhi'en and she felt very happy. She was happy, but Ruan Yijiao was not. Is this little thing enough to win her over? Seeing Lin Zhi'en replying to those shallow-minded soldiers and pretending to be cute with emojis, Ruan Yijiao was very displeased. Looks like you've managed to impress them. Just because you think you're the match for the marshal, you think you deserve everyone's respect and want to share his glory? Ridiculous, a useless person who can't even have a child. What right do you have? The front line is so dangerous. Your priority should be to support the marshal, not distract him. Although the marshal's fertility value was 0, Ruan Yijiao couldn't help him either. But Lin Zhi'en wouldn't even dare to try. Soon, she found something interesting. Videos of soldiers receiving notifications to go to the front line, expressing their pain or leaving last words. In the past, Ruan Yijiao wouldn't have paid attention, but today she clicked on one. Finding a video about the regret of not having children, she personally replied, I want to help you, but unfortunately, you have a match. I can't let her be sad. Seeing her actions, Hikuei, who was eager to achieve something, was overjoyed and immediately contacted his subordinates. Quick, reveal the matter about Miss Ruan being forced to stop leaving descendants for the heroes at the front line because of Lin Zhi'en's opposition. He skillfully twisted the narrative. Just mention their matching lightly. Soon, the public opinion against Lin Zhi'en shifted. Whale just want a child. Is it wrong to admire a blessed person like Miss Ruan? Whale is fulfilling his duty as a match. Why go to such extremes against him? Everyone has the right to have children. Why should our rights be taken away? As the war approached, many felt pressure and began to blame Lin Zhi'en for these statements. I don't lack food or snacks. If you send me this, it would be better to let me have a child. That way, I would have no regrets even if I die. Lin Zhi'en was happily replying at first, but soon noticed the doubts from everyone. Some even brought her things they worked, only to trample them underfoot. I don't need these things. I need a child. A child. What's the point of sending so many gifts to the marshal? It's better to give him a child. Lin Zhi'en was instantly stunned. Ruan Yijiao, who was dining with the second prince, looked very pleased watching the video. Marshal, did you see? Lin Zhi'en is just holding you back, unlike me. It should be intensified. She came out of the restroom and quickly got the second prince to speak for her. Reproduction is a significant matter for all of humanity. Wanting a child is not wrong. The empire has always encouraged everyone to have children. Jiao Jiao just wanted to leave a legacy for the heroes fighting on the front lines. She did nothing wrong. The fault lies with jealousy. The second prince's situation drew increasing attention. Ruan Yijiao promptly replied, I'm not afraid of being wronged. It's just that I have to ask everyone for understanding if I seem inconsistent. I have always wanted to help more people, but my abilities are limited. To all the soldiers going to the battlefield, I'm sorry I can't help you. I hope you return victorious. Here, I want to call on the Fertility Center to open frozen gene liquid for all soldiers heading to the front. I am willing to dedicate 1 month each year to randomly select a fallen soldier and help them have a child, striving to leave a legacy for our heroes. I also encourage other women to join. She even specifically tagged Lin Zhi'en. Ruan Yijiao's speech instantly moved everyone. Lin Zhi'en was left speechless and began to doubt. Is what I'm doing really unnecessary? Is going to a fertility center more important than anything else? Modern dramas, and many people today emphasize leaving a legacy. When someone dies but leaves behind a child, it seems less regrettable. Of course not, Fong Chengfeng said, frowning tightly. Don't let Ruan Yijiao influence you. If you think that way, then those of us who can't have children might as well not live. Everyone appreciates the gifts you send because they are not just items, they represent care and concern. Everyone understands. Only a small number are swayed and stirred up. Fong Chengfeng hit the nail on the head. Frozen gene liquid is a benefit for high-ranking officers earned through battle. She casually claims it should be for everyone without knowing how many that really is. With so many people, how much work does her call to action really involve? Once a year, they randomly select one person, but the breeding center and the military won't agree to it. The breeding center and the military indeed did not agree. However, Ruan Yijiao's popularity overshadowed even the soldiers fighting bravely on the front lines. The queen of the insect race personally led her army, and a great battle broke out. Fortunately, human weapons were becoming more advanced, and they had prepared well in advance. The general led effectively and managed to withstand the first wave of attacks. But the attention that should have been on them was completely taken by Ruan Yijiao. She lay in her princess castle, said a few nice words, interacted with the second prince, and received countless praises and gratitude, as if she and the second prince were the ones achieving success on the battlefield. This was not the first time Ruan Yijiao had done this. She had previously gained everyone's admiration in the same way. Of course, she did not forget to put down a couple of women, saying they were irresponsible and didn't understand the importance of having children. This time, they targeted Lin Zhi'en, claiming she was unwilling to even try. Lin Zhi'en. All right, so this is how we're playing. She directly replied to Ruan Yijiao. How does Miss Ruan know that the general and I haven't gone? In fact, I would go whenever there's a chance. Anyone can read and reply randomly. If you have the ability, go check. I'll make you furious and jealous. Ruan Yijiao was stunned when she saw the message. After the shock, she felt an unprecedented sense of betrayal. Wolf Chi, how can you go to the breeding center with her? Ruan Yijiao was angry. The sentiment on Starnet also shifted. It subtly placed pressure on the general. If he couldn't withstand it, it would be seen as his failure. Lin Zhi'en could ignore the subtle digs, but she couldn't stand people speaking about the general like that. The general is also human. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, especially with the insect queen involved. Why put all the pressure on him? And what does the second prince mean? Are they going to hold the general accountable for any issues on the front lines? Lin Zhi'en was very angry. They have always been like this, Fong Chengfeng said coldly. Ever since the crown prince lost his breeding value, the only one with breeding value, the second prince, had been trying to take his place. Unfortunately, the position of crown prince is not so easily obtained. Fong Chengfeng changed the subject. He's just the second prince. He's not in a position to represent the royal family. I'll find someone who truly represents the royal family to counter their bad influence. Who will you find? The crown prince. Lin Zhi'en, the crown prince? The low breeding value alliance? Not just that, didn't you know? The crown prince and I are friends. Fong Chengfeng contacted the crown prince in front of Lin Zhi'en, and it took a while for the call to connect. I thought I wouldn't be able to reach you again, Fong Chengfeng said casually. Your little brother has started talking nonsense again. You should take care of him. After hanging up, the crown prince quickly reacted and confronted the second prince, without holding back. Encouraging childbirth doesn't mean promoting infidelity in the presence of suitable partners. Dan Ruiz, as the second prince, you should be cautious with your words and actions, not let your desires cloud your judgment. Remember, you are not in a position to criticize those on the front lines, nor to judge the marshal. The crown prince showed no mercy to the second prince or to Ruan Yijiao. Seeing the crown prince's response, Ruan Yijiao's face turned extremely ugly, with a hint of fear in her eyes. At first, Ruan Yijiao looked down on the second prince. Her real target was the crown prince, but he saw through her true intentions. Now, Ruan Yijiao remained wary of the crown prince, just like the second prince, wanting him to disappear. Unfortunately, the crown prince held a special position and was deeply loved. Even with the loss of fertility value, no one considered replacing him. As soon as he appeared, all negativity vanished. Fong Chengfeng proudly stated, "It really takes our crown prince." Seeing Lin Zhi'en's curious expression, Fong Chengfeng began to explain the crown prince's great achievements. The royal family's spirit animal is a tiger, and the crown prince's spirit animal is the unique white tiger. He also has an SSS-level spirit, though sometimes I suspect he might be SSS+. Lin Zhi'en opened her smart device to search for the crown prince's spirit animal. With snow-white fur, majestic stature, and a dignified demeanor, the white tiger exuded power and was imposing yet noble. Lin Zhi'en gasped in admiration, while Chengfeng felt proud yet slightly uneasy. I admit his spirit animal is quite handsome. The tiger is a god of battle, while our crown prince's white tiger is a god of justice. God of justice? Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to search for it, Chengfeng quickly stopped her. You don't need to search, I'll tell you. Thinking of the crown prince's face, Chengfeng decided to explain himself. His spirit animal represents the triumph over evil and the protection of justice. All schemes and tricks are exposed before the crown prince. He can distinguish right from wrong and see the truth. Once, when the insect race nearly caused a disaster for humanity, it was the crown prince's appearance that prevented the catastrophe. Before the crown prince, all schemes and disguises are just paper tigers. Lin Zhi'en listened to Feng Chengfeng's praise and could tell he really admired his friend. He's amazing. Feng Chengfeng nodded. That's right. Just remember, Ruan Yijiao has the second prince, and you have the crown prince. My friends will stand by me, so don't worry.
Okay. Lin Zhi'en nodded.
Seeing her obedient demeanor, Feng Chengfeng felt reluctant to continue talking about his excellent friend. He changed the subject. Just watch how I deal with them. Feng Chengfeng found the previous interactions between the second prince and Ruan Yijiao and seized the opportunity to criticize the second prince. Second prince, I don't understand. What is so admirable about someone who likes to take other people's partners? Have you lost your mind over Miss Ruan? I didn't believe in love before, but seeing you, I do now. After Lin Zhi'en read Feng Chengfeng's reply, she said, You and the second prince don't get along?
Yes.
Feng Chengfeng admitted readily, maintaining his stance and starting to confront those who previously spoke for Jing Bufei. You can't even meet the basic loyalty requirements for a match. What right do you have to criticize anger? You even sympathize with Jing Bufei? Can't you see his faults? I have submitted a suggestion to the Federation and the royal family to revoke the matching qualifications of all disloyal individuals. Feng Chengfeng's irritation had serious consequences. Soon, the Federation and the royal family responded that if everyone voted in favor, the suggestion would pass. Those who had been shouting were completely silenced. The basic principles of matching could not be violated. Previously, people turned a blind eye, but now it was different. When matching, the center would favor those who could take good care of women and contribute to society. Not everyone is like Jing Bufei, who does not cherish their match. Many people wait their whole lives for a matching opportunity, and those who do not value their partners are naturally despised. Feng Chengfeng's words quickly led everyone to start voting in support of his proposal. With disloyal individuals removed, their chances of being matched would increase. Lin Zhi'en let out a sigh, thinking the matter was settled. But Feng Chengfeng replied to Ruan Yijiao again. Miss Ruan, I still say, there are so many men without matches. Why do you specifically target those who are already taken? With such a large imbalance in the gender ratio and so many messages and videos, why do you only focus on those with matches? Is it because you want what others have? Counting your children again. Only one can truly be called a military hero. Are you going to rely on one child to praise yourself for a lifetime? Your words are always pleasant to hear. I have always thought you were a good person, so I hope you can truly support heroes without matches in the future. War is terrifying, but what's even scarier is those who stir up trouble everywhere, intentionally creating conflict and causing division among people. Feng Chengfeng almost said, Ruan Yijiao, you are the problem and the root of the trouble. But he held back that last sentence because he knew the law and didn't want to give Ruan Yijiao a chance to sue him. Feng Chengfeng's words sparked deep thoughts in many people, including Lin Zhi'en. Ruan Yijiao has 8 children now, right? After her high fertility value was revealed as an adult, Ruan Yijiao truly made the most of it. Yes, 2 daughters and 6 sons. The only 2 daughters born in recent years are her children. Lin Zhi'en calculated in her mind. Ruan Yijiao is 28 this year and has maintained a pace of having 1 child each year since she was 20. Men with higher fertility values might succeed after 4 or 5 attempts, while those with lower values may need to try several times. However, as long as she commits, she will succeed within a maximum of 10 attempts, which is much better than ordinary people who might need dozens or even hundreds of tries. However, these children were all conceived through a fertility center. While everyone praises natural conception to improve fertility rates, Ruan Yijiao, with her high fertility value, wouldn't easily choose to give birth herself. Only royal bloodlines would be worth her personal effort. Chengfeng summarized, over the past decade, if you observe closely, you'll find that her standards for choosing partners are very high and clear. It's all about their status and whether they can give everything for her. Chengfeng looked carefree, but his mind was very clear. Previously, everyone praised her and no one spoke out, but no one is truly foolish. None of the fathers of Ruan Yijiao's children are ordinary. Each time she has a child, the benefits she gains are beyond what most people can imagine. The Ruan family is an ordinary family, but because of Ruan Yijiao, they have transformed completely in just a few years. Lin Zhi'en said, "I see now." When she read the story before, she only saw the romance and sweetness, thinking Ruan Yijiao was kind and naive. Now, that layer of false kindness has been stripped away by Fong Chengfeng. Lin Zhi'en looked at Fong Chengfeng and praised him. "Fong Chengfeng, you are amazing." His sharp words, especially when aimed at outsiders, bring a sense of reassurance. Lin Zhi'en quietly thought that if she couldn't win an argument in the future, she would let Fong Chengfeng handle it. As Fong Chengfeng expected, people believed what they saw or inferred more than what he directly told them. Many were afraid to openly criticize Ruan Yijiao, so they discussed it privately. Only her mindless followers and fans, along with those who missed their chance, continued to insult Fong Chengfeng. Fong Chengfeng didn't want to get involved, but Lin Zhi'en was upset to see those people's anger towards Ruan Yijiao directed at him instead. She decided to respond using her own account, fighting back against those insults, showing that college students can hold their own. Netizens were infuriated by her sarcastic comments, causing the topic to gain even more attention. Fong Chengfeng said it was fine and not to worry about them, but he couldn't help but smile as he watched Lin Zhi'en argue passionately. Even when he had to take a bitter medicine, it felt sweet to him. "All right, I'm not angry anymore," he said, reaching out to wipe the sweat from Lin Zhi'en's forehead. However, when his fingers touched her delicate face, he quickly pulled his hand back. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhi'en turned back, asking, "Did I shock you again?" Fong Chengfeng paused. "Yes, you shocked me again. Otherwise, why would his heart race and feel so fluttery?" He silently thought to Beizhook, "Why does she care about those netizens? A few comments won't hurt me." Beizhook replied, "Master, your expression is all twisted." Beizhook covered its mouth again. Ruan Yijiao's image cracked for the first time when the second prince's plan backfired. Even the royal family stepped in to apologize, stating that the second prince did not represent them. Rumors circulated that the second prince was favored by the emperor and empress, but due to the crown prince's special status and support from the federal government, the heir could not be easily changed. The competition for the crown prince was now out in the open, and it was clear that the crown prince had won again. Inside the villa, Lin Zhi'en's arguments with the first and second candidates began. She was most concerned about the situation of the frontline troops. After a day and night of fighting, the frontline finally took a break. Wolf Chi saw multiple messages from Hanzhou and Lin Zhi'en and took the opportunity to reply with a video. Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief and, with Fong Chengfeng by her side, animatedly shared their battle experiences from the rear with Wolf Chi Marshal. "You don't need to feel too much pressure or worry about the second prince's complaints." Wolf Chi nodded and praised Fong Chengfeng several times. Fong Chengfeng pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually very happy and boasted a little. "This is nothing. Marshal, you don't need to worry on the front lines. I will protect the rear and Lin Zhi'en. I originally applied to return to the front lines, but they said it's a special time, and Lin Zhi'en needs a suitable partner nearby." "I trust you," Wolf Chi nodded. "With you here, I can relax. Just focus on protecting her. The only thing I worry about is her remaining partner, Fong Chengfeng." "Why bring that up?" He glanced at Lin Zhi'en. "She is meeting Sherboen tomorrow. Isn't that going smoothly?" But he is the only one. That's not enough. Isn't there still time for these things? Marshall, you just focus on dealing with the insect queen on the front lines. Right? Lin Zhi'en nodded. Wolf Chi smiled. I can't be tense all day. Chatting with you and thinking about these things helps me relax. This time, the situation was very tricky, and he didn't have much confidence. But if he didn't have confidence, who would take on the burden? He had to stand at the front. He had been prepared to fight to the death on the battlefield since 100 years ago. And now he still was. He just didn't expect to be matched unexpectedly, cared for by a little girl, and ended up with an extra concern. He always thought that if he couldn't hold on, he would at least arrange things for Lin Zhi'en as best as he could. Lin Zhi'en didn't know Wolf Chi's thoughts and immediately said, "Then you can contact me if you want to chat in the future." "I'm great at chatting." Wolf Chi looked at Lin Zhi'en, who had her hands on her hips with a proud expression, and couldn't help but smile again. "Okay, I remember that. Now, let's continue discussing the partners." Wolf Chi said surprisingly, "I was considering who to choose, but your conversation just inspired me. Actually, the Crown Prince would be suitable too." "Zhi'en, why not let the Crown Prince be one of your partners?" Lin Zhi'en gasped in surprise. She had never even met him, and he was the Crown Prince. How could he possibly be one of her partners? Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality and interrupted Wolf Chi. "No way. Absolutely not. If it weren't for Wolf Chi, Chengfeng would have directly scolded him." His expression darkened, and seeing Lin Zhi'en's reaction, he immediately warned her, "You must not think about the Crown Prince, okay? He is my friend. As the saying goes, one should not take advantage of a friend's wife." He absolutely could not accept Lin Zhi'en being matched with the Crown Prince. He couldn't even imagine it. Wolf Chi was a bit surprised by his reaction. "Sorry, Chengfeng, I just think Miss Lin is always targeting Zhi'en. She has the second prince, so we should also win over the Crown Prince." Wolf Chi analyzed rationally, but Chengfeng couldn't think straight and looked pale. "He's not suitable." "I disagree. The Crown Prince is my friend and is on my side. We don't have to match." He held back his anger because it was Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi noticed that Chengfeng was very upset and decided not to continue the topic, so they finally didn't argue. Lin Zhi'en had just ended a video call when Chengfeng confirmed her thoughts again. "Marshal Chi is talking nonsense, but you can't act recklessly, you know? Otherwise, just wait for your match to be in chaos."
Lin Zhi'en replied, "Why are you so opposed?"
"I actually already agreed with the Marshal that the future matches are just for cooperation." Chengfeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a similar understanding with Lin Zhi'en. That's not okay. He regretted bringing the Crown Prince into this. He should fight his own battles and solve his own problems. He felt like he was out of his mind today. "Lin Zhi'en, I know you listen to the Marshal, but this time you can't. I'm also your match. You can't only consider his feelings, you need to think about mine too, you know?"
Lin Zhi'en nodded, "Okay."
Sisters competing for a man she doesn't like, friends competing for a woman. She could just read about it in novels. Lin Zhi'en's attitude relieved Chengfeng, but he soon felt inexplicably guilty. In fact, the Crown Prince was also a top figure like the Marshal. Before his fertility value dropped to 0, other men were vying for women's attention, while some women liked the Crown Prince and competed for him. Although he was now unpopular like them, if he really became her match and they married in the future, she could very well become a queen. Chengfeng felt guilty for a moment, but quickly found flaws in his reasoning. "I'm actually considering you. Getting involved with the Crown Prince is very troublesome and will bring a lot of pressure. Royal family struggles can be deadly, and the Crown Prince is quite boring. In front of him, you can't hide anything. It's hard to do anything wrong or tell lies. He only likes research, and once he enters the lab, he can be gone for 10 days to half a month, or even 6 months to a year. It's almost like being a widow. Right now, he only has me as a friend. He lacks charm. Being with him would be very dull, so please don't think about matching with him." Chengfeng listed a lot of the Crown Prince's flaws. Lin Zhi'en hesitated, "But you just praised him a lot." The difference between what he said before and now was too big. Chengfeng choked a bit, feeling embarrassed. He scratched his chin. It's different. The requirements for a friend and a match can't be the same. The Crown Prince is suitable as a friend, but not as a match. Are you feeling something for him? Lin Zhi'en sighed. No. She found it funny. Why are you so worried about me dating him? I might not even do that. Chengfeng thought it was because he didn't want to lose a friend. Many people, after finding their match, introduce their friends to the same person, thinking they can share happiness and difficulties. But in the end, it rarely ends well. Fights are the least of the problems. Sometimes it almost leads to serious trouble. Thinking of this, Chengfeng quickly messaged the Crown Prince. Do you have any research going on? Go to the lab now. It's okay if you don't come out for a year or even 5 years. I won't blame you. Even if you come out in 10 years, I'll still be your best friend. When the Crown Prince received Feng Chengfeng's message, a look of confusion crossed his face, but he was used to Feng Chengfeng saying strange things and replied casually, I don't have any experiments right now. You still owe me a meal. Treat me tomorrow. Feng Chengfeng. How could there be no projects? Didn't he always disappear before? If there are no experiments, go find something. Wait for me to treat you tomorrow, and after we eat, you can go to the lab. Crown Prince. He decided to have an expensive meal tomorrow. Not looking for anything delicious, just something costly. The more expensive, the better. Lin Zhi'en and Shi Bowen's second meeting was set at a restaurant. The restaurant was famous for being expensive, but it was said that the robot waiters were very handsome and the food was good. Lin Zhi'en habitually arrived 10 minutes early and followed the robot waiter to the private room. While admiring how the robot waiter was indeed pleasing to the eye, she passed by a private room and thought she heard a familiar voice. Lin Zhi'en turned around and saw a familiar flash of bright red.
Bei Nuke?
People outside couldn't see into the private room, but from inside, they could see outside through the glass. So Feng Chengfeng clearly saw Lin Zhi'en. At that moment, he was having a meal with the Crown Prince, who was determined to eat him into bankruptcy. Though it pained him, he endured it, planning to let the Crown Prince return to the Imperial Research Institute after they finished eating. But then he unexpectedly saw Lin Zhi'en. Feng Chengfeng didn't expect that in such a large empire with many restaurants, they would run into each other. A thought flashed in his mind about what the marshal said. The Crown Prince is actually quite suitable. Alarm bells went off in Feng Chengfeng's head, and without thinking, he pushed the Crown Prince's face down. Lin Zhi'en and the Crown Prince absolutely cannot meet. Crown Prince. He nearly buried his face in the rice. What are you doing? As the Crown Prince spoke, a loud call from the North Vermilion bird startled him back. Feng Chengfeng quickly glanced over and saw Lin Zhi'en turning around. Exposed. Feng Chengfeng's eyes scanned the room's wine cabinet and dish cabinet, finally locking onto the robot cabinet. Without hesitation, he shoved the Crown Prince into the robot cabinet. I'll explain later. I can agree to any requests then. Just help me this time. Stay hidden and don't make a sound. I'm begging you. Feng Chengfeng removed the rice from the Crown Prince's nose and then closed the robot cabinet with a thud. As the door shut, the robot's charging arm automatically wrapped around the Crown Prince, starting to charge him. The Crown Prince, with the charging port poking his neck, thought. This was the first time he had ever experienced something like this. Since his birth, no one had ever thought he needed to be hidden away like this. Feng Chengfeng was treating him like a thief. After hiding the Crown Prince, Feng Chengfeng sighed in relief, adjusted his clothes, and waited for Lin Zhi'en to come in. But seconds turned into tens of seconds, and Lin Zhi'en still hadn't entered. What's going on? Feng Chengfeng took a glance and opened the door to go out. The Crown Prince wanted to see what Feng Chengfeng was up to and patiently waited. After a moment, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. But no one came in. It seemed like just a push. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. This time, the door was pushed open, and someone entered. Where is he? Lin Zhi'en hadn't come in earlier because she spotted the curly-haired girl from the library. But now, she lost track of her in front of this room. As she was thinking, footsteps sounded again from outside. Hurry, we must quickly assist Sister Huang. Last time, we let that Lin escape, and now we've run into her again. If we get caught, it will be trouble. We shouldn't have chosen the carefree drink last time. That's just for fun. We should have picked something stronger. No one can escape. Stop talking, hurry. They stopped at the slightly ajar door of the room. Lin Zhi'en quickly hid inside the cabinet. The cabinet was labeled as a robot charging and resting station. Seeing the robot charging inside surprised her for a moment, but she didn't think much of it. However, this robot's breathing and body temperature felt very realistic. In the dim red light of a failed charge, Lin Zhi'en gave a thumbs up to the robot and whispered, "Sure." She then listened carefully to the sounds outside. The group out there was undoubtedly the ones who had harmed her last time. She felt weak and couldn't confront them. Lin Zhi'en quickly contacted Sherboen and Fong Chengfeng through her smart device, asking them to come to the booth to help catch the intruders. Fortunately, she had remembered the booth number when she entered. Sherboen was likely nearby, and Fong Chengfeng might be as well. The earlier conversation indicated that those people were not friendly. Lin Zhi'en hugged the robot's arm and shrank back behind it. "Mr. Robot, you have to protect me." Unsatisfied, she then wrapped her arms around the robot's waist. The prince could only watch in silence. Interstellar robots are advanced and categorized by their functions, but all robots are programmed not to harm any living being and to obey their owners' or humans' protective commands without question. Human-like robots are highly advanced and expensive, all registered and more responsive. With no one around, Lin Zhi'en naturally sought help from the robot. The prince realized she had misunderstood him and tried to pull his hand away to show he wasn't a robot, but his hand was held firmly by the mechanical arm. Just as he was about to speak, the door was pushed open again. Instantly, he was hugged tighter. Lin Zhi'en was unaware that the group outside only sniffed around the door for a moment before leaving. They did not enter the booth. The one who opened the door was Sherboen, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, having rushed over upon receiving the message. With no one at the door or in the booth, he was about to call out for Lin Zhi'en when he keenly heard someone approaching outside, along with the sound of an energy gun powering up. The person outside was skilled, and their intentions were unclear. Sherboen quickly hid in the robot's charging cabinet, choosing to remain unseen while observing. Then he saw Lin Zhi'en tightly hugging the prince. Although the lighting was dim, he could clearly see it was indeed the prince and Lin Zhi'en. Sherboen's mind went blank for a moment, then various thoughts flashed through his head. He didn't want to question why the prince was with Lin Zhi'en or why they were secretly embracing in the charging cabinet. Perhaps it was due to Feng Chengfeng's relationship with the prince, or maybe it was just for excitement. Humans are strange. They can engage in all sorts of interests and activities. In any case, he didn't care about their relationship. However, today Lin Zhi'en was supposed to be on a blind date. Was she indirectly rejecting him? Sherboen felt he understood, regretting the time wasted today. He could have handled a lot of piled-up work. Lin Zhi'en's mind was blank. She didn't understand why Sherboen had come in too. When he entered, the charging cabinet, which could only fit 2 robots, was already full. She was scared and had been holding the robot tightly, now holding it even closer. But even so, one of her arms was still in front of Sherboen. She wanted to pull it back, but couldn't. Lin Zhi'en felt confused and thought something was strange. The robot's scent was different from Sherboen's, but their touch felt similar. Speaking of which, the robot's touch was incredibly realistic, with a cool, subtle fragrance. Even the breathing and heartbeat were very lifelike. Sherboen looked at the moving arms in front of him. The prince. He could even feel the softness behind him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he felt completely lost. The girl seemed to think he was a robot, holding him tightly, and her hand was moving nervously. His waist was a sensitive area. He wasn't a real robot, and his body couldn't handle such close contact. If this continued, he might uncontrollably react in a way that would be embarrassing. "I say."
"Who?"
The cabinet door suddenly opened with and Fong Chengfeng, holding an energy gun, aimed at them, his eyes sharp. He had gone out to find Lin Zhi'en, but suddenly received her message and rushed back as fast as he could. He immediately noticed something unusual inside the cabinet and, thinking the prince was still inside, cautiously opened the door. He had imagined many scenarios, but he never expected to see this one.
You
too. Seeing the prince and Lin Zhi'en hugging, Chengfeng exploded with anger. How could you do this to me? Lin Zhi'en, didn't you promise not to seek out the prince? He angrily stepped forward to separate them, pulling Lin Zhi'en out. Bowen was completely ignored, watching the two with anger in his eyes. He had been wary of their meeting, and now what was the result? Lin Zhi'en and the prince not only met but were also so close. What was this? What prince? This is a robot. Lin Zhi'en was still confused and was explaining when she finally saw the robot's face. She gasped. The light in the cabinet was limited, and she hadn't seen clearly before, but now she could see it clearly. This is not a robot. It is clearly the face of the prince. So she has been hugging the prince all along. No wonder it felt so real. It turns out he is a real person. The prince took a deep breath, finally freed himself from the mechanical arms, adjusted his clothes, and stepped out of the cabinet. He glanced at Chengfeng, who was sulking and didn't seem to know how to explain. The prince had no choice but to speak for himself. I'm sorry, I tried to say twice that I'm not a robot, but I didn't have the chance. His voice was smooth and pleasant, floating softly into Lin Zhi'en's ears. Lin Zhi'en recalled her strange behavior of hugging him earlier, and her face turned bright red. I didn't understand the situation, and ended up offending His Highness. She had just commented on how realistic the robot was, not realizing it was a real person, and the prince at that. The prince shot a glance at Chengfeng. I was in the robot charging cabinet. It's understandable that you misunderstood. He was tall and handsome, with sharp features and a dignified presence. His movements exuded a refined elegance, as if he had stepped out of a classical painting. He embodied grace, gentleness, and noble restraint without any sense of awkwardness. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but steal a few more glances. At that moment, she wanted to post on social media. Guess what, everyone? I've met a real prince. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her. Have you seen enough? If you have, go on and meet Mr. Shi for your date. Chengfeng never thought he would say such a thing, but Lin Zhi'en seemed too focused on the prince. Compared to the aloof Bowen, Chengfeng was more wary of the gentle prince. Feeling like an outsider and wanting to excuse himself, Bowen asked, "What?" "I'm sorry, I don't know how things turned out this way." Lin Zhi'en quickly explained the situation to the confused Bowen and the prince. "I didn't expect this misunderstanding, nor did I know the robot was His Highness."
I'm truly sorry.
The prince finally understood the situation, although he still didn't grasp why Chengfeng had locked him up. However, he had regained his composure. Looking at Chengfeng, the prince spoke with a hint of resignation. "Miss Lin, you don't need to feel too guilty. Your response is fine. It's my fault for not clarifying sooner. You are Chengfeng's match, so it's only natural you should meet properly. I didn't expect to meet like this. Is it too late to say hello now?" Due to valuing her friendship with Chengfeng, the crown prince was very polite and courteous to her. The crown prince did not forget to greet Bowen. "Hello, Mr. Shi." The awkwardness in the air faded with these two sentences. Bowen slightly bowed. "Your Highness." Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief. "It's not too late, Your Highness. Hello to you too." Seeing Chengfeng's expression, she recalled how he had strongly opposed Qi's proposal earlier, and then remembered his blindfold. She realized he misunderstood something and cared about it. Lin Zhi'en felt helpless. She really didn't mean to cause a misunderstanding. Not wanting to explain in front of everyone, she deliberately avoided looking at the crown prince and tugged at Chengfeng's sleeve. "I remember what I promised yesterday. Don't think too much about it. I'm leaving now." Bowen and the crown prince's gazes briefly swept over Lin Zhi'en's hand before quickly moving away. Bowen sensed there might be another misunderstanding. He had only met Lin Zhi'en twice, but both times had been quite strange. Chengfeng's temper could flare up quickly but also fade just as fast. After being tugged by Lin Zhi'en and hearing her quietly explain that she didn't intend to have anything with the crown prince, his expression improved. He cleared his throat, There were still others present, and it didn't look good to be pulling each other around. Be careful. He adjusted her hand, suddenly feeling anxious. You were too bold just now, going over there by yourself. Next time, just stay put or hide and contact us. Don't take risks, understand?
Got it.
Lin Zhi'en hadn't expected to be lectured in front of both of them. Chengfeng felt a bit better and wanted to say that they hadn't found the person yet and that she shouldn't leave his sight from now on, but before he could speak, he saw Su Ming. He paused and stiffly said, "Then please take good care of Zhi'en, Mr. Shi. After your discussion, I'll take her home." Su Ming could sense Chengfeng's resistance and displeasure towards him, which didn't surprise him. Men often had a strong sense of possessiveness. He was prepared to be Lin Zhi'en's match, so some hostility was normal. He didn't dwell on why Chengfeng was acting strangely and nodded at Lin Zhi'en. "Then I'll leave with Mr. Shi now."
Goodbye.
"Your Highness." Lin Zhi'en said her farewells, and since the crown prince was firmly blocked by Chengfeng, she could only say goodbye through him. "Goodbye, Miss Lin, Mr. Shi." The crown prince bid them farewell from behind Chengfeng. Lin Zhi'en followed Su Ming out, and as the door to the private room closed, Chengfeng suddenly turned his head, speaking sarcastically. "Goodbye, Miss Lin. Is it too late to say hello now? I never knew you were so polite and funny, my dear prince." Chengfeng looked at the prince seriously. "You need to be honest. Are you in love with her at first sight?" The prince was taken aback, finally realizing that Chengfeng was acting strangely because he was worried about him and Lin Zhi'en. Although Lin Zhi'en had a pleasant scent and was not unpleasant, he didn't feel the same way. "I am polite to her because of you. She is your match, and since you value her, I am respectful." The prince explained gently, "Don't you understand? My attitude toward her depends on how you feel about her." Chengfeng calmed down after hearing the prince's words. "Really? You two just hugged each other. Many men feel a spark with just a simple touch." The prince sighed. "When have I ever lied to you? We didn't hug, she just thought I was a robot and got scared, so she leaned on me." Chengfeng recalled the scene and got angry again. "Was that just leaning?" "That clearly was. It was because you stuffed me into the robot charging cabinet and I was restricted by the robotic arm." The prince's words left Chengfeng speechless. That's right, it was his fault. Chengfeng felt frustrated. The prince, confused, asked, "Why do you still want to hide me? We're friends. Can't she know?" Could Chengfeng tell the real reason? He couldn't. If he did, it would be a disaster if the prince had feelings. He made up a story. "Because you are too outstanding and composed, I don't want to look bad next to you." "What nonsense are you talking? Chengfeng, are you feeling insecure?" The prince found it amusing and puzzling. "I remember before entering the lab, you really disliked her. I didn't expect your attitude to change so quickly." He nudged Chengfeng's arm. "Have you fallen for her?" Chengfeng jumped up. "No, don't say that." The prince watched him with amusement. Chengfeng got angry from being stared at. "Really, I'm not lying. She likes me." The prince tilted his head. What do you mean by She likes me." The prince, recalling what he had just seen, felt something was off, then listened to Chengfeng say, "What expression is that? Am I really lying to you?" He looked pleased, with a smile on his face. "I've thought about it. She likes me a lot and treats me well, so I'll wait and see how she acts. If she continues to be good, I will consider accepting her and not let her down. I treat her well, and she treats me well. That's just the kind of person he is." The crown prince recalled how Linian had just pulled on Chengfeng's arm and nodded with a smile. "All right, as long as you've thought it through. I'm happy for you that you found someone you like. You will find someone too, and be happy." Chengfeng sincerely wished him well, adding in his heart, "As long as it's not Lin Zhi'en." Chengfeng stood up and shook himself. "Talking about this feels strange. I'm going to step outside for a bit to see the people she mentioned. You should keep eating if you haven't finished, and come back to the lab when you're done." The crown prince sensed he was being pushed away. Watching Chengfeng leave, he smiled. Clearly cares a lot, yet says he's just considering it. So stubborn. Because of his feelings, he was even on guard. The Crown Prince found it amusing. Could he really have feelings about his friend's match? He sat down and took a sip of tea, suddenly pausing. He got up and picked up a jade Buddha pendant that had fallen on the charging cabinet. The pendant looked ancient, worn from the aging of its string. At first glance, the Crown Prince was sure it belonged to Lin Zhi'en. Such accessories were rare and not something Chengfeng or Bowen would wear. He took a napkin from the table, carefully cleaned it, and placed it on Chengfeng's seat, waiting for him to return it to Lin Zhi'en. Unexpectedly, Chengfeng didn't come back, but sent a message instead. Junlin, I noticed someone acting suspiciously in the kitchen. I'm going to check it out. You head back first. Okay, stay safe. After sending the message, the Crown Prince looked at the pendant. To avoid bothering Chengfeng, he didn't mention it, but he also didn't want to disturb Lin Zhi'en. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until she finished talking and came to find him. In a different room, Lin Zhi'en and Bowen finally sat down. Lin Zhi'en sighed. It seemed like something unexpected happened every time she met Bowen. Sorry, Mr. Shi, for dragging you into strange situations again. It's just an accident. Bowen was dressed in a white shirt and black pants, looking clean and sharp. The simplest outfit was the most appealing. Throughout the meal, he was a complete gentleman, showing great patience. Interestingly, Lin Zhi'en and Bowen had very similar tastes. They enjoyed a nice meal together. After finishing, they got to the main topic. The Marshal has shared your requirements. Now, I will share my thoughts. If you cannot accept them or want to add something, feel free to interrupt me. Okay. First, let's be clear that we are in a partnership. I am very busy and don't want to deal with complications, so I can't meet many of the companionship demands. Bowen mentioned some unreasonable requests he had received in the past. A partnership is a partnership, I won't do that. Lin Zhi'en replied, I will try not to cause you any trouble in the future. Bowen disliked complications, but she had caused him trouble twice. He paused for a moment. It's not trouble, just unexpected. Although over the past year, his heart rate fluctuations were mostly due to Lin Zhi'en. Even though we are partners, I won't betray my match and I won't interfere with you. You can clarify with Major Fong and the others that we are just partners, so they don't need to feel hostile towards me. He didn't want to face the jealousy from Chengfeng and others. He sensed Chengfeng's jealousy during their earlier encounter. He felt a bit helpless. I haven't matched with anyone because I'm tired of dealing with jealousy from other men and their endless trouble. Men can become irrational and unreasonable when jealous. Good people can act foolishly. He wasn't afraid of bad opponents, but he disliked foolish people because you never know what they might do. He explained this in advance to avoid being targeted by Chengfeng and others or making things awkward during a confrontation. Lin Zhi'en nodded at the tired look on Bowen's face. Okay, I will make sure to clarify things with them. Don't worry, they won't. After all, she was also in a partnership with Chengfeng and the others. Bowen sighed with relief and relaxed. I will provide a monthly allowance, and occasionally we may need to have meals together or cooperate. I need to create a stable and harmonious image of my relationship with Miss Lin to gain trust and take on important work, Bowen explained. Men are naturally more impulsive than women, lacking patience and emotional stability, which can lead to more serious issues. Therefore, in important positions in the Federation, women are often prioritized. For men to succeed in important roles in the Federation, it's best to have a partner. Bowen had once wanted to prove that not all men are irritable and unstable, but the reality showed that it was possible in the beginning. But the more important the position, the more careful everyone becomes. In the end, he compromised and decided to work with Lin Zhi'en. After hearing the explanation, Lin Zhi'en felt mixed emotions. Who would have thought that one day she would hear such words? Before her journey here, most choices favored men. But the situation has changed. Although there are fewer women, they have overcome the challenges of childbirth and are shining in various fields, gradually gaining influence. For example, the current leader of the Federation is a woman. Women have not been reduced to mere tools for reproduction and enjoy certain privileges, with half of the credit going to them. Though she knew she shouldn't, a smile crept onto her face. I see, I understand. I will show that we have a good relationship to the outside world. She was familiar with this kind of act. It was a classic plot from TV dramas. However, Sherbowen also emphasized that there usually wouldn't be much demand for such things.
Okay.
She nodded, then about reassurance and purification. Sherbowen thought of his parents' obsession with having children and recalled Lin Zhi'en's previous comments online, shaking his head. I don't need that for now, and I don't need you to waste time at the fertility center with me. I know that my fertility value is 0, and the hope for conception is also 0, even if the partner is Ruan Yijiao. His parents still hoped for a miracle, believing that a high fertility value could create one, but scientifically, that was nonsense. Lin Zhi'en understood. This was like a contractual engagement or marriage in a novel, where money is exchanged without the need for marital duties. She felt lucky to have stumbled upon such an opportunity and wouldn't let it slip away.
Good.
Sherbowen took out his device and sent Lin Zhi'en a schedule. This is a plan I wrote while waiting for you, based on my schedule. Can we follow this timeline if there are no issues?
Let me see.
Lin Zhi'en opened it. February 14th, 2025, next Friday watch a movie, take a walk, and have dinner. So, he asked her to watch a movie on Valentine's Day? Even though it was a collaboration, did he have a romantic side? Do we need to buy tickets in advance for the movie on Valentine's Day? Sherbowen looked up. What holiday? Lin Zhi'en checked her device and found there was no mention of Valentine's Day. Nothing. She had misunderstood. Sherbowen didn't mean to celebrate Valentine's Day with her. On February 22nd, 2025, Saturday, after chatting and getting familiar, we tried linking arms, and after dinner, we attempted to put our arms around each other's shoulders. When we parted, we shared a friendly hug. Do we need to write this in such detail? Sherbowen explained, at some events, you usually link your arm with mine, and sometimes I need to put my arm around your shoulders, and there may be times we need to hug. We'll try it out first, and if neither of us dislikes it, we can register on March 3rd, 2025, Monday. That's my plan. Sherbowen wrote the plan clearly and added, the time is just tentative and can be discussed for changes. Currently, there's no need to change it. All right, we'll proceed with the plan for now. Since we are interested in collaborating, let me share more about myself. I like to plan and usually stick to it unless something unexpected happens. I have a keen sense of smell and hearing, dislike bad odors and noise, and have developed a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Lin Zhi'en felt like they were interviewing each other. But his serious attitude made her focus, reminding herself to be sincere and not exaggerate her qualities. Sherbowen noticed Lin Zhi'en was cooperating with him and being very honest, and his tone became gentler. This was the first girl willing to cooperate with him. He was even a bit curious about why she was so easy to communicate with. As they talked, they seemed to resonate with each other. Sherbowen was a cautious person. Matching with the right partner was very important to him, as it could affect his future career. So he always wanted to learn more and talk more. However, few girls were willing. They were never short of admirers, and those in important positions had even less time. Those with high fertility values and good conditions would first state their requirements, and only if he could meet them would they continue. Later, he realized he had been naive and stopped hoping. Although this was just a collaboration, he thought it would be better to understand each other, so he cautiously opened up. To his surprise, she listened attentively and engaged in serious conversation. She treated this matter as important, and during their discussion, they surprisingly understood each other and were willing to cooperate. It felt like of luck for him. This time, he was very fortunate. Lin Zhi'en also felt incredibly lucky. Having such a handsome and refined potential fiancé who was willing to communicate, even if it was just a contractual collaboration, was a great advantage for her. He was far better than those ordinary, confident men who couldn't communicate. In the novel, the female lead has only one good partner, excluding one who is not worth it. She is 4. Thinking this way, she feels a bit impressive. She also receives a monthly allowance, and this contract as a fiancé must be fulfilled well. She has read many such novels and understands that as long as love is not mentioned, everything is manageable. Their communication was smooth and pleasant until Sherbowen mentioned an urgent meeting that required him to leave quickly. An urgent meeting indicates a serious problem, possibly even an issue at the front lines. Sherbowen did not delay and, as agreed, took Lin Zhi'en to the private room of Fong Chengfeng. Fong Chengfeng was not there, but the Crown Prince was still present. The Crown Prince looked serious, focused on his smart device. Upon hearing Sherbowen's message, he immediately nodded. "All right, Mr. Sher, you may go back." After Sherbowen left, Lin Zhi'en looked around the room and asked, "Where is Fong Chengfeng?" He said he noticed something unusual in the kitchen and went to check. "It's not a good time to disturb him, so I'll take you back," was the reply. Lin Zhi'en shook her head. "I'll go back by myself, Your Highness. You should get back to your work." The Crown Prince did not respond but handed her a jade pendant, asking, "Is this yours?" Lin Zhi'en quickly felt around and realized she hadn't noticed it was missing. She gratefully accepted it.
Thank you.
"I didn't realize it was gone. I almost lost it." As she held the pendant, she felt a wave of relief. It was the only keepsake left to her by her grandmother. Luckily, it was just an ordinary piece of jade, not worth much, so she could keep it. She was a left-behind child, living with her grandmother in their rural hometown until she was 10. Her grandmother taught her about love, and some of her habits still reflect what she learned from her. Her grandmother was always frugal, reluctant to buy her new clothes, often giving her second-hand clothes from others, which made her the target of teasing at school. Yet it was her grandmother who, before passing away, had the village chief witness her savings, telling her to ensure Lin Zhi'en had enough for her education, insisting that her parents support her schooling as long as she was willing to study. If it weren't for her grandmother, and if it weren't for Lin Zhi'en's good grades, her parents would never have allowed her to continue her education. Her grandmother worked hard to save money for her, giving her a different future, and now, in this unfamiliar starry world, it was her only hope. "Thank you so much. No need to be so polite, I just found it. Let's go." Once outside the private room, Lin Zhi'en noticed something off about the Crown Prince's expression and his firm attitude, so she decided not to insist on going back alone. The Crown Prince's car was large and complex, and anyone unfamiliar with it might think they had entered a research facility. After entering, there was a voice greeting them. "Hello, Mr. Shan Junlin." "Hello, beautiful lady." Lin Zhi'en paused for a moment before realizing that Shan Junlin was the name of the Crown Prince. This name has an ancient charm that suits him well. "Hello, Jing Sheng." Shan Junlin replied. Lin Zhi'en curiously asked, "What does Jing Sheng mean?" "It stands for mental pollution and reproduction. Mental pollution and fertility issues are my two main research areas. I hope to solve at least one of these problems in my lifetime."
Lin Zhi'en nodded.
The Crown Prince was elegant and scholarly, indeed having the qualities of a researcher. "Then I wish you success soon."
Thank you.
Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to speak, a warning sound suddenly echoed in the car. "Detected mature genetic eggs. Extraction for reproduction can begin. To protect women, initiating Level 1 protection." Along with the warning from Jing Sheng, the car doors suddenly locked, and a high-tech white circular door enclosed them. "What is this?"
Lin Zhi'en s'attraced.
If she heard correctly, it was about mature genetic eggs, right? Her period had just ended a few days ago, so she was currently in her ovulation phase.
Lin Zhi'en was shocked.
She thought that as long as she didn't go to the fertility center, matching center, or hospital, her hidden secret would not be exposed. She had always been cautious. But she never expected that the Crown Prince's car had such capabilities, detecting her ovulation phase when she was completely unprepared. It even prompted some kind of Level 1 protection. However, Lin Zhi'en didn't need any protection. At that moment, this so-called protection was the most dangerous thing for her. The panic and fear in Lin Zhi'en's eyes did not escape the Crown Prince's notice. He quickly explained, "Due to my identity, I often need to represent the Crown Prince at various events. If inspiration strikes, my research cannot stop, so I created this mobile research lab. You know, my research is also related to reproduction, so it has detection and reproduction functions." He looked at Lin Zhi'en and said, "You don't need to be afraid. It just wants to protect you." As he spoke, he tapped a few times on the smart device, and the white circular door opened. Lin Zhi'en let out a small sigh of relief, but her body remained tense. Jing Shim reminded again Mr. Shan Junlin, this is the best time for reproduction. If you two are a couple planning to have a child, now is the perfect time. Of course, you both can choose to extract genetic eggs and genetic fluid, allowing Jing Shing to assist in reproduction. Please trust the system. It won't hurt and won't harm your body. It will also automatically turn off monitoring to protect your privacy, ensuring that nothing is recorded about your meeting or the process of extracting genetic material. During this, the prince tried twice to silence the system, but the AI has its own priorities. In such an important matter as reproduction, it chose to finish its message. This is a rare opportunity. Please make your decision quickly. After speaking, the system began to play some calming music and adjusted the lighting on its own. Inside the car, the serious atmosphere vanished, making it feel like a raid could happen at any moment. Embarrassment spread. This time, not only Lin Zhi'en, but even the prince looked awkward. The AI was so advanced that it didn't always work in their favor. He had previously improved and trained it himself, and he was quite proud of it. But now, its intelligence had led him into an unprecedentedly awkward situation. He had never given a gift to a girl before. Today was his first time, and she was the match for Fong Chengfeng. He couldn't believe it was happening like this. If Fong Chengfeng knew about this, he didn't dare to think. The prince almost angrily shut down the chaotic system, feeling hesitant to even look at Lin Zhi'en. I'm sorry for scaring you. The lab installed a reproductive function system, which is why it behaves this way. He understood Lin Zhi'en's reluctance. Don't worry, it won't act without your permission. He added, of course, I won't either. She was Fong Chengfeng's match, so having a child was out of the question. To emphasize, the prince revealed, you know my reproductive value is 0. Lin Zhi'en nodded slightly, but remained cautious. I want to go back by myself. We've already set off. We'll arrive soon. Don't worry, it won't act on its own. Before the prince could finish, the system suddenly went haywire, as if there was a coding error, and began to glow. Precision is the best reproductive assistant. Please trust it. Beautiful lady, you have the best and most perfect genes I've ever seen, with 100% reproductive value. It is an honor to serve you. Its voice became distorted with excitement, flickering several times as if it were malfunctioning. According to the reproductive agency's settings, to bring hope to those seeking reproduction, the machine's voice would increase with the reproductive value. Higher values meant louder voices, instilling hope. The highest recorded sound in the breeding center came from Ruan Yijiao. It is said that on that day, the entire center echoed with her excited voice. However, that time, her voice was just loud and not distorted like it is now, almost as if it were short-circuiting. The crown prince's spirit animal is a white tiger, giving him better hearing than others. He was overwhelmed by the sharp, distorted sound, causing him to experience ringing in his ears. He didn't catch all of what the breeding assistant said, but when he looked at Lin Zhi'en, her face was pale, like a frightened hedgehog. This place is too strange. I want to get out. I want to go back by myself, she said, surprisingly opening the car door. Lin Zhi'en was truly scared. Her secret had been unexpectedly exposed. If she had admired the crown prince's research spirit before, now she was filled with fear. She was afraid that once the crown prince learned the truth about her high fertility value, he would want to investigate further. Although he seemed nice, a research enthusiast might do anything for their studies, and she didn't want to take that risk. In the starship, besides driving, they could also fly, and at that moment, the crown prince's vehicle was in midair. Lin Zhi'en's action of opening the door was very dangerous. The crown prince's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed her and pulled her back. This is midair, it's dangerous. Let go of me. Lin Zhi'en, feeling trapped, couldn't help but struggle. The flying car was moving fast, with wind rushing in and the vehicle shaking. The breeding assistant, having malfunctioned, kept repeating danger, danger. Seeing that Lin Zhi'en reacted to the assistant's voice, the crown prince became even more anxious and turned it off. Worried she might hurt herself, he said, I'm sorry, and held her tightly. Miss Lin, don't be afraid. The assistant might be malfunctioning, so it has some issues. It won't harm you. Don't worry, we won't hurt you or force you. He glanced at the smart brain. We'll arrive soon in about 10 seconds.
His voice was soothing.
Let's count down together. It will be quick.
10, 9.
3, 2, 1. The car really landed, and Lin Zhi'en saw the familiar villa through the open door. She finally relaxed. All done. With the danger gone, the crown prince immediately released Lin Zhi'en. She didn't say much and quickly got out of the car. The crown prince sat up straight, watching her retreating figure, deep in thought. Why was she so resistant to the assistant's voice? Had she been forced to breed before? The crown prince frowned as Chengfeng suddenly malfunctioned. From being nervous to cursing, he had briefly looked over Lin Zhi'en's information before. She had suddenly appeared on an abandoned planet and was brought back. According to the records, she was covered in soot, as if struck by lightning, and after waking up, she had lost her memory, only knowing her name was Lin Zhi'en. Since she had no other injuries or records of harm, the investigation was not continued. Although rare, there were occasional cases of women appearing suddenly. Some had escaped, while others were being cared for. Now he began to suspect that Lin Zhi'en had been forced to bear children, and perhaps due to her low fertility value, she managed to escape because she was not closely monitored. Although she had lost her memory, the psychological scars remained. Perhaps every time she heard the voice of the breeding system, it reminded her of the punishments for failed pregnancies, causing her to instinctively fear that sound. The crown prince thought that he had wronged Lin Zhi'en this time and needed to inform Chengfeng to be cautious of Lin Zhi'en's possible psychological trauma. With many thoughts racing through his mind, he got out of the car looking helpless. I'm sorry, the breeding system might have malfunctioned due to not seeing a woman for too long. I will upgrade it and ensure it doesn't appear in front of you again. Lin Zhi'en's expression was still not good. Did it malfunction? If she could use that excuse to get by, it would be fine. But she was still apprehensive, fearing the crown prince might want to try again. It was very loud just now. It scared me. Having heard Fong Chengfeng's explanations, she didn't dare to look up at the crown prince, afraid he would see through her attempt to hide the truth. The crown prince could indeed tell that Lin Zhi'en was panicking and that she was trying to conceal something, but even he couldn't imagine that someone could have a fertility value of 100. He was even more surprised that someone would want to hide such a high value, as most people usually concealed low fertility values. Because the truth Lin Zhi'en wanted to hide was so unbelievable, the crown prince mistakenly thought he was right. He nodded, speaking in a soothing tone. Yes, it means no harm, and the Imperial Federation strictly prohibits extracting genetic material without a woman's consent for any reason, and certainly won't force a woman to bear a child without her agreement. So, Miss Lin, you don't need to be anxious. Perhaps you've had bad experiences before, but that won't happen here. Lin Zhi'en realized the crown prince misunderstood, but she remained silent. Because the term absolutely won't certainly did not include those with a fertility value of 100. She had only guessed she might have a value of 100 before, but now she was certain it truly was 100. And she had been tested in this way, with the crown prince hearing it. Lin Zhi'en was very anxious. So far, her only value was her reproductive ability, and that was quite dangerous. Unexpectedly, the crown prince said, "Actually, I was startled too. The sudden loss of control was shocking, and the noise caused my ears to ring. They still hurt a bit. Loss of hearing? Me too. Didn't you hear what it said?" Hope surged in Lin Zhi'en's heart. No, but it doesn't matter. It malfunctioned. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's expression improve, the crown prince sighed in relief.
You should go in and rest.
I'll come back to apologize later. And if Chengfeng finds out he scared you, he'll be furious with me. You're just being kind. Hearing that the crown prince might not have heard anything, Lin Zhi'en regained her composure and noticed that his behavior indeed suggested he hadn't. With everyone in the galaxy so excited, it made no sense for him to be calm. She felt relieved. Fortunately, there was still hope. The crown prince noticed she seemed to relax and said, "Then I'll take my leave." "Okay, thank you."
Goodbye.
As she watched the crown prince leave, Lin let out a sigh. Turning around, she saw Bian Su and Hanzhou. Miss Lin.
Lin Zhi'en approached them.
What's wrong? Their expressions were unusual. We received news from the Frontline. We're in a tough battle with the insect race. The marshal has gone to the insect queen's lair to relieve the crisis. But we haven't received any updates yet, and we can't wait any longer. We've decided to return to the battlefield. The situation at the front was dire, which led to such a decision. The fact that the marshal, who was supposed to return, had lost contact indicated that things were not looking good. The marshal said he could handle it, so why is it like this? The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, Bian Su could only say.
Lin Zhi'en felt anxious.
So, they are risking their safety to save others.
What do you mean by that?
Bian Su seemed confused. Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath to calm herself. It's like what the marshal is doing now, attacking the enemy's weak points to force them to retreat and rescue those trapped at the front. That's correct, Bian Su nodded. You all have to go too. Lin Zhi'en felt conflicted. On one hand, she had grown close to them and didn't want them to take risks. But they were soldiers, and with the marshal at the front, deep in enemy territory, their lives were uncertain. They had to return. She was anxious and tried to force a smile, but it didn't work. You all go ahead, find the marshal, and come back safely. You must come back safely. Seeing Lin Zhi'en, who usually smiled every day, looking pale and filled with worry, Bian Su's hand trembled slightly. He knew she was very uneasy and needed a hug, comfort, and encouragement at that moment. But he couldn't. He was just a subordinate sent by the marshal to protect her. From the beginning, he didn't have the right to be close to her. The peaceful and warm moments that made him forget his identity felt like a beautiful dream. Now that the dream was over and they were back to reality, he didn't even have the right to approach her. Bian Su pulled on Hanzhou, who dared not look at Lin Zhi'en, and smiled. Miss Lin, you don't need to worry too much. We will definitely bring back the marshal. We were about to leave, but our spirit companions wanted to say goodbye to you. They were throwing a fit, so we had to wait a bit. Bian Su let the border collie out, speaking gently without any hint of unease. He wouldn't and couldn't let Lin Zhi'en know that this trip might be their final farewell. The marshal was in grave danger this time. They were going to find the marshal, no matter the outcome. Even if they died in battle, they would bring back the marshal or his remains. If they all died, they would continue to follow the marshal in death. This time could be their last goodbye, so he allowed himself to delay their departure by half an hour, waiting for Lin Zhi'en to return. If she didn't appear soon, they would have to leave. Thankfully, she came back at the last moment. They had one final meeting. Watching Lin Zhi'en hug the two spirit companions, Bian Su's hand trembled slightly. Thank you for loving the border collie. Thank you for letting them be loved and hugged by a woman in their lifetime. That way, even if they die, it won't feel so regrettable, right? Lin Zhi'en held back her emotions and quickly packed some things for Bian Su and Hanzhou. They left soon after. 4 more people replaced them to protect Lin Zhi'en. She smiled and greeted them, but didn't have the energy for more conversation. She didn't dare to contact Langi, fearing it might distract him, so she kept refreshing the Frontline news. She hoped to see news of a great victory on the front or updates about Langi, but there was nothing. When Su Ming returned, it was already dark. You're back? How was it? Everything has recovered. Because of the things you asked me to deliver, they have been much kinder to me. That's good. This was a rare piece of good news. But Su Ming continued, I came back today to say goodbye. You're going to the front too. Lin Zhi'en was not too surprised. She just felt the threat and fear brought by the insect race as people around her kept leaving for the front lines, their fates uncertain. On the other hand, Su Ming was calm. Don't worry about me. I will come back alive. Lin Zhi'en nodded, that's good. I'll go pack your things. Su Ming didn't stop her and made noodles using the technique he had just learned. Lin Zhi'en had little appetite, but sat down anyway. This meal is a practice meal, Lin Zhi'en said, looking at the noodles. It's a bit simple, and you made it yourself. It's fine as long as we eat together. Su Ming had never had a practice meal because no one had prepared one for him. He thought it was not bad. Seeing Su Ming eat so simply and even appear happy, despite going to the front lines, made Lin Zhi'en uneasy. They say the nine-tailed fox is terrifying, but why did she see carefree in Su Ming? Su Ming, the front lines are not safe right now. Please be careful and don't take any chances. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but remind him. Su Ming chewed on the noodles, staring at Lin Zhi'en. She found it a bit strange. Did I say something wrong? I really don't understand, so I won't. There's nothing wrong. Su Ming shook his head. Please say more, I like listening. Like listening? Lin Zhi'en remembered what Su Ming had said in the interstellar prison. Weren't you annoyed by my chatter before? Su Ming replied that I was just not used to it. This is the first time someone has reminded me to be safe before going to the front lines. I thought you only cared about the marshal. Unexpectedly, she cared about him too. Seeing the corner of Su Ming's mouth curve slightly, Lin Zhi'en felt a mix of emotions. Of course, you are my match. I treat you all the same. I thought you found me too talkative. Su Ming, from now on, I will remind you, and I hope you come back safely. Just remember that someone is waiting for you at home. With those words, Lin Zhi'en felt a bit teary. Today had been overwhelming, and her heart felt chaotic and uneasy. I don't want anything to happen to you all. I want everyone to come back safe. I will come back. Su Ming felt a strange emotion. If I return safely, can you tell me the reason for your kindness? Reason? What reason? Lin Zhi'en was confused by Su Ming's question. You are kind to me for a reason. No matter what you want to achieve, I will do my best to meet your needs. Su Ming quietly looked at Lin. As long as you continue to give me massages, care for me, and remind me before I go to battle, just wait for my return. Even if it was all an act, he wasn't afraid. The feeling was addictive. Since meeting Su Ming, he had always spoken little, usually just observing. They rarely spent time alone, often accompanied by others. Today was the day he spoke the most, finally letting Lin Zhi'en know his thoughts. So, you think my reminders and massages have a purpose? Lin Zhi'en shook her head. It's not like that. If I have a purpose, it's just to get along peacefully with you, especially since I feel I owe you. Su Ming frowned at her response. Why not? You can tell me, I can accept it. How could there be no purpose? If there was a purpose, he still had value, and they could continue to interact. Without a purpose, he didn't know how to relate, and it felt unsafe because it could end suddenly. Lin Zhi'en replied, why must there be one? Who wants to be used? Hearing her question, Su Ming tightened his grip. Then please, don't worry too much about me in the future. He didn't want to fall too deeply and lose himself, fearing that if she withdrew her kindness, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Lin Zhi'en was silent. Seeing Su Ming's serious expression, she suddenly thought that perhaps he lacked a sense of security. His past experiences made him believe that there must be a purpose for lasting connections. She stopped denying it and began to think about what purpose there could be. I actually want to test medicine on you to practice my medical skills. Su Ming glanced at Lin Zhi'en. That purpose is too small. Afterward, when Lin Zhi'en mentioned a couple more purposes, he didn't seem to believe her. Feeling frustrated and unable to think of anything else, she looked at Su Ming's striking beauty and perfect figure and blurted out, I actually like you as a person. Seeing Su Ming raise an eyebrow, she nodded. That's right, your looks and figure are my purpose. I just like beautiful people. Su Ming thought about it. His appearance was indeed outstanding. This reason was a bit strange, but Lin Zhi'en was always a bit unusual. He hadn't noticed her intentions before, probably because her gaze was different from those who had shown interest in him before, lacking any unpleasant desires. Maybe she was different from others. He couldn't accept others' touches, but could accept hers. I understand. Time is a bit tight. Let's eat quickly. Lin Zhi'en felt relieved that he finally accepted. She thought Su Ming was in a hurry to leave, but after they finished eating, he followed her to the room and locked the door. I have to leave in half an hour at most. What do you want to do? We need to hurry. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's puzzled look, Su Ming unbuttoned one button. Should I take off first?
Ah?
Lin Zhi'en was a bit confused. Today is tight on time, and we can take it slow, but we can't go too deep right away. Su Ming thought their deal was just beginning. Half an hour was just enough for Lin Zhi'en to get a taste without fully getting him, so she wouldn't forget him afterward. Although he believed in his abilities, he knew everything had to be done step by step. Plus, he didn't want to go too deep right now. It was said that going too deep could be addictive, making one fall hopelessly in love with that feeling and the other person. He could get lost, but he had to stay rational. I agree to this today, but it's my first time. I've already pushed everyone else away. Su Ming tried to stay calm, but he was inevitably a bit nervous, almost tearing off the button. He feigned steadiness. Whether you like to take the lead or enjoy, I can go along with it. I've learned how to please. Seeing Su Ming's exposed chest, Lin Zhi'en finally understood what he meant.
Stop it.
She was shocked and pressed down on Su Ming's hand. When I said I liked you, I meant your face, but that doesn't mean we have to do these things. I thought it was something else, but you. Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath. Su Ming, this isn't right. You can't let people touch you so easily. What if you run into someone inappropriate? Lin Zhi'en felt her head was about to explode. Su Ming, who had been cold and indifferent before, suddenly seemed to offer himself, talking about being active or passive. Was she that kind of person? Lin Zhi'en's face was burning, and she was worried sick. Su Ming, I don't just give in easily. I just said you're the first. He wasn't foolish. He pressed his lips together. Didn't you say you liked me? Doesn't liking mean doing these things? They say when you like someone you want to touch them, and movies portray it that way. He paused, his gaze sharp. Are you lying to me?
Lin Zhi'en.
It's not exactly lying, but liking doesn't have to mean this. Then, what do you really want? Su Ming felt a bit annoyed for the first time. If you don't explain things clearly, don't be too nice to me, or you'll regret it. Why do you say that? Because if I get serious and become addicted to your kindness, and then you pull back, I will find a way to cope. He was skilled at playing with emotions. Lin Zhi'en sighed. That won't happen. Let's just interact normally. Don't you know that feelings gained through physical means are unstable? But don't you like my body? Su Ming noticed the worry in Lin Zhi'en's eyes and took a deep breath. Forget it. Just be nice to General Feng and the others from now on. They aren't like me, they are really good. They were better than him. They were all better than him, stronger than him. He should just fend for himself. Lin Zhi'en looked at Su Ming seriously and said, Su Ming, you're also good. You don't need to fear my kindness, and you don't have to think about my motives. The reason is simple. You are excellent, so you deserve it. Others might think Su Ming was complicated or strange, but Lin Zhi'en understood why he said that. Su Ming, let's not feel inferior, and let's not be afraid of others' kindness, because we deserve it. This was something Lin Zhi'en had been telling herself recently. In the past, she had to be sensible and give to earn smiles and praise from her parents. They would occasionally be nice to her, but that little kindness came at a much greater cost. Su Ming's situation was different, but she could somewhat understand him. Su Ming, we are a good match. It's only right that we support each other. You are kind to me, and I am kind to you too. As Lin Zhi'en spoke, she buttoned up the buttons Su Ming had just undone, nodding in satisfaction. When she looked up and saw Su Ming's confused expression, her heart softened, and she reached out to hug him. Su Ming, let's grow together and not be afraid. Su Ming had never heard the saying a hug is more romantic and touching than a kiss, but he felt it deeply. Her hands were so delicate, yet when she got close and hugged him, he couldn't help but worry that her kindness might disappear after they left the interstellar prison. Based on his past experiences, he shouldn't trust her words so easily, but her embrace filled him with trust and warmth. Time slowed down at that moment, and the noise faded away. He gently rested his chin on her head and slightly closed his eyes. Okay. He wanted to say he wasn't afraid, but it didn't sound convincing. So, he decided not to be afraid anymore. She contacted him again, and this time it was much more intense. Perhaps her emotions were also fluctuating. Lin Zhi'en heard Su Ming agree and couldn't help but sniff the air. Su Ming, you smell so good. How come you smell so nice? Even though they both used the same shampoo and body wash, Su Ming just smelled better than her.
Su Ming.
He had heard this a few times before, and it always made him feel uneasy. His feelings were complicated. Su Ming hurried to the front lines with bags in hand. After Su Ming left, Chengfeng returned to the villa and asked suspiciously, "Did we get robbed?"
No. Really?
Chengfeng looked around the unusually empty house. "Then what about this?" Su Ming and Bian Su all went to the front lines, so I just collected some things for them, Lin Zhi'en said, feeling a bit down. Now it's just the two of us in the villa. I didn't notice before, but now it really feels empty. When they were all together, it didn't feel that way, but now that everyone was gone, the liveliness was gone too, and it felt a bit hollow. It was like a brief return home for the new year. Not to mention, there was still no news about Langi, and Bian Su would soon be involved in the battle as well.
They will be fine, right?
They will all come back safely? Chengfeng couldn't lie. He had originally gone to follow someone but received news from the front lines instead. He returned to the military headquarters, where they didn't let him go back to the front lines. Besides Lin Zhi'en, they wanted to preserve some strength. There had been no news about Langi, and the military sensed that the situation was dire. The front lines were not looking good. They couldn't send all the SSS-level fighters to the battlefield. They couldn't afford to lose more excellent generals after the fall of the Empire's marshal. Su Ming and the others had already joined the fight. Chengfeng couldn't accept these thoughts or share them with Lin Zhi'en. It wasn't just because of confidentiality. Deep down, he hoped Langi would return safely. But heaven didn't seem to hear Chengfeng's prayers. 2 days later, good news finally came from the front lines. With a continuous increase in troops and the addition of generals like Su Ming, they dealt a heavy to the insect race, stabilizing the front line. Because the marshal had severely injured the insect queen, the relentless insect race finally retreated, and humanity once again held its defense. This battle between humans and the insect race was a costly victory, with heavy casualties. But in the end, they had won. When Lin Zhi'en saw the news, she breathed a sigh of relief and immediately contacted Su Ming and the others on the front lines to ask about their safety and for news about Langi. Then the marshal returned safely too, right? Lin Zhi'en was also asking Chengfeng, but Chengfeng looked at the smart brain without answering. Lin Zhi'en noticed his strange expression. "What's with that look? Did you get a message from the marshal? Is he okay? Hurt? How serious is it?" Injuries are normal, especially since the queen of the insect tribe is involved. As long as he can be treated, that's what matters. Chengfeng looked into Lin Zhi'en's eyes and struggled to say 3 words. "It's very serious." He took a deep breath and shared the latest report with Lin Zhi'en. The marshal heavily injured the queen of the insect tribe, but his condition is also bad. The queen of the insect tribe is terrifying, not just because it continuously produces insects for battle, but also due to its incredibly strong mental power. The marshal has SSS-level mental power, but against the queen, he was at a disadvantage. He almost took a mutual destruction approach to heavily injure her. The marshal prevented many soldiers from dying, changed the situation, and severely weakened the insect tribe. But he also fell. When Bian Su and the others found him, his mental state was under attack, with pollution levels exceeding limits, leading to a mental breakdown. To avoid becoming a half-human, half-beast, he fell into a protective coma. A protective coma. Lin Zhi'en felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knew what a protective coma was. It was a mechanism humans used to shield themselves from becoming uncontrollable beasts during a mental breakdown. This could prevent further deterioration and harm to others. But it also meant complete isolation, like a trapped beast, suffering day and night, ultimately leading to death from torment. Choosing this method meant cutting off all escape routes. It would be difficult for him to wake up again, similar to a modern-day vegetative state. Even if he regretted it later, it wouldn't matter because he might never wake up unless a miracle occurred. But there aren't that many miracles in the world. The marshal has cut off his escape route. But he only had this choice. He couldn't sacrifice himself to drive away the insect tribe and become a more dangerous existence than them. Lin Zhi'en understood. So now the marshal seems to be alive, but it's like, he's dead?
But how could that be?
He was Langi, the renowned marshal of the empire who had dominated the battlefield for a century. I know you can't accept this, and neither can we, but we must. Chengfeng made Lin Zhi'en look at him. The marshal probably anticipated the situation would worsen, so he left you a message in advance. You need to see it. Basically, on the battlefield, there are always last words left behind. The marshal has left countless last words before, but no matter how dire the situation was, he always pulled through. This time, however, he didn't make it. Last words? The person isn't dead yet. What kind of last words are those? Lin Zhi'en grabbed Fong Chengfeng's hand. Have them bring the marshal back. We will save him. Before Fong Chengfeng could respond, the smart device beeped. It was a message from Bian Su. Lin Zhi'en thought it might be good news about the marshal, but instead, Bian Su sent the marshal's last words. Miss Lin, this is what the marshal left for you. The message was recorded before he set off, and he was wearing the familiar black military uniform, looking calm. Zhi'en, I thought you might be asleep, and I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't video call to say goodbye. I made this video to tell you that if anything happens to me, my assets will go to you, and you must accept them. I have spent a little while on the front lines and have acquired quite a few properties. Recently, I even received a small planet. It's not big, but the environment is nice. They say it looks like a diamond, and I think you will like it. You can have the Fong family help you with the paperwork. That planet was exchanged for military achievements, and the military knew they had a good relationship, so they asked if he wanted to exchange it as a gift for Zhi'en. After all, there were many matches, and the competition was tough. It was said that in ancient times, people would propose with diamonds, and it was the best gift. The previous owner had proposed successfully, but he mainly chose it because of the good environment, with many flowers and plants that Lin Zhi'en likes, which could serve as her medicinal materials. He never expected to leave it for her in this way. Most of my bonuses and benefits have gone to support my subordinates' families, which is quite a significant expense. I even set up a fund, and it will continue to operate in the future. But everything is arranged and will run itself, so you don't need to worry. I became your matchmaker and guardian, but I could only be a guardian for a short time and didn't do much for you. So, I can only leave you some things. Zhi'en, I'm sorry I can't be with you forever. He spoke lightly, with a guilty expression, but the vast inheritance he left Lin Zhi'en was enough to make anyone wish he were gone, ensuring her a life of luxury. She could even squander it for a lifetime. He said he was sorry, but he had arranged everything for her. If I don't come back, let Sherbowen take my place as your guardian. I will remind him. I also reminded Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming to protect you. The crown prince is actually quite suitable, but you have to like him, and Chengfeng must not oppose it. I guess you might have cried, but Zhi'en, I'm older now and have lived enough, so you don't need to be too sad for me. Meeting you, in the last moments of my life, feels like my luck. As the knock on the door sounded, Langi quickly waved goodbye to her. Goodbye, Zhi'en. That's not right. A true goodbye feels like a ghost, and that would scare you. We'll meet again in the next life if fate allows, Zhi'en. The video froze on Langi's smile. Langi's eyes showed reluctance and worry, even though he tried to hide it. He thought he was prepared, but in the end, he realized there was still so much he couldn't let go of. Even though he and Zhi'en had not known each other for long, their many conversations, the gifts exchanged, and that unexpected warm hug made it hard for him to move on. Especially since she hadn't found all 6 of her matches, and Prince Ruan Yijiao was targeting her. He really wanted to protect her a little longer and make sure everything was arranged. But fate didn't give him that chance. He had his own responsibilities that he couldn't escape. So, no matter how worried he was, he could only do his best to prepare. As Langi guessed, Lin Zhi'en was crying, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak. Fong Chengfeng took a deep breath and looked at the smart device. I also received the marshal's request to take good care of you. He privately asked people in the military familiar friends to look after you. Langi had mentioned that he never expected to meet Lin Zhi'en in his final moments. If he were to die, his last wish would be for her safety. With such a sacrifice, and with so many people he cared about, who could refuse? The military had already discussed this privately. If the marshal truly passed away, they would protect Lin Zhi'en in his place, ensuring no one could harm her. Anyone who dared to hurt her would face consequences, even if that person was from the royal family, like Ruan Yijiao. Fong Chengfeng, with red eyes, conveyed the military's message. They said the military will be your support from now on, ensuring you'll be safe for life, so you don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Zhi'en shook her head, but this support was earned with the marshal's life. I'm not afraid of Ruan Yijiao targeting me, nor of the second prince. I don't need the military's promise of protection. I just want Langi to come back. Feng Chengfeng, the marshal is still alive. We shouldn't act as if he has already died. Even someone in a vegetative state can wake up miraculously. The marshal can too. He's not dead. I will purify him, soothe him, and maybe a miracle will happen. Lin Zhi'en's voice grew more determined. We will bring the marshal back. Feng Chengfeng wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He held Lin Zhi'en's hand. Zhi'en, listen to me. Generally, when someone falls into a deep coma, it's like reaching a dead end. Every extra day means more suffering, so bringing the marshal back is impossible. He spoke with difficulty. He left you a message, and he also arranged for his affairs. No, that's not possible. Lin Zhi'en shook her head. Don't lie to me. He couldn't have arranged so much. Zhi'en, he didn't arrange this recently, but it was a decision he made long ago. He made Lin Zhi'en look at him. I know it's hard for you to accept. It's hard for all of us, but you can't ignore his wishes. We can't be selfish just because we don't want to let him go. That will only increase his suffering. You don't want to let him go either, do you? Of course, Lin Zhi'en didn't want to. Did he leave a video? No, it was a letter he wrote earlier. The letter was handwritten. The original couldn't be seen, but there were photos. When you see this letter, I may already be dead or mentally broken, trapped in a deep coma. I don't know if I have completed my mission to protect everyone. If you find me, please let me go while I am still in control during my coma. I guess everyone will feel sad and guilty, but please don't feel guilty. This is helping me end my suffering. At the same time, this prevents me from losing control and causing chaos. He even made a joke in the letter. This is the trouble of an SSS-level mental entity. Having a glorious life comes with its downsides. Lin Zhi'en understood what this meant. Others, even if mentally broken, could wear protective devices or go to the Supervision Bureau. Although they would lose their freedom and suffer, they could still be controlled. But SSS-level beings couldn't. Their mental power was too strong. Once they lost control and transformed, it was hard to manage them, leading to irreversible situations. So, high-level mentalists would choose to end their own lives before completely losing control. Otherwise, they would be sent to the most secure Supervision Bureau, where they would eventually transform and die. There were no cases of recovery, and the end was always extremely painful. Wolf Chi knew that his loyal soldiers, like Bian Su and Hanzhou, might not give up hope. He concluded his letter with, I have served in the military for 200 years, fighting against the insect race to protect humanity. I don't want to end up transforming and hurting others. I want to leave with dignity, earning the respect and gratitude of humanity, not with criticism. I hope that many years from now, when people mention me, it will be with praise and fondness, not with sighs or harsh words. Please grant me this last worldly wish.
Lin Zhi'en s'en tremble incontrôlablement.
This must have been written by Langi. This is Langi, possessing the best qualities of a soldier, along with his pride and determination. The military will carry out the order, right? When will they execute it? They will send him back to the Central Star, right? They must still try to save him. Everyone is looking for ways to say goodbye, right? But Feng Chengfeng shook his head. They will execute it, and they will not send him back to the Central Star. The military just made the decision. It will be executed in 6 hours.
What? Zhi'en, calm down.
The military has already considered what you are thinking. When Su Ming set out, the military sent the best doctors and specialists from the Central Star to the front lines, along with the best medical equipment. No one wants anything to happen to the marshal. Everyone hopes he can turn the situation around, so they started looking for ways to save him as soon as they found him. The announcement now means there is truly no way left. Fong Chengfeng's eyes were filled with pain. The decision not to return him to the Central Star was made because all the best doctors and medical equipment have gone to the front lines. The Marshal's wounds have healed, but he is mentally shattered, and there is only so much we can do. It is also to prevent extreme reactions from everyone, which is why it is being announced now, and the time is so tight. Lin Zhi'en had seen the medical technology in the galaxy. Aside from the brain, there was nothing that couldn't be replaced or repaired. Limbs, various organs, even the skull. If there is no brain death and timely rescue, recovery is possible. But such medical skills could not save the Marshal.
Lin Zhi'en felt utterly hopeless.
The Empire Federation did not neglect the Marshal. Everyone cared and tried every possible way. That was the most terrifying and despairing part. The Marshal. Lin clenched her fists tightly. The Marshal cannot die. He cannot die. Lin Zhi'en wiped away her tears. Take me there, Feng Chengfeng. I want to save him. Lin Zhi'en held Feng Chengfeng's hand. He should not die, especially not like this. I am his match. Didn't you say before that we could match because my mental strength is also high? I haven't tried yet, so take me there. If it doesn't work, then I will give up. I won't say anything more. No matter the responsibility of matching people or her feelings for Langi, she did not want him to die. She was willing to do anything as long as it was useful. Fong Chengfeng was holding back tears when he heard this and paused, saying, "But the front lines are very dangerous. You can't." I have to go. So many people have gone. Why can't I? Besides, you can protect me, right? I trust you. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's trusting eyes and thinking of the Marshal, Fong Chengfeng finally nodded.
All right.
Maybe in 10 or 20 years, when he was more mature and calm, he wouldn't agree. But at 26, even as a major general, he disregarded military orders. Taking a woman to the front lines would lead to strict punishment, but he wasn't afraid. He wanted to save the Marshal. He hoped that when he was in the Marshal's position, someone would save him too.
He wanted a miracle to happen.
A miracle should happen for someone like the Marshal, right? We'll go, but we need to think of a way to get out and disguise ourselves. The military was surely nearby, not just to protect them, but also to keep an eye on them to prevent impulsive actions. The two acted out a scene, or perhaps it wasn't really acting. Lin Zhi'en ran out of the villa crying, wanting to go to the front lines, but Feng Chengfeng knocked her out and brought her back to the room, asking others not to disturb them. He even prevented the guards from replacing Bian Su from entering the villa. Finally, Bei Zhuke grew larger and quietly carried Lin Zhi'en out through the window. It was easier for Feng Chengfeng to avoid the guards now. They took some time, but the two successfully met up and headed to the front lines as usual. Along the way, Lin Zhi'en was thinking about how to wake the Marshal. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the front lines. At this moment, there was only 1 hour left since Langi had left. The military had even prepared for a farewell and funeral in advance. The front lines were already suffering heavy casualties, and because of the Marshal, the atmosphere was even more somber. Feng Chengfeng suddenly arrived without permission and was stopped in midair, drawing a lot of attention. Although he landed, their arrival still caught many eyes. Lin Zhi'en cooperated with the inquiries, saying, "I am the matching person for Marshal Langi. I need to see him." She didn't cry, but her red eyes left others speechless. "Miss Lin." A hurried figure approached, silhouetted against the light, but the voice was familiar. It was the Crown Prince. He was also at the front lines, which surprised Lin Zhi'en. Feng Chengfeng, however, was not surprised and saluted respectfully, saying, "Commander." The Crown Prince had received news from the front lines before he sent Lin Zhi'en home that day, and then went to take over as the first commander. If Wolf Qi doesn't return, he will take the Marshal's place and hold the front line. This is the responsibility of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince bowed in response, and Feng Chengfeng, feeling observed, touched his nose and grabbed Lin Zhi'en's wrist. "I brought her here. Any punishment can wait. We need to see the Marshal and save him." The Crown Prince did not look at him. He focused on Lin Zhi'en, feeling surprised and relieved, even a bit happy for Wolf Qi, knowing he was not let down. I know I can't stop this, but for the last hour, please let me find a way. The Crown Prince replied gently and decisively, all right. However, although the Marshal is currently in a deep coma, there is still some danger. I know, I'm not afraid. I am his match. Chengfeng added, I will stay with her. He wanted to protect her.
Okay.
The Crown Prince did not hesitate and immediately led them to the Marshal's monitoring room. Outside the room, Lin Zhi'en saw Bian Su, Hanzhou, Su Ming, and many others. Miss Lin. Seeing Lin Zhi'en, Hanzhou and Bian Su quickly approached her, followed closely by Su Ming. Miss Lin, the Marshal. Hanzhou's eyes were red, and Bian Su's eyes were also glistening. I know, I will try again now. The Crown Prince personally opened the monitoring room door and gave one last instruction. If nothing changes after an hour, Miss Lin, please say your goodbyes. Okay. After passing through layer upon layer of security doors, Lin Zhi'en finally saw Wolf Qi. He was in military uniform, looking calm. If she didn't know his true condition, he seemed just to be asleep. The only oddity was that his ears had turned into wolf ears, identical to the snow wolf ears she had touched before. Lin Zhi'en had seen men with cat and rabbit ears from the curly-haired woman, but she never expected the Marshal's ears to become wolf ears. The pure white wolf ears and his silver short hair strangely added a touch of cuteness to the Marshal. If she didn't know these ears were the cause of his downfall, she would have praised how they made him look even more noble and mysterious. But at this moment, there was only heaviness. Wolf Qi's pulse was erratic, coming and going. With her medical skills, she had no other options. Lin Zhi'en decisively gave up on traditional Chinese medicine. Chengfeng, is it possible that the Marshal can hear sounds from outside and sense everything out here? Yes, possibly, Chengfeng replied. That's good. Lin Zhi'en quickly and decisively unbuttoned Wolf Qi's clothing. Chengfeng's pupils narrowed, hesitating to speak. The Marshal is dressed too warmly. It's not convenient for soothing and purifying. Lin Zhi'en helped the Marshal up, quickly took off her coat, and hugged him tightly. Marshal, I'm holding you.
Can you hear my voice?
Lin Zhi'en's voice was gentle, with a hint of nasal tone, but Chengfeng turned his head silently. Wolf Qi did not respond. Lin Zhi'en hugged him tighter and even patted his back, but it was still no use. Marshal, I apologize, but I'm doing this to save you. Lin Zhi'en was determined and laid Wolf Qi down, then took off her shoes and lay in his arms, holding him close. This contact was quite intimate, right? Marshal, I heard your last words. You made arrangements for me, but nothing is as good as having you by my side. If you were here, they wouldn't treat me like this. If you leave, they will eventually consume me. So please wake up soon, or I won't last long either. Lin Zhi'en threatened and hugged him, but Wolf Qi still did not respond. She sat up. The soothing manual says that hugs are a great way to comfort someone. Why aren't you responding? Lin Zhi'en grew anxious. Or should I give you a massage? My comrades at the front urged me to do that for you. I promised I would do everything I could, so Marshal, you need to keep your promise too. Lin Zhi'en seriously gave the Marshal a massage, which was also a form of physical contact to stimulate his pressure points and help him relax. But after hugging and massaging and saying everything she could, Wolf Qi still showed no reaction. As Chengfeng said, it was not something that could be easily resolved. Time was running out, and even the Crown Prince was urging Lin Zhi'en to say goodbye and leave. Lin Zhi'en gritted her teeth and suddenly leaned close to Wolf Qi's ear. Marshal, please don't leave me and our child. Chengfeng's eyes widened. Child? That's right. Lin Zhi'en stared at Wolf Qi and whispered in his ear. Yes, Marshal, we have a child. As soon as she said this, Wolf Qi's hand trembled slightly. But the moment was too brief, and Lin Zhi'en did not notice. Seeing that nothing was working, she became increasingly desperate, and tears she had been holding back began to flow. As Chengfeng approached to pull her away at the Crown Prince's signal, Lin Zhi'en suddenly said, "There's one more method we haven't tried." She looked at Wolf Qi. Marshal, I know you might not accept this, but I still want to try. If you mind, just wake up. In Chengfeng's shocked gaze, Lin Zhi'en closed her eyes and leaned down to kiss him. This was Lin Zhi'en's last resort. There was no time left and no other options. The kiss that sealed their fate landed on Langi's lips, and desperate tears finally fell on his cheeks. Perhaps that tear not only struck Langi's face, but also pierced Fong Chengfeng's heart. Fong Chengfeng's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively stepped forward to pull her away. But as he took a step, he froze. He couldn't do it. That was to save the marshal. How could he pull her back? Logically, he understood, but Fong Chengfeng was in pain, more than when he had been bedridden for a month. He felt a deep hurt, uncontrollable thoughts racing through his mind. She had only embraced him before, but now she had kissed the marshal. Even if it was to save the marshal, she still kissed him. Right in front of him, in front of so many people. His palm was cut by his own nails from gripping too tightly, but he didn't even notice. She liked him, but she also liked the marshal, Su Ming. So she cried for the marshal and took the initiative to kiss him. Fong Chengfeng felt bitter, and a buzzing filled his ears. He didn't understand why she couldn't just like him the most. Finally, a surprised voice saying "You're awake" snapped Fong Chengfeng back to reality. He stared blankly at the bed and saw that the marshal had indeed opened his eyes. He couldn't believe it, even doubting for a moment if he was dreaming, as such miracles didn't happen. He turned his head and saw the mixed expressions on everyone's faces outside the monitoring room, including Su Ming's. Su Ming's eyes held surprise, along with numb pain and shock. Fong Chengfeng realized that Su Ming was also watching. He wasn't the only one suffering. Next to Su Ming stood the familiar Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's expression was complex, and Fong Chengfeng couldn't describe it. He only knew that the Crown Prince, who usually noticed his pain first, was not looking at him now.
His gaze was on Lin Zhi'en.
Fong Chengfeng's gaze followed to Lin Zhi'en, who still had tear stains on her face but was smiling. "Marshal, you're awake. You really woke up." Fong Chengfeng's gaze finally landed on Langi's face, and he realized he was truly awake. He was in pain, but Lin Zhi'en had really created a miracle. The marshal was awake. Ignoring the tears on her face, Lin Zhi'en hugged Langi, crying uncontrollably. "You finally woke up, Marshal. You scared me to death." Langi, held by Lin Zhi'en, moved his hand slowly, finally finding a sense of reality. He had really woken up, kissed awake by Lin Zhi'en's tears, and also startled back to consciousness. Wolf Chi never expected to regain consciousness. After making the decision to shut himself off in his final moments, he had been trapped in despair and unbearable pain, surrounded by darkness. He didn't know how long it had been, but he heard a voice. At first, it was unclear, as if it were miles away. But she kept crying, and her tears troubled him. When he finally broke free from the many layers of his bindings, he recognized her voice. It was Lin. She was crying, saying she wanted to try. He felt fear and anxiety, worried about hurting her, desperately wishing for her to leave. But she didn't leave. Not only did she stay, but she also told him not to abandon her and their child. Wolf Chi was stunned, knowing it was impossible, yet he felt fully awake. This was just the beginning. Then, he felt a warm touch on his lips, a gentle sensation that made him realize what it was. Lin Zhi'en kissed him. She kissed him. Lin Zhi'en kissed him. Wolf Chi's mind exploded with noise, like fireworks bursting in his head. The fact that Lin Zhi'en kissed him shocked him more than being eaten by a bug. He felt like he might explode, unable to calm down. Even his suppressed beastly instincts were stirring. But this impulse stopped when he felt a coolness. It was a warm tear, landing on his cheek and in his heart. She was crying. He wanted to see her smile and be happy, but she was crying. Suddenly, he thought he had to see her one last time, and told her not to cry. The intense desire and stimulation drove him through the dark mist left by the Bug Queen, enduring excruciating pain, like being burned by acid, until he finally opened his eyes. He trembled in pain but reached out to pat her back. "Don't cry." When Lin Zhi'en heard his voice, she cried even harder. "I thought you really wouldn't wake up. You scared me, Marshal. You scared me too." about the child you mentioned. Lin Zhi'en replied, of course it was fake. I saw it in a drama, and I thought I'd try it. Wolf Chi closed his eyes for a moment. Outside the monitoring room, after a moment of silence, there was finally a reaction. He's really awake. The marshal is awake. An elder from the military let out a breath of relief. A miracle, truly a miracle. He was happy, yet gritting his teeth. We told him so much, brought in so many doctors, and nothing worked. And all it took was a kiss. The elder huffed, still feeling it wasn't enough, and spat. Good for you, Wolf Chi, always hanging around us claiming to be old. And look what happened? After being kissed by the little girl, he came back to life. His eyes turned red, but his comments became sharper. If I had known you were this kind of person, why bother finding so many doctors and experts? Why be sad for so long? A simple kiss would have done the trick. Always so serious, yet you are less effective than those reckless young men. A kiss and you wake up. What a failure. I will laugh at him for the rest of his life. I will definitely laugh at him. Hearing his insults, everyone smiled kindly. Hanzhou's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but laugh. Bien Su's tense body finally relaxed, and his legs felt weak, so he leaned against the wall and squatted down. Their marshal was alive. Only the crown prince looked at Langi for a moment, not relaxing at all, his brow furrowed and his body tense. Amid everyone's joy, he suddenly spoke up. The marshal is awake. Everyone should go back now and disperse the nearby crowd. The elder was taken aback. Commander, what does this mean?
Could it be?
He realized something and quickly glanced at the monitoring room, his expression changing dramatically as he understood. Everyone, immediately follow my orders and come with me. Commander, you too. The crown prince did not leave. He looked at the monitoring room. I must stay. This room won't hold. He quickly added, General Su, help me. Everyone else, leave. Military orders are absolute. Those who understood and those who were still confused left in an orderly manner. Except for Bien Su and Hanzhou. They sensed something was wrong. We're not leaving, we will follow you. They were ready to stand by the marshal, no matter the cost. And they had to save Miss Lin. They would ensure her safe departure at all costs. The crown prince looked at Su Ming, but by the time Bien Su and Hanzhou realized what was happening, it was too late. Su Ming moved swiftly, standing behind them and knocking them out. Bien Su and Hanzhou were taken away. In the monitoring room, Chengfeng was the first to notice something unusual outside. He paused for a moment and suddenly looked at Langi.
Langi smiled at him, gently patting Lin Zhi'en.
All right, no more crying.
Bien, listen to me.
You speak, Lin Zhi'en nodded, taking a deep breath and wiping her tears away. Langi looked at her with a complex expression. He hadn't expected Lin Zhi'en to come to the front lines for him, going to such lengths. Thinking of that kiss, his wolf ears couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, Wolf Chi had 1,000 words to say, but when it came to his lips, he didn't know how to express them. He felt lost, realizing it was too late.
Too late by a step.
If it had been 100 years earlier or even 50 years, it might have been different. But now it was all too late. Because it was too late, he couldn't even mention that kiss. And I'm glad you and Chengfeng could come to see me one last time. You tried everything to wake me up, but You don't need to say anything. I understand. Lin Zhi'en noticed Wolf Chi's struggle and misunderstood his meaning. I know you see me as a younger family member, so you think you shouldn't kiss me. I'm not trying to take advantage of you, whether it's hugging or kissing. I just want to help you, so think of it as artificial respiration. Lin Zhi'en didn't want to make things difficult for him, so she spoke up for him. But after she finished, she realized that Wolf Chi didn't look relieved or happy. In fact, his expression was even worse. Lin Zhi'en felt anxious. Isn't artificial respiration allowed?
Wolf Chi.
She didn't even air into his mouth. What kind of artificial respiration was that? The term artificial respiration had a strong impact, and as Wolf Chi realized this, he saw his hand covered in white fur, slowly transforming into sharp wolf claws. Even his teeth were starting to sharpen. Wolf Chi closed his eyes, trying to control it, but it was impossible, let alone answer Lin Zhi'en's question. He noticed Fong Chengfeng's expression change dramatically, a silent flame appearing in his palm. He understood what Fong Chengfeng was nervous about. He hid his hand and spoke with difficulty. Then, thank you for waking me up, but being awake doesn't mean the problem is solved. My mental state is too polluted. The snow wolf is merging with me, and I can no longer control myself. I don't have much time left. You need to leave quickly. Wolf Chi didn't look at Lin Zhi'en's shocked expression but turned to Fong Chengfeng. Fong Chengfeng, take her away. Fong Chengfeng didn't need to be told twice. He had already stepped forward to pull Lin Zhi'en. Let's go. Lin Zhi'en felt her limbs go numb, her relief turning into despair.
Why?
Why is it still not okay, even after waking up?
Why?
So she had woken Wolf Chi for nothing, and in the end, the problem was still unresolved, and he had to bear even more pain and risk? Her heart sank deeper. He directly lifted Lin Zhi'en. Watching Wolf Chi struggle against his transformation, Lin Zhi'en felt like she was losing her mind. She could clearly sense his reluctance and pain. Why? Why did he still have to suffer? In the next moment, a cold and youthful female voice suddenly echoed in Lin Zhi'en's mind. You're so noisy, human. Lin Zhi'en was taken aback and quickly grabbed the door to the monitoring room.
Wait.
Her spiritual form, a black cat that only the snow wolf had seen once, appeared in the monitoring room. It had been sleeping in Lin Zhi'en's spiritual form, saying it needed to recover. After days of rest, its singed fur had become smooth and shiny, and it looked much better. It coldly assessed the marshal before jumping onto his head. Watch out. This was Fong Chengfeng. Don't come closer. This was Lang Qi. Wait, don't. This was Lin Zhi'en. The three spoke at once, but couldn't stop the cat. It ignored them and stood on the marshal's head, swishing its tail against the wolf ears on top of his head, then extended a paw to press down on Lang Qi's head. A purple lightning bolt shot from its paw, visibly covering Lang Qi's body. Lang Qi was stunned, letting out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently before going rigid. His pain was evident, and both Fong Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en were alarmed. Stop, Marshal. Fong Chengfeng knew Lin Zhi'en had awakened her lightning ability, but he had only heard about it from Su Ming. Although she had shocked him a few times, the power was minimal. Who would have thought that Lin Zhi'en's spiritual cat could unleash such powerful lightning? The two rushed forward, but the cat had already retracted its paw. It blew on its paw, its face filled with disdain for them, as if to say that flustered humans were so unstable and should learn from cats. No, it wasn't just an impression. It actually spoke to her. In Lin Zhi'en's mind, she could hear the cat's words. Its expression was familiar to her. It reminded her of when it had been injured in a fight with other stray cats, and she had anxiously bandaged it up. Lin Zhi'en quickly asked the cat, Mimi, what happened? Before the cat could respond, Lang Qi, panting, spoke up, I feel much better. He looked at his hands. The wolf claws from earlier had returned to normal. The irreversible mental breakdown and half-beast transformation had stopped and reversed. Lang Qi looked at Lin Zhi'en with disbelief, and when his gaze turned to the black cat, confusion filled his eyes. He had heard the snow wolf mention Lin Zhi'en's spiritual form, but he never expected it to have such power. Although he caught a whiff of burnt fur and still felt lingering pain from the lightning strike, remarkably, the mental pollution that had tormented him suddenly dissipated significantly. The unbearable pain, like sulfuric acid eating away, has lessened significantly. Although it still hurts, the feeling of losing control has faded. At first, he thought Lin Zhi'en was just an ordinary girl. But now, this girl has created one miracle after another, unprecedented. How many secrets does she have? How many surprises does he not know about? Wolf Chi took a deep breath and said, Zhi'en, your spiritual energy has worked wonders. I can control myself now. I think I can keep going. Wolf Chi never expected that he could survive. Lin Zhi'en was overjoyed and asked, really? Looking at the cat, it seemed a bit tired or drained. It lazily meowed, jumped down from Wolf Chi's shoulder, and walked a couple of steps gracefully before Lin Zhi'en picked it up. "Oh my kitty, you're so amazing. You're incredible now. Let go of me, human, let go." The black cat struggled, but lacked any real threat without its claws. The black cat seemed to have lost all will to fight in her hands. Lin Zhi'en was delighted, rubbing its belly and giving it a few gentle nudges. She only toned down her actions when she saw the crown prince. The crown prince and Su Ming had expected to see them return to clean up the mess, but instead, they witnessed this miraculous scene. As they approached, the black cat raised its paw at them. "Don't even think about touching me, or I'll scratch you," Lin Zhi'en awkwardly explained. "It doesn't like getting close to people." The crown prince nodded and took a step back. "I've never seen a cat with lightning powers before." Fong Chengfeng said, "Me neither." Su Ming added, "Same here." "I've never seen it either," Wolf Chi chimed in, having been overlooked. Earlier, everyone had gathered around him, crying for his sake, but now Lin Zhi'en's tears had dried, and everyone's attention had completely shifted to the black cat. When they heard him speak, all four turned back to him. Lin Zhi'en looked at Wolf Chi and couldn't help but smile strangely. Wolf Chi probably hadn't had time to manage his hair these days. It had grown a bit and was now curly from the shock. It looked nice, especially paired with his still visible wolf ears. The wolf ears softened the mature authority of the marshal, making people want to reach out and touch them. Lin Zhi'en exerted a lot of effort to control herself from reaching out to touch and pulled her thoughts back to the matter at hand. "I discovered today that Mimi has this ability for the first time." "Mimi? Is that its name?" Fong Chengfeng asked curiously. "No, the cat is called Hongbao. I've told you many times, person." Lin Zhi'en paused. She didn't know what Mimi was called before. She only knew it had been raised by someone and then abandoned, showing signs of mistreatment. At first, when she started feeding it, it wouldn't even show up or eat the food she offered. After feeding it many times, it slowly became familiar with her, and they spent 5 years together. During that time, Mimi even tried to bring her a mouse, which she firmly rejected, but they still built a bond. However, since she hadn't found a job, she didn't have the chance to officially take care of it. After being struck by lightning, the two could communicate without any barriers. She finally learned its name. "No, it's called Hongbao, a lucky red envelope that everyone likes and no one can refuse," she said half-jokingly. "I was struck by lightning before, and I lost my previous memories." Hongbao was affected too. "I suspect Hongbao gained lightning powers because of this." Lin Zhi'en suddenly realized, no wonder my previous electrical issues were always faulty. It turns out Hongbao truly controls the lightning. The crown prince said, "But lightning can't eliminate spiritual pollution. It doesn't matter how strong it is." Spiritual pollution has troubled humanity for a long time, even before fertility issues, so people have tried countless methods, and lightning has already been proven ineffective. Lin Zhi'en replied, "It might be related to Hongbao itself. Black cats are known to ward off evil, and combined with lightning, it could purify spiritual pollution. In some ways, spiritual pollution is similar to being possessed." Lin Zhi'en believed this was true, so she bravely looked at the crown prince. She automatically ignored the fact that Hongbao was previously a tabby cat. The crown prince and others had not heard this theory before. "I'll look into ancient texts later. After all, this is a good thing. I've been hoping for such a miracle." Today, I witnessed 2 miracles, both brought by Miss Lin. The crown prince smiled, his eyes shining brightly. They had only met twice, but the first meeting left a deep impression, and the second would be unforgettable. Just as the crown prince was about to speak, Fong Chengfeng's face suddenly appeared ahead. He smiled thinly. "Your Highness, you might as well ask the marshal how he feels." The crown prince's smile remained, but it now carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with a request. "I will naturally ask, but I am also very curious about the red envelope and would like to communicate with it." His voice lowered, and his expression showed disappointment. "Is that not allowed?" "Chengfeng?" Fong Chengfeng replied, "Don't play the pity card." His gaze was fixed on Lin Zhi'en, clearly more interested in the red envelope than anything else. "I see." The crown prince quickly returned to normal, then I will choose to be shameless. After saying that, he stepped aside, avoiding Fong Chengfeng. Fong Chengfeng was taken aback. The crown prince did not look back. He had no other intentions, just years of research on mental pollution without finding an effective solution, and suddenly he wanted to ask. Indeed, he had no romantic thoughts in his mind. The crown prince walked up to Lin Zhi'en with a serious expression. "Miss Lin, can the red envelope talk?" Lin Zhi'en quietly asked in her mind. "Red envelope, can't you speak?" The snow wolf and the northern vermilion bird could communicate with people, but the red envelope and she were both from Earth, so their situations were different. The red envelope lazily replied, "I can, but the cat doesn't want to talk to them." It wagged its tail. "The cat is protecting you now, but it doesn't want to deal with anyone else." The red envelope's voice was a bit childish, like a young girl's, with a hint of pride and arrogance. After saying that, the red envelope disappeared from sight and returned to Lin Zhi'en's mental space. It lay down and quickly fell asleep, looking a bit tired. Lin Zhi'en was caught off guard, looking at her empty hand, and then at Su Ming and the others, especially the crown prince, whose gaze seemed to pierce through her hand. She smiled awkwardly. The red envelope is tired. She didn't want to wake the red envelope. Although it seemed smooth and arrogant, it was so small yet released such powerful lightning. How could it not be tired? The crown prince took a deep breath to calm down. It's normal for it to be tired. Let it rest. Earlier, Miss Lin didn't know about the red envelope's abilities, right? If she had known, she wouldn't have been so upset, even kissing it. "Yes, I didn't know." Upon hearing this, the crown prince's gaze shifted to Langi, who remained calm, but his wolf ears perked up quickly. Lin Zhi'en glanced at the wolf ears and couldn't control herself any longer. She secretly opened her smart device, frantically clicked the camera, and then hit record. Such a marshal was truly unprecedented. As she was filming, Langi's sharp gaze suddenly turned toward the camera.
"Zhi'en?"
The sharpness in his eyes faded immediately upon realizing it was her, replaced by a questioning look. "Are you there?"
"What?"
Lin Zhi'en feigned ignorance. "How are you feeling now, Marshal?" "I'm fine right now." Wolf Chi asked them to come over. "The current issue is how do we explain my situation? To ensure Zhi'en's safety, my suggestion is to keep it confidential for now and avoid spreading the news." "Okay." A few people confirmed that the military elder had arrived. He had already evacuated those nearby, but the crown prince and Su Ming had not come out yet. Worried that Wolf Chi might have lost control, he returned alone. Determined to face death, he was stunned when he saw the joyful scene in the monitoring room. He paused for a moment and pinched himself hard. When did I get poisoned by the insect race and start seeing illusions? The crown prince came over to support him. "Elder, this is real." The elder looked at Wolf Chi. How could this? How is this possible? He felt as if he were dreaming, but after strict tests by the doctor, Wolf Chi's mental contamination had indeed lessened, and his mental breakdown had inexplicably stopped. Although there was still a risk of further breakdown, as his wolf ears remained and he was still fused with the snow wolf, he could not even summon the snow wolf. However, his condition had stabilized. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wolf Chi still had to stay in the monitoring room and could not move, but he had overcome the biggest challenge. The crown prince told Wolf Chi to take care of his injuries. "Everyone is waiting for your news. I need to inform them quickly to prevent anyone else, like Miss Lin, from trying to rescue you." He glanced at Miss Lin. "Once the news goes back, it will surely attract attention and countless reporters will come. You all need to be prepared." Wolf Chi could hide the cat's abilities, but Lin Zhi'en's uniqueness could not be concealed. After the crown prince finished speaking, he left the monitoring room. After hearing about the situation on the Central Star and the movements of the Royal Star Network, he nodded and opened his smart brain. Countless messages and missed video calls flooded in. He was used to it, tapping his fingers to quickly browse and process. Until he saw a notification record appear, his fingers paused slightly. It was a record from the genetic analysis. After sending Lin Zhi'en back, the crown prince hurried to the front lines. On the way back, he only instructed the genetic analysis to self-check and correct. Once he arrived at the front lines, he had no time or energy to check the results. Until this moment. He opened it and took a quick look. There were indeed some faults in the genetic analysis, which had corrected and deleted some problematic data records. The records related to Lin Zhi'en were the same. If it were someone else, the crown prince might have overlooked it. However, when it came to Lin Zhi'en, he paused and decided to take a look. The corrected records were fragmented. Best nurturing assistance, please cooperate. Beautiful miss, the best genes, 100% fertility value. I will serve you with all my heart. The missing records left the prince somewhat confused. Although it was clear that nurturing referred to genes and fertility value, Lin Zhi'en was in a special situation that day, but what did 100% fertility value mean? Fertility values are usually represented by numbers, and he had never seen one starting with 100. 100%? No, it should be 50%, since Lin Zhi'en's fertility value was 5. Quickly, the prince shook his head again. There was no such thing as 50%. So, what about 100%? Does 100% fertility value even exist? Currently, the highest value was Ruan Yijiao 60, while Lin Zhi'en had only 5 in her previous test. Fertility values can change due to mental pollution and other factors, but a difference of 5 is possible. 5 and 100% are too far apart. The nurturing system might have malfunctioned, or even the recording method could be flawed. However, Lin Zhi'en did have some issues. Recalling the situation in the car, the prince felt a bit scared. At that time, everything seemed fine, but the nurturing system's alert had left her with a shadow of fear, meaning she could face danger at any moment. He needed to find a way to eliminate this risk. The prince thought for a moment and instructed, contact the medical team checking on Marshal Yuan and have them check Major General Feng and General Su to confirm their mental pollution and psychological condition. Also, check on Miss Lin. If she had any psychological trauma and wanted treatment, it was a good opportunity with a capable team, and being with Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming wouldn't draw attention. After giving the orders, the prince couldn't help but shake his head. Fong Chengfeng, as the matchmaker, you really know nothing. He had initially wanted to tell him, but now he saw that not only Fong Chengfeng but also the marshal and Su Ming were not very professional in caring for the matchmaker. Rather than share potentially flawed assumptions with Fong Chengfeng, it was better for him to pay attention and let her make her own choices. The medical researchers examined Lang Qi's condition and recorded data. Lang Qi cooperated, but his gaze uncontrollably fell on Lin Zhi'en. It seemed like nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. He used to feel soft-hearted and smile when he saw her, but now he was overwhelmed with unfamiliar emotions. Clearly, Lin Zhi'en was neither close to him nor touching the snow wolf, yet he felt as if he had returned to the moment when the snow wolf was embraced. His heart raced and his body felt hot. Although he was skilled with ice and usually had a lower body temperature, he now felt completely warm. Uncontrollably, memories of a soft touch flooded his mind, and his gaze drifted to Lin Zhi'en's smiling lips. Suddenly, his view was blocked. The bright red color made Lang Qi frown. Why did this color suddenly seem so bothersome? Fong Chengfeng, with his back to the marshal, also looked displeased. What was the marshal looking at? Before Lang Qi could gather his thoughts, a hand brought over a cup of warm water. Marshal, it was Su Ming. Noticing Lang Qi's hand resting on his chest and his alert wolf ears, Su Ming asked with concern, "Is there still any residue of electricity in your body? Does it feel tingly?" Su Ming checked Lang Qi's heart rate. It's still quite high. A hint of confusion crossed Lang Qi's eyes. Is it because of the remaining electricity? I'm not sure, but previously, when Jian couldn't control the electricity, it made people feel tingly and their heart rate soared. Lang Qi drank the water and was about to argue, but Su Ming said, "It's coming down. It seems drinking water helps." Su Ming refilled Lang Qi's cup. "Drink another one and see." After finishing, Lang Qi's heart rate returned to normal and his body temperature stabilized. The medical team sighed in relief and, following the Crown Prince's orders, prepared to give Chengfeng, Su Ming, and Lin Zhi'en basic checkups. Chengfeng and Su Ming were used to this and nodded without protest, but Lin Zhi'en paused and immediately refused. "I don't need it. Miss Lin, please don't be shy. We are very professional, and it will be quick. You can trust us." Lin Zhi'en forced a smile. "Really, I don't need it." She wasn't worried about their professionalism. She was afraid they were too professional. "Just check Chengfeng and Su Ming. You don't need to worry about me." Lin Zhi'en moved closer to Langi. "Or you can check the marshal more." "We're fine," Chengfeng said, frowning as he saw her hiding behind Langi. "Lin Zhi'en, you should let them check you too." They still didn't know if the appearance of the red envelope would affect Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en shook her head. "No, you all go ahead." The shadow cast by the Crown Prince's car had left her too shaken to trust any examination. Chengfeng was about to say more when Langi spoke up. "If Zhi'en says she doesn't need it, then she doesn't. Chengfeng, you all can check yourselves." Langi noticed Lin Zhi'en's resistance to the doctor's examination. Although he was puzzled, he didn't want to put her in a difficult position and stepped in to help her. Chengfeng watched Lin Zhi'en's grateful gaze towards Langi, and his expression darkened as he fell silent. Su Ming observed from the side, his eyes flickering as he looked at the doctor who seemed hesitant to speak, but wanted to persuade Lin Zhi'en. "Doctor, why did you suddenly decide to give us a checkup?" The doctor turned around. "Actually, it was ordered by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Lin Zhi'en looked up in surprise. "The Crown Prince? Why would he want to check on them? Was it unintentional? Or was it aimed at her? Did he review the fertility records and want to confirm her reproductive value?" Su Ming glanced at Lin Zhi'en's expression and lowered his gaze to cooperate with the doctor. After the checkup, the doctor mentioned that Chengfeng and Su Ming still had serious mental strain and advised Lin Zhi'en to take care of them. "Please take good care of them, Miss Lin." Lin Zhi'en believed she could help the marshal and bring him back from the brink of despair, just as she could for Major Feng and General Su. The doctor was skilled, but didn't have much time to spend with his patients, which made him feel somewhat neglected. He politely hinted to Lin Zhi'en that she could share her attention among her partners. Indeed, Lin Zhi'en understood the message about fairness and companionship. Only spending time with one person would hurt others. Wasn't that what sharing the blessings meant in ancient times? She awkwardly nodded in response. In the end, she had no chance to indirectly ask why the Crown Prince wanted them all checked. The doctor left satisfied, leaving the four of them behind. Lin Zhi'en looked at Langi, and then at Chengfeng and Su Ming, feeling a bit awkward. It was so embarrassing. Finally, Su Ming calmly spoke. The doctor advised the marshal to rest well. "Let's go."
Langi replied, "Okay."
He looked at Lin Zhi'en, wanting to say something, but Chengfeng had already taken her hand and left. Lin Zhi'en turned back and waved at Langi. "Marshal, please rest well." Langi watched as Chengfeng held Lin Zhi'en's hand, tightening his grip slightly. When the Crown Prince shared the good news, everyone was curious to hear that Lin Zhi'en and Langi's relationship had created a miracle. The online community was buzzing with excitement, celebrating that humanity had overcome another crisis. Only Lin Zhi'en felt a bit anxious after reading it. It was already dark, and Lin Zhi'en stared at the unfamiliar Frontline, her eyes vacant and lost in thought. Chengfeng found her and sighed in relief. "Why are you hiding here alone?" Chengfeng sat down next to Lin Zhi'en. "The marshal has been saved, so why do you look like you want to cry?" "I didn't mean to cry. I'm actually happy." Lin Zhi'en let out a breath. "It's just that so much happened in one day. Thinking about it still makes me feel scared, like it's all unreal." Suddenly, her face was pinched. Chengfeng was satisfied. Usually Lin Zhi'en had bright eyes and rosy cheeks, always looking healthy, making people want to pinch her. He hadn't dared to do it before, but today he did. Not only because Lin Zhi'en's eyes were slightly puffy and her face pale, but also because he just wanted to pinch her. She had cried while hugging the marshal today, and even kissed him, right in front of him. "Do you feel real now?" Lin Zhi'en pushed his hand away. "You can't just do that." She rubbed her cheeks with the back of her hand and glared at Fong Chengfeng. Now she felt completely real. Fong Chengfeng casually asked, "If I were in danger like the marshal, would you save me like that?" His gaze fell on Lin Zhi'en's lips, and his fingers moved. The next moment, Lin Zhi'en hit his hand away. "What nonsense are you talking about? You won't get into danger." Lin Zhi'en was speechless. "Fong Chengfeng, you should know when to stop." Fong Chengfeng crossed his arms. "I was just making a hypothetical." Hypothetical or not, I feel like I've figured out a pattern. It has to be exciting, so it doesn't always have to be a kiss. As long as it's thrilling enough, there are other ways to achieve the same effect. Fong Chengfeng asked, "What other ways? Why wouldn't she just kiss him? Why use the word methods?" Lin Zhi'en replied, "It's a secret. You shouldn't listen." "What kind of secret is that? Just tell me. This is something you wanted to know." In response to Fong Chengfeng's eager look, Lin Zhi'en whispered, for example, "I could pinch your bottom."
Huh?
Fong Chengfeng realized and almost covered his bottom.
What? What are you talking about?
She was too scary, actually thinking of pinching him. Fong Chengfeng's face was as red as his hair. How could she do that to someone who is unconscious? Was she thinking something inappropriate? Trying to purify him? She was terrifying. You insisted on hearing it. Seeing Fong Chengfeng's expression, Lin Zhi'en smirked. "I could also pinch your chest or tickle you until you wake up laughing." You. Fong Chengfeng hugged himself. "You're not being fair. What he wanted was not this at all. You're being unreasonable. You're the one who matched us. How can you treat us differently?" You should kiss me too." Lin Zhi'en looked shocked, as if asking, "Are you crazy?" Fong Chengfeng, feeling impulsive, said, "It's my first time too, and you won't lose anything." As soon as he said that, he realized what he had just blurted out. He. Lin Zhi'en was shocked, not only by Fong Chengfeng's words but also because he seemed to be steaming. It was real steam. At first, she thought she was seeing things, but soon realized it was true. Her face was so red it looked like it might catch fire, and it was almost tangible in front of her. "Fong Chengfeng, you're steaming. It looks like you're about to burst into flames." "Calm down." "What?" Fong Chengfeng followed Lin Zhi'en's gaze and looked up, only to see the smoke. At that moment, Fong Chengfeng felt defeated. How did he not know he could steam? So embarrassing. Incredibly embarrassing. "You. Forget everything you just saw." Fong Chengfeng covered his head and ran away. Moments later, Lin Zhi'en vaguely heard a heart-wrenching scream, filled with despair. She couldn't help but laugh. Soon after, Lin Zhi'en was asked to leave by the military elder. Once everyone was gone, Su Ming slowly stepped out. He had come to find Lin Zhi'en too, but Fong Chengfeng had gotten to her first. He didn't say anything or walk away. He touched his lips. Who hasn't had a first time? To directly ask for a kiss was quite bold. He wouldn't do that. The elder's surname was Qi, known as Elder Qi. He wanted to ask about the important reasons for Wolf Qi's potential recovery, hoping to replicate the steps if someone else fell into a similar coma. Lin Zhi'en looked at Elder Qi's serious expression, even planning to take notes, her face turning red. "I can teach you massage, but other than that, there's not much technique involved." What technique could she have? She was inexperienced. She relied entirely on her feelings. Elder Qi noted, "The strength, posture, and technique are not important. What matters is the most genuine emotion."
Lin Zhi'en.
The elder pondered. The methods of hugging and kissing, influenced by movies, have been tried before, but they didn't work. He wondered, could it be because Wolf Qi might be experiencing his first kiss, like a rare event? Lin Zhi'en was momentarily stunned. Is the marshal still a first-timer? She had taken the marshal's first kiss. Though, she considered it her first kiss too. Lin Zhi'en quietly asked, "The marshal is 221 years old this year, right?" "That's right, he is exactly 200 years older than you." Old Qi replied softly. Although many people liked him in the past, they couldn't get close for various reasons. The insect race has been rampant, and he has been focused on the battlefield, so he hasn't had the energy for anything else. So, even though he is older, he is actually quite innocent. In the TV series, He is called the Innocent Marshal. Someone used his character, and it became very popular after it aired. Lin Zhi'en pondered the term Innocent Marshal and felt a bit shy. But then she thought, even though it was her first kiss, being alive was more important. What did a first kiss matter? Old Qi spoke about Lang Qi and criticized him for valuing romance over friendship, which made Lin Zhi'en chuckle. Old Qi happily recounted many stubborn and foolish things Lang Qi did when he was full of spirit. Old Qi snorted. I once suggested he buy the diamond star and give it to you to ensure your love lasts. He was so stubborn. He said you were 200 years apart and that he only saw you as a parent, telling me not to talk nonsense. But what happened? A kiss woke him up. And he did buy the diamond star. Old Qi had a knowing look. That is the star of love. Lin Zhi'en asked curiously. The star of love? Old Qi was surprised. If you don't know the story of the diamond star? He was eager to explain to Lin Zhi'en. The diamond star isn't very large, but very few planets can be privately owned, especially one that is special. 600 years ago, a previous marshal gave the diamond star to his lover, who was the commander of the 3rd Legion. She loved his gift, and from then on, he was her favorite among all suitors. They had a deep bond and lived together until they were both 666 years old. They passed away on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, making others envious. Their love story became an inspiration for everyone in the military. Since then, the Diamond Star has become a goal for many, as they wish to have the same beautiful love as their predecessors, but only those who achieve military merit can exchange for it. For 300 years, no one succeeded, except for Lang Qi. The story of the Diamond Star is known by every new recruit on their first day. Lang Qi earned his military achievements years ago, but never acted on it. He waited until his feelings for you were certain to make the exchange. Isn't that obvious? He just wants your love to be eternal and never change. Old Qi tirelessly spoke well of Lang Qi, hoping Lin Zhi'en would understand his feelings. He hopes to break the curse that previous marshals did not live long. The insect race can pollute the soldiers' minds, and the stronger they are, the more they are affected. Wolf Qi has managed to hold on longer than most. Old Qi has already lost one marshal and doesn't want to lose Wolf Qi too. He hopes he can create another love story. He wishes for them to grow old together. Lin Zhi'en awkwardly scratched her chin and said, I don't think the marshal thinks about this too much. Old Qi was about to say more about Wolf Qi when he noticed the red cup on the table and suddenly thought of Feng Chengfeng. Oh no, he almost forgot about Feng Chengfeng. And Su Ming. Old Qi suddenly felt a bit anxious, his palms sweaty. If he helps Wolf Qi succeed, what about Su Ming and Feng Chengfeng? Should he focus on Wolf Qi first, and then pay attention to Su Ming and Feng Chengfeng in a few hundred years when Wolf Qi is older? Would they still be around by then? Lin Zhi'en noticed Old Qi's expression changing, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong, Old Qi? Nothing, just thinking about how good the marshal is, and Feng Chengfeng and Su Ming are both good kids too. Lin Zhi'en didn't understand why he brought up the other two again, so she just nodded. Yes, they are all quite good. Old Qi looked relieved. Yes, they're all good kids. In the future, you four should live well together. That's more important than anything.
Lin Zhi'en was speechless.
Just when she didn't know what to say, Su Ming appeared to rescue her. Seeing Su Ming, Old Qi smiled with satisfaction. Go on. Su Ming asked Lin Zhi'en, what did Old Qi talk to you about? Why did it take so long? Just the story of Diamond Star. Su Ming replied, actually, I was close to that too. His military achievements were not far off and could be exchanged, but unfortunately, the marshal got ahead of him. Do you want Diamond Star too? Lin Zhi'en immediately thought, is it because of me that you were affected? Otherwise, you could. Not really, Su Ming shook his head. Being close is still being close. I admit defeat. I didn't really want it for myself, but I wanted to give it to you. Because giving Diamond Star symbolizes that our feelings can last forever and never change. Lin Zhi'en thought this sounded a lot like the diamond ads from her previous life. It's just a legend. You don't need to take it too seriously. Not giving it to me doesn't matter. She didn't have much concept of owning a planet. After all, in her past life, even having her own room was a luxury. Su Ming took Lin Zhi'en to his dorm, which was a single room with a living area and a bathroom. In front of Lin Zhi'en, he quickly set out hot water and a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "This is my first time making it, and the taste is just okay. You should eat something first." Lin Zhi'en realized she was very thirsty and hungry. "It's delicious." Su Ming also ate. "Actually, I was surprised when you appeared on the front lines." He was both surprised and shocked. "You're quite different." She was not like many others, Lin Zhi'en said, but the marshal has woken up. Moreover, she unexpectedly discovered the special ability of her red envelope, which made her very happy. "My red envelope is quite rare, right?"
Su Ming nodded, yes.
With a marshal's SSS-level mental strain, unless Lin Zhi'en stayed by his side every day for deep purification, it would be difficult. Although Su Ming hoped the marshal would survive, he didn't want Lin Zhi'en to have to do deep purification every day. So the red envelope was very useful. After finishing the noodles, Lin Zhi'en felt extremely tired. It wasn't just physical fatigue, it was also mental exhaustion. "Tired? Then you can sleep here. The bedding is all new, and I have to work the night shift tonight." Lin Zhi'en, feeling very tired, nodded in agreement. Once Su Ming left, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, even forgetting to take a shower. Su Ming, who mentioned working the night shift, leaned against the door, soon waiting for Chengfeng, who came drawn by the smell. "Where's Lin Zhi'en?" "She's asleep. Don't disturb her. The military has prepared a room for her. It's right next door. Let her stay there tomorrow. She's too tired. Don't wake her up." Chengfeng didn't insist, especially since Su Ming was not inside. He looked at Su Ming intently. "General Su, you're a bit different now." Before, Su Ming kept his distance and wouldn't approach Lin Zhi'en. When did he start to change? It didn't matter. Now he would secretly look for Lin Zhi'en and even take her to his room to sleep. Although Su Ming remained calm outside, Chengfeng had someone bring a lounge chair and stayed at Su Ming's dorm door. Su Ming treated him with the same indifference as before, fiddling with his device. Moments later, 2 more spirits appeared at the door, a border collie and a German shepherd. Both were very quiet. That night, the Star Network exploded. Photos of the marshal and Lin Zhi'en were leaked, showing Lin Zhi'en kissing the marshal. It was an accidental snapshot taken by a military reporter. Outside the monitoring room, a crowd stood behind layers of glass as the girl closed her eyes and kissed the marshal, with tears frozen in midair. The camera blurred the crowd outside, focusing on the scene inside the monitoring room. A sorrowful and beautiful kiss filled with despair, tears suspended in the air, and the marshal's stunning face, along with those wolf ears, created a breathtaking image. It was called the kiss of the century by everyone. This kiss worked miracles, bringing the marshal back to life and turning a rookie reporter into a renowned journalist. The photo later won many journalism awards and continued to be passed down for centuries. Their story, after several adaptations, became a classic film and television drama. On the night it first appeared, it took the Star Network by storm. Films have often depicted how love can heal those who are mentally broken, but this time, it happened in reality. How could this not be moving and exciting? Sherbowen also saw the photo. He learned about the incident of Langi being awakened by Lin Zhi'en even before the online community did. When he saw the photo in the work group, he paused for a long time. He couldn't help but zoom in and look at it for a while. Originally, Langi was fine, and he should have been happy, especially since the marshal was safe. Logic told him this was a good thing, yet he couldn't shake off a slight feeling of dissatisfaction. Another person who was unhappy with the photo was Ruan Yijiao. After seeing the photo, Ruan Yijiao went wild. "How dare you kiss the marshal?" She was upset all night and directly posted a message early the next morning, tagging Langi. "I'm so glad the marshal woke up. I was so scared. I have always admired you, and I can't bear to think what would have happened if you had left without an heir. After thinking it over, I've decided to take a risk and ask, Marshal, I want to bear a child for you." I don't know what the outcome will be, but I'm willing to try, even if it takes 10 or 20 attempts. Once Ruan Yijiao posted this, the Star Network exploded again. Lang Qi's fertility value was 0, yet Ruan Yijiao was willing to try, which moved many people. No one could refuse her. Seeing everyone's comments, Ruan Yijiao smiled. She wouldn't make a mistake with this step. It was a win-win situation. She could restore her image, overshadow Lin Zhi'en, and let the marshal understand her feelings. She couldn't wait any longer. She was willing to take the initiative and get closer to Lang Qi. Unaware of all this, Lin Zhi'en woke up defenseless and full of energy. After a night of rest, the red envelope also woke up and surprisingly played with Lin Zhi'en for a while. I thought you needed more rest. This is great. I was just hurt badly, and the cat discovered a secret. What's secret? Cats can heal humans. Although their energy gets drained, they recover faster and become stronger. Yesterday, the cat was completely exhausted but managed to suppress the marshal's mental disturbance. After being drained, it seemed to have become even more powerful. Really? So can we continue helping the marshal today?
Yes.
That's great. I love you, red envelope. Calm down first. Don't rush to kiss. The cat thinks it can get even stronger. Level up? Lin Zhi'en's mental power was tested at A before, which is much lower than SSS level. However, among cat-like spirits, she was already outstanding. Most ordinary people's mental powers are at C or D, with B being considered high. For example, Ruan Yijiao's mental power is also C. Are you saying I might level up to S? Does that mean your lightning will be stronger too? Will it clear mental disturbances better? Not sure yet. We need to try a few more times to confirm. Then let's go find the marshal. But at the door, they saw 2 people and 2 dogs. What are you doing here? The 2 dogs wagged their tails excitedly, and Su Ming said directly, to protect you. Old Qi had ordered last night to strengthen protection for Lin Zhi'en. After all, she is now humanity's new hope. The Crown Prince even sent someone last night to say they would secretly protect her in the future. In short, nothing must happen to Lin Zhi'en. Chengfeng, who was a step behind, added, from now on, we will take turns protecting you. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Not at all. I think it's not enough. Chengfeng looked at Lin Zhi'en with pride. Don't you realize how valuable and rare your abilities are? Lin Zhi'en looked at the increasingly proud red envelope in her arms and chuckled. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. The reason she slept so well last night, besides being tired, was because of the sense of security. Previously, her reproductive value had unexpectedly been exposed by the Crown Prince, which made her anxious, since that was all she had. But now it was different. She had a unique ability in dealing with mental disturbances. This gave her confidence, the confidence to choose and speak up. Lin Zhi'en was full of energy. Then I will use this precious ability to give the marshal a second lightning treatment now. She wanted to become stronger and hoped for Wolf to stabilize soon for peace of mind. But Chengfeng felt differently. Going without breakfast is too much pressure on the marshal. Facing Lin Zhi'en's puzzled look, he raised his chin and spoke louder. With your ability, you should be invited multiple times before going. Lin Zhi'en laughed, and Chengfeng nudged Su Ming, saying, right, Su Ming? Su Ming nodded. If your abilities were made public, you could be the guest of honor for everyone. Chengfeng added, even the royal family would have to treat you with respect. If the second prince spoke like that again, his father would immediately reprimand him. After all, without children, no one would die, but mental pollution can lead to a breakdown, a short life, or even immediate death. Chengfeng earnestly said, so from now on, just be bold and confident. He previously disliked people who abused their special abilities, like Ruan Yijiao. But Lin Zhi'en was different. She was too understanding and gentle. Now he actually hoped she could be a bit more assertive and confident. Chengfeng taught Lin Zhi'en how to be bold, and as they walked to the monitoring room, they encountered the Crown Prince. What a coincidence. I'm also going to visit the marshal. Your Highness. Seeing the Crown Prince made Lin Zhi'en nervous. The Crown Prince noticed her discomfort and paused slightly. After receiving a reply from the doctor yesterday, he was even more curious about why Lin Zhi'en was rejecting him.
It seemed she was hiding something.
Miss Lin, has the red envelope returned? The Crown Prince greeted her with a smile, even ignoring Fong Chengfeng's curious glances. Lin Zhi'en nodded, saying little. The Crown Prince didn't mind. It recovered quickly. Lin Zhi'en replied, "It's okay." Her wariness made the red envelope sense something. The red envelope bared its teeth, showing a fierce expression, warning the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince paused. Fong Chengfeng chuckled, "Commander, this is the first time I've seen a spirit not like you." The Crown Prince's spirit was special. It was unusual for spirits to dislike him. He glanced at Lin Zhi'en and smiled. Maybe I did something wrong. Lin Zhi'en's initial attitude toward him was normal, but after the incident, she became wary. Today, she seemed even more resistant, as if she was frightened. He needed to clarify things and resolve the misunderstanding. He didn't want to drift further apart from her. Under her gaze, Lin Zhi'en walked faster until she reached the monitoring room and bumped into a prominent photo among the visiting gifts. It was the moment she kissed the marshal, and it had a message written on it, wishing the marshal a speedy recovery and more kisses with the marshal's wife. Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed from several meters away. She couldn't understand why someone had captured that moment of her kissing the marshal. Fong Chengfeng's face darkened, and Su Ming's expression grew serious. The Crown Prince kindly explained, "This photo went viral on the Star Network last night." Viral? Viral? Doesn't that mean everyone has seen it? What's the difference between this and the whole world watching her with the marshal? Yes, it went viral. The Crown Prince looked at Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming. "I thought you already knew." Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming preferred not to let Lin Zhi'en know, and their faces darkened even more. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment. "Maybe you don't know that another message also went viral early this morning." He gently added, "Ruan Yijiao said on the Star Network that she is willing to have a child with the marshal. Netizens are conflicted for the marshal. On one side is you, and on the other is Ruan Yijiao. No one knows what choice he will make." He shook his head. "I'm different. Instead of the marshal's choice, I want to know Miss Lin's." He quietly looked at Lin Zhi'en. "If the marshal accepts Ruan Yijiao's proposal, will you immediately end your match with him?" Lin Zhi'en answered without hesitation, "I will." The lesson from Jing Bufei was enough. Even if Langi chooses Ruan Yijiao, who only wants to harm her, the regret would mean they must part ways. The Crown Prince was not surprised. "I understand." He turned to the guard at the door. "Is old Qi inside?" Seeing the guard nod, the Crown Prince looked at Lin Zhi'en. "I will find old Qi. I heard he came to see the marshal right after the news broke." Lin Zhi'en paused. "It seems the marshal has other matters." "Your Highness, go meet the marshal first. I will grab something to eat and join you later." Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming said in unison, "Let's go." The Crown Prince watched them leave, stood still for a moment, and then knocked on the monitoring room. Old Qi was there. The Crown Prince checked on Langi's condition, exchanged pleasantries, and left in less than 3 minutes. At the door, he ran into Hanzhou, who was bringing breakfast to the marshal. The Crown Prince said, "You should keep that photo hidden."
Okay.
As Hanzhou took the photo inside, Langi's gaze suddenly froze. Where did this come from? What does kiss mean? Old Qi was unfazed. It was left at the door. He looked at the words on the photo and couldn't help but laugh. These kids, but they do have a point. When he heard the heart rate alert sound, Old Qi was startled at first, then couldn't help but laugh. Your heart rate isn't coming down, is it? He had just seen the photo, and his heart rate shot up. It barely went down because of the Crown Prince, and now it was back up again. Old Qi laughed. Is this the most beautiful photo of life that young people talk about? Wolf Qi struggled to look away, taking a deep breath to calm his heart. They really went too far. How could they print this? By the way, can it be taken back after being published? Almost everyone has saved it. Even if you try to take it back, it won't help. Everyone envies you. Old Qi was speechless. Aren't you happy too? Why do you have that expression? Your heart rate speeds up and hormones are released, which helps your body recover. Last night, I spoke highly of you and shared the story of Diamond Star, hoping you and Miss Lin would have a happy ending together. Wolf Chi, already confused, felt even more troubled. Old Chi, you know she is very young. We have a 200-year age difference. Not just 20 years, but a full 200, making him feel like any thoughts he had were just deceiving a young girl. Wolf Chi continued, I just thought the Diamond Star plants were rich, and that she would like them, so I gave them to her. She sees me as family, as you heard. She said it was just artificial respiration. Even old Chi, who is usually confident, looked puzzled. Lin Zhi'en denied it, and Wolf Chi did too. Then isn't the reason you woke up the feelings between you? Wasn't it the closeness that triggered it? But family feelings have been tried before, and they didn't have this effect. Old Chi closed his notebook. I thought I could summarize a conclusion to see if it could be useful in the future. He picked up his hat, sighed, and took his leave. He didn't mention Ruan Yijiao. He chose not to get involved in that matter. Han Zhou set up breakfast, but Wolf Chi only took one bite, looking at the photo and then at his heart rate. Deep in thought. Marshall, what are you thinking about? Heart rate. If his high heart rate last night was due to the residual effects of the lightning, then what about the 2 spikes after seeing the photo? He told Old Chi that he was much older than her, and Old Chi believed him, but was his real concern just the age difference? Lin Zhi'en was in the cafeteria, reading what Ruan Yijiao had posted online. After reading, she could only say that Ruan Yijiao really liked Wolf Chi. People online were debating whether the marshal should choose her, who offered a century kiss, or choose to have children. Lin Zhi'en glanced at it and then set it aside. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming had been watching Lin Zhi'en but couldn't tell if she was happy or not. After finishing her meal, Lin Zhi'en went to the monitoring room as usual. Fong Chengfeng got straight to the point and asked, Marshal, did you see what Ruan Yijiao said? She said she is willing to have your children. Wolf Chi hadn't seen it. His smart device was damaged, and Old Chi had just brought him a new one. After receiving it, all he could think about was that photo. When will it be? He glanced at Lin Zhi'en and opened his smart device. After quickly reading through, Langi immediately said, Many people are waiting for my reply. I need to respond.
All right.
Langi replied quickly, looking at Lin Zhi'en. You can check your smart device. Lin Zhi'en opened it and raised an eyebrow. Langi declined firmly. He directly replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Ruan, but my reproductive value is 0, so I won't waste resources. I already have a match. The child is between her and me, and we will discuss it ourselves. Miss Ruan may have good intentions, but I really don't want my match to misunderstand, nor do I want to lose her. Please refrain from saying such things in the future. Langi's refusal didn't surprise Lin Zhi'en. What was surprising was his strong attitude, even warning Ruan Yijiao. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming also saw this, and were not too surprised. However, they felt uneasy about Langi repeatedly referring to my match. Lin Zhi'en was not just his match, yet he kept saying my match. Langi had no reproductive value, so what was he saying about children? After Langi finished replying and saw that Lin Zhi'en had also finished, he sighed in relief. I regret not seeing this earlier. He ignored the frowning Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming. Lin Zhi'en shook her head. You can't blame yourself for this. It's a pity for your online friends. What's there to be sorry about? The chances are slim anyway. Anyone with sense knows what to choose. Fong Chengfeng interjected, looking at the red envelope. Right, red envelope? The red envelope ignored Fong Chengfeng and jumped onto Langi's head, giving him a strong shock again. Langi stabilized himself. Thank you. After the treatment, Langi chatted a bit with Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming, who had been surrounding Lin Zhi'en. He wore a gentle smile, looking much like usual. But Lin Zhi'en noticed that Langi's wolf ears were drooping, looking a bit listless. She wasn't sure if it was because he rejected Ruan Yijiao or if he was still feeling unwell. She just wanted to comfort them without showing her concern. Marshall, are you still feeling unwell? If not, I can give you a massage. It might help you feel better. Langi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. You must be tired too. It's okay, right? Thinking of how they had massaged each other during the live stream and recalling how he woke up yesterday to find his military uniform removed, even 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He gulped. Of course, how could I not? I said I would give you a massage earlier. Lin Zhi'en suppressed a laugh, her tone confident, because while Langi said he didn't want one, his wolf ears perked up immediately. They were now standing straight, unlike before when they were drooping, and even trembled slightly. This showed he was very happy and looking forward to the massage. Lin Zhi'en patted the pillow. Marshall, you can lie down. It's not tiring that way. Langi looked at Lin Zhi'en's smiling eyes, glanced at Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming, and finally nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Zhi'en. It's no trouble, Lin Zhi'en replied with a smile. Just as she rolled up her sleeves, Fong Chengfeng couldn't hold back. Actually, I'm quite good at massages. You said before that I could give the marshal one, right? Now it's time to make that happen. I can help too, Su Ming chimed in. Or, we can both give the marshal a massage together. Before Langi could respond, Lin Zhi'en noticed his wolf ears had drooped again. This meant he wasn't happy, or rather, he didn't want Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming to massage him. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming's massages were too rough, so Lin Zhi'en quickly said, No need, I'll do it. You two should go take care of what you need to do. Didn't you say you were going to check for any leftover bug creatures nearby? You should go. Before they could say anything, Han Zhou's eyes lit up.
Great.
I want to go too. Fong Major, Su General. Let's go together. Fong Chengfeng replied. He glanced at Han Zhou, thinking that Han Zhou was quite perceptive, yet also clueless. Both of them felt a bit annoyed. Han Zhou completely missed Feng Chengfeng's mood and said goodbye to Lin Zhi'en. Well, Miss Lin, I'm leaving now. Bye, Su will come by later. Don't be upset if we can't get the photos back. Upon hearing photos, Lin Zhi'en immediately realized what he meant and felt embarrassed. She had just managed to forget about the photos, and now Han Zhou brought them up again. How awkward. You all go ahead. The marshal can trust me. Han Zhou left with the not-so-happy Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming. The 2 reluctant ones soon found real bug creatures hiding and waiting to attack, and they immediately went on the offensive. Reporters from Central Star, hoping to interview Lin Zhi'en and Langi, hadn't reached them yet, but captured a video of the 2 battling the bug creatures with high-definition cameras. With Han Zhou joining in, the scene was explosive and exhilarating, stirring excitement in everyone who watched. This was the first time the reporter truly witnessed the battle between Su Ming and the 9-tailed fox. The 9 tails swayed in the wind, like a deity descending from the heavens. The white and blue gradient fur was smooth as satin, seemingly glowing. Su Ming's eyes were sharp, and his smile was naturally charming, filled with allure. All the insect creatures he gazed at immediately turned on each other, fighting amongst themselves. More and more insects gathered, and after a loud call, the North Vermilion bird flapped its wings, releasing a massive burst of flames. The insects screamed as they turned to ashes, while those that tried to escape were torn apart by Fong Chengfeng. The 2 worked together seamlessly, doubling their destructive power. Some clever insects tried to avoid Su Ming's gaze and attacked from behind, but they were swiftly knocked away by the large tail. On the smoke-filled battlefield, Su Ming's 9 tails glowed, and the North Vermilion bird was engulfed in flames, resembling the arrival of a grim reaper. The excited reporter, with red eyes, completely forgot about his interview subject. Oh my goodness! Lin Zhi'en, forgotten by the reporter, was giving a massage to Langi, which didn't go smoothly at first. Langi, known as the pure-hearted marshal, seemed overly sensitive and tense, perhaps due to being single for too long. As soon as Lin Zhi'en started, he reacted strongly, his back and waist being particularly sensitive. Lin Zhi'en thought Fong Chengfeng was the most sensitive, but Langi proved to be even more so. Marshal, relax. I won't do anything. Don't be too tense and don't resist me, Lin Zhi'en said. Okay, Langi replied, trying to take deep breaths, but his ears were still perked up, showing he was still quite nervous. Lin Zhi'en decided to chat to distract him. Marshal, do you like children? Langi was surprised, but answered honestly, yes. So you want to have a child? Langi nodded calmly, yes, but having a child also requires fate. People in the military often regretted that he hadn't had children while he still could. SSS-level mental strength is an important barrier between humans and insects, but unfortunately, SSS-level mental strength is becoming increasingly rare. I've thought about having 1 or 2 children to inherit my gifted mental strength, and I would teach them well. Langi shook his head, but my fertility value is 0, so there's nothing I can do. I just need to do my best and have a clear conscience. Zhi'en, you don't need to mind what Ruan Yijiao said. Lin Zhi'en nodded. I understand. I said I would show you before.
Good.
Wolf Chi is still as easy to talk to as ever. After a pause, he asked, Chen, do you want children? If Zhi'en changed her mind and wanted kids, they wouldn't be able to help. She might have to find someone else with high fertility.
Me?
I'm just going with the flow. Seeing Wolf Chi's expression change, Lin Zhi'en thought he was upset. Don't worry too much, Marshal. I can help with mental stress, and later I can show you how to improve your health. Maybe you'll regain your fertility and have your own children.
Okay, Wolf Chi replied.
He added, Actually, my response today wasn't entirely honest. The reason I don't want to be with Ruan Yijiao isn't just because I lack fertility. Even if I could have children, I wouldn't want to be with her.
Lin Zhi'en was surprised.
Wolf Chi turned to look at her. I want to be with the person I like. When Wolf Chi said this, he was both nervous and excited. His wolf ears showed this clearly. During their conversation, his wolf ears kept changing and trembling, revealing his true feelings, which Lin Zhi'en could mostly read from his ears. Then be with the person you like. Lin Zhi'en thought that compared to Jing Bufei, Wolf Chi's perspective was truly rare. When Wolf Chi heard her response, he smiled, and his wolf ears happily twitched a bit. The way they twitched was just so wonderful and adorable. Since she met Wolf Chi, he had always been dignified, steady, and reliable. Many times, Lin Zhi'en couldn't sense his true emotions, but his wolf ears could. They expressed his feelings and even showed when he was shy. His wolf ears contrasted with him so much that she noticed how his discomfort made them tremble more, showing a richer expression. Eventually, they even turned pink. Lin Zhi'en had never seen a marshal like this. Not to mention, even though he was nervous, he obediently followed her requests, and with his curly hair, she couldn't take her eyes off him. A smile never left her lips. Because it was the first time she was so close to Wolf Chi, she could feel his genuine reactions and emotions, giving her a sense of finally getting closer to him. Unlike before, when he always unconditionally cared for her. But seeing Wolf Chi's ears tremble more and more, she reminded herself to stay calm. However, when she pressed a point on his head, she couldn't resist and gently touched his wolf ear. His ears were very sensitive and trembled even more. No, this time it wasn't just my ears. It felt like my whole body was trembling. Lin Zhi'en was surprised to see that Langi's cheeks and neck were red, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. She didn't expect him to react so strongly. It's fine. Langi took a deep breath, relieved that he had controlled his heart rate. Otherwise, he would have had to call the doctor. After the massage, Langi honestly commented, You really helped me relax. That's great. Since I worked your massage, can the marshal take a photo with me? She had seen the photos and videos from yesterday in the cafeteria. They were really cute, but he looked a bit worn out. Today, Langi looked much better, and Lin Zhi'en wanted to take another picture. This limited edition of the wolf-eared marshal was rare. Upon hearing this, Langi's ears perked up. My ears. They're special, so let's take a picture to remember this. Linian said seriously, Come on. She stood by the bed and posed with Langi, making a peace sign. Langi didn't quite understand but followed her lead. Seeing her smile made him smile too. The photo of the two was perfectly captured. Lin Zhi'en looked at the picture and liked it very much. Don't worry, Marshal, this photo will definitely not be shared. After saying that, she suddenly remembered Hanzhou's words. Marshal, were you upset about the photo earlier? Langi denied it, not really upset, just surprised. He coughed lightly. I only realized today that it might be too late to retrieve some things. Thinking about what Lin Zhi'en had said about artificial respiration, he tentatively said, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Please don't mind what was said in the photo at the door. Can we kiss again like before?
Lin Zhi'en nodded, sure.
It seemed her kiss hadn't changed Lang Qi's feelings. In fact, it made him care more. Now that they had kissed, he was still the same. She would treat him like family from now on, and she couldn't do things like secretly touching his wolf ears anymore. As Lin Zhi'en was thinking, her communicator beeped. It was Bo, when contacting her to ask about Lang Qi's condition. Seeing Lang Qi looking at her, Lin Zhi'en honestly replied, "It's Mr. Shi. He's asking about you." Lang Qi's smile slightly faltered. "Mr. Shi, huh? How have you two been in contact?"
Pretty well.
"Mr. Shi has made a plan. We will meet 3 more times, and if everything goes well, we will register." Lang Qi asked further, "There's a plan? Isn't it a collaboration? Why do you need to meet 3 more times?" He takes the collaboration seriously, so he made a detailed plan. Lin Zhi'en chuckled as she recalled. Mr. Shi included going to the movies, having meals, even linking arms, hugging, and even trying to embrace in the plan. Wolf Qi frowned. "It's just a collaboration. Why link arms? Linking arms, hugging, and trying to embrace. Who is he introducing to Zhi'en?" Wolf Qi clenched his teeth. He thought he knew Sherboen well, but he was mistaken. Seeing Wolf Qi's displeased expression, Lin Zhi'en quickly explained, "Even though it's a collaboration, because of his position, we still need to create a friendly atmosphere, which is why there will be some physical contact." That made some sense, but he hadn't thought about it before. Wolf Qi said directly, "You can refuse. If you're uncomfortable, I can speak for you." "That's not necessary," Lin Zhi'en reassured him. "Marshal, he isn't trying to take advantage of me. We agreed on this beforehand, and I can say no if I don't want to. We're collaborating, but we also need to be reasonable. His side has needs we must consider. Linking arms and hugging is not too much to ask. After all, he's someone you introduced, and he seems reasonable." Lin Zhi'en praised Sherboen while also complimenting Wolf Qi, but hearing that, Wolf Qi's expression grew even more serious. He introduced him. He forced himself to stay calm. "Even though I introduced him, you shouldn't trust too easily. People can be unpredictable. Even parents and children don't always understand each other, and I feel the same. We need to be cautious." It was his fault for introducing her so early, especially since he had a bad feeling back then. Now he saw that there were indeed drawbacks, especially since he wouldn't be falling apart mentally now. Thinking of this, Wolf Qi straightened up. "His qualifications are indeed as good as you said, and he will attract a lot of attention. We need to cooperate, which is troublesome. Otherwise, let's forget about Sherboen." Lin Zhi'en scratched her head. "That doesn't seem fair. Mr. Shi hasn't done anything wrong." She felt awkward about agreeing and then backing out, and she wasn't sure if the next person would be suitable. "We still need 2 more people. Marshal, can you help me choose again?"
Wolf Qi.
Why did he feel like she was going against him? How did she manage to win Zhi'en over? Why wasn't she listening to him anymore and insisted on choosing him? And she wanted him to help pick 2 more people. Wolf Qi felt a mix of emotions. But he couldn't and didn't want to refuse. After all, he had made the decision, and he had misjudged Sherboen, let alone the choice made by Zhi'en herself. He still had to choose, but he had to be more careful about his identity. The best candidate now was someone who didn't need to create a romantic atmosphere and could act as if they were dead after registration. "I understand." Lin Zhi'en thought that Lang Qi's expression seemed off. Just as she was about to ask, the Crown Prince arrived. "Why are you here again, Your Highness? Is there something you need?" Lang Qi asked in surprise, immediately becoming serious. "Is the treatment over?" The Crown Prince smiled. "I came to observe the treatment. Now that it's finished, let's send Miss Lin back. I have something I want to discuss with her." He had come after hearing that Fong, Chengfeng, and Su Ming had left. It wasn't that he was afraid of them. He just wanted to avoid being disturbed. Lin Zhi'en felt a flutter in her heart when she heard he wanted to talk. "What does Your Highness want to discuss with me? It's not about the previous refusal of the doctor, is it? Is he going to lay everything out?" Lin Zhi'en's expression became serious, and Lang Qi's face also turned serious. "Yes, what does Your Highness want to talk about? Perhaps I can help." He felt that the Crown Prince's gaze towards Lin Zhi, and was unusual. He couldn't help but recall what he had said before about the Crown Prince being a suitable match. Had Zhi'en already talked to him? The Crown Prince looked at the two of them with a hint of something different in his eyes. There's no need to trouble the Marshal. Right now, the most important thing for the Marshal is to rest. I can talk to Miss Lin alone. Langi had no reason to stop them and could only watch as the two left. Their backs looked surprisingly compatible. Langi's heart felt a bit chaotic. Lin Zhi'en's heart was also in turmoil. The Crown Prince felt like a ticking time bomb to her. Has the purification from the red envelope affected your health? If you feel unwell, you must tell me. I had the doctor do a checkup for you, but I heard you refused. Lin Zhi'en thought, here it comes. She was sure that the Crown Prince had seen the records. What was meant to happen would still come. Lin Zhi'en was fed up with living in fear. Yes, I refused. I don't like checkups, and I definitely don't like strangers seeing my health data. She looked directly at the Crown Prince. Why are you fixated on me? Why do you need to see my health data? What do you want? A desperate college student could go crazy. The Crown Prince looked slightly surprised. Miss Lin, I am only concerned about your well-being.
Lin Zhi'en scoffed.
She didn't believe him. Was he trying to study her? Perhaps he even wanted her to have his children. Lin Zhi'en looked at him with a gaze that made the Crown Prince feel uneasy. Miss Lin, I may enjoy research, but I really mean you no harm and don't want to do anything to you. You are a treasure of the Empire, and it's important, which is why I spoke to the doctor before. I didn't mean to keep watching you. The Crown Prince was indeed a bit suspicious, but he only wanted the doctor to check on her because he thought she might need it. He didn't expect Lin Zhi'en to react so strongly. Lin didn't relax. Then why do you insist on talking to me alone? What do you want to discuss? I just want to ask if, once the Marshal recovers, you could help look after others. This recent war has caused heavy casualties. I can ensure physical treatment, but treating mental trauma is much harder and many people don't have suitable companions. Besides the Marshal, many others have also suffered mental breakdowns. I know I'm being forward, but I can't bear to see them in pain. Lin Zhi'en didn't expect the Crown Prince to be serious. She hadn't had the chance to understand the specifics yet. Are there many? Yes, quite a few. Don't worry, the treatment costs will be covered, and they won't be low. You can make any requests you have. Of course, if you're too tired, just forget I said anything and focus on your own health. So, when the Crown Prince asked about her health earlier, it had this meaning too. Lin Zhi'en looked blank. That's fine. If only she had known it was about this. It made her so nervous. So, it was just her being too anxious? You agreed? The Crown Prince was surprised. He hadn't dared to hope too much, considering many of the officials were just ordinary soldiers. He didn't expect Lin Zhi'en to really agree. I agreed. She couldn't ignore it, and it was also beneficial for her. Thank you, thank you. The Crown Prince expressed his gratitude, and although he was usually eloquent, he suddenly found it hard to speak. He didn't want to say empty, polite words. After thinking for a moment, the Crown Prince bowed gracefully, performing a charming prince's gesture. His movements were elegant and pleasing to the eye, and combined with his expression, it was irresistibly heartwarming. After Lin Zhi'en watched, she quickly waved her hand. No need to be so polite. Yes, I must. The Crown Prince smiled. Really, thank you. Lin Zhi'en replied. In the future, Your Highness, just speak directly about such matters. No need to keep coming to her and discussing health checks, making her feel so anxious. I wanted to get familiar with Miss Lin quickly, because it felt too forward. The Crown Prince shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry. I think too much. I always want to win Miss Lin over to my side. Win me over? Yes, for both personal and public reasons. I hope you will support me. The Crown Prince spoke honestly. You must have heard quite a bit about the royal family gossip, like how my father and mother actually favor Shan Rui's and want him to be the Crown Prince. That's true. They didn't dare to think about it before, but now that I've been on the front lines more and my fertility value has dropped to 0, they're starting to get restless. Publicly, my brother still has a fertility value and is close to Ruan Yijiao. If they have a child, I will be under a lot of pressure. But if I can win you over and have your support, the situation will be different. Personally, I really admire and appreciate you. You decisively went to the front lines to save the marshal, which impressed me. I still vividly remember your fearless entrance into the control room and how you embraced and kissed the marshal without hesitation. We all gave up, but you didn't. You tried everything. He was used to failure in his research, learning not to give up after each setback, and in that moment, he resonated with Lin Zhi'en. Miss Lin, I have to admit that I envy the marshal. When I saw the marshal wake up, I was happier than when my own research succeeded, and I was also happy for you because you succeeded. Lin Zhi'en was taken aback. She had thought a lot, even considering that the crown prince might threaten her or use her research to force her to have children. But he spoke so openly and confidently about his thoughts and admiration. It turned out that the one with the negative thoughts was her. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but scratch her face. Your Highness, your compliments make me shy. Was she really that important and excellent in his eyes? But you really are impressive. The crown prince watched her actions, a hint of a smile in his eyes. No wonder Langi was so nervous about her. She was still a girl who would feel happy and shy when receiving compliments. The image of the red envelope has been playing in my mind repeatedly. It's truly impressive. Lin Zhi'en felt happy for the red envelope upon hearing his praise. Your Highness, I don't know what to say in response to your compliments. Did you come to see me for something else? Let's get straight to the point. The crown prince sighed. What I said is all sincere. I'm not trying to use Miss Lin with sweet words. However, I do have a small request. May I collect some of your lightning for research? Lin Zhi'en immediately became cautious. Research lightning? How do you plan to study it? How will you collect it? Earlier, I mentioned taking her home, but it turned out to be a mobile lab where they checked her fertility level, which was 100%. Now, will they collect more data on lightning and find something else? The crown prince noticed the wariness in Lin Zhi'en's eyes and fell silent. It's simple, we just need to use the equipment to collect data, and the red envelope can help with that. Lin Zhi'en was skeptical. Just the red envelopes help? If it's that easy, we can cooperate, but both the red envelope and I are cautious. If we get tricked or harmed, it might lead to disappointment and he could even refuse treatment. When Lin Zhi'en mentioned the red envelope, she was also referring to herself, making it clear from the start. The red envelope's abilities were her bargaining chip. Even in front of the crown prince, she felt unafraid. The crown prince wasn't foolish. He understood Lin Zhi'en's hidden meaning. After a moment of silence, he said, Of course, I mean no harm. He paused again. I'm sorry if I seemed too eager and made you uncomfortable. I'll be more careful in the future. Lin Zhi'en thought, so he really has an agenda. What are you eager about? What is your goal? The crown prince, however, changed the subject. Miss Lin, you currently have 4 matching candidates, right?
Yes.
Why did the conversation shift here? Then you still need 2 more matching candidates. The crown prince's statement seemed disconnected. I don't have any matching candidates either. He smiled slightly, his expression calm and gentle, and I seem to fit the requirements for your matching candidates quite well.
Lin Zhi'en gasped.
The crown prince still smiled. Is Mr. Sure the 5th matching candidate?
Lin Zhi'en replied, Yes.
Why was he bringing up Sir Bowen again? Did you choose Mr. Sure? His fertility level is 0, and he is different from many others. He is solely focused on work. The crown prince boldly speculated. Perhaps you want a collaborator, specifically someone with a fertility level of 0. Because of her past experiences, she had lower hopes and didn't want to have children. Or was it because she had a fertility level of 100% that she chose someone with a level of 0? The crown prince couldn't help but speculate boldly, and this thought stirred a storm in his heart. Lin Zhi'en was also unsettled. She nodded vaguely. Something like that. Is there a problem with him? She thought for a moment and added, He was chosen by the marshal, and the marshal has very strict standards. Generally, there shouldn't be any issues. I see. The crown prince understood and thought about Fong Chengfeng's reaction. Let me guess again. Perhaps the marshal recommended me as well? Lin Zhi'en's surprise was evident on her face. Just as she was about to deny it, the crown prince smiled. It seems I guessed correctly. He tilted his head. Isn't it strange how I figured it out? It's simple, Fong Chengfeng. His reaction was too odd. He even locked me up, afraid you would see me. It was the first time he treated me like that. The Crown Prince frighteningly deduced the whole truth. So, actually, I meet the marshals or your requirements in every way. At that time, the marshal was worried about you, and you hadn't shown your current abilities, so the marshal wanted to find you more security. I caught your attention, but because Fong Chengfeng opposed it, you and the marshal didn't mention me, right? Lin Zhi'en. This was terrifying. Was this the power of the Crown Prince? Before she could decide how to respond, the Crown Prince was already smiling. It is my honor. I will personally clarify things with Chengfeng, and I hope Miss Lin will consider me as a candidate. Lin Zhi'en shook her head. She didn't want to. She had secrets and didn't want to face the wise Crown Prince, especially since he was so sharp. Seeing her unwavering refusal and her expression of resistance, the Crown Prince looked somewhat helpless. Miss Lin seems to dislike my presence. We're not suitable, Lin Zhi'en did not deny. But I want to collaborate with Miss Lin. I ask you to give me a chance and not completely dismiss me right away. I can be a good partner, just like Mr. Sure. The Crown Prince accidentally spoke out of turn about Fong Chengfeng. However, if he hesitated and missed this opportunity because of Fong Chengfeng, he would surely regret it. The Crown Prince did not want to regret. Lin Zhi'en was confused. Others are fine, but you surely have no shortage of suitable candidates. Why choose me? Is it because of my abilities? Was it because of my purification ability or my potential? The Crown Prince replied honestly. If I said no, that would be a lie. But it's not just because of Miss Lin's purification ability. Due to my status, I've met many outstanding people in various fields, but only Miss Lin makes me feel this impulsive. It would be false to say I like Miss Lin a lot right now, but I am very interested in you. From our first meeting until now, my curiosity has only grown. So, I hope you will consider me. I want to strive for a collaboration with you. However, Miss Lin doesn't need to worry about my status. If you want to refuse, just refuse. I promise I will never make things difficult for you, because of your rejection. The Crown Prince's eyes were sincere and beautiful, filled with thoughts of Lin Zhi'en.
Lin Zhi'en felt confused.
The Crown Prince loved a common girl? Was her charm really that great? Or did he know about her potential for childbirth and was getting closer to her, so she would willingly have his children? It was said that those who played with power often had hidden motives. The best choice was still to refuse. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness, but I must decline. I don't have the confidence to be with you. The Crown Prince was silent. Lin Zhi'en firmly rejected him and answered a call from her smart device, creating distance between them. The Crown Prince watched her leave, lost in thought. Was he really that unlikable? What could he do to win her back? When Lin Zhi'en answered the call, she found out it was from the fertility center. Miss Lin, according to our system, you have not yet visited the fertility center. We want to inform you that we are always here to help.
Lin Zhi'en frowned.
Why are you contacting me? Did someone instruct you to? After the last incident with the doctor, she glanced back at the Crown Prince. Could it be him again? The fertility center responded, no one instructed us. It was actually because of that photo on Starnet and Miss Ruan's comments that we became aware of your situation. We're reaching out to you not for any other reason, but to encourage you not to pay attention to what netizens say. Besides natural conception, our center can genuinely improve fertility rates. You might want to consider trusting us. Even with low fertility potential, miracles can happen. We have successfully helped someone with a fertility score of just 1 to conceive, so please don't give up too soon. Lin Zhi'en was surprised to learn that the call was due to online discussions, not the Crown Prince's orders. She realized she often viewed the Crown Prince's actions too negatively. She touched her nose and said, "Thank you for your concern." She could guess what the netizens might say. Our responsibility is to nurture hope and children. The fertility center continued, sensing her reluctance. We have updated our equipment, which has improved our success rate by 3%. Starting today, there's a new policy allowing free fertility services every 6 months. Lin Zhi'en politely declined. Since our fertility potential is low, we don't want to waste your resources. Please don't think that way. Everyone is equal. Lin Zhi'en felt like she was receiving a sales call. I have to go. Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, but I want to remind you to visit the fertility center soon to avoid missing the 6-month requirement. We are always ready to serve you with care. Have a great day, goodbye. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to hang up, she paused. What is the 6-month requirement? It means that every woman must visit the fertility center with a matching partner at least once every 6 months. This is a benefit that comes with obligations. Lin Zhi'en was confused. Everyone must try to conceive at least once within 6 months? Her voice unintentionally grew louder, and she immediately searched for information. She indeed found the latest fertility laws that had just come into effect. Lin Zhi'en's eyes widened. Why does it feel like this is targeting me? But looking closely, she realized this issue had been discussed for several years. Everyone wanted children, and the fertility center's success rate was indeed higher than natural conception, but the costs were significant. Many people went bankrupt or incurred huge debts just to have one child, or ended up with nothing despite their efforts. After years of discussion, the laws were finally amended to provide each woman with 2 free fertility attempts per year. To ensure the benefits were implemented, annual checks would be conducted. This also meant that every woman was required to participate in 2 fertility attempts. This regulation was meant to benefit the public, and after a year of trial, the response had been very positive, leading to its official rollout. On the Star Network, everyone supported the new regulations, filled with praise. Everyone wanted free fertility opportunities, and the 2-attempt rule was completely acceptable to them. Only Lin Zhi'en felt confused, as if struck by lightning. She had previously chosen partners with a fertility value of 0 specifically to avoid having children through the center. But now she still had to go. Should she be relieved that she chose partners with a fertility value of 0? After all, they couldn't conceive, which would lower her chances of success. But what if? What if she was exceptionally lucky and succeeded on her first attempt? Then she could have 2 children in a year. Is there no way to avoid this? Can I just pay a fine? Lin Zhi'en immediately asked. Hearing her question, the staff became anxious. Miss Lin, if you need help or are facing difficulties, please let us know. We will definitely assist you. Please don't lose hope or be influenced by others' words. Lin Zhi'en fabricated a story. I had a bad test result before, and it left me with psychological trauma, so I don't want to go. Staff, we can provide home services. Lin Zhi'en. I'm really pushing myself for the fertility value. The staff were very concerned about her, but because they cared too much, Lin Zhi'en realized that if she didn't follow the rules, people from the fertility matching center or even the hospital would come to check on her. That would only lead to more trouble. Can I choose to conceive directly without checking the fertility value? I hate hearing about it. When I hear 5, it feels like I can hear everyone's mockery. Of course, we respect all your choices. Then I can just go within the next 180 days, right? The longer she could delay, the better. Miss Lin, you have 72 days left, not counting today. Isn't that about the same time she has to find a match? Your timing is a bit strange. Because none of your 4 matches have ever come to try, so we can provide home service for you. Lin Zhi'en hung up the phone with a blank expression. It was her fault for not paying enough attention to fertility matters and missing the news, leaving her unprepared. Now, she not only had to register 6 matches but also go to the fertility center. Who would she go with? Whose infertility was more serious? No one could answer that question, so who would she try with first? With a 50-50 chance of success, she had to be cautious. What's wrong? The Crown Prince's voice broke in, making Lin Zhi'en tense up. Why are you still here? I noticed your expression didn't look good, so I stayed. I accidentally overheard a bit. Was it a call from the fertility center? The Crown Prince explained, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Lin Zhi'en knew it was her fault for speaking too loudly. Does the Crown Prince know about the new rules from the fertility center? The Crown Prince nodded, I know. Do the new rules make things difficult for you? Facing the Crown Prince's concerned and probing gaze, Lin Zhi'en stopped herself from indulging in conspiracy theories about him and nodded. Yes, I don't want to go. It's bound to fail and is a complete waste of time. At first glance, it seemed like she thought the success rate was too low, but the crown prince heard the voice of the white tiger. She's lying. The white tiger's voice echoed in the crown prince's mind. She's not afraid of failure. She's afraid of success. She's lying. The crown prince was surprised that the white tiger spoke up, but he couldn't focus on that. His thoughts were in disarray. 3 strikes. The unusual behavior and records from the fertility clinic were 1. Lin Zhi'en refusing the doctor's help and her strange attitude were 2, and this conversation with the fertility center was 3. She was too wary of the word fertility, like a startled bird. Previously, he thought that too many failures had left a psychological shadow. But based on her earlier reactions, she seemed genuinely afraid of succeeding and having a child. A fertility score of only 5 shouldn't cause such fear. The prince was silent for a moment. Miss Lin, your fertility score of 5 is fake, right? From the fertility test to just now refusing the doctor, Miss Lin, you have been anxious and scared, making me pay more attention to the incomplete records of your fertility. Miss Lin, I have a wild guess about your fertility score, but I don't know if it's true.
Lin Zhi'en.
No, she had just decided to stop theorizing about the prince, and now he was directly confirming that he was observing her and guessing about her.
You.
Why had he never played by the rules? They had really laid everything on the table, but the prince's straightforwardness surprised her. He had indeed looked at the fertility records, but he said they were incomplete, so he wasn't sure. However, now, because she was too tense and strange, it had really raised the prince's suspicions. But she couldn't be blamed. That fertility score was outrageous, and she had what the prince had always pursued: a 100% fertility score and the ability to purify mental pollution. How could she not be cautious? She took a deep breath to calm down, and then fought back. Since there's a problem with the fertility test, will you care about the incomplete records? My fertility score isn't 5. Could it be 50? Prince, you said I could refuse and that you wouldn't retaliate, but now you're talking about my fertility score. What do you mean? Are you not giving up? You want my purification ability, but also a high fertility score? Sorry, I can't do that. If you want a high fertility score and to create a miracle by having a child, then go find someone with a high score. Don't bother me. Speculating about my fertility score, don't you know that's as rude as guessing a girl's measurements? Although going to the fertility center was a bit risky, as long as she didn't test, she could continue to survive. Lin Zhi'en launched a flurry of words, leaving the prince stunned. Especially when she mentioned measurements, the elegant prince didn't know where to look, his face showing embarrassment. I didn't mean to want both. For the first time, he was somewhat speechless. Lin Zhi'en had a look of disbelief. You're too greedy. Don't focus on me. I won't let you be my match. Lin Zhi'en took the initiative, and the prince was pushed back step by step. I really don't mean anything else. It's just that your behavior is quite strange. Earlier, the white tiger said you were lying, that you weren't afraid of failure, but rather afraid of success. With the perfect fertility rate recorded, I started to have my doubts. With a 6-month task ahead and the white tiger behind her, her secret was bound to be revealed. At this moment, Lin Zhi'en felt calm instead of anxious. So, does His Highness the Crown Prince want to compete for an heir with me? Lin Zhi'en actually likes children, but she was previously terrified by the complications of childbirth. However, in the interstellar world, one doesn't have to give birth themselves. Once she settles down, she will likely want children. The notification from the fertility center was just a bit early, but she doesn't want to reveal her fertility value or keep having children. Her own experiences make her want to be responsible for every child. Now that the fertility center task must be completed, if she has to choose someone, it might as well be the crown prince. Since he has already noticed something unusual, she might as well register and match with him, tying them together. After all, the marshal has said he is also a suitable choice. Previously, she always suspected him of having ulterior motives, but Chengfeng, his best friend, couldn't say anything bad about him. He really is a good person and she just happens to need a match. Now she has the Thunderbolt red envelope, which gives her confidence. Moreover, the crown prince has good genes. He can't be bad for the child, so having a child with him isn't a problem. And since his fertility value is 0, even if hers is 100, the chance of failure is still high. This might just make him give up. If it succeeds, that's fine too. By then, the crown prince's position will be stable, and he can suppress the second prince and Ruan Yijiao. When the decision had to be made, Lin Zhi'en chose the most beneficial option. She nodded, affirming her choice. The crown prince's pupils widened in surprise as he paused and then reacted. "Zhi'en, are you willing to accept me as your match?" Lin Zhi'en replied, "Since you've already involved the white tiger, how could I refuse? However, I can't control Feng Chengfeng or the marshal. If they don't accept you, then I can't do anything about it." Lin Zhi'en knew how much Feng Chengfeng opposed and how high the marshal's standards were. Previously, the marshal had favored Sherboen, but now he was starting to be dissatisfied. It would surely be the same with the crown prince. Let the crown prince deal with that headache. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's mischievous expression, the crown prince was surprised but didn't mind. "Of course, I will handle all these matters myself, as long as you give me the opportunity." He hesitated for a moment. "Can I call you Zhi'en? You just said you wanted to have a child with me. Didn't you say there's 100% chance of having a child? I see you're so eager to try that I thought I might as well go along with it." After saying this, Lin Zhi'en looked at the crown prince. "I agree to your proposal, but you should stop watching me so closely, and you don't need to have Bai Hu check if I'm lying." Lin Zhi'en took a step back, catching the crown prince off guard again. "Without constant monitoring, Bai Hu just checked on you for the first time. I wasn't specifically watching you." Linian remained silent. The crown prince felt a bit of a headache for the first time. Bai Hu. It was the first time someone had shown dislike for it. Bai Hu felt wronged. I'm not that boring." The crown prince didn't have time to comfort it and took a deep breath. "Miss Lin, I'm very happy you agreed to give me a chance, but I don't want you to feel threatened by me. I promise Bai Hu will never confirm what you say again. That was the first and last time. I can guarantee it." "Bai Hu." Lin Zhi'en still didn't speak. "Zhi'en, it was my fault before. I shouldn't have made assumptions about your fertility." He wanted to be Lin Zhi'en's match, but not like this. It felt as if he was forcing her. Lin Zhi'en responded with a cold "oh." The crown prince sighed. "Zhi'en, you can choose your match freely for the 6-month task. Even if you don't want to match with me, I have no objections." Lin Zhi'en raised an eyebrow and finally looked at the crown prince. She didn't expect him to keep apologizing. She had been anxious until now, and unexpectedly, after revealing everything, it was the crown prince who was the one apologizing. This turn of events was unexpected, but it seemed to have a surprisingly good effect. Regardless of whether the crown prince would still be curious later, his attitude was very sincere now. "Got it, goodbye." Since he said that, she wouldn't hold back. She would take her time to choose wisely. Before, she had only decided on a match, but for the 6-month task, she had to consider whether the match would be suitable to be a father. She would go with whoever was right for her. Lin Zhi'en made up her mind, while the crown prince felt uneasy. Watching Lin Zhi'en's back, he sensed that today's events couldn't just end like this. A memory of Lin Zhi'en's gaze when she looked at the wolf's ears flashed in his mind, and he had an idea. "Zhi'en, don't you think the wolf's ears are beautiful?" Lin Zhi'en was puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned the wolf's ears, her tone a bit sharp. "What do you mean? Can I look? You're not even my match yet, and you want to control what I see?" The crown prince sighed. "Of course not." He quickly walked in front of Lin Zhi'en and asked, "What kind of image do you think I have? Why do you see me this way?" "Refined and upright, with a hidden depth, maybe a bit cunning," Lin Zhi'en replied as she tried to walk past him. The crown prince chuckled. "I see. Zhi'en has a good eye. I might just act a little cunning now." Under Lin Zhi'en's watchful gaze, the crown prince transformed his ears into tiger ears. Lin Zhi'en exclaimed. Seeing her reaction, the crown prince laughed lightly. Some girls find this half-beast transformation cute. He didn't quite understand it, but he could change. He said he would act cunning, so he would intentionally entice her. "Do you want to touch my tiger ears?" His voice was deep and pleasant, filled with temptation. Lin Zhi'en widened her eyes. "You? How can you act so upright while being so cunning?" This was temptation, but she was tempted. Lin Zhi'en stared at the crown prince's tiger ears and stopped walking. Seeing it worked, the crown prince calmed down and gently explained, "Don't worry, it's not a mental breakdown. The white tiger is special. I can merge with it in battle, so it's okay." He then leaned slightly. "Aren't you curious to touch them?" Lin Zhi'en. "Stop it. Just touch them," Lin Zhi'en said, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, she couldn't resist, especially since the crown prince's tiger ears could move. They were round, soft, and different from the sharp wolf ears. She had only touched the wolf's ears briefly, but the crown prince invited her to touch his. How could she refuse? Lin Zhi'en couldn't put them down. The moment the crown prince felt her grip, his thoughts became chaotic, his heart raced, and he struggled to breathe. After a moment, his throat felt dry, and his face grew warm. As Lin Zhi'en gently rubbed and explored, his body trembled involuntarily. He finally understood why ears are said to be one of the most sensitive parts of a man. Lin Zhi'en clearly felt the tiger ears warming up, so she let go. Looking at the crown prince, she noticed a hint of pink in his eyes, filled with a heartbeat-inducing emotion. Lin Zhi'en instinctively took a step back, while the crown prince smiled and touched his tiger ears himself. "They feel a bit ticklish." He looked up, his eyes returning to normal, without a trace of anything unusual. "Should we take a picture?" Lin Zhi'en. "The crown prince is a bit mischievous. He keeps tempting her."
And she can't refuse.
"Okay." Seeing his smug smile, Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but make a funny face while taking a photo. Just as the picture was captured, Fong Chengfeng's voice came from the side. "What are you two doing?" Lin Zhi'en froze, feeling like she had been caught cheating. The crown prince was not much better. He quickly pulled back his ears. He looked a bit scared, and Lin Zhi'en noticed his discomfort, but in the next moment, he stepped forward with a smile. "Chengfeng, you're back? Are you tired? Did you get hurt?"
Let me see.
Fong Chengfeng looked at the crown prince with fiery eyes, but his expression was very serious. He didn't respond to the crown prince, but stared intently at Lin Zhi'en. This version of Fong Chengfeng felt unfamiliar to Lin Zhi'en. She was afraid he would get angry, but to her surprise, he remained calmer than expected. There was no sarcasm, nor did he confront the crown prince. Fong Chengfeng closed his eyes and looked at the crown prince. "My instincts are usually very accurate. Sometimes I wish they weren't." He was referring to when he asked the crown prince if he had fallen for Lin Zhi'en at first sight. At that time, the crown prince had denied it, and Fong Chengfeng hadn't felt it either. But just a few days later, he changed his mind. The crown prince saw the pain in Fong Chengfeng's eyes and felt a pang in his heart. He felt guilty and uneasy because he also valued Fong Chengfeng. He didn't want to lose Fong Chengfeng as a friend, but he didn't want to give up Lin Zhi'en either. He was a greedy person. He wanted both Fong Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en. Knowing Fong Chengfeng was upset, the crown prince didn't respond immediately and paused before saying, "Actually, I made Zhi'en unhappy, so I was trying to cheer her up." Fong Chengfeng's gaze sharpened.
Thien?
He called her by her name directly. Fong Chengfeng frowned and looked at Lin Zhi'en, trying to soften his voice. "Why are you upset?" Lin Zhi'en scratched her face. "The crown prince suddenly said he wanted to be my matchmaker and the fertility center called, so I got a bit flustered." Fong Chengfeng shot a fierce glare at the crown prince, who quickly avoided his gaze. This matter should wait until Fong Chengfeng calmed down a bit. "Why did the fertility center call you?" Su Ming, who was following behind, asked. "Because of the new regulations regarding fertility." Once Fong Chengfeng finished reading, he didn't care about the crown prince anymore. "Every 6 months, you can go and have a child for free. It's a benefit." Fong Chengfeng felt a bit empty inside but acted like it didn't matter. "You don't want to go, so don't. They can't force you." Lin Zhi'en shook her head. "But they might keep checking on you, and doctors will keep coming by, which is more trouble." She was someone who didn't even want to face medical robots. Fong Chengfeng changed his mind. "Then let's go." "Are you worried about failing?" "It's okay. Failing is normal." "I haven't been yet. If you don't mind that I'm a beginner, we can go together." He tilted his head to look at Lin Zhi'en, his red hair and smile carefree. but half of his face was in shadow, hinting at some sadness. Lin Zhi'en felt a tug at her heart for some reason. She reached out and tugged at Chengfeng's red hair. You talk like I've been before, but I haven't either. Should she go with Chengfeng? It seemed like a good idea. If they succeeded, would their child have red hair like his? Lin Zhi'en looked at the red hair she had pulled out and chuckled. A red-haired baby sounded quite interesting. Why are you pulling my hair? Chengfeng covered his head. Since Lin Zhi'en didn't refuse and was smiling at him, he felt a bit happier. He glanced at the prince and huffed. Good. Lin Zhi'en wasn't completely taken by the prince. She still liked him. We've both never been, so let's go together. It's just a fertility center. I'm not scared, and you shouldn't be either. Chengfeng didn't like hiding his feelings and said it plainly. Even though he couldn't have children, he had to try. Success didn't matter as much as not wanting Lin Zhi'en to have kids with someone else. Even if it wasn't natural conception, he didn't want her to go to the fertility center. Lin Zhi'en thought for a moment. If you really want to go, you need to take your medicine. Chengfeng was confused. Why take medicine? If we go to the fertility center, you have to. Just in case, what if they succeeded in having a child? If they didn't succeed, it was fine, but if they did, and his quality was poor or had defects, it could affect the child. This was about the child's happiness for life. So, seeing a doctor was very important. In any case, if you want to go to the fertility center, you need to cooperate with the treatment. Chengfeng felt mixed emotions. She hadn't given up on wanting a child with him. But he was afraid of disappointing her. Chengfeng hesitated to answer. But the prince spoke up. I heard you helped them. Can you help me too? Lin Zhi'en looked at the prince, surprised by his initiative.
Sure.
With one more person cooperating, she gains more experience. If she can really restore their fertility, she would be a genius. Wouldn't she be able to walk around confidently in the future? Plus, the tiger ears are cute, and the little white tiger must be adorable too. It all looks good. The crown prince just nodded, but Chengfeng was not happy. You came later, and you're not even a match. Why are you cutting in line? He pulled Lin Zhi'en to make him look at him. Isn't it just about seeing a doctor? Look, I'm cooperating.
Can you come with me?
If he goes with him, he shouldn't go with anyone else. Chengfeng stared intently at Lin Zhi'en. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to speak, Su Ming suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Zhi'en quickly asked, Su Ming, what's wrong? Su Ming replied in a low voice. A reporter filmed me and General Fong clearing out the insect swarm today. The video is going viral, but I can't be seen in it. The reporter who was supposed to interview Lin Zhi'en returned after capturing footage of their battle. They quickly edited it and posted it online. The video became a hit, and everyone who saw it went wild. Previously, Lin Zhi'en had said many good things about Su Ming, which helped his image a bit. But it was only a little. People still instinctively resisted him. Until now, no one could resist the charm of Su Ming and Feng Chengfeng's fierce fighting. Although Feng Chengfeng appeared less often, people had seen his videos before. This was Su Ming's first real appearance. Everyone was crazy about him, showering him with praise and admiration. But for Su Ming, it was an unexpected disaster. Lin Zhi'en had already opened the video Su Ming mentioned, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She asked, why can't it spread? Is it because of the violence? But I only saw passion. Wasn't the violence blurred out? Suddenly, she recalled the rumors about the nine-tailed fox. Could it be because of the nine-tailed fox?
Nadie.
Lin Zhi'en frowned. Let's go to the military department and have them handle the retraction. She pulled Su Ming to find the military department. Chengfeng followed behind, saying, just try to retract it as much as possible. The crown prince brought up the rear, watching Su Ming obediently being led away by Lin Zhi'en. He smiled as he saw Su Ming's gaze following them. He had thought Chengfeng was the biggest problem and obstacle, but now he saw that General Su was not welcoming him either. Becoming General Su with the nine-tailed fox spirit was no simple feat yet. Such a person had their reputation tarnished because of a reporter's video. The timing was just right, stopping Lin Zhi'en from responding, and she still hadn't noticed anything unusual, which made her worried. Actually, when he saw Lin Zhi'en's reaction earlier, he felt quite troubled, but he couldn't bring himself to speak up. It was Su Ming who quietly intervened. Moreover, he managed to keep Lin Zhi'en's attention and even went back with her in the end. Crown Prince. It was clear that Su Ming was making his move. A call from the center prompted everyone to start relying on their own abilities. The Crown Prince knew that none of Lin Zhi'en's matches were simple. He wasn't afraid, but he was a step too late. He clearly saw that Su Ming had ulterior motives but couldn't stop it. He watched helplessly as Lin Zhi'en followed Su Ming back to the dormitory. If things get a call from the center prompted everyone to start relying on their own abilities. The Crown Prince knew that none of Lin Zhi'en's matches were simple. He wasn't afraid, but he was a step too late. He clearly saw that Lin Zhi'en took his hand. Isn't the military already handling it? Don't rush to break off the match. If there really is a problem, we should hold the reporter responsible. Su Ming forced a smile upon hearing this. I hope so. The military was already working on addressing the video. Since Su Ming used his nine-tailed fox abilities on the battlefield, if someone with weak willpower or mental strength saw it and became infatuated or acted rashly, it could lead to trouble. Therefore, many people knew Su Ming's name for his military achievements, but no one had seen his combat videos. Su Ming always remembered that the military had never filmed or released any. This incident was completely unexpected. Su Ming disliked such troubles. The Crown Prince was half right. Su Ming indeed intended to use this situation to distract Lin Zhi'en. However, his worries and anger were genuine. His past life had been filled with moments where just as things improved, he was pushed back down. So when he saw the video, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He instantly thought of countless consequences, fearing they might disrupt the peace of his current life and even affect Lin Zhi'en. He was even more afraid that Lin Zhi'en would grow to dislike him because of this. Lin Zhi'en sensed his emotions and contacted Elder Qi. Soon, the video was taken down for review. This time, the military took a strong stance. We have already made it clear, General Su did nothing wrong. If there are issues, direct them to the reporter. Elder Qi replied to Lin Zhi'en. Don't worry, we will take care of everything.
Thank you, Old Qi.
Old Qi wanted to thank her too. Soon, the video was taken down for review. This time, the military took a strong stance. We have already made it clear, General Su did nothing wrong. If there are issues, direct them to the reporter. Elder Qi replied to Lin Zhi'en. Don't worry, we will take care of everything. He would act quickly. Even if Old Qi didn't say anything, he wouldn't let go. By evening, all the video removals had been processed. However, the saved ones couldn't be undone. Fortunately, no strange news had leaked. The only change was that Su Ming suddenly gained many fans and interacted with Lin Zhi'en's fans. I am captivated by General Su's impressive demeanor. Note, I am clear-headed and my admiration for General Su is similar to my feelings for the Marshal. Please do not attack General Su. I always thought the nine-tailed fox was evil, but I discovered for the first time that it is so pure. I am starting to believe what Miss Lin said. It really is an ancient divine beast. Me too. My heart races for him, but I am clear-headed. I swear it's not that evil. Lin Zhi'en showed Su Ming many of these comments. Can you feel reassured now?
Yes.
Su Ming nodded, still a bit dazed. He didn't expect to have passed through safely. Lin Zhi'en opened the video again, watching it while observing Su Ming. In battle mode, Su Ming looked like the heroes in movies, incredibly handsome. Su Ming didn't notice that Lin Zhi'en was not acting or forcing herself. She genuinely liked him. I haven't seen your nine-tailed fox. Is it a bit shy? She had seen everyone else's spiritual forms, but not the nine-tailed fox. Because of the video, Lin Zhi'en's interest in the nine-tailed fox increased, and she wanted to know if it was like the ones in the movies. It's not shy. It's disliked and stays hidden, so it never shows itself. Once misunderstandings are cleared up, things will get better. Dian, do you really want to see it? Yes, if it's convenient. Su Ming nodded and then tried to bring out the nine-tailed fox, which had been listening in the spiritual realm. But the nine-tailed fox was too scared. It's very timid because no one likes it. Su Ming couldn't force the nine-tailed fox, paused, and said, "How about you look at its photo?" "A photo?" "Yes, there was a time when the nine-tailed fox dared to come out, so we took a picture." Su Ming hesitated for a moment and then pulled up the photo on his device to show her. There are no individual photos, just group ones. Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up when she saw it. The little nine-tailed fox had silky white and blue fur that shimmered, big round eyes brighter than any gem, a small and slightly chubby body, short limbs, and pointy ears. Its fluffy, lively tails made anyone's heart melt. Even cuter than the little nine-tailed fox was the child it was holding. Around 4 or 5 years old, with a delicate face and bright, clear eyes, the child was simply adorable. "Is this you?"
Shaku, insaribinku.
"You and the nine-tailed fox are both so adorable." Lin Zhi'en felt her heart melting. She wanted to see more, but Su Ming shyly closed the photo. Then he changed the subject. "Enough about it. Zhi'en, when do you plan to go to the nurturing center, and with whom?" Before Lin Zhi'en could answer, he answered himself. "The Marshal or Major Feng. Or the Crown Prince. Choosing them is a good idea. Their spirit forms are popular and will be a source of pride for you, unlike the nine-tailed fox. If it were someone like you, that would be even better." Lin Zhi'en wasn't sure yet. It might not even be successful. Su Ming said, "If it doesn't succeed, that's okay. A fertility value of 0 means the chances are practically non-existent. If you really want a child, you can find someone else. After all, it's your child. No matter what spirit form it has, I will love it and help take care of it. As long as the child doesn't dislike me, that's all that matters." Lin Zhi'en frowned. "How could they dislike you?" "You must never say anything bad about the nine-tailed fox again. It's so rare." Su Ming shook his head, looking very lonely, but it really isn't liked, and no one wants a nine-tailed fox child. So he never spoke up. He felt he had no right or courage to do so. Lin Zhi'en somehow understood the latter part of Su Ming's thoughts. Why wouldn't they want it? "I think it's great. I would want it." Su Ming suddenly looked up. "Really? If it were you, would you want a nine-tailed fox child? Not dislike it?" "Of course." Lin Zhi'en nodded firmly, her heart beginning to waver. Maybe she should choose Su Ming first? He always seemed so insecure, which made her heart ache. The adorable photos she had just seen flashed in her mind. Both the little nine-tailed fox and little Su Ming were simply too cute. With blue and white gradient hair and blue eyes, it seemed quite nice too. In modern times, Lin Zhi'en had watched many cute kid videos, often sharing the same thought with netizens. Natural birth is much quicker and easier. She liked this cute child at that time, and that cute child liked her too. She loved all the fluffy cats and dogs. So now, she thinks the red-haired baby is cute. She also loves the blue-eyed little nine-tailed fox. "Thank you, I didn't expect." Su Ming sighed, pleasantly surprised then. "Jen, can I go to the nurturing center with you?" Before Lin Zhi'en could answer, he shook his head. "No. You will be laughed at and discouraged. It's better to go with Fong Chengfeng or the prince." Lin Zhi'en frowned, almost saying, "If anyone dares to laugh at me, I'll choose you first. Don't feel inferior." The voice of the smart assistant interrupted Lin Zhi'en's thoughts. "Has General Su's mood improved?" It was a message from the prince. Lin Zhi'en looked at Su Ming much better. "That's good." After the prince finished speaking, he sent a photo of a white tiger. "The white tiger said it offended you today and is apologizing." The white tiger, being a battle god, was indeed captivating even in a photo. However, in the picture taken by the prince, the white tiger looked a bit down, pointing to the ground where the words "I'm sorry" were written. The words were a bit crooked, and you could see claw marks, confirming it was written by the white tiger. Lin Zhi'en looked again and said, "Ah, it can write?" "Yes, it practiced with me for half an hour to write an apology." Its paws almost cramped. Seeing the white tiger's pitiful appearance, Lin Zhi'en felt a pang of sympathy. "You didn't force it, did you? It looks so sad." The white tiger has incredible abilities, but it's not its fault. The fault lies with its owner. The prince quickly sensed something was off and explained, "I didn't force it, it volunteered." It felt bad because it was the first time someone didn't like it, and it wants your forgiveness. After hearing this, Lin Zhi'en felt guilty. Tell it I forgive it, so it won't feel sad anymore. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to send a voice message, she felt Su Ming's lingering gaze. She realized and quickly looked away, smiling awkwardly. No one dares to laugh at you. While talking, she was again drawn to the white tiger. After hearing this, Lin Zhi'en felt guilty. Tell it I forgive it, so it won't feel sad anymore. Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to send a voice message, she felt Su Ming's lingering gaze. She realized and quickly looked away, smiling awkwardly. No one dares to laugh at you. While talking, she was again drawn to the white tiger. Lin Zhi'en tapped her forehead. He focused intently, his blue eyes sparkling like sapphires, with icy blue hair falling over his forehead. His clean and handsome features reminded Lin Zhi'en of a childhood photo. At that moment, Lin Zhi'en's heart softened. Of course it's real. When are we going? Or, do you want to go with General Feng first? Both Su Ming and Chengfeng wanted to go as soon as possible, to be the first to be chosen. They wanted to confirm things and get an answer. But Lin Zhi'en wanted to wait until the last moment. So she didn't answer immediately. For now, she felt fine with either Chengfeng, Su Ming, or the prince. She didn't have a strong preference. Since they all asked her, she felt a bit troubled. There's no rush. We're still on the front lines. We can go when we return to Central Star, before the 6-month deadline. As for who to go with first, let's go with the healthiest person. Su Ming was taken aback. The healthiest person?
Yes.
Lin Zhi'en's moment of hesitation lasted 3 seconds before she came up with a plan. You know, the health of the parents affects the child's genes. If we go and end up pregnant, it's no joke. So we need to choose the healthiest person, someone in the best condition for pregnancy. If you all are willing to cooperate with treatment, we will see who recovers best, and that person will go. Choosing based on their recovery would save her from feeling conflicted and would be responsible for the child. Lin Zhi'en felt like a genius. If anyone was unwilling to undergo treatment, they wouldn't need to try, which was also responsible for the child. Su Ming paused for a moment. Although he didn't think it would work, he agreed without hesitation.
Okay.
He placed his hand on Lin Zhi'en's knee. I've taken the medicine you gave me, even if I couldn't take it on time. Please check if I've improved. There was no improvement, and his pulse felt worse. Since you went to the front lines, the mental strain has worsened. Once things settle with the marshal, I'll help you with that. Okay. Su Ming had been cooperative before, and now he was even more eager. You can prescribe me more medicine. Do I need an injection now? Su Ming seemed eager to take medicine as often as possible, which made Lin Zhi'en cautious. You can't take too much medicine, and you shouldn't have too many injections. It should be moderate, or it could backfire.
All right. Su Ming nodded.
I won't take too much. Do I need an injection? Lin Zhi'en looked at Su Ming squatting in front of her, eagerly asking for help, and couldn't help but smile. I'll help you again later. Sure, do as you like. Seeing Su Ming's eager expression, Lin Zhi'en paused. Su Ming, just so you know, I can't guarantee success, whether it's about recovery or the child. I understand, no pressure. Su Ming smiled. Your fairness is the biggest surprise for me. I'll go get some fruit. Su Ming sat on the mat, peeling and cutting fruit for Lin Zhi'en, even picking the reddest and biggest strawberries for her, noticing her favorite fruits. Lin Zhi'en snuggled on the sofa, hugging a pillow, swinging her legs happily while eating. Sweet, you should eat too. But her attention was soon diverted by the smart device. The Crown Prince sent a message about the white tiger's back. It doesn't believe my words. The white tiger's back was incredibly tall, yet very lonely. The Crown Prince cautiously asked, can you say something to it directly? Lin Zhi'en couldn't bear to refuse. Okay. She quickly stuffed some fruit into her mouth. Su Ming, I have to go now. You rest well, and we'll talk about anything tomorrow. You're leaving? Su Ming tightened his grip. Why don't you just sleep here?
You seemed to sleep well last night.
No need. You haven't rested these past few days. You sleep well, I'll go back. Since Lin Zhi'en had already stood up and was walking out, Su Ming had no choice but to follow. I'll walk you. No need. Lin waved her hand. You should rest. There are people to protect me. Su Ming didn't insist, standing at the door watching her leave, his gaze becoming deep and unfathomable. He had taken her attention from Fong Chengfeng, and now it was being taken away again. After a moment, he silently followed her. Lin Zhi'en really made her way back to the dormitory because the White Tiger and the Crown Prince were downstairs. This was normal. Her neighbor was Fong Chengfeng, and the next building over was the Crown Prince. Lin Zhi'en finally saw the real White Tiger, even more majestic than she had imagined. Just one glance, and she found it hard to look away. And the bigger surprise was yet to come. The White Tiger turned its head from behind the chair, bringing out a small bouquet of yellow roses. The White Tiger with yellow roses was something even movies wouldn't dare to depict.
Lin Zhi'en pøntet at herself, for a me.
The White Tiger nodded, and Lin Zhi'en happily accepted the bouquet. The language of yellow roses often conveys apology, friendship, and joy, making them suitable for expressing apologies to friends. Lin Zhi'en once worked at a flower shop and knew the meaning of yellow roses. She glanced at the prince. This must have been prepared by him. Where did you get the flowers, Your Highness? This wasn't on the Central Star. They were on the front lines. Who would have thought she would receive a bouquet here? You should ask by who. Lin Zhi'en found it amusing. Clearly, he had arranged it himself. By who? Thank you for the flowers. I really like them. She carefully set the bouquet aside and looked at Bai Hu, asking, Can I give you a hug? Bai Hu looked at the prince, and Lin Zhi'en did too. The prince hesitated, I suppose. That's okay? What do you mean? That's okay? Don't you know your spirit form? Lin Zhi'en was so fond of Bai Hu that she couldn't resist. After a brief discussion with it, she finally jumped into Bai Hu's embrace. Ah, it's so soft and comforting. Bai Hu became stiff and confused from the hug, while the prince sat down, nearly crushing Lin Zhi'en's flowers. He didn't expect Lin Zhi'en to actually hug like that. He had overestimated himself. Lin Zhi'en's gentle embrace completely broke his calm demeanor. She held onto Bai Hu tightly, and Bai Hu, feeling her pure affection, gradually relaxed. It became immersed in Lin Zhi'en's praise and gentle touches. With its special identity and responsibilities, Bai Hu usually maintained a serious demeanor, whether with people or spirit forms, and couldn't let its status down. Everyone respected and feared it, but no one had ever petted it or praised it like this. Bai Hu gradually became enchanted and even started to interact with Lin Zhi'en, completely forgetting about the prince. The prince leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, feeling tense. He stared at the pair, breathing heavily, feeling both pain and joy. He was completely unaware of two pairs of eyes watching them closely, one from above and one nearby. Su Ming noticed that it was Bai Hu attracting Lin Zhi'en, which didn't surprise him. He watched for a moment, said nothing, and turned to leave. Spirit forms were his weakness. Back in his room, the air still seemed to carry Lin Zhi'en's scent, but she was long gone. He slowly walked over and sat on the couch where Lin Zhi'en had been. The smart couch adjusted to her preferences, but Su Ming refused to change it. He drank the water Lin Zhi'en had left behind. Let's talk. If you had shown up earlier, she might not have been drawn away. Su Ming's tone was calm, but the nine-tailed fox in the spirit realm felt like crying. I know I was wrong, the nine-tailed fox apologized. Such a mistake can only happen once. You can only appear in front of her alone. The nine-tailed fox reluctantly agreed, okay. The master usually doesn't pay much attention to it. It could be willful and avoid appearing in front of others, but now it felt a bit scared and didn't dare to refuse. Su Ming picked up the half-eaten apple that Lin Zhi'en had left. He took a bite, as if he were consuming someone. I'll borrow your ability tonight. What ability? The nine-tailed fox hurriedly replied, Master, you can't always use my abilities on others. Such feelings won't last long, and it can cause trouble if discovered. You already used it once last time. Don't worry, it's not about charm. Su Ming finished the remaining fruit. I was actually afraid she would dislike me, so I intentionally used childhood photos. After all, there were still people who liked him when he was young. She is pure-hearted and kind, and she likes fluffy things, so I used the time when you and I were the least harmful to win her favor and reduce her negative feelings, allowing her to consider me too. She indeed softened and agreed. Su Ming murmured, but I really shouldn't. Because the nine-tailed fox is dangerous. It brings misfortune. Being targeted by me is her misfortune. Fortunately, my fertility value is 0. At least he wouldn't have children, so he wouldn't bring her misfortune. Su Ming cleaned up the cup and fruit plate Lin Zhi'en used, along with a pillow. I'll be happy for a while longer. Before she sees through me and dislikes me, I want to gather more happiness. Once everything was put away, he could take it out later if he lost it. If she doesn't like me anymore, don't let me use your abilities. He was a greedy person, so he discussed it with the nine-tailed fox in advance. The nine-tailed fox replied, "Okay." The master was never quite normal before. Now he seemed normal, but perhaps even less so. On the other side, Lin Zhi'en took many photos with the white tiger. "You're so handsome." As the first person to interact with the snow wolf and the white tiger, Lin Zhi'en gave himself a thumbs up. The white tiger was very cooperative. In the end, he not only lay on it but almost rode on it. The white tiger allowed Lin Zhi'en to ride, but Lin Zhi'en noticed the prince was unusually quiet and his eyes looked a bit strange, even a little red. "It's too late, Your Highness. You should go back and rest." Lin Zhi'en sensibly let go of the white tiger. The white tiger was reluctant, and Lin Zhi'en finally hugged it, saying, "Goodbye, little white. Let's play again next time. Good night." The prince's low voice became a bit hoarse. "My name is Jean Junlin."
Lin Zhi'en nodded. "Ino."
Back in the dorm, Lin Zhi'en found it strange that the prince repeated his name. While brushing his teeth, Lin Zhi'en suddenly realized, does he want me to call him by name? Lin Zhi'en let out a laugh. In the next building, the prince leaned against the door, breathing heavily. After holding back for too long, his forehead was covered in fine sweat. He noticed that Lin Zhi'en liked spiritual beings, so he intentionally used the white tiger to lure Lin Zhi'en out. The situation developed unexpectedly, and he faced the consequences. The prince chuckled to himself, took off his tie, tossed aside his watch, and entered the bathroom.
He didn't come out for a long time.
When he finally dried his hair and emerged, he saw Fong Chengfeng in the living room. He didn't know when Fong Chengfeng had appeared. He just quietly watched the prince. The prince paused. "You're here? Why didn't you say anything?" Fong Chengfeng sneered. Speaking would have interrupted the prince's good time, wouldn't it? After such a long time, plus the sounds he heard. What the prince did was obvious. The prince felt stiff. He was a bit flustered and wanted to say something, but then he was hit. He could take a lot, but in the end, he didn't dodge and let the punch land on his face. He was hit hard enough to bleed from the corner of his mouth, yet he couldn't help but laugh. "You finally hit me. I thought you'd do it this afternoon." Fong Chengfeng sneered. He was very angry, but at this point, his anger was useless, and fighting back wouldn't help either. Stopping the fight would only seem childish. He decided to be the mature one and not let himself be outdone. Besides, the more he tried to stop it, the more they might escalate. So, he held back in the afternoon. But when he waited in the room for the prince for a whole hour, no man can endure this, and neither can Fong Chengfeng. "I hit you, and you think you can relax? Ridiculous." He threw another punch again and again. He thought the prince would fight back, but in the end, he didn't. The one being hit was the prince, the one in a mess was the prince, but slowly the one in pain was Fong Chengfeng. "Why don't you dodge? Why don't you fight back?" The prince shook his head. "No matter how many times you hit me, I won't dodge or fight back. If it makes you feel better, even if you beat me to death, I won't say anything." Fong Chengfeng threw another punch. "Do you think saying that will make me soft-hearted? It won't." The prince leaned against the wall, one eye bruised, marked from the beating, yet he remained completely still. Fong Chengfeng was filled with hatred, but in the end, his hands began to tremble. "Why don't you fight back?" He wished the prince would fight back.
"I'm sorry, Chengfeng."
The prince didn't fight back. Instead, he apologized. Fong Chengfeng sneered. "Don't think that saying sorry will make me forgive you." He threw a punch with great force. enough to break the prince's face. But the prince still didn't back down. Fong Chengfeng's expression changed, and he slightly turned away. His fist hit the wall behind him with a loud. The prince's expression changed, and he quickly pulled his hand down. Are you crazy? If you want to hit someone, hit me. Your hand is bleeding. Fong Chengfeng shook off his hand. You know me too well, so you act without care, promising one moment and betraying the next. I thought you would at least compete fairly, but what you just did, using the white tiger, wasn't fair. The prince sighed in relief after confirming that Fong Chengfeng's hand wasn't broken. The white tiger is also my spirit beast. How is that not fair? You could have your phoenix help you, and she could even fly with you. Shut up. No, Chengfeng, I need to be clear. I'm serious. I don't want to regret this later. The prince grabbed Fong Chengfeng's hand. Don't think we're finished. We can still be friends, even allies. Fong Chengfeng only had one response, you're crazy. I'm not crazy. The prince wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Marshal Su Ming and General Su Bo are not simple characters. Fighting alone might not be enough to defeat them. Just like earlier, when you knew Zhi'en was about to agree, Su Ming quickly caught her attention. Do you believe that if it weren't for me, Su Ming would have taken her away? Taken away? About going to the nurturing center? Fong Chengfeng shook his head. Impossible. Doesn't he have something to do? That's true. But doesn't he want to go to the nurturing center with Zhi'en? Fong Chengfeng knew he wanted to. Who wouldn't? So, he will definitely speak up. Don't be alarmist. Even so, the final decision is still Zhi'en's. She likes me. The prince was silent for a moment. It hurt him. Lin Zhi'en didn't like him much. In her eyes, he was the bad guy. The prince took a moment to calm down. Can you guarantee she won't change her mind or be swayed by the Marshal and General Su? This time, it was Fong Chengfeng's turn to be silent. Lin Zhi'en liked both the Marshal and Su Ming, and she favored the Marshal. She could easily be swayed. The Crown Prince looked at Fong Chengfeng and reasoned with him. Chengfeng, you are fiery and straightforward, making you the best friend and the best partner. But not everyone is like you. Some may use tricks to get Zhi'en's attention. You must have felt frustrated about it before, right? Fong Chengfeng snorted. Of course, he felt frustrated, especially with the Crown Prince in front of him. The Crown Prince raised his hands in surrender. I admit, I am like that too, but there's nothing we can do. There is only one Jin. If we don't compete, someone else will take her away. Instead of feeling upset, why not team up with me? I am your friend and would never harm or exclude you. We can help each other and work closely together. Fong Chengfeng sneered. No matter how nicely you put it, you are still trying to take someone else's place. Now, not only are you trying to take her place, but you also want to persuade me to join you. Do you think I'm a fool? The Crown Prince sighed. Chengfeng, you really don't need to be so hostile towards me. If not me, there will be others. Do you think with Zhi'en's abilities, personality, and looks, no one else will pursue her in the future? So what? Am I supposed to be afraid of them? I don't care about others. If they turn against me, so be it. Only you are different, Junlin. The Crown Prince touched a sore spot. Others might set traps for you. If someone is scheming and knows Zhi'en likes you, they could try to tarnish your reputation and create a rift between you and Zhi'en. How is that possible? Lin Zhi'en is not foolish. She will trust me. How is it not possible? Once or twice might be fine, but what about over time? The Crown Prince gently persuaded him. That's why people form alliances. Just like in ancient palace dramas, there is only one emperor, but new people always come into the harem. If you're not careful, the emperor might forget you, marginalize you, or even frame you. You may not harm others, but for their own interests or offspring, others will actively harm and scheme against you. These things are unavoidable. Instead of letting strangers harm you, why not choose me? After being matched with Lin Zhi'en, Fong Chengfeng was taken by the Crown Prince to watch ancient dramas to avoid being targeted or harmed by other matches without realizing it. He was convinced by the Crown Prince each time, but this time he refused to be drawn in. Those dramas are just dramas. They can't be real. It's not that convenient. Whether it's convenient or not, why not check for yourself? The Crown Prince was not in a hurry. Let's make a bet. If you ask Zhi'en again, and she agrees to go to the fertility center with you, and Su General hasn't said anything, then I lose and I will withdraw. But if Zhi'en hesitates and Su General has already intervened, then you can't help me or oppose me anymore. Fong Chengfeng, do you dare to bet? Fong Chengfeng's expression stiffened for a moment, then he replied with one word. Bet. He stood up and walked outside. I'm going now. It's a bit late. Tan might be resting. Then I'll go too. The longer he waited, the more he would worry. He needed to confirm quickly. Go ahead. Fong Chengfeng arrived at Lin Zhi'en's door and stood quietly for a moment before resolutely knocking.
Lin Zhi'en.
Only Fong Chengfeng always called her by her full name, and his tone was unique. Lin immediately recognized it was him. She opened the door. What brings you here at this hour? Will you go to the fertility center with me? Fong Chengfeng's voice was relaxed but strangely tense. You didn't answer, and I can't sleep. Lin Zhi'en didn't expect him to come to ask this. She hesitated for a moment without answering, and then she heard Bien Su's voice from behind her. The marshal is the first match, so regardless of order or qualifications, Miss Lin should go with the marshal first, right? Not hearing Lin Zhi'en respond immediately, and seeing her hesitate made Fong Chengfeng's heart sink. Single Junlin was right. When he heard Bien Su's words again, Fong Chengfeng said. He struggled to speak. Isn't the marshal still in the monitoring room? Bien Su smiled. Miss Lin said she would come back tomorrow, and the marshal should be able to recover from his mental breakdown by then. If the marshal returns to normal, then he is the first match, and according to order, he should be chosen. Bien Su looked at Fong Chengfeng with curiosity, his face innocent. Or do you, Major Fong, want Miss Lin to skip the marshal and choose you? Fong Chengfeng. Bien Su's words stirred familiar feelings of frustration and dislike within him. The Crown Prince's words replayed in his mind. Was this a trap? But he wasn't afraid. It was true that the marshal was the first match, and he respected him, but that didn't mean he would back down. The Crown Prince couldn't, and the marshal certainly couldn't. No one could make him retreat. If it were a matter of public duty or routine, I would certainly respect and follow the order, but I have never heard of following order and qualifications when going to the fertility center. Fong Chengfeng had prepared his rebuttal, but unexpectedly, Bien Su immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I only wanted to advocate for the marshal, especially since he almost left us, but I said the wrong thing. Bien Su looked at Lin Zhi'en. The most important thing is Miss Lin's freedom of choice. I believe that if you don't choose the marshal, he will completely respect your decision. After saying this, Bien Su glanced at Fong Chengfeng. Although he didn't say much, Fong Chengfeng felt as if he was implying that he was being unreasonable by questioning him late at night and not being gentle or considerate. Who knows why Fong Chengfeng thought so much about it? He just felt frustrated. I respect that too. Who doesn't? Fong Chengfeng was annoyed. And why are you here at this time? What do you want? They're not even a match, yet they come to interfere. I'm here on duty, Major Fong. You forgot, I'm Miss Lin's bodyguard. Bien Su lowered his head. It's my fault for overstepping and forgetting my role. Miss Lin said to come for milk tea, so I came. Fong Chengfeng. On duty in Lin Zhi'en's room? And drinking milk tea. He was furious, but then he heard Lin Zhi'en interject. There's no such thing as overstepping or roles. She turned to Fong Chengfeng. Bien Su and the others have been busy with battles and protecting the marshal. They're worried about coming to protect me. It's hard work. It's not hard, Miss Lin. You saved the marshal. We couldn't be happier. Bien Su sighed and lowered his head emotionally. After drinking the warm milk tea, I feel revitalized. Fong Chengfeng. He almost grabbed Bien Su by the hair and threw him out. What a show-off. They say border collies are clever, and it's true. He's warm, but he feels cold as a matchmaker. It's my fault for coming at the wrong time and interrupting your warmth. I'll take my leave. After saying this, Fong Chengfeng turned to leave. Hey, wait. Lin Zhi'en said, amused and exasperated, pulling Fong Chengfeng back. What are you talking about? Fong Chengfeng and Bien Su just didn't get along for some reason. Whenever they spoke, she couldn't get a word in. Bien Su looked at Lin Zhi'en holding Feng Chengfeng's hand, his eyes flickering. Major Feng, I should be the one to go. I'm the one interrupting you. After saying this, he noticed the milk tea on the table, and a hint of reluctance crossed his eyes as he picked it up to drink. He drank too quickly and burned himself, but didn't stop. Wait, it's hot. Hold on a second. In the end, Bien Su left with 2 bottles of milk tea, while his spirit animal, a border collie, lingered by his feet, looking back 3 times. The tail kept wagging and playfully nudged Lin Zhi'en's calf. Lin Zhi'en was led to the door, where she quickly squatted down to hug the border collie. See you tomorrow. Fong Chengfeng recalled the prince's mention of the alliance. Although Bien Su wasn't a match, he was undoubtedly part of the Marshal's alliance. The Marshal was still in the monitoring room, and they had already charged into battle to help the Marshal reach the breeding center. With Su Ming, the prince, and another Marshal, his confidence was fading. How could he compete with them? After sending Bien Su off, Lin Zhi'en turned around and saw Fong Chengfeng looking downcast, his red hair making him look like a shy mushroom. What's wrong? You suddenly seem so down. Are you not feeling well? Come inside. Lin Zhi'en bent down to look at Fong Chengfeng's gloomy face and quickly pulled him inside. After closing the door, she reached out to check his temperature. Fong Chengfeng wanted to pull away but hesitated, feeling very uncomfortable. Did you get hurt before? Or is the mental pollution getting worse, causing issues with your spirit? Fong Chengfeng was about to say no, but looking at Lin Zhi'en's concerned face and thinking about Su Ming's opportunism, the prince using the white tiger and even Bien Su being upset with him, he changed his mind. I don't know. Maybe the mental pollution has just worsened a bit. It's fine, I'm used to it, and I won't die anyway. As he said this, seeing Lin Zhi'en's worried eyes, the constant headache and frustration he had grown accustomed to suddenly surged back. He really felt unwell. Or perhaps he had been deliberately ignoring it, used to enduring the pain, but now he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just because you won't die doesn't mean it's okay. If it's worse, should I wake up the little red envelope to help you? No need. Let the little red envelope rest. Fong Chengfeng held Lin Zhi'en's hand. I just want to stay with you for a while. The bold and carefree boy rarely showed his vulnerable side, leaving Lin Zhi'en with mixed feelings. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively hugged Fong Chengfeng. Will a hug help? Fong Chengfeng. This time it wasn't a misunderstanding, it was a genuine embrace. He was momentarily stunned before remembering to respond. Yeah. His voice was barely audible, but he stepped forward, slowly raised his arms, and held her tightly. They fit perfectly together. Even Lin Zhi'en was taken aback. She only reached Fong Chengfeng's shoulder, but didn't expect the hug to feel so right. They held each other quietly for a moment. Lin Zhi'en could hear Fong Chengfeng's heartbeat, strong and a bit fast. The rhythmic thumping was pleasant to listen to. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but lean in closer, wanting to hear him more. Her ear moved slightly, brushing past him. Fong Chengfeng's heart raced. This time, he was sure it wasn't from being shocked. This time, it was from being touched. Lin Zhi'en.
She.
Fong Chengfeng stiffened, his thoughts racing. Could she be thinking of getting closer to him? Or maybe she didn't care who she went to the fertility center with. After all, it wouldn't succeed. She just wanted to use the excuse of natural pregnancy to get closer to him. Should he resist? Lin Zhi'en noticed something was off with his breathing and let go of him, looking at his face. Why is your face so red? Her voice was filled with concern, and Fong Chengfeng suddenly thought, forget it, he was already feeling so uncomfortable. If Lin Zhi'en wanted to help him, he wouldn't refuse. After all, if everyone was ignoring fairness, he couldn't be blamed for using his charm and body to get ahead. After Fong Chengfeng made up his mind, Lin Zhi'en touched his back. Although he was stiff and his heart raced, he didn't struggle. After confirming he wasn't sweating, Lin Zhi'en gently pulled away from his embrace and touched his forehead. It was still warm, and his eyelashes fluttered, as if he was uncomfortable. Chengfeng, enduring like this isn't a solution. How about I give you a massage? She glanced back. Do you want to lie on the sofa or go to the bed? Fong Chengfeng was too tall, The sofa seemed too short, and it would be hard for her to work comfortably. His heart raced even faster. The bed? Going to the bed? In just a few steps from the door to the living room, Chengfeng imagined what position Lin Zhi'en might use to hold him down. After all, if she was taking him to bed, what was the point of talking about a massage? It was all just a way to get him into bed. Fine, he would go along with her. Can I sleep in your bed?
Why not?
Your health is important. Lin Zhi'en knew the mental strain was worsening. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable all over. Entering the bedroom, seeing the clean bed, Chengfeng was just glad he had washed up earlier. Let's get started. Chengfeng thought Lin Zhi'en would change once she started the massage, and before he knew it, they would end up together. That's how it always happened in movies. However, the sensations came in waves, but it was all Lin Zhi'en giving the massage. Lin Zhi'en was really giving a massage. When she said she was done, Chengfeng lay on the bed, still unable to believe he was still innocent. Why was it that he was prepared for anything, yet she didn't make a move on him? Hadn't she always wanted him? Chengfeng was confused and didn't want to doubt his own charm, so he felt frustrated and didn't want to move. Lin Zhi'en said, "Huh? You actually fell asleep?" Chengfeng snorted inwardly. He was so upset. How could he sleep?
Then,
he didn't want to talk, so he pretended to be asleep, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Especially when Lin Zhi'en carefully covered him with a light blanket and quietly turned off the light before leaving. Lin Zhi'en knew they hadn't slept well, and since Chengfeng finally fell asleep, she didn't want to wake him. Chengfeng found himself inexplicably sleeping in Lin Zhi'en's bed. She must have laid there before. The blanket smelled like her. He felt excited but had to hold back, and while trying to control himself, he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Chengfeng suddenly woke up. Someone was hugging him from behind. It was Lin Zhi'en. Chengfeng's heart raced. She really came to purify him. He didn't dare to move or breathe loudly, thinking he would pretend not to notice and let her purify him. But after a moment, all he heard was Lin Zhi'en's steady breathing. Chengfeng thought. He turned in anger, but when he saw Lin Zhi'en's sleeping face, he unconsciously softened his movements. After a moment, he smiled again. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyelashes were long. The little red mole on her nose was cute, and her mouth was also very cute. This was the first time Chengfeng saw Lin Zhi'en sleeping, and he thought she looked adorable no matter how he looked at her. He didn't know how long he stared, but when he finally realized it, they were very close, and he almost kissed her. He quickly pulled back, but felt conflicted. What did she smell like?
Was it sweet?
He really wanted to know. But he couldn't kiss her without her permission. He had to wait. Just thinking about it made his heart race. At that moment, Lin Zhi'en moved and surprisingly lay in his arms. In an instant, their noses were almost touching, and their breaths intertwined. Chengfeng swallowed hard, and the air in the room suddenly felt charged. The crown prince, eager to hear the bet's outcome, waited all night after a simple treatment. When he didn't see Chengfeng, he couldn't sleep at all. As dawn broke, he went directly to find him. Chengfeng's dormitory was empty. There was no sign of Chengfeng returning. As the crown prince pondered contacting him, the door opened, and Chengfeng finally came back. "Where have you been?" The crown prince sighed in relief, but when he looked up, he saw Chengfeng with a split lip, messy clothes, and a panicked expression. Chengfeng saw him and instinctively covered his mouth. "What are you doing here?" "I came to ask you about the results of the bet." The prince's gaze was blank, and after a moment, he cautiously spoke. "Who hit you this early?" "Your lip is bleeding." "It wasn't a fight." Chengfeng lowered his head and avoided his gaze, mumbling, "I lost the bet, and I accept the loss. I don't care about you, but I also don't want to form any alliance. An alliance requires cooperation, and he absolutely could not ask Lin Zhi'en to approach the prince, especially after last night. Chengfeng looked up at the prince. "Even though I lost the bet, I still don't want you to be involved with Zhi'en. Right now, I just want to push you aside." Upon hearing it wasn't a fight, the prince's thoughts became chaotic, and as he listened further, His expression grew more strained. I said so much last night, and it was all for nothing. He poured himself a drink, and after calming down, he asked, "Where did you go last night?" "I waited for you to come back, and you should take care of that cut on your lip so no one thinks I did it."
No.
Chengfeng quickly refused without thinking. Just as the prince was about to speak, he suddenly received a message. He glanced at it and looked sharply at Chengfeng. "You were in Zhi'en's room last night?" Chengfeng quickly licked his wound, paused, and then met the prince's gaze directly. "Yes, I was indeed in Zhi'en's room last night." He wasn't surprised the prince received the news so quickly. "So, Junlin, just give up." The cup in the prince's hand shattered. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Chengfeng was so opposed to him being matched with Zhi'en. But give up? He could never give up. Such matters were always about skill. The prince said nothing and silently left Chengfeng's room. The cut from the broken glass bled, staining the floor. At the same time, Langi also heard the news from Su. In the early morning, Feng Xiaojiang left Miss Lin's room looking disheveled, with a cut on his lip, hurriedly and blushing. Last night, Su insisted on guarding Lin Zhi'en, and Langi let him go, not expecting to receive such news. Langi didn't have time to think about why Su was so insistent. His mind went blank for a moment before he forced himself to process the information. "Are you sure?"
Sure.
Su lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions, but his hands were tense, veins bulging. He had been waiting for Chengfeng to come out of Miss Lin's room all night, but he never showed up. He had countless times wanted to knock on the door, to do something, but in the end, he did nothing. Because he is not qualified. He is just a guard. All his actions must depend on the marshal. "Marshal, I was on guard last night and didn't leave for a moment." Wolf Chi knew that Su and Hanzhou were reliable, so he let them take care of Lin Zhi'en's protection. With Su personally guarding her, nothing would escape his notice. So, Chengfeng was in Lin Zhi'en's room all night. When he left, his clothes were disheveled, his lips were chapped, he walked hurriedly, and his face was flushed. Every description sharply pricked Wolf Chi's nerves. When Lin Zhi'en treated him like a guardian and he was still choosing new candidates for her, Chengfeng had already made his move. He might have gotten very close to Zhi'en. The phrase "got very close" stirred Wolf Chi's mind. Su sensed something was wrong and quickly spoke up. "But last night when we talked about the latest breeding regulations, I said we should go to the marshal first, and Miss Lin didn't object." He suspected that last night, because Miss Lin didn't object, Fong Major General was encouraged to take a different approach to gain favor. With doubts in mind, he thought about finding the marshal last night but ultimately decided against it, fearing it would upset him. Today, he couldn't hide it any longer. The marshal's reaction was even stronger than Su had expected. The moment of suffocation and danger earlier was impossible to ignore. "Miss Lin has always valued you, Marshal." Wolf Chi bit his tongue to stay calm. Zhi'en indeed had feelings for him, but she also had feelings for Chengfeng and the others. He reluctantly nodded and said, "It seems they have already competed for a round." Su did not deny it, only saying, "But in the end, it should be the Marshal and Miss Lin who go first." Wolf Chi remained silent. Everyone was vying for a chance to go to the breeding center, but they all knew it was unlikely to succeed. So, in the end, what they were really competing for was Zhi'en. Su brought what seemed like good news, but it was without Chengfeng's overnight stay. He usually appeared innocent and harmless. Who would have thought he could surpass everyone so directly? "Where's Chengfeng? I want to see him." Chengfeng had not arrived, but the crown prince had come instead. Su heard this and struggled to deliver the second piece of bad news to Wolf Chi. "Marshal, His Highness the Crown Prince is interested in Miss Lin. Last night, his spiritual form, the White Tiger, was playing with her and many people in the military saw it." This was the Crown Prince's statement. Wolf Chi fell silent again. Was it surprising? Not really. There had been hints in the Crown Prince's gaze and attitude before. He didn't expect that so much would happen in just 2 days while he was recovering. When the Crown Prince entered, his attitude remained unchanged. Langi didn't smile. He sensed a faint smell of blood from the crown prince. Is there something you need, Your Highness? There are some official matters, but I also want to discuss Zhi'en with the marshal. Langi's lips tightened at the mention of Zhi'en as the crown prince called him by name. Langi stayed silent, and the crown prince didn't mind. The marshal is Zhi'en's primary match and guardian. I wanted to inform you that I have intentions regarding Zhi'en. I also want to thank the marshal for the previous recommendation. If you hadn't supported it, Zhi'en might not have considered it. Langi's expression darkened. You seem to know quite a bit, Your Highness. I guessed, the crown prince replied with an innocent smile. It's an honor that the marshal thinks highly of me. Last night, the crown prince was focused on getting Chengfeng to accept him, but now he just wanted to speed things up and become Zhi'en's official match as soon as possible. Your Highness, that's too much. I was just teasing Chengfeng at the time. It wasn't serious, so you don't need to take it to heart. Langi firmly rejected the idea. Zhi'en now had a unique purification ability, and he wouldn't die, so there was no need to worry about the second prince and Ruan Yijiao targeting him. Thus, the crown prince's involvement was unnecessary and inappropriate. Inappropriate things should be discarded. However, the crown prince insisted, I have already expressed my feelings to Zhi'en. Bien Su, who was listening, felt the situation was tricky for Langi. If it were an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but this was the crown prince. The crown prince seemed to sense his emotions and added, Don't worry, Marshal. I am joining this warm family, not to disrupt it. As your junior, I will no longer be the crown prince. I will follow your guidance. From now on, everything will be led by you. If you don't want me to do something, I won't do it. I won't cause any trouble. Bien Su felt that the crown prince was indirectly criticizing Chengfeng. After the crown prince left, the atmosphere in the monitoring room grew tense. Just as the crown prince departed, Chengfeng arrived. Langi's gaze involuntarily fell on the corner of Chengfeng's mouth. The injury was small, but it was indeed a cut. Chengfeng didn't notice his gaze. Marshal, what did the crown prince want with you? Langi replied directly, he wants to be Zhi'en's match. Chengfeng immediately said, I don't think that's suitable. He could disrupt our peaceful coexistence. Remembering the blood that the crown prince had shed, Chengfeng lowered his head. He hasn't even joined us yet, and we've already seen blood. I'm afraid it could lead to serious trouble in the future. Wolf Chi spoke coolly. Then you stop the crown prince. I have no objections. Chengfeng replied, If I had a way, I wouldn't be looking for you, Marshal. However, while I can't stop the crown prince, I have thought of a solution. Maybe we can find some people who will never appear and match them with Zhen. Wolf Chi finally looked at Chengfeng. Never appear? That was exactly the type of candidates he was looking for. Yes, aren't there some people who have gone missing due to mental breakdowns or other reasons? Since there are no bodies and no one has reported them missing, they are still alive but classified as missing persons. I know some people. We could filter for someone who has been missing for over 5 years and has good qualifications. Wolf Chi sat up straight. There are indeed such people. But can they be registered? People missing for over 5 years are likely truly gone, but this is a loophole in the matching center. Why can't they be registered? They're still alive, and doesn't the matching center only require identification for registration? For social stability and birth rates, the matching center doesn't even need people to be present. Online applications are sufficient. Wolf Chi fell silent, but at least there should be identification. Before he could finish, Chengfeng took out an ID. Wolf Chi was silent. Where did you get this? During the dark riots 6 years ago, we went.
He was my comrade.
Because his mental state was special, he remained in a childlike form and couldn't withstand the mental attacks from the insect race, disappearing on Dark Star. I took the risk to go back, but only found the ID. I have carried it with me ever since, always hoping he would return. I even posted missing person notices, but it was useless. At that time, Chengfeng was still a newcomer, facing such great loss for the first time. Without a body or news, and since he has no direct relatives to report him missing, he is still considered alive. I checked him. There are no criminal records or debts. Wolf Chi pondered, look into it further. If there are no issues, we can give it a try. Chengfeng felt relieved by his agreement and eagerly ran errands. However, as he was leaving the monitoring room, he bumped into Lin Zhi'en and Su Ming. Seeing them, Chengfeng froze. Lin Zhi'en noticed the cut on Chengfeng's mouth, her eyes flashing with confusion, then shock. Last night, Is it you? Chengfeng snorted, but his ears turned red instantly. Lin Zhi'en looked at Chengfeng, wanting to cry, but with no tears. Chengfeng had always said she had feelings for him, but now she was confused. This was because Lin Zhi'en had a strange dream last night, although the person in her dream was
Su Ming.
Everything in the dream felt like a continuation of the times Su Ming had taken off his clothes. At first, she didn't realize she was dreaming and thought it was odd. When she said it wasn't right, Su Ming told her that if they didn't kiss, she would die from poison. In the dream, Lin Zhi'en was also afraid of dying. In her panic, she ended up kissing Su Ming, and things escalated quickly. The dream felt very real, and she even remembered all the sensations. When Lin Zhi'en woke up and realized it was just a dream, she felt amazed and relieved. She scratched her head and went to the bathroom, but when she looked in the mirror, she saw blood on her lips. A familiar feeling of having bitten someone flashed in her mind, and she was startled. Was it not just a dream? Did I really bite Su Ming? Wait, how did I end up back in bed? Wasn't Chengfeng asleep? Where is he? Why was she the one waking up in bed?
Lin Zhi'en was puzzled.
Just then, Su Ming arrived with breakfast. When she saw him, memories of the dream flooded back, making her very uncomfortable. The sensations felt so real that she even doubted whether she had really kissed or bitten Su Ming. But Su Ming's lips had no injuries. Lin Zhi'en had to push aside her questions, eat her breakfast, and go to the monitoring room on time. To her surprise, she ran into Chengfeng, who had a cut on his lip. Everything clicked into place. The person she dreamed about was Su Ming, but she had actually kissed Chengfeng. Everything was so chaotic. Lin Zhi'en remembered that she had gotten up in the middle of the night, and it was very likely she had instinctively returned to bed afterward. Then she had kissed Chengfeng. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry, Lin Zhi'en said, feeling embarrassed. Chengfeng pressed his lips together. What good is saying sorry now? Last night, after she had fallen asleep on his arm, she had really leaned over and kissed him. His heart raced, and he felt dizzy, as if he was on fire. But just as he was lost in the joy of her kiss, she murmured a name, Su Ming. Chengfeng couldn't believe it, and he felt cold all over. He hoped it was just a hallucination, but Lin Zhi'en murmured again, Su Ming, please. Don't kiss me. The sound echoed in his ears before fading into silence. She really had dreamed of Su Ming, and it was a dream where Su Ming kissed her. Watching her lips move slightly, as if she was about to call Su Ming again, Chengfeng stepped forward and covered her mouth. He didn't want to hear her call Su Ming again. After a while, Lin Zhi'en, feeling stifled, bit him. Chengfeng felt both pain and pleasure, still bothered by her calling Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, who was following Lin Zhi'en, Chengfeng said directly, You took away my innocence, so you need to take responsibility. You will go with me to the fertility center first. The air in the monitoring room became tense. Lin Zhi'en exclaimed, I don't say such things. What innocence was taken? How am I wrong? You can't just brush this off. Su Ming's eyes turned cold as he replied, Did we not agree that the one with the best body should be chosen? Chengfeng glared at Su Ming fiercely. What do you mean by the best body? I wasn't aware of this. It should be based on ability. Su Ming pointed at Lin Zhi'en. Zhi'en said so. Lin Zhi'en replied, yes, I did say that. Chengfeng grew even angrier. Why didn't I know about this? What is the standard for a good body? I didn't expect you both wanted to go to the matching center, Lin Zhi'en said honestly. Since we're going, we should choose someone whose fertility has recovered better. This way, if a child really comes, the situation will be better. I've heard there are many issues with successful pregnancies now. Having a child should never be taken lightly, and one must be responsible before giving birth. Lin Zhi'en didn't want to change her stance. If you want to go, I'll continue treating you. If not, it's up to you. Chengfeng sensed Lin Zhi'en's firm attitude and immediately said, I'll go. You treat me first, and from now on, I want to be your top priority. After glancing at Su Ming, he added, if you really feel guilty, then put him last. Su Ming's gaze was icy, and he remained silent. Instead, a voice interrupted, Zhi'en, I also want to ask for your help. Chengfeng stiffened and looked at the crown prince. You're not even Zhi'en's match, so don't get involved. As a candidate, I can't fall behind. I believe Zhi'en won't refuse a patient, right? The crown prince didn't even look at Chengfeng, only at Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en truly couldn't refuse a patient. If you trust me, let me take a look. Chengfeng pressed his lips together, wanting to say something, but the crown prince spoke first. Chengfeng, you can't oppose this. Although you are the match now, General Su is also here. Being too domineering is going too far. Chengfeng was instantly silenced. Bien Su hurriedly invited everyone back to the monitoring room. Everyone calm down, so Miss Lin won't feel uncomfortable. Wolf Chi took a deep breath and said, come in everyone. He forced himself not to think about Lin Zhi'en and Feng Chengfeng's deep connection, ignoring the bird-like scent coming from Lin Zhi'en, and focused on the matter at hand. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. From now on, you cannot act recklessly. It was only a few people, yet they had caused such a commotion. Bien Su glanced at Wolf Chi. Marshal, please calm down. Major General Fong might be feeling jealous because of last night with Miss Lin, thinking of her as his own. This is also the main source of conflict between the matched pairs. I believe Major General Fong didn't mean any harm. Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed. Last night, Major General Fong fell asleep during a massage because he wasn't feeling well. Although there was a little incident, we didn't have a deep connection. This misunderstanding couldn't happen, Lin Zhi'en explained earnestly. They had agreed to collaborate, and she was there to help them with their health. Although they were now facing the possibility of going to the nurturing center due to their connection, she still viewed them primarily as her patients. Now that she had the ability to help, she wanted to make a real impact. She pointed at Feng Chengfeng. You mustn't keep talking about whether it's clear or not. That was just a regular connection. Once Lin Zhi'en explained, the tense atmosphere in the monitoring room relaxed. Except for Feng Chengfeng, who still looked displeased, everyone else seemed much better. The crown prince glanced at Feng Chengfeng, realizing he had misunderstood. After Lin Zhi'en finished speaking and noticed the silence, she awkwardly looked at Wolf Chi. Marshal, shall we start today's treatment? Okay.
Wolf Chi nodded.
The treatment went smoothly and showed significant results. Wolf Chi's wolf ears finally retracted, resolving not only his mental breakdown but also reducing previous mental strain. Wolf Chi looked at the red envelope, deep in thought. It feels like the power of this red envelope is stronger than before. Really? Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but admire Wolf Chi's sharpness, pretending to be puzzled before changing the subject. Once the doctor finishes the checkup and everything is fine, Marshal can leave the monitoring room today. Let's celebrate then. The crown prince chimed in. Yes, we should celebrate. Let the doctor check the Marshal first, and then we can have Zhi'en help us with our health. Let's go right now. Feng Chengfeng stood up, followed closely by Su Ming. Let's go. They had only one goal, to get treated and head to the nurturing center. Lin Zhi'en hadn't spoken yet, but they had already arranged everything. I had someone prepare an office for Zhi'en. It can serve as a clinic. Hanzhou, go get the supplies Miss Lin needs for her consultation. The office was just the right size and was located next to the command room, which was also beside the crown prince's office. Lin Zhi'en found the location a bit strange, but the crown prince assured her it was fine. Feng Chengfeng was the first, followed by others who lined up outside. They were very eager to get treated. It was the same old issue, a high heart rate. Both Feng Chengfeng and Lin Zhi'en were used to it, but surprisingly, the crown prince appeared calm and steady. However, when he took his pulse, it was also high enough to affect the reading. Lin Zhi'en withdrew her hand. Your Highness, perhaps you should step outside with General Fong to calm down. Feng Chengfeng and the crown prince awkwardly sat outside. Lin Zhi'en faced Su Ming, feeling a bit awkward due to the dream. She tried her best to remain professional, pushing aside any inappropriate thoughts. Su Ming looked at Lin Zhi'en, who seemed unfazed, and bit his lip. Despite the dream, he was trying hard to make her happy. But, unexpectedly, Chengfeng interrupted. He asked the nine-tailed fox in his mind. Jin didn't show any significant changes or reactions today. Does she think I'm Chengfeng? The nine-tailed fox replied. No, it's definitely you. She's not satisfied, so you need to try harder. Su Ming. The nine-tailed fox urged. All right, it's time for the needle. Hurry and take off your shirt. Just as Lin Zhi'en prepared the needle and turned around, she saw Su Ming unbuttoning his shirt, slowly revealing his well-defined abs. The angle was stunning, and the natural light made him look even better than some videos online. Images flashed in her mind from the dream where he held her hand, encouraging her to feel deeply. Lin Zhi'en's heart raced unexpectedly, and she swallowed hard. She pinched herself to regain her composure. Once the acupuncture was successfully completed, Lin Zhi'en sighed in relief. But it was clear she had relaxed too soon. When Chengfeng and the Crown Prince entered again and saw Su Ming, they immediately recognized his intentions. They then joined in. The three of them were different, yet equally charming. The arrival of Langi elevated the tension of the situation to its peak. After 3 thorough checks, Langi was finally confirmed to have recovered from his mental breakdown, and his mental strain had decreased. Leaving the frantic medical experts behind, Langi rushed over to join the treatment. Now, please let Dr. Lin take a look at me too. I'm falling behind and can't lag too much. I want to be the first to go to the fertility center with Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en paused for a moment and then responded, Oh, okay. Langi had mentioned wanting children before. She took a deep breath and said, I will do my best. Langi glanced at the 3 muscular guys nearby and said, I believe in you. The treatment room quickly turned into a showcase for their abs. Anyone who walked in would think they were up to something inappropriate. Lin Zhi'en thought they could easily form a group and debut. They cooperated enthusiastically with the injections, and when it came to taking medicine, they acted like they were drinking alcohol, looking at each other as if it were a drinking game. Lin Zhi'en watched the 4 of them, puzzled by their excitement. They even started an odd competition to see who could take their medicine the fastest, and their spirits seemed to compete as well. Since they were all taking medicine and couldn't drink alcohol on the front lines, they decided to celebrate with lunch instead. Although they called it lunch, it was already 2 o'clock when they actually ate. The gathering ended early since there was no alcohol, and the relationships among several of them were just okay. Lin Zhi'en returned to her office to grab her notes and received a message from the prince. The white tiger said it misses you and, do you want to ride the white tiger? Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to reply, Chengfeng sent a message too. Little Fong said it wants to go out for some fresh air. Do you want to fly with little Fong?
Lin Zhi'en.
She found it hard to choose between the white tiger and the more thrilling flight. Last time, when the North Vermilion bird took her flying, she hadn't paid much attention to the experience. Just as Lin Zhi'en was feeling torn, she felt a tickle on her ankle and looked down to see the snow wolf playfully nudging her. Madam, thank you for saving me. The snow wolf still looked majestic as ever. I almost got consumed by my master and merged with him. Lin Zhi'en hugged the snow wolf tightly. Snow wolf, it's been a while.
It's been a long time, madam.
I've thought of a way to repay you. The snow wolf glanced at Langi by the door. Let's go play in the ice. I can freeze things, and we can go ice skating or freeze flowers or anything else.
Lin Zhi'en.
What an interesting suggestion from the snow wolf. Which should she choose? So many options made it difficult for Lin Zhi'en. She felt a bit confused. Why is everyone looking for her today? The snow wolf looked worriedly at Langi. Chengfeng almost overtook them, and the time at the fertility center made everyone anxious. Just as she was feeling conflicted, she received a message from Su Ming. Zhi'en, come back quickly. The 9-tailed fox has gathered the courage to come out. Are you still in the office? I'll come find you. I'm afraid if I wait too long, it might lose its courage again. After receiving 2 messages in a row, Lin Zhi'en decided to return to her dorm. If the nine-tailed fox is timid, it shouldn't come to the office. There are too many people. I'll be back soon, just don't scare it. The nine-tailed fox had been hurt before, and it was hard for it to agree to come out. If it missed this chance, it might never come out again. Lin Zhi'en ultimately chose the nine-tailed fox. The white tiger, snow wolf, and northern vermilion bird would have other opportunities in the future. The snow wolf watched as Lin Zhi'en ran away. Who is it? Who called the lady away? Langi looked at Lin Zhi'en's back. I want to know too. Compared to its childhood, the grown nine-tailed fox was stunningly beautiful, but it was still very timid. When it peeked out, it clung tightly to Su Ming's head, just like when it was young. It was completely different from the energetic state in the video. It only dared to hide behind Su Ming's head and secretly watch Lin Zhi'en, its 9 tails trembling. Su Ming looked helpless and tugged at its paw. You're squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. The 9-tailed fox loosened its grip a little, but still held on tightly, filled with anxiety. Su Ming nervously said to Lin Zhi'en, I had just convinced it to stand on the ground, but when I opened the door It's okay. Lin Zhi'en was internally squealing with delight at how cute it was, but she restrained herself from rushing over. She waved her paw. I'm Lin Zhi'en. Nice to meet you. Hello, 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox and Su Ming looked at Lin Zhi'en's expression and slowly relaxed. She really didn't dislike them. No wonder it's the legendary 9-tailed fox. With that big tail and those eyes, it's so enchanting. What Lin Zhi'en really wanted to do was to touch its tail, to bury herself in it. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's eyes, Su Ming had a sudden idea. Once the 9-tailed fox hit again, Su Ming focused and merged with the 9-tailed fox. If Fong Chengfeng could stay overnight, then he could too. Lin Zhi'en watched as Su Ming's aura changed, now with 9 large tails, and she excitedly covered her mouth. Su Ming, you. What a breathtaking sight. Lin Zhi'en was so mesmerized by Su Ming's large tail that she almost fell asleep in his dorm. Fortunately, she finally snapped back to reality, but it was already late to return to her dorm. She didn't expect to see Langi at the dorm entrance. Langi leaned against the wall and smiled slightly when he saw her. Welcome back. If he doesn't come back soon, he's going to be in trouble. Marshall, what are you doing here? If you need something, just contact me. It's nothing. If you're busy, I don't want to disturb you. I haven't been waiting too long. You've been waiting for 3 hours. The snow wolf suddenly appeared. I even fell asleep waiting. Lin Zhi'en was surprised and quickly invited the wolf into the house. The marshal can contact me if there's anything. It's nothing. The wolf shot a glare at the snow wolf. I was actually thinking about whether to go through with this. What is it? It's about matching people. Today, Chengfeng gave me a candidate. Fong Chengfeng. Lin Zhi'en looked to the side. The wolf's eyes flickered. Chengfeng isn't here right now. He had been here for a while, and Fong Chengfeng probably got tired of him and went out. The wolf tapped a few times on the smart device. I contacted him. He explained the situation to Lin Zhi'en. This person's mental state is quite special. They haven't successfully differentiated and remain in a juvenile state, with a fertility value of 0, which fits your previous requirements. We've all confirmed it, and there aren't many issues. Since they almost got into a fight in the monitoring room today, I thought one less person would be better, as things are already chaotic enough. Lin Zhi'en smiled awkwardly. Are you sure they won't show up? It might be worth a try. A call from the breeding center confirmed that even though Fong Chengfeng and the others couldn't reproduce, they were still eager to go to the breeding center, so a fertility value of 0 isn't very reliable. The ones who definitely won't show up are the safest. The chance of the person still being alive is less than 1%. They should be gone. What about the candidate? Do they need to go back to the central star to register at the matching center? The wolf handed over a document. No need. Online registration is fine. After Lin Zhi'en completed the application as instructed by the wolf, she quickly received a video verification from the matching center, confirming that she wasn't being forced, but was acting voluntarily. As for the male side, Being chosen by the female is already a blessing for them. What else needs to be confirmed? The matching center quickly approved her application. A message came through the smart device, and Lin Zhi'en looked at the new candidate in her matching section, feeling a bit dazed. This matching registration was too easy. On the other hand, it seemed quite difficult for men to cancel their matching registration. They had strict rules. Lin Zhi'en looked at the ID photo in her hand.
Jiang.
I'm sorry, but you have become my match. She thought for a moment. Don't worry, I'll set up a memorial for you, offering incense and tributes during festivals and even burn paper money, so you can enjoy good food and have money to spend in the afterlife. Lin Zhi'en has traveled to another world and even gained a special ability. She suddenly thinks that maybe when people die, there really is an afterlife. She registers him as her match and decides to honor him with offerings. In the future, if she passes away, he might be a valuable connection. After hearing Lin Zhi'en's theory, Langi can't help but laugh. It seems you've read a lot. I heard that in ancient times, people did honor their ancestors during festivals, but we rarely do that now. He pauses. If I were to die this time, would you do the same for me? You're not dead. Lin Zhi'en scoffs 3 times before nodding. Of course, we are family, right? Although she isn't sure how long she will live, she might pass away before them. Lin Zhi'en looks at the ID card. Should I keep this ID? Yes, you should, Langi replies, knowing this is Lin Zhi'en's match.
Okay.
Lin Zhi'en carefully puts it away, feeling relieved. With the unreliable but forgettable Jing Bufei, she now has 5 matches, just 1 short of completing her task, which eases her pressure significantly. Schweling watches her actions and suddenly speaks up. Madam, you won't dislike me and the master if there are new matches in the future, right? Of course not. Why do you ask? Because people often prefer new things and forget the old ones. Lin Zhi'en chuckles. That won't happen. Schweling, catching a whiff of her scent, nods seriously. Then it's settled. Good. Lin Zhi'en replies cheerfully. After they high-five, Schweling turns to Langi. Master, you don't need to worry. Madam won't dislike you, and will definitely go to the nurturing center with you. Lin Zhi'en looks at Langi in surprise, noticing his awkward expression. What do you mean? Schweling explains, previously, when the master took you to see a doctor, your attitude made him worry that you didn't want to go to the nurturing center with him. But our Schweling is great. Why wouldn't you want Schweling?
Xulang's earstroop.
Or is it because Schweling looks fierce and not cute? Or maybe you don't like Schweling babies? Lin Zhi'en exclaims, no. She quickly hugs Schweling. Of course not. You're not fierce. You're strong and impressive. Besides, you're the spirit of a marshal, and you're powerful. Lin Zhi'en feels a bit flustered. I like Schweling, and I like Schweling babies. That's good. I was worried you didn't like them. I really like the Thundercat too. It's amazing. Snowwolf is quite good at naming. After a loud noise, it became Thundercat. It even knows about reproduction and is looking forward to Thundercat. Lin Zhi'en couldn't help but laugh. You know a lot. Snowwolf proudly lifted its head. At the same time, Dark Star. In a dark alley, after a terrifying scream, someone walked away from the alley, backlit. A thin layer of sweat soaked through a white shirt, revealing a slim waist, and long purple hair fell over a fair neck, sparking endless imagination. However, the knife in hand left a trail of blood. An old man at the alley's entrance shivered slightly and whispered a thank you. The person reached the entrance, tilted their head slightly, with skin as delicate as fine porcelain, long brows like willows, and lips as beautiful as cherry blossoms, wearing a faint, casual smile. You're welcome. The voice was androgynous. When the smart device chimed in and displayed a notification, he paused. Congratulations on becoming Miss Lin Zhi'en's 5th match? He casually turned off the device, thinking, interesting, I actually have a wife now. Dark Star liked to refer to matches as wives, as it was said to be the way in ancient times. They cherished the original term, dreaming of someone assigning them a wife. However, such good fortune had never happened until today, when he unexpectedly encountered it. With a wife falling from the sky, He naturally had to find her. After Lin Zhi'en sent off Langi and Snow Wolf, she suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. What's going on? She rubbed her nose. Am I catching a cold? Lin Zhi'en wasn't sick, but she was indeed unwell. She had a strange illness. After being misunderstood and purified by Fong Chengfeng, although Snow Wolf wanted to stay and sleep with her, she firmly refused. Then she started having those dreams again. Counting the previous night, it had been 4 or 5 consecutive nights of dreaming, no matter when she fell asleep. Lin Zhi'en didn't understand why she had become so strange, and with her busy days, she didn't notice that Fong Chengfeng was always the last to come for her treatment, sometimes looking a bit disheveled. He seemed to have encountered quite a few unfortunate events for no reason. When Lin Zhi'en asked him what was wrong, he just gritted his teeth and said, "It's nothing, just a little discomfort." It was just the ridiculous jealousy of men causing him trouble. His mouth wounds had healed, so there was less to worry about. Since he was just a bit unlucky, it wasn't a big deal, and Lin Zhi'en nodded without saying much more. She secretly glanced at Su Ming, then quickly looked away when he turned to her.
Su Ming watched Lin Zhi'en's back, feeling confused.
The 9-tailed fox has been here for several nights, but why does it seem to have the opposite effect? The 9-tailed fox has a dream-invoking ability that leaves no side effects. People sleep well and deeply, waking up only remembering the good dreams. Naturally, those who bring her joy will increase her fondness. This could be considered cheating on Su Ming's part. He had to cheat too, especially since Fong Chengfeng had no shame. But after a few nights, he found himself falling for her. Instead of growing closer, Lin Zhi'en seemed to be avoiding him. Your dreams are having the opposite effect. Su Ming didn't realize there was a flaw in the dream-invoking process. Lin Zhi'en remembered and began to doubt the 9-tailed fox's abilities. The 9-tailed fox denied it. No way, absolutely not. I suspect it's your problem. You're just not charming enough. You need to try harder. I am trying hard. Su Ming felt a rush of heat and lowered his head. Haven't I been learning? But it still doesn't work. Su Ming doubted the 9-tailed fox's abilities, while the fox insisted he wasn't doing well enough. Tonight, put in more effort and think about how to win her over. Lin Zhi'en was busy all day and spent the evening organizing medical records, yet she still ended up dreaming. Seeing Su Ming made her feelings complicated. In her dreams, Su Ming was charming and varied in style. Sometimes cool, sometimes playful, calling her sister, and at times, he was a bit wild. Tonight, he seemed to have a mature charm, and his shirt was quite tempting. "Zhi'en, why do you look like that? Don't you like it?" Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to respond, Su Ming suddenly sprouted 9 tails. Lin Zhi'en. Using a blended image, Su Ming finally caught Lin Zhi'en's attention, and she became more enthusiastic. But she was fixated on exploring his tails. She touched one tail, hugged another, and playfully petted them. At first, Su Ming tolerated it, but when she started rubbing the tip of a tail, he shuddered and fled in panic. That night, he completely forgot about trying to please her. The next day, Lin Zhi'en woke up and thought. She ran her fingers through her hair. I've lost my mind. I can't face anyone. She didn't even know why she had changed like this, and she even wondered if the red envelope had affected her feelings. The red envelope replied, "It's not me. It's your own issue." The red envelope showed no symptoms, leaving Lin Zhi'en helpless and embarrassed to face Su Ming. She has been trying not to show anything unusual when facing Su Ming lately. She is very worried that her dreams might become too intense, so at night, she decided to work overtime instead of sleeping. Previously, Lin Zhi'en promised the crown prince that she would help others who were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Keeping her word, after the situation with Langi improved, she began to purify not only him but also Fong Chengfeng, Su Ming, and the crown prince daily, while spending the rest of her time helping other soldiers. The list of soldiers was carefully selected by the crown prince and Langi, ranked by severity and military merit. To avoid exhausting Lin Zhi'en, they initially arranged for only a few people. However, as Lin Zhi'en and Hongbao became more in sync and Hongbao's abilities improved, The number of soldiers she could purify increased from 3 or 4 a day to 5 or 6. After Lin Zhi'en unexpectedly encountered a soldier who couldn't bear the pressure and took his own life, she changed her strategy and increased the number of people receiving treatment. Because I was worried they would have mental breakdowns, I didn't let them return to Central Star and kept them in a temporary monitoring room. The longer they stay, the worse the contamination becomes. Instead of letting them suffer for another 6 months, like usual, I can purify them to a safe level so they can return to Central Star sooner. The Crown Prince and Langi had concerns. If we do that, we won't be able to keep it completely confidential. And it will be tiring for you. There are too many people. A little fatigue is better than a mental breakdown or even death, Lin Zhi'en replied. We will try to keep it confidential, but it will be exposed eventually. It felt unfair and painful to survive the battlefield only to succumb afterward. All right, Langi agreed, unable to resist patting her head. We will prepare everything for the follow-up work. From that day on, Lin Zhi'en became busy, almost like when she was interning at the hospital. It was tiring but fulfilling. The soldiers on the front lines, suffering from mental contamination and pressure, finally received their salvation. Hong Bao learned to control the purification better, quickly using his paw to touch the heads of each person based on their severity. The sensation was not pleasant, accompanied by the smell of burning and the sounds of groans and cries, with some even fainting. But after the pain, the mental contamination improved, and they felt a sense of relief. Hong Bao learned to release energy while recovering, taking breaks every 2 hours. Sometimes they worked late into the night, or even all night. In this situation, Lin Zhi'en stopped dreaming. As more people recovered, Hong Bao's abilities also reached a new level. After a round of red envelopes was completely emptied, a person and a cat were so tired that they fell asleep. When they woke up, Lin Zhi'en felt her mind lighten, and an invisible power began to fill her body. Lin Zhi'en placed her fingers on herself and nearly shocked herself.
Ouch.
After a moment of surprise, Lin Zhi'en was overjoyed. I can use electricity now. She finally shared the ability of the red envelopes and her vision. When she focused, she could see the level of mental pollution in everyone. Gray was good, but black or thick black mist meant it was serious. The lightning she unleashed was meant to clear away that ominous black mist. Red envelope, I think we've leveled up. Let's keep going. Lin Zhi'en moved faster and joined the army of lightning. Lin Zhi'en mainly targeted the mental bodies, while the red envelope struck directly above people's heads, working together. Because of this, she encountered various mental bodies. When she met those who were stunned by the electricity, she would gently pat their heads to comfort them. All right, it will be over soon. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Lin was one of those who was suddenly touched. His mental body was a deer, and he had been under a lot of pressure from mental collapse. But then someone above informed them that purification doctors would be coming and asked them to cooperate, followed by a strict confidentiality agreement that they signed. After signing, they were taken to the treatment room, where they finally met Miss Lin Zhi'en, who was wearing a mask. After being shocked, she gently patted his antlers twice. All done, it doesn't hurt anymore. Lulin was taken for a checkup and confirmed that his mental pollution had decreased and he was no longer at risk of mental collapse. Only then did he come back to his senses. It turned out that the purification master was Miss Lin Zhi'en. Miss Lin Zhi'en really likes my mental body. I could tell when she touched my antlers. Then news spread that Lin Zhi'en liked mental bodies. Soon, everyone released their mental bodies. Everyone was waiting to be shocked, comforted, and patted on the head. They even learned to make Lin Zhi'en laugh on their own. In the past, the temporary supervision room after battles was always gloomy and despairing, but this time, thanks to Lin Zhi'en, it felt like a zoo. They were all well-behaved and fun, and Lin Zhi'en felt happy. Although sometimes she encountered strange mental bodies, like snakes, lizards, and spiders, which she had never seen before. Lin Zhi'en was not fluffy or cute, and she didn't really want to touch them. But seeing their eager eyes, she decided to treat them all equally. She couldn't neglect anyone, so she gently patted them. There were too many people, and despite Lin Zhi'en's hard work, even without much rest for half a month, she couldn't attend to everyone. However, the atmosphere in the temporary monitoring room had changed significantly. After recovering, Lin helped encourage everyone. Just wait. A shining purification doctor will come to save you, and then you can recover, like I did. There were many people like Lin and Lin Zhi'en represented hope for them. Many relied on her to get through, either overcoming their struggles or waiting for her help. Everything happening on the front lines was kept secret, and the Crown Prince and others did everything to protect Lin Zhi'en's identity. As more people recovered, news spread that a purification doctor had emerged from the front lines, helping many who were on the brink of mental collapse. Those who returned from the front lines confirmed that there was indeed a purification doctor. All the soldiers spoke of this doctor with admiration and respect, but they remained silent about their identity. There were many speculations about the purification doctor, and many famous experts were considered. But those questioned all denied it. The purification doctor became incredibly mysterious. However, those returning from the front lines also mentioned someone, Miss Lin Zhi'en. They all expressed gratitude for her care. They became fans of Lin Zhi'en, praising her skills and wishing to elevate her status. Ruan Yijiao saw these compliments and was both amused and annoyed. Why are they praising Lin Zhi'en again? She wouldn't want to ride on the coattails of that mysterious purification doctor, would she? Ruan Yijiao scoffed. She's trying every way to make herself look good. She asked He Kewei to arrange for someone to interview those who returned from the front lines, wanting to know how Lin Zhi'en could be so shameless and to gather information about the purification doctor. Even with extra money, He Kewei found it useless. They kept quiet. However, hard work paid off, and He Kewei managed to gather some information. He followed someone to the restroom and overheard soldiers thanking Lin Zhi'en. If it weren't for Miss Lin's purification, we would have collapsed mentally long ago. Sure, there are ears everywhere. The marshals said not to talk about it. We must stay alert. He Kewei met with Ruan Yijiao to share the news. Lin Zhi'en purified them? Do they have any special status? No, they are just ordinary soldiers. Miss Yuan, I suspect Lin Zhi'en is using them. Borrowing seeds? I checked their fertility scores. One is 28, the other is 29, which are both good. So, I suspect she is borrowing seeds to get pregnant. Ruan Yijiao covered her mouth and chuckled. She is trying to borrow seeds from such low-ranking soldiers, and the marshal knows about it.
Ha ha ha.
The marshal must be furious. Just moments ago, she was showing deep affection in front of everyone, and now Lin Zhi'en is doing this. I heard Jing Bufei say that she has always wanted a child, even going so far as to tempt others. I thought she had changed, but now it seems Lin Zhi'en is still the same. He nodded. She probably did it because of the new fertility regulations. People on the Central Star are discussing the latest fertility rules. Ruan Yijiao was waiting for Lin Zhi'en to return to see her make a fool of herself. But Lin Zhi'en didn't come back. She is causing trouble on the front lines. She must be too scared to return to the Central Star or go to the fertility center, so she just decided to borrow seeds. He nodded, but this time she can't escape. She is just waiting to be embarrassed. Miss Ruan, we are planning to create a program about the new fertility regulations, and we would like you to participate so everyone can feel the shock and joy of successful pregnancies.
Oh?
Ruan Yijiao raised an eyebrow. I will find out when Lin Zhi'en goes to the fertility center, and then you can go with her. The marshal's rejection of Ruan Yijiao made her the laughingstock, and He knew she wouldn't miss the chance to take down Lin Zhi'en. As long as the program is successful, we will keep it going, even turn it into a series. I promise there will be no mistakes this time. When she goes once and fails, and you, Miss Ruan, choose some with high fertility scores, she will just watch you succeed over and over. Ruan Yijiao looked at He. He knows how to seize the moment, and is quite clever. Just hearing about it is satisfying. I don't believe the marshal won't regret it later. If you pull this off, you'll show some real skill. Ruan Yijiao said casually, what's your fertility score? He-Kuan's eyes lit up, 25. He knew his chance had come as long as he could make this work. That's decent. He felt energized by her words. He would make it happen this time without any mistakes, and he would completely overshadow Lin Zhi'en. Ruan Yijiao left satisfied but bumped into someone at the door. Sherbowen? Ruan Yijiao raised an eyebrow. The Sher family had contacted her and offered many benefits, yet he inexplicably supports Lin Zhi'en. Later, she sent a time when she could meet him, but said she was busy and hasn't scheduled anything since. She didn't believe that Sherbowen was busy because of Lin Zhi'en rejecting her, so she asked directly, "What were you busy with before? It can't be that you were rejecting me, right?" Sherbowen sighed quietly as Ruan Yijiao bumped into his arm. "I really have things to do, and I'm going to meet someone important now. Then let's exchange contact information, and you can reach out to me when you have time." Sherbowen was about to leave, but stopped when he heard this, his expression growing colder. "To be honest, Miss Ruan, I dislike trouble, especially the jealousy and issues between men, and you are too popular for me." Sherbowen decided to be clear. "I am already in touch with a suitable match." Ruan Yijiao laughed lightly. "It wouldn't be Lin Zhi'en, would it?" Sherbowen frowned and didn't answer. Ruan Yijiao was momentarily disgusted. Lin Zhi'en really knew how to attract men. She looked at him with pity. "If it is her, I feel I should tell you something out of kindness. I heard something earlier. I don't know if it's due to pressure to have children, but she helped evolve 2 soldiers, maybe more, as many people on the Star Network are thanking her. They are just ordinary soldiers, but their fertility values are 28 and 29. It might be for breeding purposes. Some women I know do the same, looking for powerful men to rely on, and if they lack fertility value, they seek out those with higher ones." Ruan Yijiao sighed. "As a woman, I understand her pressure to have children, especially since women are rare, and everyone carries the hope of reproduction. But going to the front lines to deeply purify ordinary soldiers, with an uncertain number, is concerning." Ruan Yijiao showed a pained expression. "What's the difference between her and ancient courtesans? The relationships between men and women are too chaotic. If there are any diseases later, Mr. Sher will be in trouble." Sherbowen tried several times to interrupt Ruan Yijiao, but she pretended not to notice. Faced with such unbelievable words, he frowned and asked, "Do you have evidence?" "Without evidence, it's slander." "I don't have evidence, but I did hear it." Ruan Yijiao frowned. "I'm just trying to warn you for your own good, to prevent you from getting sick. There's no need to call it slander. Without evidence, please be quiet, Miss Ruan. If I hear any rumors about Miss Lin involving breeding or related terms, I won't hold back. I firmly believe that Miss Lin is not the kind of person who would engage in breeding. Even if she did help others, it would surely be out of kindness. Since there are rumors about a purification doctor on the front lines." Ruan Yijiao interrupted Sherbowen directly. "You don't mean to say that the purification doctor is Lin Zhi'en, do you? That's ridiculous. I thought Mr. Sher was a smart person, but it seems you have some delusions." She leaned closer to Sherbowen. "You scolded me to be quiet, which scared me. As for the matter of deceiving my feelings while playing both sides, I will temporarily reserve my right to pursue this, but this is the only chance." "What does he think he is, threatening her?" Sherbowen frowned as he watched Ruan Yijiao's back. On the front lines, Lin Zhi'en had just finished purifying someone when she heard someone was looking for her. She stepped out and saw Sherbowen. "Mr. Sher, what are you doing here?" Sherbowen looked at Lin Zhi'en's bright eyes and smiled. "If you don't come back and the registration plan is postponed, I will come."
Huh.
"Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Do you feel uncomfortable if things don't go according to plan?" "I'm just joking. This is work." "It is work," but he was also a bit worried after hearing Ruan Yijiao's words, so he came to check personally. Soon, he confirmed that Lin Zhi'en was fine. He chatted with her for a bit, while others kept greeting her. Sherbowen looked at the various spiritual entities. Why are everyone's spiritual entities out here? He found it strange as soon as he got off the ship. The front lines seemed like a zoo. Lin Zhi'en hesitated, feeling it might be related to her since this was a recent occurrence. Aren't spiritual entities usually quite cute? She preferred and was better at interacting with spiritual entities than with people. Sherbowen. Before meeting Lin Zhi'en, he had no idea that spiritual entities could be so harmonious. Even those that were naturally incompatible or enemies were tolerating each other, and even learning to be cute on their own. In his experience, most spiritual entities had bad tempers and were not keen on showing themselves, let alone being this lively. Their owners sometimes didn't come close, but you could tell from their expressions and actions that they liked Lin Zhi'en very much. You seem very busy and popular, Su Ming thought. If he hadn't come, he might not have been able to register. Right? Am I still the fifth candidate for matching? He thought since he was here, he might as well push forward the postponed matters, but he needed to confirm first. Lin Zhi'en hesitated, and Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Do you have a new fifth candidate? Yes, the fifth candidate has already been registered. Who? The Crown Prince? Not him. It's someone else. His situation is quite special, and he doesn't meet outsiders. Su Ming pondered for a moment. So, will you have a seventh candidate? If not, will I and the Crown Prince be competing for the sixth candidate? That's right. The Crown Prince chimed in. Mr. Su, I just learned this news recently. He still appeared polite and refined, but he was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He respected the marshal enough and wanted to get along harmoniously with them, but Wolf Chi and Fong Chengfeng secretly registered someone for Lin Zhi'en without his knowledge. Although he had indeed used many strategies to attract Lin Zhi'en's attention and was secretly trying to prepare for pregnancy, hoping to surpass them, who wasn't doing the same. In the end, they silently targeted him and betrayed him. He realized that Lin Zhi'en only wanted 6 candidates to complete the task. She didn't want one more, and with one less spot, he had more competition. He had thought he had the advantage of timing, location, and support, but unexpectedly, Su Ming caught up with him. Su Ming received a warm welcome from the Crown Prince and then wanted him to leave soon. Su Ming. He wasn't leaving. When Su Ming saw the display of 4x8 abdominal muscles, he understood they were heading to the fertility center and fell silent again. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Lin Zhi'en felt a bit helpless. It's just acupuncture, she said, unsure why it had turned into a muscle model showcase. If Mr. Su doesn't believe me, I can check your pulse as well? Su Ming, almost on impulse, extended his hand, and then he heard Lin Zhi'en exclaim, Mr. Su, your mental pollution is minimal, and your fertility situation is much better than theirs. With some adjustments and treatment, things can improve a lot. This was the best pulse she had ever felt. Your spirit is a lion, right? Maybe in the future, there will be little lions. Su Ming was surprised, while Fong Chengfeng and the others were instantly shocked, their expressions changing. Originally, they were all on a similar level. Who would have thought Su Ming would suddenly emerge? If Su Ming also registered as a candidate, based on their recovery situation, wouldn't that mean he was cutting in? Fong Chengfeng opened his mouth to object, but was interrupted by Wolf Chi. Then Mr. Su can indeed ask Zhi'en to help you with adjustments. I heard the Su family is in contact with Ruan Yijiao and still wants to keep options open. If you recover, maybe Miss Ruan can really help you have a little lion, and then the Su family can rest easy. Fong Chengfeng exaggeratedly remarked, Who would have thought, Mr. Su, that you were playing both sides? Are you treating Zhi'en as a backup for Ruan Yijiao? Su Ming was surprised that Langi knew about this, and was unsure of Langi's attitude. My parents introduced us without telling me, but I have already handled it and rejected her. Before Su Ming could finish explaining, Su Ming suddenly said, Ruan Yijiao announced that she is expecting another child. Some people speculate that Mr. Su is the father because there are photos of you two together. Others think it might be the marshal's child. Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. Ruan Yijiao is expecting again? She opened her smart device and saw Ruan Yijiao's latest announcement. After the storm, there will always be a rainbow. Welcome to the world, my baby. The accompanying image was a success notification from the fertility center. The father's name section was blurred out. After 6 months, Ruan Yijiao successfully conceived again. The news spread quickly, and everyone was congratulating her, envious, and hoping for her attention. While many struggled for decades to have children, Ruan Yijiao succeeded every year, and this time it was only 6 months apart. Everyone was curious about the father and wanted to know who the lucky man was. As the comments piled up, Ruan Yijiao replied, "I can't reveal the father's identity. I'm afraid someone might become jealous and harm the baby. But I believe he will be very surprised because the baby will bring him a miracle. When the child is 3 months old, you will know who the father is because he will personally experience it." She continued to reply to several comments, neither confirming nor denying the media's guesses about the father, but her tone was particularly meaningful. Lin Zhi'en looked at the speculations and guessed it might be the marshal, or even the second prince. "It's definitely not me. I only met her once." Su Ming was the first to speak up. "I have clearly told her that I am pursuing Miss Lin, and I cannot have a child with her. I have never been to the fertility center or the freezing center." At this point, Su Ming paused and continued, "I confirm that I have not been with anyone, including robots, let alone Miss Ruan. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible." Su Ming's words caught the attention of the marshal and others. Lin Zhi'en slowly realized that Su Ming seemed to be implying he was still a cough. She remembered that he was the same age as the marshal. This year, he seemed to be 200 years old, so he was a 200-year-old. He said it so seriously that anyone who didn't know might think he was discussing a serious topic. He was indeed quite serious, even mentioning robots. Nowadays, the gender ratio is very imbalanced, and to stabilize society, there are many companion robots in space. Most people who can't find a partner will buy one, and those with good conditions will get the latest models as soon as they come out. Su Ming surprisingly had never bought one, which showed he was quite indifferent. Su Ming didn't hesitate to reveal that he was still proving his innocence first. He even explained to Lin Zhi'en that he wasn't seeing 2 people at once and that there was no backup partner. "It definitely can't be me," said the mentioned Langi, "although I have the benefits of being frozen before going to battle with Fong, Chengfeng, and Su Ming. I haven't opened up my authorization for processing. My situation, as you said, is quite bad. It's currently impossible for me to have children." As soon as Langi finished speaking, Fong, Chengfeng, and Su Ming immediately stated, "I haven't opened mine either." The fertility center and the freezing center both have services for frozen genetic fluids and eggs, but without authorization, only the person can handle it. Langi felt relieved after clarifying his situation, but some people online still regretted his refusal. In the face of absolute reproductive advantages, some netizens changed their tone. Previously, when Langi rejected her, Ruan Yijiao was extremely angry and found herself in a difficult position. Now, with the news of successful pregnancy, she had completely turned the tables. Everyone spontaneously prayed and wished for this baby to be a girl. Lin Zhi'en found it quite magical to see netizens praying for a daughter. In her previous world, everyone wanted sons, valuing boys over girls, but now they only wanted daughters. "Well, that's not our concern," Su Ming concluded, showing he didn't care whether it was a girl or not. "Do you want to try some medicine?"
Lin Zhi'en asked.
"Yes," Su Ming replied quickly.
"All right."
Lin Zhi'en asked a few more questions and switched hands to take his pulse again. Su Ming watched as Lin Zhi'en disinfected her hands before touching his wrist. His gaze swept over a booklet in the drawer beside her, which seemed to be something she printed herself. The cover simply read Parenting Encyclopedia. "I'll prepare some medicine for you shortly. You can take a look at the prescription first." When he took the prescription, he didn't notice anything special but asked Lin Zhi'en a question. "If I become a match, can I join them?"
Huh?
Lin Zhi'en was originally helping Langi with a needle, but didn't react for a moment. "Mr. Shi wants to know if he can also go to the nurturing center with you in the future." Langi translated for him, his voice very cold. Fong Chengfeng remembered how Lin Zhi'en had emphasized to them that he was just a collaborator after Su Ming arrived, urging them not to be jealous, and he sounded just as indifferent. "Mr. Shi is not a match yet. It's too early to talk about this. Besides, wasn't it said to be a collaboration?" Fong Chengfeng regretted that when the marshal said to find a match for Lin Zhi'en, he shouldn't have walked away just because he didn't want to hear it. If he had found a couple of matches that wouldn't appear, everything would be fine, avoiding the situation of having a prince and Su Ming. Su Ming said, "Mr. Shi's situation is better than ours. It's normal for him to have hope." Su Ming also thought he shouldn't have felt indifferent at that time. The prince added, "It's indeed normal, but since he can interact with Miss Ruan Yijiao, shouldn't his hope be even greater? Mr. Shi should seize the opportunity." And the previous discussion about collaboration did not include nurturing, Langi emphasized. Shi said, "So, I'm currently trying to become a match and asking for Miss Lin's opinion." Although the marshal and others seemed to have some subtle hostility towards him, which somewhat went against Shi original intention, at least they were being reasonable. Shi didn't want to lose motivation. He looked at Lin Zhi'en and explained, "Having a child with Miss Ruan might indeed have more hope, but I don't want to be with her. Actually, I should say that so far, I haven't felt the desire to have a child with anyone I've met. I always think the current environment for raising children is strange. Everyone is crazily wanting children and wanting to continue their bloodline, but once the child is born, it seems like the task is complete. Most people are indifferent to their children. They basically leave their care to robots and are not responsible. There isn't much warmth or affection between parents and children. It's all about making them strong or overly pampering them, with very few normal relationships. I've never been keen on having children because I don't want them to be like me. But if I really want to have a child, I would want it to be with Miss Lin." When Lin Zhi'en heard this, her eyes lit up as she looked at Shi. "You noticed too. I've always thought it was strange how everyone is so eager for children, but once they are born, it seems like they don't care much for them." She had been interacting more with patients recently and understood Langi and Fong Chengfeng better. Hearing their growing experiences, she found it all quite odd. Most people go bankrupt to have a child, and then it seems like their task is complete. The more normal ones, like Fong Chengfeng, tend to follow their mothers. Most others grow up with parenting robots and nanny robots, with little parental involvement. Occasionally, when Lin Zhi'en meets some patients, she feels they are as numb as robots. Recently, Lin Zhi'en has been thinking about this issue, and Shi was the first to discuss it with her. "From my experience, it's really not easy, so I even thought it wasn't necessary to have a child just to suffer. But Miss Lin is different. After our recent interactions and seeing her read parenting guides, I think we can learn how to give them love." Eventually, I couldn't help but wonder if I could collaborate with Miss Lin in raising a child. Shi noticed Lin Zhi'en looking at the book in the drawer and said, "Seriously, Miss Lin, I think we could explore this together." Lin Zhi'en looked at him earnestly. "You want to learn with me?" "Yes, I want to discuss this with you. This process will help us understand each other better. You can also use this opportunity to see if I would be a suitable father. If you think I am suitable, then consider me." Shi said this seriously and added, "I don't like to lie or make empty promises. I will do what I say. I haven't been a father, but I was a child once. I know what children want, and I can learn. Although I am called a workaholic, if I really have a child, I will make time for them, at least until they turn 18. Lin Zhi'en looked at Shi with a serious, curious, and appreciative gaze. His words moved her. In this completely different view of marriage and parenting, it is rare to find someone like Shi who shares the same thoughts. She quickly removed the last 2 needles from the wolf and, instead of reminding him to dress as usual, turned to take out the parenting guide from the drawer. "Actually, I only look at this book when I have time, and I just started reading it. I think that even with parenting robots, we still need to meet children's emotional and mental health needs, give them love, and teach them well. But it's my first time, so I'm always worried about not doing well. Having someone to discuss this with is nice." Shi gaze softened. "You will do well. They will definitely feel your love." Shi praised, "After all, I'm a bit jealous of your future child now." Lin Zhi'en chuckled. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Just as Shi was about to respond, the crown prince interrupted. "It's not exaggerated. It's the truth. Having such a responsible mother is a blessing for them. I think Mr. Shi is right. Future fathers should also be considered in the evaluation. Many people only focus on giving birth and leave the responsibility of parenting to robots, which is not right. Why not include the father's health and readiness as part of the criteria?" No one expected Shi to say such a thing, completely surprising everyone. The crown prince quickly spoke up to regain control of the situation, so Lin Zhi'en wouldn't be completely captivated by Shi, or he would lose entirely. Wolf Chi and Su Ming immediately chimed in. I will learn too.
I can do it as well.
They had never really thought about successfully having children. Although they had undergone treatment, they hadn't dared to imagine what having a child would be like. They simply didn't have that awareness. But Lin Zhi'en had considered it because she knew she had a 100% chance of fertility, making success very possible. Hearing their agreement, she smiled. Really? Really? Chengfeng replied. I hadn't thought of that, but no matter what we learn or compare, I'm not afraid. Bowen welcomed their participation. Then we can learn from each other and improve together. His attitude left Chengfeng momentarily speechless, making him think about why the marshal's last wish was for Bowen to take over as his guardian. It turned out that, like the previous marshal, they were meant to compete together while also learning from one another. After a moment, Chengfeng raised his hand to add, I will also carry a child myself. Lin Zhi'en's eyes widened. You mean what Ruan Yijiao said about personally being pregnant? Yes, Chengfeng said proudly, looking around. Isn't it just a big belly?
It's not hard for me.
Who could compete with him now? No one was his match. Lin Zhi'en laughed at Chengfeng's proud demeanor, unable to imagine what he would look like with a big belly, but she felt an inexplicable excitement. The nurturing center's incubation sacs were quite advanced. If everything went well, they could go straight to birth. However, after the fetus reached 3 months, the child's father could also choose to connect with the incubation sac to provide nutrition personally. A child carried by their father, who experiences the father's mental strength, will have an increased mental capacity after birth. This is supported by scientific evidence and data, and it also helps to enhance responsibility. The nurturing center supports expectant fathers, but only a small number actually carry the child themselves. Many feel it takes too much time away from work, is too tiring, and find the idea of a big belly unattractive, leading to resistance. Lin Zhi'en was already aware of this and had seen a few photos of men with big bellies, but she didn't expect Chengfeng to be willing. His personality and appearance didn't seem to match that of a pregnant dad at all. Aren't you all against it? You think it's unattractive and tiring, she said. Isn't it better for the child? Chengfeng murmured. It's just a few months of tiredness, and if it looks bad, that's just how it is. He brushed his hair back, revealing his perfect jawline. Like me, a handsome major. I won't look bad. All right, if you have a child, you should carry it yourself, Lin Zhi'en replied, looking at Chengfeng with approval. I believe that, even with a big belly, our Major Feng will still be the most handsome pregnant man. Many modern women hope for a future where men can carry children. Exactly, Chengfeng said, pleased. But it requires having a child first. He took the opportunity to say, so think about going with me. If you come with me, and we successfully conceive, I will take care of the child and won't tire you out. He had heard that during pregnancy, hormones can affect appetite and cause weight gain, but he would definitely control himself. Lin Zhi'en almost nodded in agreement. She might be a bit strange, as she suddenly wanted to see Chengfeng with a big belly. Before she could agree, Bowen interjected, it's true that a father carrying a child will love them more. It's said that the fetus releases hormones that make the father love them more. He paused. Major Fong is right. Count me in. I'm willing too. This might help him learn to love a child. Lin Zhi'en was speechless at Bowen's words. Previously, when Bowen mentioned learning to be a good father, she accepted it, but she never expected him to say he was willing to carry a child. After all, he had a cold, stoic demeanor. Could he really be the most handsome pregnant man in a reserve style? It seemed he would still look attractive. Bowen's arrival broke the brief calm. Chengfeng's comments raised the intensity among everyone. The competition suddenly became fiercer. Everyone not only focused on improving their looks but also started to learn about parenting. They even began to secretly search for information about pregnancy. However, when it comes to parenting, Lin Zhi'en and Bowen had more to discuss. Based on his experiences, Bowen shared a lot with Lin Zhi'en. We can create some schedules to help the child develop good habits, but it should be done in moderation to avoid creating a personality like mine. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Zhi'en laughed at his comment. Not really, Sherbowen disagreed. His father only made lists and set tasks for him to complete. With so many lists, home feels no different from the office. I've never experienced a father-son bond. Our family is always about business. It's always about giving tasks and looking at results and data. The parenting robots fed the baby at fixed times and scheduled naps. The robots had no emotional fluctuations, which is why Sherbowen also showed very few emotions.
Lin Zhi'en nodded.
After several interactions, she noticed that Sherbowen's emotions were indeed very stable. Even when his family criticized him, he hardly reacted. If you stop interacting with Ruan Yijiao, he wouldn't be happy, right? Well, he's never really happy anyway, so it doesn't matter. Sherbowen didn't mention that when he found out his fertility value was 0, he saw his father break down, and he felt a secret joy and sense of revenge. Because his father finally showed some emotion, even if it was just anger. For the first time in over 100 years, he experienced what could be called teenage rebellion. He wasn't alone. Many people grew up this way. Lin Zhi'en noted 4 keywords: emotional deficiency. This might explain why many people, despite being eagerly anticipated, do not feel happiness. The Crown Prince watched their interaction with growing concern. Yet, he had to return to the Central Star first. By now, news had spread about a master who could prevent mental breakdowns and purify mental pollution on the front lines. Everyone wanted to know who it was, but various forces trying to probe were blocked by the Crown Prince and his allies. Eventually, they were directly linked to the Crown Prince's group, and some were even eager to come to the front lines. They knew too little and were unaware of Lin Zhi'en's purification method, thinking it was still the usual deep purification. Including the emperor, his father's mental state was also quite troubled, and it was something that deep purification could not completely eliminate. As he aged, it worsened, which is why there was urgency to pave the way for the second prince. But with the purification master, the situation changed. For the first time, the Crown Prince received concern from the emperor, but the purpose was to inquire about Lin Zhi'en, wanting to be purified. The implication was that as long as the Crown Prince could help him secretly without the queen knowing, he would not support the second prince anymore. In other words, it was a trade, the purification ability in exchange for the stability of the Crown Prince's position. When the Crown Prince received the news, he almost lost his composure. If the emperor was like this, one could only imagine how others would react. Apart from the various factions of the Imperial Federation, even the dark forces lurking in the shadows, like the Dark Star and space pirates, seemed to be stirring. These desperate individuals were already short on women, and upon hearing about the appearance of a purification master, their first thought was to capture her, filled with inappropriate fantasies. If they found her and took her away, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Crown Prince had to return first to stabilize the situation, divert attention, and shift the danger. Just wait here. I'll take a substitute back to deal with those who have ill intentions to set an example. Once the various factions are dealt with and the message is sent, you can return. They didn't want to take risks and let Lin Zhi'en face any danger. By then, even if your identity is exposed, they won't dare to use dirty methods to seize you. Lin Zhi'en nodded. Okay, but will you be in danger? I'll be fine. I'm the Crown Prince. They won't dare to act too recklessly. However, he would inevitably face a lot of pressure, as his position was already somewhat unstable. Lin Zhi'en pursed her lips. Will this affect your position as Crown Prince? The Crown Prince thought for a moment. If I say yes, will you worry about me more? You probably would, right? At least you wouldn't secretly register with Mr. Sher while I was away, and I'd find out last, just like with the 5th match. Before Lin Zhi'en could respond, the Crown Prince stroked his chin and said, Never mind if I forget, it's my fault for not making you remember. So, to deepen your impression. Suddenly, a pair of tiger ears appeared on the Crown Prince, and this time, even his hands turned into tiger paws.
Lin Zhi'en.
Seeing Lin Zhi'en's eyes light up, the Crown Prince was satisfied and leaned closer to her. Actually, I have a tail too, but that surprise will have to wait until we become matched partners. Lin Zhi'en again. By the way, the white tiger looks majestic now, but it was really cute when it was little. I have some precious videos to share with you. The Crown Prince casually clicked on a 5-second video. In the video, the little white tiger looked fluffy and made a sweet, high-pitched sound, which was very adorable. Lin Zhi'en wanted to watch it again, but the Crown Prince had already closed it. If you want to see it or film it, just choose me. The Crown Prince left a tempting hint to ensure Lin Zhi'en wouldn't forget him. He never imagined that one day he would go to great lengths to match with someone, to be the first to go to the breeding center together. Remember, you were the one who suggested we compete for an heir. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's eyes widen in surprise, the Crown Prince waved his hand. Let's go.
Wait.
Lin Zhi'en recalled the previous conversation about the heir, but the Crown Prince didn't wait for her. She couldn't catch up to him but ran into Langi, who was accompanied by a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses. Marshall, this is your decoy. She's so tall. Why does she look a bit familiar? Lin Zhi'en noticed the woman's gray-white hair, which was smooth and shiny. Miss Lin recognized her. Bian Su's voice came as he took off his sunglasses and smiled at Lin Zhi'en. Langi explained quietly, Bian Su is quick-witted, familiar with you, and has long hair, so we chose him. Dressed as a woman, Bian Su had transformed from a workplace elite into a stylish professional. If one didn't look closely, the only noticeable flaw was his height. Lin Zhi'en was too concerned to be impressed. Isn't it dangerous to impersonate me? Can't we use a robot? We can't. They are smart and would detect it. Bian Su, now in women's clothing, appeared gentler. It's fine. I can protect myself. You don't need to worry, Miss Lin.
But
I am already your bodyguard, and after your purification, I'm in much better shape. It's okay. Bian Su understood the risks but wasn't afraid. His life was worth less than dust compared to Lin Zhi'en's. Reducing her danger was his fortune. If he died and she remembered him, that would be enough for him. The Crown Prince's group left heavily guarded. On the way back to Central Star, the Crown Prince's group took a break, and everyone noticed him personally guarding a woman in black. Soon, the number of watchful eyes from the Frontline decreased significantly. However, Lin Zhi'en encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. She started to hear voices. Whenever she took a shower or touched water, she would hear someone calling her name, even when drinking water.
Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en.
At first, Lin Zhi'en thought someone was calling her, so she responded, but in reality, no one was there. There was no one outside the bathroom, and no one nearby was calling her. Lin Zhi'en felt a chill and even thought of ghost stories, warning herself not to look back if someone called her at night. But things quickly changed. After 2 days of hearing her name, the voice changed.
Dear.
Dear, I've come to find you.
Lin Zhi'en was scared.
The voice calling her was actually clear and sweet, like fresh spring water, pure and comfortable. But it was too beautiful and ethereal, which made it even more frightening. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight. After being called for 2 days and confirming that she was the only one experiencing this, she went to see a psychologist. Coincidentally, the expert who had come earlier was still there. After carefully listening to Lin Zhi'en's reactions, they suspected that she was under too much stress. They had previously treated people affected by the wolf disease and were aware of Lin Zhi'en's abilities and current situation. Miss Lin, you might have felt pressure from the news, thinking that the whole world is against you. The Crown Prince and his team had just returned to the Central Star and encountered several unexpected events. From the news, it was clear that both the Dark Stars and space pirates, as well as the insect race, were acting frequently and restlessly. The insect race favored women. Besides feeding, they would intentionally let their eggs parasitize and hatch. It was said that parasitizing women allowed the insect race to evolve faster than with men, as better genes led to quicker evolution. However, women had been well protected before, making it hard for the insect race to succeed. This time, Lin Zhi'en's purification abilities seemed naturally suited to counter the insect race, which is why they were also on the move. Lin Zhi'en had seen soldiers parasitized by the insect race on the front lines, and the images were disturbing. She had indeed experienced nightmares of being captured or parasitized by them. Is it because I feel pressure that I'm hearing voices? It seems so, Miss Lin. Please rest assured, the Empire and the Federation will protect you, and you will not be harmed. Okay, alright. Lin Zhi'en decided to trust the authority of the doctor and try to relax and not be afraid. However, it didn't help much. The voice would still occasionally pop up.
Dear.
Dear, where are you?
Lin Zhi'en? Lin Zhi'en.
Why aren't you answering?
Wife.
Where are you, wife? Wife. 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 Lin Zhi'en found it both funny and frustrating to hear someone calling for their wife everywhere, even using her name. After being called for several days, she finally lost her patience while finishing her bath. Who is your wife? Why are you shouting when you don't even know me? And calling my name? I'm telling you, whether you are a person or a ghost, if you call me again, I'll make you regret it. The voice seemed startled and let out a small gasp. You are my wife, wife. You're so fierce. I am not. I don't know you. I'm telling you, saying a few harsh words isn't being fierce. If you keep shouting, I'll tear you apart. Lin Zhi'en stood in the water, threatening the mysterious voice. Listen, I don't care if you are a water spirit or something else. You need to be quiet now. If you shout again, I'll catch you and make you pay. After her threats, although the voice still sounded pitiful, her ears finally had some peace. She sighed, relieved that she had scared off the person calling for their wife. If I had known, I would have scolded you sooner. I've been scared for so long. In the following days, Lin Zhi'en finally enjoyed some quiet. Although she occasionally heard a few calls for wife and phrases like, I just want to find you. Wife, which sounded quite sad, it wasn't as persistent as before, so she ignored it. Once in a while, she heard one or two calls, but she was able to overlook them. Bowen had been staying for a while, preparing to be a good dad by taking medicine with Fong, Chengfeng and others, and he felt fulfilled. However, he was there for business and couldn't delay any longer. He had to leave. Continue taking this medicine when you go back. When I return to Central Star, we'll adjust it based on your pulse, and it will improve a lot. Okay. Bowen placed the medicine aside and suddenly said, I remembered the plan I wrote before.
Plan? Embrace.
Bowen said, I want to hug you goodbye. Remembering his previous plan for a shoulder hug, Lin Zhi'en laughed and opened her arms. Okay. The brief hug ended quickly. Lin Zhi'en felt that this embrace was just like Bowen himself, restrained and clean. Bowen showed no sign of unusual behavior. I'll wait for you at Central Star. Okay, I'll see you off. Bowen was taken to the spaceship, where the crew was already waiting. Lin Zhi'en said to take care, but Bowen stood still and didn't move. What's wrong? My spirit animal is a lion. Lin Zhi'en nodded, I know. But you haven't seen it yet. I want you to meet it. After he spoke, a huge figure appeared beside him. This was Lin Zhi'en's first time seeing Bowen's spirit animal. It was large, with a strong and fierce body, and its fur was the same brown color as his hair. The lion's long mane looked like a flame burning on its head, and its eyes were deep and bright, full of power and majesty. Lin Zhi'en admired it, thinking it truly deserved the title of King of Beasts, elegant and mysterious, strong and commanding. The lion lowered its head to look at Lin Zhi'en, quietly gazing for a moment, then gently nudged her forehead with its head. The fluffy mane made Lin Zhi'en's forehead feel a bit ticklish. She touched her forehead and looked up slightly at Bowen. Bowen explained, It is expressing friendship. It likes you. He paused. It won't try to please you like other spirit animals. Yes, I know, Lin Zhi'en nodded. That's fine. That's good. Bowen sighed in relief. Everyone was eager to impress Lin Zhi'en with their spirit animals, but he had been slow to catch up. Fortunately, she didn't dislike lions, so she shouldn't reject the little lion, right? Thinking this, Bowen took a small step back. Then I'll go now. Okay, see you at Central Star. Bowen nodded and took a couple of steps before saying, You should head back. Not far away, Chengfeng, who was secretly protecting Lin Zhi'en, clicked his tongue. In the end, the spirit animals still showed up, and you're so reluctant. Isn't this a collaboration? Just as he was about to look away, something unexpected happened. As Sherbo entered the cabin, the crew member closed the door, and suddenly, a spirit animal frog launched an attack, its tongue shooting out quickly and wrapping around Lin Zhi'en. In an instant, Lin Zhi'en was pulled into the cabin. The door closed and the spaceship quickly took off. Fong Chengfeng's expression changed dramatically. That frog was several times larger than a normal spirit animal and covered in black spots, a sign of being parasitized by the insect race. Despite all their precautions, they hadn't expected to be caught off guard by the insect race.
Little Fong.
Beige Zhuke appeared immediately, and as Fong Chengfeng jumped onto its back, it rushed out without hesitation. When it grew, it could reach up to 2 meters tall, with a wingspan of 5 meters, diving toward the spaceship at high speed, almost turning into a red arc. The moment Lin Zhi'en was pulled onto the spaceship, Sherbo sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. He was hit by the crew member before he could prepare. He only managed to dodge the shot aimed at his heart. Sherbo was shot in the back and fell heavily to the ground. When he turned around, he saw Lin Zhi'en entangled, and the crew member was vomiting a mass of wriggling eggs towards her. Those were parasite eggs. Sherbo's expression changed dramatically.
Stop.
With a lion's roar, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the roar startled the crew member, causing a brief pause. Although it was just a moment, it allowed Sherbo to leap onto Lin Zhi'en. The wriggling eggs fell onto Sherbo and his spiritual lion. The large lion, along with Sherbo, protected Lin Zhi'en, ensuring she didn't touch any of the eggs. As soon as the eggs made contact with Sherbo's body and spirit, they quickly burrowed under his skin, draining his blood and vitality. The horror of the eggs lay in their ability to consume quickly. The lion shook off the eggs just in time and returned to Sherbo's spiritual realm to provide protection. This was a unique ability of the Lion Clan, which usually offered effective defense. However, the problem was that Sherbo was injured. The wound created a gap in the defense. While it could slow down the process, it couldn't completely stop it. The eggs found the wound and quickly burrowed inside. Sherbo's complexion visibly paled, turning an ominous black, and he collapsed against Lin Zhi'en's neck. Sherbo. Lin Zhi'en's expression changed as she was pulled up again. After being momentarily stunned, she quickly reacted and unleashed a lightning strike, obliterating the frog spirit. But the crew member, ignoring the rules, launched an attack with the parasite eggs. Just as the frog spirit was destroyed, the crew member was consumed by the parasites, transforming into a half-human, half-creature monster. The entire spaceship was filled with its massive form as it leaned down to bite Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en's expression shifted. With a loud, Fong Chengfeng arrived. The sharp claws of the North Vermilion bird struck hard, causing the fleeing spaceship to slow down. When Fong Chengfeng saw the scene inside and then glanced at Su Ming below, he decisively ordered, "Fire." The bird's beak spewed out a massive flame, instantly striking the spaceship. The emergency mode of the spaceship activated, automatically opening the hatch for passengers to escape in lifeboats. The North Vermilion bird crashed into the spaceship, sending it and everyone inside tumbling down. Lin Zhi'en, Sherbo, and the half-creature crew member fell from the sky. The crew member was still not giving up and lunged at Lin Zhi'en. Fong Chengfeng swooped down and knocked the crew member away. Lin Zhi'en screamed, thinking she would crash to the ground, but suddenly stopped about 100 meters above the ground. She felt a tightness around her waist as a soft tail wrapped around her securely. It was Su Ming. Su Ming wrapped her in his tail, trembling slightly from the fear of what had just happened. Su Ming quickly saved Sherbo. As soon as Lin Zhi'en finished speaking, Su Ming also wrapped up Sherbo, who was about to fall. This time, however, it was not his tail but a rope that secured Sherbo. Sherbo was bound by the rope, resembling a lifeless body. Compared to Lin Zhi'en's situation, there was a significant difference. But Su Ming did not mean to treat them differently. He has parasitic eggs on him. Minimizing contact can effectively reduce the risk of infection. Fong Chengfeng quickly dealt with the infected crew member, and Lin Zhi'en was safely brought back. After a thorough check, no parasitic eggs were found on her. However, Bowen was already in danger. Mr. Shi, the next half hour is the best and final time for surgery. We need your signature on the consent form to proceed immediately. When Lin Zhi'en arrived after her check, the doctor was preparing for surgery while contacting Shi's father. If the parasitic eggs are detected in time, surgery can save him, but there is only a precious hour available. After an hour, it would be too late. Moreover, removing the hatching eggs is very dangerous and can only be done by a surgical robot, which carries significant risks. Consent from the patient's guardian is necessary to avoid future complications. Shi's father was quickly contacted, but he did not sign right away. He looked down at the pale Shi Bowen. Shi Bowen, your life is in my hands now. If you want to live, you must obey and pursue Miss Ruan to continue the Shi family line. He showed no concern, even feeling excited to have control over Shi Bowen again. You are becoming more disobedient. I need your promise before I sign. The nurse assisting with the contact was stunned. Mr. Shi, the patient is in critical danger. It's because he's in danger that I can speak. Shi Bowen, if you want to live, agree to me. Shi Bowen closed his eyes. What if I don't agree? Do you want to watch me die? Shi's father nodded. If you disobey, the Shi family line will end. Living would mean nothing. Lin Zhi'en could no longer hold back and quickly put on protective gear to enter. Mr. Sure, I will take care of Shi Bowen's health. He will definitely have children. First, you need to agree to sign, and we can discuss everything else once he recovers, said Lin Zhi'en. Mr. Shi frowned at Lin Zhi'en. Are you the one who made him give up on Miss Ruan? His eyes were filled with disgust. You have some skills to make Shi Bowen abandon Ruan Yijiao, but I am not them. You can't fool me.
Lin Zhi'en kridtet hertid.
I said he will have children. I can guarantee it. If necessary, I will have them for him. Just sign the papers now. Mr. Shi looked at her as if she had told a joke. You will have children? Do you think I don't know your fertility value is only 5? With you being a 0 and him a 5, how can you provide for the Shi family's future? He waved her away in disgust. Step aside. Don't interrupt my conversation with Shi Bowen. You need to sign. There's no time left. Lin Zhi'en's eyes turned red with anger. Don't joke around. You know that only Miss Ruan, with her fertility value of 60, has a chance. She got pregnant in 6 months. What about you? Mr. Shi's disgust grew. I ask you, Miss Lin, to respect yourself. Without a fertility value, don't cling to Bowen. He needs someone like Miss Ruan, not you. I've told you I can have children. Mr. Shi found it laughable and coldly threatened, then go have children with someone else. I warn you, if you keep bothering her, don't blame me for exposing you as someone who willingly became a third party. If your lack of cooperation leads to Shi Bowen's death, I will hold you responsible. Lin Zhi'en spat and interrupted him. No wonder Shi Bowen didn't care about having children before. It's all because of parents like you. Using children as mere tools for reproduction and even threatening him at this time makes me sick. I will not let you continue to pressure him. After saying this, Lin Zhi'en turned to the nurse. Can a matching person sign? The nurse hesitated for a moment. Yes, they can. Then I will sign. Lin Zhi'en looked at Shi Bowen, not wanting to waste any more time on Mr. Shi. Shi Bowen stared blankly at Lin Zhi'en, while Mr. Shi was taken aback, then sneered. Trying to threaten me? Let me tell you, if Shi Bowen doesn't seek out Miss Ruan, he will lose all resources from the Shi family. Lin Zhi'en, you will gain nothing from the Shi family. It will all be in vain. To obtain a female matching registration, aside from those matched by the center, everyone else has to offer numerous benefits to compete. The better the conditions, the more is required. Even those with low fertility values need to give a lot. Father Shi did not believe that Lin Zhi'en would agree after hearing this. She only got close to Shi Bowen for her own benefit. Otherwise, he was of no value since he had a fertility score of 0. He waited calmly for Lin Zhi'en to change her mind and for Shi Bowen to agree, returning to being the obedient son he once was. But what he got was a decisive rejection, and the video call was ended. Lin Zhi'en looked at Shi Bowen and asked, Shi Bowen, are you willing to apply for a matching registration with me? Shi Bowen had put himself in danger to save her, so she had to save him.
You.
Shi Bowen struggled to speak. He might cut off all resources from the Shi family or even make things difficult for me, hindering my future and forcing me to apologize and obey. Shi Bowen was not foolish. After observing for a few days, he could basically confirm that Lin Zhi'en was the purification master. But since Lin Zhi'en wanted to keep it a secret, he didn't ask further. Without the Shi family's support, he felt unworthy of Lin Zhi'en.
Forget about that.
If you're not against it, let's just register. Staying alive is the most important thing. I'll go apply directly. Having applied once before, this time Lin Zhi'en was familiar with the process and contacted the matching center directly, completing the registration quickly. Thus, Shi Bowen became Lin Zhi'en's sixth match. At the moment of successful matching, Lin Zhi'en had already signed the surgery consent form. In the last crucial 10 minutes, Shi Bowen was taken in to begin the surgery. Thanks to his resilience and the timely intervention, the surgery was successful. After waiting for a full 5 hours, Lin Zhi'en finally sighed in relief upon hearing the news. That's great. Although Shi Bowen had numerous wounds and would need a lung transplant, he was out of danger. Next, he would need to rest and regain the vitality lost to the parasitic eggs. Father Shi kept trying to contact Shi Bowen, but his plans had completely failed. When he learned that Lin Zhi'en had truly registered with Shi Bowen, he was furious and sent countless angry voice messages. After waking up from surgery, Shi Bowen listened to them without hesitation and blocked him. As you wish, we sever ties. Father Shi couldn't believe it. Without the Shi family's support, you are nothing. But his messages could no longer get through. Lin Zhi'en watched the scene of their father-son relationship ending and felt awkward. The domineering CEO persona ends up following the typical script. But while the CEO does it to be with the woman he loves and cut ties with his family, Shi Bowen was doing it to survive and had no choice but to register with her. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's expression, Shi Bowen quickly reassured her. It's okay, don't worry. Just let me clean and disinfect a few times. Maybe 10 times and I'll be fine. Lin almost laughed when she heard this. Shi Bowen was a neat freak, and the thought of those eggs made her feel sick, let alone him. Are you feeling uncomfortable right now? Yes, the mental pain is worse than the physical pain. After saying this, Shi Bowen also smiled and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Lin Zhi'en asked, "How can I help you?" Shi Bowen was about to say he didn't need help, but looking into Lin Zhi'en's eyes, he suddenly remembered what she had said before. My future dad has excellent grades, and you don't dislike lions. So, does that mean what you said before counts? About us having little lions together? Afraid of being rejected, Shi Bowen quickly added, even though it was a misunderstanding, I am indeed your match now, Miss Lin. Can you include me in the competition for the breeding center?
Lin Zhi'en replied.
Yes. When making a promise, one should keep it. Shi Bowen had clearly stated before that he didn't want to be involved with Ruan Yijiao. He only wanted to have a child with her. Now that things were like this, there was no need to overthink it. Shi Bowen knew how scary those eggs were, and even though he was a neat freak, he stood firmly in front of her. She had no reason to refuse. She needed 6 matches anyway, so finishing the task early was good. Shi Bowen was already involved, and that was fine. Lions were impressive and little lions were adorable, so there was no need to refuse. Moreover, she wanted to prove Shi's father wrong. Shi's father had stirred up many negative emotions in Lin Zhi'en, perfectly embodying the saying that some people shouldn't be parents. It was infuriating. So, she decided to go with the flow and leave it to fate. Shi Bowen was overjoyed, but then he frowned, unable to shake off his worries. Will the eggs affect my body? He was in the best health, so logically he should be the first. Shi Bowen reached out his hand. And please check for me. Then he confirmed, can I call you Zhi'en? Since they were already matches, calling her Miss Lin felt too distant. Of course, can I call you Bowen from now on?
Sure.
While Lin Zhi'en checked his pulse, Shi Bowen couldn't take his eyes off her. Everyone knew about Shi's father's unreasonable behavior, but no one understood his troubles. They only thought he was being dramatic, born into privilege, yet complaining without cause. Only she seemed to truly feel his pain. Lin Zhi'en has finished her examination. You are a bit weak right now, so you need to take good care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the smart assistant chimed in. It was the Crown Prince, who contacted her after hearing that Lin Zhi'en was almost in trouble. Seeing that Lin Zhi'en was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. But when he learned why she was unharmed, the Crown Prince was speechless. I haven't stopped taking my medicine. When you come back, let's discuss the 7th match. The Crown Prince was determined not to give up. Chengfeng felt mixed emotions about Shi Bowen becoming the 6th match. On one hand, his friend, the Crown Prince, was unexpectedly pushed out, which aligned with his wishes. But on the other hand, Shi Bowen was indeed a strong competitor. He had spent half a month recovering on the front lines, and by the time he returned, he looked healthy and vibrant. Chengfeng, along with Langi and Su Ming, felt a lot of pressure, fearing that Shi Bowen, as the 6th match, might surpass them. This time, the Crown Prince returned with a fierce determination to set an example. As a result, Lin Zhi'en ended up staying on the front lines for over 2 months. The benefit of this was that Lin Zhi'en's purification abilities became more skilled. Additionally, Langi, Chengfeng, and Su Ming provided her with emergency training, and Hanzhou acted as her practice partner. In critical moments, she could protect herself. Her speed and strength improved rapidly, and those teaching her, including Langi, Chengfeng, and Su Ming, were often caught off guard by her progress. Occasionally, they could even smell something burning. The advantage was that after being hit multiple times, their mental pollution levels decreased significantly. Originally, the 3 of them had SSS-level mental states, which were typically stubbornly polluted, but they managed to improve with the help of medication, making them feel more confident. As they began their journey home, they felt both nervous and excited. The Crown Prince and Shi Bowen were also feeling nervous and excited. They weren't the only ones anticipating Lin Zhi'en's return. Hikawai had already prepared a live broadcast to take advantage of Lin Zhi'en's rise. Knowing that Lin Zhi'en only had 3 days, he was always ready. Lin Zhi'en herself felt a bit nervous after returning to the villa. Although she was tired, she couldn't help but pull out the red envelopes to chat. Red envelopes, I'm going to the Purification Center tomorrow. Who do you think will recover the best? You'll know once you check their pulse. I'm so nervous. There's no need to be nervous. If you really want someone to go with you, just say it. We need to be fair, and just. Then, why are you nervous? Look at the pulse and speak. The red envelope shook its head. You humans are really complicated. I'm just thinking about possibly having a child, Lin Zhi'en huffed, and that would be your future little master. The red envelope replied, that huff you just made sounds more and more like a bird. Really?
Yes.
I thought we still had time, but suddenly here we are. Lin Zhi'en, feeling anxious, kept chatting with the red envelope, which made it annoyed and meow until they both finally fell asleep late at night. They woke up late the next day, and it was already bright outside. She got up, feeling a bit dazed at first, but then remembered the tasks she needed to complete and quickly became alert. I need to get ready and contact Bo when to come over. Yesterday, Su Ming and Chengfeng had mentioned they were already living in a villa, so they shamelessly followed Lin Zhi'en and Langi back, saying they needed to recuperate. Langi knew they were worried about him being alone with Zhi'en, but he didn't say anything. Lin Zhi'en quickly washed her face and changed her clothes. When she reached the living room, she paused. Good morning. You're all up so early. Bowen didn't need to be contacted. He was already seated in the living room. And surprisingly, the Crown Prince was there too. Lin Zhi'en avoided his gaze. He wasn't a match for her anyway, so why was he here? Did you sleep well? Drink some warm water before breakfast. After returning to the villa, Langi felt a bit different from the front lines, but he was still the gentle marshal who took care of her. Okay, have you all eaten? No, let's eat together. Breakfast was plentiful, but everyone seemed to lack an appetite. Lin Zhi'en didn't feel hungry either, and just picked at her food. Once she put down her bowl and chopsticks, the others followed suit. Shall we go to the study? Chengfeng spoke first. Lin Zhi'en nodded. In the study, they casually sat down, but when it was time to check pulses, the order remained the same. First was Langi, second was Fong Chengfeng, third was Su Ming, and fourth was Bowen. After all four had finished, the crown prince reached out, wanting to join in, but Lin Zhi'en ignored him. "Shan Junlin, you're not in this group." Fong Chengfeng pushed his hand back. The competition was already intense, and he was nervous enough without the crown prince joining in. "Can I come for a checkup too?" The crown prince thought. Maybe he was in the best condition, and if Zhi'en was happy, she might choose him. The little white tiger was so cute. "Not today for a checkup, let's talk about it later." Lin Zhi'en refused, and Fong Chengfeng proudly pushed him away. "Did you hear? This is a matter between matched individuals, so you, an outsider, should not interfere." He then looked at Lin Zhi'en. "Lin Zhi'en, please tell us the results." If he didn't speak soon, his heart might not hold up. Su Ming stared at Lin Zhi'en, while Bowen appeared calm, though the sweat in his palms betrayed him. Langi felt the most composed, but his body was actually tense. As everyone held their breath, Lin Zhi'en said, "First of all, congratulations. After this period of purification and care, your bodies have all improved. I don't know if you've eliminated the zero fertility value, but your pulse shows improvement. I believe that if you continue to take care of yourselves, you all have a chance to have children. Although I've helped you, you don't have to stick with me. You can find someone else with a higher fertility value for a better chance of success. Don't feel pressured. Wanting children is normal. I won't make it difficult for you. Just let me know if you want to end the match." This time, it was Su Ming who spoke first. "I won't look for anyone else. Even if there are higher fertility values, I've never considered anyone but you." Fong Chengfeng glanced at Su Ming. "Exactly, Linian. Don't use that excuse to push us towards others. I won't accept that." "Is this a test?" Bowen asked. Lin Zhi'en shook his head. "Not really, but I think we should discuss this first to avoid any awkwardness later." "Of course not." Fong Chengfeng was the first to respond. "It won't fail either," Su Ming added. Bowen nodded. "It won't. I've made it clear before. I only want a child with you." The crown prince raised his hand. "I won't either." Langi didn't respond to the crown prince. "I won't either." His voice carried a hint of amusement. "The lessons from Jing Bufei are fresh in my mind. What Zhi'en is doing is right. It's a final chance for us to choose and confirm. Even if Zhi'en doesn't say it today, as a guardian, I would speak up. If you want children and have the responsibility to continue the bloodline, you can find someone else. We can part ways amicably. But if Zhi'en tries and it doesn't work out and you regret it and want to betray Zhi'en by looking for someone else, then I'm sorry, but I will take action." Langi's gaze swept over Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming, focusing intently on Bowen and the crown prince. "I don't care what identities you have outside, but once you become Zhi'en's match, loyalty is the bare minimum. If you can't do that, don't blame me for being harsh." Lin Zhi'en just wanted to confirm one last thing, but she didn't expect Langi to say such words. She nodded firmly. "I will immediately cancel the match." Fong Chengfeng was not intimidated at all. "I can help too. I can deal with the traitor." Su Ming also added, "I can make him wish he were dead." Langi looked at Su Ming this time. "You should use your abilities less on people. It can cause trouble. If it affects Zhi'en, that would be bad." Bowen looked confused yet relieved. It was rare to see such a harmonious atmosphere among the matched individuals, even though they had previously shown hostility and jealousy. Overall, they were quite amicable. He said cautiously, "I can confirm that my father only represents himself." Langi nodded, and Fong Chengfeng immediately turned to Lin Zhi'en. "All right, everything is confirmed. Quickly tell us who has the best recovery." He couldn't wait. He wanted to know the answer right away, and then go to the nurturing center with it. Fong Chengfeng felt excited, then dazed, then disappointed, unable to believe it, feeling hopeless, and finally watching the two leave with a lost expression. How could this happen? Why not me? Aren't I the youngest? Shouldn't my body be the best? Why not me? I can't accept this. Do I really have to wait another 6 months? Or will it still depend on recovery in 6 months? Will I be able to compete then? I'm not afraid of being a dad. I'm not afraid of pregnancy. Why can't it be me? Fong Chengfeng was furious, steam practically coming from his head. Su Ming sat still on the sofa, expressionless. He stopped pretending, his eyes dark and filled with grievance. In the past, this look would have made others wary or dislike him, but now no one cared. Sherbowen looked at his wrist, remaining the calmest. Only he knew that disappointment was nearly drowning him. "I'll take my leave first." Sherbowen stood up and left. Lin Zhi'en checked the pulse and found that, surprisingly, Langi had the best recovery. Perhaps it was because he had been under supervision for a long time, constantly staying in touch with her, teaching her, and taking his medication seriously. Or maybe it was because he had been favored, kissed, had an irregular heartbeat, and even the snow wolf had interacted with Lin Zhi'en, which led to Langi's surprisingly good condition. It was unexpected. Before, Fong Chengfeng had always seen Sherbowen as his biggest rival. He didn't expect their commander to win quietly. They were unexpectedly shocked and disappointed, but they had to accept the result. As Lin Zhi'en followed Langi onto the car, she couldn't help but smile. She really didn't cheat, so to be honest, she was a bit surprised but also secretly happy. If calculated carefully, it seemed that these 2 days coincided with her ovulation period, so things should go smoothly. However, was the marshal's step a bit stiff? He almost moved awkwardly. Langi opened the car door and watched Lin Zhi'en walk towards him step by step, then let out a sigh of relief. It really was him. He hadn't dared to think about it before, especially when he heard Lin Zhi'en say that Sherbowen was in better shape than they were. Fong Chengfeng and Su Ming were still so young. Among the 4 of them, Langi knew he had the least advantage. He didn't even dare to hope too much, just doing his best. He never expected it would actually be him. He couldn't describe his feelings at that moment, but when he saw Lin Zhi'en's face without rejection and with a hint of a smile, he smiled back.
My honor, Fien.
A wave of emotion surged in his heart. He knew it wasn't just a fleeting feeling. Because of their age difference and his poor condition at the time, he initially cared for Zhen like an elder would for a junior. Even when he exchanged for the Diamond Star, he genuinely thought she would like it. But those feelings changed before their final farewell, through their connections, her tears, and their repeated interactions. He spoke of being a guardian, but he was excited and happy to be able to go to the nurturing center with her. And I said to think of me as a guardian before, but now. Langi couldn't finish his sentence because a prince was following Lin Zhi'en. He stepped forward in confusion. "Why aren't you getting in the car?" "Your Highness, where are you going?" "I want to go along and take a look. Since the new regulations came out, I've been too busy to visit the nurturing center." The prince just wanted to join them. Lin Zhi'en frowned. As soon as the prince wanted to go, she felt a surge of caution. She had decided today not to undergo any checks and to go directly to the nurturing center. The marshal would naturally support her wishes and help her with any requests, ensuring she wouldn't be put in a difficult position. But with the prince, she worried he might remember something. "I need to keep my identity as a purification master confidential, so it's best if you don't accompany us, Your Highness, to avoid raising any suspicions." The prince replied, "No one knows it's you. They all think the purification master is a tall, gray-haired beauty. And the danger has mostly been resolved, so now." Just as the prince was about to say it was fine, the smart device suddenly beeped. He saw the contact and immediately connected the call. "Your Highness, the purification master has been attacked and is seriously injured."
"What?"
At the same time, Langi's smart device also rang. Seeing Bien Su's name, Langi quickly answered. Lin Zhi'en, puzzled by the crown prince's sudden change in demeanor, hurried over to Langi's side. Langi instinctively shared the screen, but when he tried to close it after seeing the footage, it was already too late. Bien Su's chin was a bloody mess, his face splattered with blood, revealing half of his shattered body. He struggled to speak. "Marshal, I don't know if I can hold on." One of the attackers had this mark on his arm. He looked up, wanting Langi to see the mark he had drawn with his blood, but instead, he caught sight of Lin Zhi'en beside Langi. Seeing the expression on Lin Zhi'en's face, he quickly adjusted the camera. He only showed his bloodied but still intact face. "Miss Lin, don't be afraid, it's okay." But how could it be okay? The video was chaotic, and after a brief search, Bien Su was taken for emergency treatment. The call ended quickly, and all that was left was a view of the sky. But Lin Zhi'en couldn't forget Bien Su's gruesome appearance. "Marshal, don't worry, they found him in time. As long as he gets emergency care, he will be fine." Langi put his arm around Lin Zhi'en's shoulders. "It's okay, let's get in the car. We're going there now." When they arrived at the hospital, the surgery was still ongoing. The hospital staff promptly informed them of the situation. The patient has half of his body destroyed. His chin, internal organs, one hand, and one leg all need to be replaced with artificial organs, a mechanical arm, and a mechanical leg. The prosthetic limbs can be replaced later on. The surgery will take a total of 4 hours. Fortunately, his brain injury is not severe, and his heart is unharmed, so he won't need a heart transplant. Does that mean he can be saved and it won't affect his life later?
Lin Zhi'en asked.
Yes, he can be saved and it won't affect him, but there is one issue. The doctor looked at Lin Zhi'en and the Crown Prince, and at Langi's nod, he continued. Because this injury is so severe, although it didn't affect his reproductive organs, he did lose one kidney, which will definitely impact his fertility. It may decrease or even drop to 0. When the patient wakes up, Marshal, please help encourage him.
Langi nodded.
They waited outside for 4 hours. During this time, the Crown Prince left to investigate who was responsible and handle the aftermath. His expression was grim because he had done everything he needed to do and had instilled fear where necessary. Just when everyone began to relax, a counterattack came unexpectedly. If it weren't for Bien Su's quick thinking and his experience from the battlefield, he might have been taken away or even killed long ago. The surgery went well, and Bien Su was brought out looking more like himself. When Bien Su woke up from the anesthesia, he saw Langi and Lin Zhi'en. He murmured, "Marshal, Miss Lin. It's me." Lin Zhi'en looked at his pale face and blue lips. "Bien Su, does it hurt a lot?" "It's okay, I'm used to it, so don't worry."
Bien Su smiled.
"Miss Lin, you were scared, right?" "It's my fault for not being careful." Lin Zhi'en didn't know how to express her feelings. At this moment, Bien Su was still thinking about how he had scared her with the earlier video. "What are you apologizing for?" "That's not important. What matters is that you're hurt." Bien Su wiped the weak smile off his face.
"I'm fine."
Medical technology is advanced now. It's not that easy to die, really. He usually spoke well, but now, seeing Lin Zhi'en's slightly red eyes, he suddenly felt tongue-tied. "I'm used to it. I've been hurt many times on the battlefield."
"How can you be used to it? How can you be fine?"
Lin Zhi'en took a deep breath. Just because medical technology is advanced doesn't mean it won't hurt. She couldn't imagine how much pain Bien Su was in. "It's all because of me. I can't pretend anymore." Bien Su became anxious. "I'm fine. Look, the danger isn't over yet. Miss Lin, you can't take risks." He looked at Langi. "Marshal." Langi looked at Bien Su, thinking that he finally remembered to look at him. He had noticed Bien Su's change, especially his insistence on protecting Lin Zhi'en. Since Bien Su opened his eyes, he had been trying to control himself, but his gaze kept returning to Lin Zhi'en, occasionally looking at Langi with a hint of guilt. The reason for that guilt was clear. It really can't go on like this.
Langi nodded.
See, even the Marshal agrees. If it comes to it, I can use a robot, and my identity is only temporarily confidential. It will be exposed one day, so it's not worth the risk. How is it not worth it? Didn't I shield you from danger? Bien Su couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if Miss Lin faced such danger. Miss Lin, reducing one danger is still a win. It can push. All right, you don't need to say anymore. You should rest.
Lin Zhi'en interrupted Bien Su.
Bien Su glanced at Langi and then at Lin Zhi'en's serious face, swallowing back his words.
Okay, I'll rest.
Then Marshal and Miss Lin should get back to work. Aren't you going to the maternity center to handle important matters? He smiled, looking like the good guard and loyal subordinate he always was. What nonsense are you talking about? Wolf Chi knew that both Bien Su and Hanzhou, influenced by their spirits, valued loyalty above all. Earlier, when Lin Zhi'en hugged the spirit, Hanzhou had to admit his mistakes. Bien Su must be suffering inside as well. He didn't know what to say, but he knew he wouldn't abandon Bien Su at this moment. As Jian said, just because medicine is advanced doesn't mean there's no pain. He had been hurt too, and understood that the pain doesn't just go away with treatment. Wolf Chi sat calmly in the chair, and Lin Zhi'en shot a glance at Bien Su. How can we think about anything else right now? Stop talking and focus on resting. If it weren't for advanced medicine, Bien Su would have died long ago, many times over. And all of this was for her sake. Bien Su paused, realizing they weren't impatient, but were actually worried about him. The marshal didn't blame him for his unusual behavior. Okay. Lin Zhi'en and Wolf Chi stayed with Bien Su at the hospital all day until Han Zhou came to take over. I left my hair tie in the ward. I'll go get it. Not far from the ward, Lin Zhi'en turned back. Han Zhou was helping Bien Su sit up to check on his mechanical leg and arm. When Bien Su saw Lin Zhi'en suddenly return, he flinched and almost fell because he wasn't used to it. Be careful. Lin Zhi'en hurried over to help, but Bien Su trembled and spoke. Miss Lin, could you please not look at me?
I'm ugly.
Lin Zhi'en then noticed that Bien Su was trying to hide his exposed mechanical arm. She paused, stood up, and turned around. If you don't want me to look, I won't. But Bien Su, I don't think you're ugly. In fact, I think you look quite cool. Much cooler than the robots in sci-fi movies. As Bien Su lay back down, he was about to cover himself when he froze upon hearing her words. Really not ugly? Yes, Lin Zhi'en nodded. I turned back around. Bien Su responded softly, and then he saw that her eyes truly held no disgust. He sighed in relief. That's good, because it will take a few days to customize the realistic arm. I've been worried you wouldn't like it, especially since I've become your dedicated guard. Much cooler than the robots in sci-fi movies. As Bien Su lay back down, he was about to cover himself when he froze upon hearing her words. Protecting you is the reason I exist now. Bien Su's eyes revealed a rare vulnerability and confusion. If you don't want me to protect you, should I disappear? Of course not. Linian interrupted him, saying, I'm just worried about your safety, and I really don't know how to thank you. Even though you say it's your duty, it's different. Lin Zhi'en asked him. Bien Su, is there anything you want to do, or anything you want me to do? I promise I will do it if I can. No, Bien Su shook his head. You shouldn't feel any burden. I never did it for any reward. I know, but I still want to repay you. You can tell me, no matter how big or small. Bien Su seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening for a moment, but then he quickly returned to calm. How could he dare to hope? He shouldn't hope. Then I hope to always protect you. I hope you will never encounter danger. All the dangers come for him. Lin Zhi'en was stunned. I meant for you to say what you want to do. Really, there's nothing else. Just being by Miss Lin and the marshal side makes me very happy. The marshal gave him a bright future, and following the marshal was the best and you can tell me, no matter how big or small. Bien Su seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening for a moment, but then he quickly returned to calm. Some people might not understand, after all, he hadn't been with Miss Lin for long. But some feelings can't be measured by time. Some people you know for a lifetime can feel ordinary. Some people in a month or 3 months can feel like a lifetime. So from now on, I will protect Miss Lin. She shouldn't feel any psychological burden. The marshal is waiting for you, so go ahead. Being cared for by her and receiving her messages every day made him very satisfied. He feared the marshal would sense his feelings and didn't want to delay them. Miss Lin, I wish you and the marshal all the best. If the marshal and Miss Lin really had a child, he would be very happy. The 2 people he respected and liked the most would have a treasure, and that treasure would surely be the best. Fong, Chengfeng, and the others felt they had gained a day of reprieve when they learned Lin Zhi'en and the others had not gone to the fertility center. During lunch, Fong Chengfeng drank an extra half bowl of medicine, and at dinner, he secretly took another bowl. Lin Zhi'en and Langi returned to the villa that night, and Su Ming asked about the situation. Bien Su is doing okay. That's good. Su Ming nodded, then asked, so you all are going tomorrow?
Yes.
There were only 3 days left, and now that a day had been delayed, only 1 day remained. Chengfeng was not willing to give up. Another day has passed. Why not take one more look before we leave tomorrow? Just to confirm? Langi raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? Of course it is. Another day has passed. Maybe things will change. Maybe I will be the best. Wolf Chi finally nodded. All right. Tomorrow, when Zhi'en wakes up early, we can talk again. For now, let her sleep. She was scared and tired today. Lin Zhi'en truly did not feel like chatting. However, once she lay down, she found it hard to sleep. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Bian Su getting hurt, and her heart felt unsettled. Late at night, the villa became quiet. She wanted to make a sleep aid pouch, but found Snow Wolf waiting outside when she opened the door. Snow Wolf, what are you doing here? Snow Wolf nudged her hand with its nose. I came to guard you, in case you were scared. Lin Zhi'en hugged Snow Wolf. Thank you. It felt so warm. What do you want to do, madam? I want to make a pouch. Come up, madam. Snow Wolf carried her to the special room where the herbs were kept. After she finished making the pouch, it brought her back. It gently placed her on the bed. Madam, sleep now. Tomorrow is important. It also wanted to play with little Snow Wolf. The spirit of the master and Madam's child felt like its own little cub. Okay, let me hold you a little longer. With Snow Wolf by her side, Lin Zhi'en felt much better. Snow Wolf was gentle and kind, like a general, and it slowly walked around the room with her. Swaying gently, Lin Zhi'en felt as if she had returned to her childhood, riding on her grandmother's back. Although her grandmother was often busy, she always slept well back then. Snow Wolf waited until Lin Zhi'en's breathing was steady before lying down on the soft carpet. After licking her fingers, it fell asleep too. The two of them, a person and a Snow Wolf, slept soundly. As usual, Wolf Chi was unable to sleep. If he could fall asleep, he probably wouldn't be a man anymore. Wolf Chi worried that Lin Zhi'en might have nightmares or feel scared, especially since Bian Su was someone she knew, and he had seen him in such a terrible state. Unexpectedly, Snow Wolf really did help, and even exceeded expectations. Snow Wolf had also picked up some bad habits from the Crown Prince, always wanting to compete with the White Tiger. Although it worked well and Lin Zhi'en fell asleep, Wolf Chi let out a deep breath, his ears hot, and he could still sense the taste of her fingers lingering. Snow Wolf liked Lin Zhi'en and had learned too much on its own, making him feel like a mischievous uncle. He had been chosen by accident, and with Bian Su's situation, he couldn't calm his mind. Right now, sleeping was out of the question. Feeling the warmth and breath near his neck, Langi accepted his fate and got up to review the parenting encyclopedia he had already memorized. By the next day, he was filled with parenting knowledge. He tried to ignore the occasional soft hugs from behind as he got ready. As expected, Chengfeng and the others were already waiting. Even Bowen, who had stayed behind unexpectedly after a casual remark the night before, was up. Good morning, Marshal. Good morning. Fortunately, the Crown Prince did not come that day. The four of them sat together, each looking at their smart devices. Upon closer inspection, they were all studying parenting information. After 2 hours of learning, it was 9 o'clock when Chengfeng looked toward Lin Zhi'en's room for the 18th time. Finally, Lin Zhi'en made a sound, letting out a frustrated shout. Ah! The four rushed over quickly, almost colliding with the door. Lin Zhi'en opened her room door, her hair messy. This is bad. This is bad. Jing Bufei has betrayed me. Seeing she was unharmed, Langi, who was in front, sighed in relief. What did Jing Bufei do? He forcibly ended our match before midnight last night, and unfortunately, yesterday was the final deadline given by the matching center. They just rematched me. Lin Zhi'en pointed at her smart device. I just woke up, and they notified me to go to the matching center for registration. Her words made everyone forget about the Snow Wolf in Lin Zhi'en's room. Isn't Jing Bufei in prison? Why did he suddenly attack? Su Ming frowned at the smart device. The father of Ruan Yijiao's successfully conceived child is Jing Bufei. It's already in the news. Is it really Jing Bufei? Previously, Ruan Yijiao had kept the father's identity a secret, leading people to guess it was Marshal Sherbowen, but it turned out to be Jing Bufei. How could it be Jing Bufei? He's in prison. The news online exploded. No one expected it to be Jing Bufei. He suddenly revealed that he had ended his match with Lin Zhi'en, claiming to be the child's father after being released from prison, leaving everyone confused. Some even accused it of being fake news, suggesting Jing Bufei was trying to escape. Then dramatically, Ruan Yijiao responded, "This is not fake news. Major General Jing Bufei is indeed the child's father. I know everyone is surprised, and his identity does not meet your expectations, but I do not regret it. He has sacrificed a lot for me, even going to prison, and even if he made mistakes, it was because of me, so I still want to help him. For me, every gesture of kindness is precious, and I cannot let it go to waste. So before going to prison, I obtained his genetic material and went to the fertility center. Luckily, the process was successful, and it has now been confirmed that it's a girl." Ruan Yijiao was very excited and relieved in the video. "This is my third daughter, and I warmly welcome her. Now that the fetus is 3 months old, in order to have the child, Jing Zhongjiang has applied for parole. Parole has many requirements, and prisons usually do not agree, but because the mother is Ruan Yijiao, her influence is significant. Since this baby is a girl, special approval was granted. Girls are precious. She is not only Ruan Yijiao's third daughter, but also the third girl born in nearly 20 years. Ruan Yijiao and Jing Bufei had already made plans, which is why he had been so quiet before. They secretly discussed it, applied yesterday, and last night, they forcibly ended the match, catching Lin Zhi'en off guard. Lin Zhi'en watched the live stream of the two showcasing the fetus, gritting her teeth. Why did they choose this moment to end the match? It seems they wanted to secure some leverage before taking action. Su Ming quickly guessed Jing Bufei's thoughts. Jing Bufei, however, was quite eloquent. "Although I can no longer match with anyone after this forced termination, I do not regret it for my daughter. I am incredibly grateful for my choice. Even if the whole world criticizes me, I will not regret it. Having a daughter is enough for my life. I will give her the best of everything. She is my treasure." Jing Bufei looked at the screen. "Lin Zhi'en, you should have received the news. I hope you remain rational." He wanted to stay calm, but the arrogance and resentment on his face were hard to hide. Didn't Lin Zhi'en regret how she treated him back then? He had said she would lose him. Jing Bufei turned to Ruan Yijiao. "Miss Ruan, thank you for giving me a child, and thank you for saving me and giving me a second chance at life." After saying this, Jing Bufei knelt on one knee and humbly kissed the back of her hand. The crowd erupted in cheers, all envious of Jing Bufei. Ruan Yijiao withdrew her hand. "You're being too dramatic." "I'm not being dramatic. I just want to make my stance clear to certain people." Jing Bufei stood up and looked at the camera. "Lin Zhi'en, I am talking about you. I will not allow you to slander Miss Ruan again. Before, you threatened me, saying I had to pay a high price to be let go. I was forced into a corner and trapped in prison, with no other options. But now I've lost everything and decided to end our relationship. I have no connection with you anymore. Please respect that and stop bothering me. I will not allow you to harm my daughter in any way." Lin Zhi'en. Is Jing Bufei trying to annoy me for revenge? But this was just the beginning. At the scene, a reporter asked sharply, "Did Miss Ruan say she was keeping the father's identity secret to protect the baby because of Miss Lin?" Jing Bufei nodded. "That's right. Her possessiveness is too strong. She can't accept me having a child with anyone else. That's why I insisted on carrying the baby myself, to protect the child." He didn't mention that he had also used this as an opportunity for early release. Everyone praised Jing Bufei for being a good father, willing to take on the responsibility himself. "Mr. Jing, aren't you worried about future emotional issues without a partner to help?" "I am worried, but I would rather seek help from a purification master than force myself to stay close to her." Jing Bufei showed a look of disgust. "She makes me sick." His voice was low but filled with anger, much like those betrayed men. Jing Bufei truly felt betrayed. He loved Lin Zhi'en, but when he learned from Ruan Yijiao that Lin Zhi'en went to the front lines to help ordinary soldiers just to have a child, He was completely heartbroken. He liked Lin Zhi'en for her purity and devotion, but now he was haunted by images of her with a marshal, and he couldn't help but think about how many men she had been with. His love was dead and tainted. Fortunately, Miss Ruan revealed the truth to him. Otherwise, he might have remained in the dark. Lin Zhi'en was filled with questions. Is he sick? Why is he acting like this? He disgusts me, and I find him even more disgusting. The others watching the live stream, including Langi, were confused and furious, with Chengfeng shouting about wanting to confront him. Only Su Ming seemed to have an idea of why. It must be Ruan Yijiao spreading rumors about Lin Zhi'en helping others. After warning Ruan Yijiao, Su Ming hadn't heard any related gossip or seen any messy reports, so he didn't mention it to Lin Zhi'en to avoid upsetting her. He didn't expect she would discuss it with Jing Bufei. She didn't know that Zhi'en was the purification master, so she made her own wild guesses, thinking it was the truth. Jing didn't believe her words.
So he still looked down on Lin Zhi'en.
Judging others by oneself. The coldness and disgust in Langi's eyes were evident. They deserve a lesson. Su Ming's fingers twitched with impatience. Marshal, can I just burn him to death? Chengfeng was fuming. Su Ming interjected. Burning him to death would be too easy for him. He was also quite disgusted and, seeing Langi's expression, feared he might act impulsively, so he spoke up first. Right now they are under scrutiny. If anything goes wrong, including if General Su takes action, unless we completely eliminate the problem, it will reflect poorly on Zhi'en, causing more trouble. Since the last time we encountered Ruan Yijiao, I've been monitoring her and Hikawai's movements and have learned some details. The nurturing center initially disagreed with the prospective father carrying the pregnancy himself because, although it was successfully conceived once, the situation wasn't very good, and it was hard to keep it. The nurturing center was worried that if the prospective father carried the pregnancy himself and something went wrong, it could lead to issues. They are very serious about this pregnancy, especially since it's a girl. I didn't know who the child's father was before and was curious why Ruan Yijiao kept asking if she could carry the pregnancy herself. Now it seems that Jing didn't believe wants to be released early, so he insists on carrying the pregnancy himself. If there are real problems with the fetus, once he takes action, it might be blamed on us. As Su Ming finished speaking, everyone furrowed their brows tighter and felt angrier. How dare they slander Zhen? They must be tired of living.
Disgusting.
How can she speak such nonsense? Lin Zhi'en was speechless but not surprised. Ruan Yijiao was like that. That's just how she is. I didn't expect such a backstory, and they are so high-profile about it. Lin Zhi'en didn't understand. If carrying the pregnancy personally could have an impact, then for the sake of the fetus's safety, it shouldn't be forced. What kind of good father is he? Chengfeng mocked. Of course, it's for early release. Don't be fooled by these people. They are crazy about reproduction, but when it comes to themselves, they prioritize their own interests. Langi said, maybe he feels insecure and anxious himself, so he wants to provoke us. If anything goes wrong, he can push all the blame onto us. Su Ming pressed his lips together. That's very likely. The only thing that can affect women is the Child Protection Act. Women have many privileges, but if the fetus or young child is harmed, there can still be legal consequences. So he still wants to get back at me, wanting me to experience life in prison. Lin Zhi'en almost wanted to applaud. If it weren't for Su Ming's timely information, they would have continued to provoke her without any action taken. But if they did act and something happened to the baby, it would be hard to explain later. They're just trying to create trouble, she said. Ruan Yijiao probably didn't want anything to happen to her unborn child either. If there were any issues, it would have to be someone else's fault. Su Ming nodded. Now that we understand their intentions, the best approach is to stay calm and not react. Their actions will lead to their own downfall without us needing to intervene. If there are any problems with the baby, the maternity center won't take the blame and will definitely reveal the truth. Not just that, Su Ming said lightly, interstellar prison is not an easy place to be. I asked someone from there before, and even Jing Bufei and his deputy are not exceptions. He's scared of losing his mind. which is why he insists on parole despite the baby's safety. What's even more ridiculous is that he relies on the purification master for hope. Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh, so this is a closed loop. He doesn't even realize that he has offended the purification master. They guessed correctly. Jing Bufei dared to be so confrontational because he knew there was a powerful purification master around. He felt secure and tried to undermine Zhi'en, making it known to everyone. But Lin Zhi'en is the purification master. Let's see what happens. If the baby doesn't make it and his mental state worsens, the moment he learns of Zhi'en's identity will be when he truly steps into. At this point, looking at the news and the praise from netizens, Lin Zhi'en just wanted to shake her head. But one person felt excited upon seeing the news. That was Hiyu. This lackey who always wanted Lin Zhi'en to ask him for purification was thrilled by the news. He kept contacting Ruan Yijiao and Jing Bufei, hoping to use this method to secure his parole. But he was ignored. Unwilling to accept this, he kept asking the prison guards for help. I know Miss Ruan. She will soon have my child, and I will be paroled soon. If you help me, I will speak on your behalf to Miss Ruan. They won't abandon me. I am in prison because of them. He spoke as if it were a serious matter, and he did indeed receive special treatment. But it wasn't the prison guards. It was the special attention from the admirers of Ruan Yijiao. Ruan Yijiao was considered a lucky person, and many wanted to be close to her. They were already jealous of Jing Bufei's good fortune and had no way to express their frustration, so they took it out on Hiyu. What are you? How dare you think about Miss Ruan? Hiyu, unable to endure the torment, had sought help from Ruan Yijiao and Jing Bufei, but no one paid him any attention. He regretted not realizing sooner that something was wrong, but it was too late now. Lin Zhi'en had long forgotten about Hiyu. She was currently preoccupied. The problem now is that the matching center has directly selected new candidates for her, and they wanted to go over. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent for a moment, and then Langi asked, "What's his information?" Shiji, a mental type with an eagle spirit, 49 years old, a level mental strength. Langi pondered, is he from the Ying family that developed the holographic game? I remember it's been very popular in recent years, combining gaming with mental training. Although the effects are minor, it's still in demand. Sure, Bo frowned slightly, it should be, and the Ying family seems to have some connection to the queen. Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed, but still had to go to the matching center as planned. Chengfeng said he would go with her to protect Lin Zhi'en and to see the person himself. He really didn't want any unexpected candidates showing up. However, Langi was not comfortable with him going. I'll go myself. Then I'll see if there are any suitable candidates, Chengfeng suggested, hoping to find someone like the fifth match who wouldn't appear, ensuring everything would go smoothly. Langi did not oppose this time. He took Lin Zhi'en to the matching center, but did not accompany her the entire way. He couldn't follow her to meet the new match. That was a big taboo. I'll be nearby. If anything happens, you can call me. Okay. Lin Zhi'en felt more at ease knowing Langi was close by. She felt like the matching center was forcing her into a blind date. Since the previous matches from the center had all been suitable, she hoped this time would be just as lucky and that the person would be easy to talk to. But clearly, she wasn't always that fortunate. Shiji was handsome, well-dressed, and elegant, appearing very polite. However, as soon as he spoke, his disdain was unmistakable. Miss Lin Zhi'en, I never expected to be matched with you. I've heard a lot about you. You're the first to dare to criticize Miss Ruan. Lin Zhi'en immediately realized that he was likely one of Ruan Yijiao's admirers or fans. She frowned and was about to speak when Shiji raised his hand. I didn't mean to blame you. I just hope you will be careful with your words since we will be in a matching relationship in the future. I came here today to refuse, but you look better and more charming in person than in your photos. I thought, even though your fertility is low and you can't have children, I could reluctantly accept that, but you must be able to provide comfort and support. Shiji felt that the competition for Miss Ruan was too fierce, and he didn't want to disrespect her. He couldn't pursue her, so Lin Zhi'en would do. At least she could provide some comfort. However, in an instant, Shiji's gaze swept over Lin Zhi'en. and when it passed her chest, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was a bit small, not as good as the robot at home. But only a real person could provide comfort. "Let me try you out today," he said directly. Lin Zhi'en wanted to refuse but didn't have the chance to speak because his gaze made her uncomfortable. Try what? She thought it couldn't be what she feared. But Eagle Shiji said the answer she thought he wouldn't. "Of course, I want to test your ability to provide comfort. Isn't that your role now?" He became somewhat impatient and no longer bothered to be polite. "Let me be honest with you. While ordinary people may lack women, I do not. I come from a noble family, and my aunt is the queen. I have every opportunity to register with women who have high fertility." As the late-born son of the Eagle family, Eagle Shiji was spoiled growing up. The Eagle family is wealthy and powerful, and women who are hard to reach for others are available for them to choose from. "I'm only considering agreeing to register with you because you are somewhat to my liking, which would give you a comfortable life. Don't feel wronged. You have the Marshalls, but their fertility is 0, unlike mine, which is 15. Your hope of having children still relies on me. I know how you used to cling to Jing Bufei for a child. My family will treat you well, but you need to let me enjoy some benefits first. Also, if you really can have children in the future, don't blame me for looking for other options, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Lin Zhi'en seriously considered whether this person would harm him or threaten him. In this interstellar age, she couldn't believe she was hearing such ridiculous statements. She really wanted to harm him. Just as she was thinking about how to get out, her smart device beeped. Fong Chengfeng sent a video. "Lin Zhi'en, that man is live streaming. It's infuriating. Wait for me. I'll go over and deal with him." "No need, I'll handle it myself." Lin Zhi'en frowned, ended the video call, and turned to Eagle Shiji. "Are you live streaming?" Eagle Shiji paused for a moment, and then admitted, "Yes, my friend is worried that I might be tricked and lose everything. Before, someone gave everything just to complete a matching registration, and in the end, it was all for nothing." But Eagle Shiji wanted someone to admire them. Lin Zhi'en is very popular now, with over 1 billion viewers on her live streams. While everyone else is trying to please women, challenging them in a unique way can win the favor of many men. This is also a way to please Ruan Yijiao and set the stage for future plans to have children. "Come and say hello to everyone." Since he had been exposed, Eagle Shiji stopped pretending, stood up, and tried to take her hand. But as his hand rose into the air, it suddenly became immobile. His arm felt icy, as if it had been frozen. No, not just his hand. It seemed like his feet were frozen too. "What's going on?" Before he could react, with a loud smack, Lin Zhi'en swung her arm and slapped him hard. The slap was so strong it nearly knocked his head off. It felt electric, and Eagle Shiji fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing the slap mark on Eagle Shiji's face and the anger on Lin Zhi'en's face, Langi quietly stepped back a few paces. This chance to vent her anger should be taken by Zhi'en herself. "You actually hit me." Eagle Shiji, furious, pointed at Lin Zhi'en. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because men shouldn't hit women. My aunt is the queen. Do you believe I can ask her to teach you a lesson? When did the queen have that kind of power?" "I had no idea," a voice interjected. "What do you know?" Just as Eagle Shiji opened his mouth, with Lin Zhi'en's hand was twisted and broken. Eagle Shiji cried out in pain and knelt down, cursing loudly, but when he looked up, he saw the face of the crown prince. Eagle Shiji's curse immediately caught in his throat, and fear appeared in his eyes. "Crown Prince, what are you doing here?" He recalled the rumors that the Crown Prince was pursuing Lin Zhi'en at the front lines, but the Queen said it was impossible. The Crown Prince needed an heir and would surely look for someone with high fertility. He thought it made sense and didn't believe it, but unexpectedly. "Your Highness, I didn't mean to." He didn't care about his twisted hand, sweating profusely as he tried to reach for the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince kicked him away without hesitation. "I didn't know you still dared to call yourself a noble? And to insult women." Eagle Shiji was scared. "Your Highness, I didn't mean it. I thought since we were matched, I could just act like people online. I didn't dare. Please spare me." He leaned in but was kicked away by the prince, who immediately called the police, determined to send Ing Shiji to jail. The kick was quite forceful, sending him several meters away to the edge of the viewing pond. The pond was small, filled with many koi fish, and had a coin-wishing area, which was said to be specially built. Koi fish represented good luck and were also the spirit animal of Ruan Yijiao. Everyone hoped for good fortune to match with her. Ing Shiji almost fell into the pond but managed to steady himself at the last moment. However, he suddenly found himself tipping forward as if an invisible hand was pulling at his ankle, dragging him into the water. The pond wasn't deep, but he found himself struggling underwater, unable to rise. "How dare you bully my wife? I'll make you pay." Lin Zhi'en suddenly heard a familiar voice. Just as she was about to turn around to listen closely, the prince said, "I'm sorry for the delay in registering you. I didn't mean for you to go through this. Let's go register now." Langi wanted to step forward but hesitated. He didn't want the prince involved, but ultimately, this was a decision for Zhi'en to make. This was her match. He could help if she asked, but since she hadn't, he couldn't and shouldn't intervene. The prince either didn't notice Langi or chose to ignore him. He didn't even look at the crowd gathering due to the commotion, leaning slightly to focus on Lin Zhi'en's eyes, filled with anticipation and warmth. "I saw the live stream, and I was angry, but I also thought it was a chance from fate." The prince's hand was warm and clean as he gently held hers. "Zhi'en, this is destiny. Please don't reject me." Just as Lin Zhi'en was about to speak, he quickly added, "Even if you refuse me and continue to let the matching center find you someone else, I won't give up. I've already chosen you, and I will keep looking for you until you agree to be my 7th match. Instead of dragging this out, why not choose me today? Everything will be perfect, okay?" The prince's tone was gentle, and the last 3 words were spoken softly, just for her to hear, filled with a plea and a hint of playfulness. Lin Zhi'en touched her ear, where his breath had brushed against her, knowing he was sincere. Then she noticed the excited gazes around her, some even filming the moment, filled with envy and excitement. Ing Shiji's live stream was still on, and the online world was buzzing. Prince registers. Prince proposes. The terms Princess Lin Zhi'en quickly rose to trending status, overshadowing Ruan Yijiao's daughter. Ing Shiji almost choked before being rescued and taken away by a police robot, but no one paid attention to him anymore. Lin Zhi'en felt the intense gazes of the crowd and, amidst the suddenly echoing voices of "Don't go, wife, don't agree with him," she pulled the crown prince away from the crowd. The water in the scenic pond rippled, seemingly displeased. The crown prince allowed her to hold his hand and tightened his grip in return. Once they reached a quieter spot, Lin Zhi'en said, You don't still want to refuse me, do you?" The crown prince asked her. "That's not it, it's just the title of princess." Lin Zhi'en had almost agreed earlier, but the crown prince was afraid she would refuse and didn't let her speak. Hearing him talk so much reminded her of her identity as the princess. "Don't think too much about it. Being a princess doesn't change anything for you. I won't restrict you. You are still free, still Lin Zhi'en. So, please don't refuse me again. You wouldn't want to face people like that again, would you?" She truly didn't want to. "Then let's go." The crown prince pointed to the registration office across the way.
Lin Zhi'en, okay.
Everything felt too coincidental. Perhaps this was fate. When Chengfeng arrived, the registration had just finished. The decision was made, and Chengfeng closed his eyes briefly. "Let's talk."
All right.
The crown prince agreed and looked at Lin. "Wait here for a moment."
"Don't worry."
"Okay." Lin Zhi'en felt shy about looking into Chengfeng's eyes and quietly moved aside. Since the crown prince had promised to handle Chengfeng himself, she let him do just that. She wanted to find Langi, but then that voice returned in her ear. "Wife, I found you. I finally found you. But you went to register with someone else, which makes me sad." Lin Zhi'en was sure this time she hadn't drunk or touched any water. That voice had appeared once before, saying something about teaching a lesson to those who bullied his wife. In the end, Ing Shiji fell into the water. Lin Zhi'en approached the scenic pond. The water was very clear, with plump koi swimming around, and nothing else was visible. But that voice sounded again, and this time it was closer. Wife, why did you come over? So this is what my wife looks like. My wife is really beautiful. Soft and fair wife, I want to touch. The voice seemed to get closer, but she couldn't see anything. Lin Zhi'en held back the urge to retreat and speak out. The voice calling for a wife had quieted down a lot after being scolded, but it had never completely disappeared. This time felt special. It seemed so close, almost right in the water. Even though she couldn't see anything. Lin Zhi'en crouched down and touched the water's surface with her fingertip, creating ripples. Does my wife want to touch me? So exciting, let me touch my wife's hand first. It was strange. Even though Lin Zhi'en couldn't see anything, she felt as if something was brushing against her fingertip. Without hesitation, she unleashed a spark of electricity. With a crackle, a scream echoed in her ears. The decorative pool suddenly splashed with water. When Lin Zhi'en got splashed, she opened her eyes to see something slowly rising from the pool. Just moments ago, there was nothing, but now the thing that kept calling her wife appeared. Lin Zhi'en first noticed long, purple hair like seaweed flowing in the water, smooth and shiny. After the hair, a beautiful face emerged, with porcelain-like skin, long brows like willows, and lips as lovely as cherry blossoms. Beneath a white shirt, a slim waist was faintly visible, and below it was a fish tail covered in dark blue scales, with fins as delicate as a butterfly's wings. In the light, it shimmered, and upon closer inspection, Lin Zhi'en realized it wasn't dark blue, but more like peacock blue, a mix of green with a hint of blue, while the tip of the tail was purple. The elegant and mysterious purple matched the color of her hair. As the water rippled, the long tail moved slightly, resembling scattered starlight, lively and beautiful, sparkling brightly. Lin Zhi'en was stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend that she was witnessing such legendary beauty. Oh my, I see a real mermaid. A living mermaid. Hearing someone nearby gasp, Lin Zhi'en snapped back to reality and quickly spoke up. But the mermaid didn't respond, so she reached out to check for a breath. There was no breath. Lin Zhi'en felt a bit panicked. She just wanted to find the one who had been calling her wife, and now this electric shock not only revealed a person but seemed to have harmed her. In her haste, she pulled the beautiful figure up, and to her surprise, the tail transformed into legs. She checked again, but still found no breath. It seemed she had accidentally harmed the mermaid. Lin Zhi'en immediately called for emergency help. She had previously decided to avoid the hospital if possible, but this time she couldn't ignore it. Fortunately, the hospital didn't allow just anyone in. They only conducted health checks for fertility. The mermaid was lucky to be saved. No, the doctor said she is not a mermaid, but a merman. The merman family has merged with spiritual beings since childhood, so they can grow tails in water, but they turn back into legs when out of the water. She just fainted. She's fine. Look, she's awake. Lin Zhi'en turned around and saw the beautiful merman opening her eyes. Her deep blue eyes were as mysterious as the ocean. She stared at Lin Zhi'en and said, Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en admired her beauty and sighed in relief. She was scared for a moment. Miss Sure, you're awake. That's great. Wife, you. Lin Zhi'en and the merman said in unison, then quickly fell silent. You called me Miss Sure? The merman's ethereal voice was hard to distinguish between male and female. She looked down at herself. Her expression was quite interesting. You called me wife? Lin Zhi'en's expression was equally interesting. It was clear now. Her voice was just like the ghosts from before. She thought she had made a mistake and hurt the mermaid, but now she realized she hadn't. Why do you keep calling me wife? Why do you call me that? The merman fell silent. Miss Shireen, please answer my question. Why do you call me wife? Were you the one causing trouble before? Hearing the name Miss Shireen, the merman glanced at the patient information by the bed and finally nodded helplessly. Yes, it was me. Why do you keep calling me wife? Because you are my wife. Seeing Lin Zhi'en's serious expression, Shireen changed her words. Because you look like my wife. Were you the one shouting before? Like a water ghost? I am not a water ghost. But you kept calling me wife. I've had enough of it, so I wanted to find you, which is why I shocked you a bit. Lin Zhi'en explained, feeling a bit guilty. Shireen looked downcast. Did she dislike her? Were you hiding in the water? You can become invisible, right? Yes, in the water. Lin Zhi'en's eyes lit up. That's amazing. You can become invisible. Shireen perked up. Yes, yes. She nodded. She was indeed impressive, and Lin Zhi'en's praise made her feel good. But this identity was a bit strange. After chatting for a bit, Lin Zhi'en checked the time. I'm sorry for hurting you today. The doctor said there's no problem, and you can be discharged. Do you need me to take you home? Shireen didn't want to part so soon, so she nodded. Yes. Lin Zhi'en had come with the ambulance, but the person protecting her was still nearby. After getting in the car, Lin Zhi'en asked, "What's her address?" When she heard the question, Shireen hesitated, unsure which address to say. What's wrong? Lin Zhi'en noticed the confusion on her face and was a bit surprised. You can't remember? Did you lose your memory? Shireen hesitated at the thought of memory loss. Seeing her look so lost, Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed. Could it be a side effect from the lightning strike? After their recent experiments, she had learned how to control whether the lightning was for purification or attack. She had just used it for an attack, so could it be that she also lost her memory like before? Think about your address and other information, Lin Zhi'en urged. Shireen replied, find a wife. Lin Zhi'en responded, you lost your memory, and you're still looking for a wife? Shireen insisted, find a wife. Lin said, so, you only remember that you need to find a wife? Is that why you keep shouting for one? Shireen nodded vaguely. That was indeed her goal. Lin Zhi'en felt something was off. But how do you know my name? I heard you call me Lin Zhi'en. Shireen replied that my wife is named Lin Zhi'en. She tugged at Lin's sleeve, saying, don't leave me alone. Lin Zhi'en thought that her mind really seems to be messed up. Don't worry, you might remember after some time, she said, recalling her own experience of regaining memory after a lightning strike. Check your smart device. It might have information, Lin Zhi'en suggested. Shireen replied, there's nothing. Lin Zhi'en didn't believe it, but after searching, she found no trace of a smart device on Shireen. Without it, there was nothing to help. Feeling helpless, Lin Zhi'en took Shireen back to the hospital, but they only had her name and her identity as a mermaid. There was little else. They reported it to the police, but the system showed very little, no parents, not even an address. Since Shireen was an adult, they couldn't send her to a welfare agency. After leaving the hospital again, Lin Zhi'en felt overwhelmed. As a girl, she couldn't just leave Shireen alone, especially since she couldn't let her memory loss affect others. What should we do now? Why don't you come home with me? I can help you post a missing person notice and find someone to help you locate your family. She thought about asking the marshal and others for help. Shireen nodded obediently, holding onto Lin Zhi'en's sleeve. Okay, then I'll trouble you, wife. Lin Zhi'en replied to just call me by my name. Alright, Fien. Shireen nodded cleverly, her lowered eyes revealing a hint of cunning satisfaction. She was just testing, but she didn't expect Lin Zhi'en to be so responsible and actually take her home. This is wonderful. Being close to him every day, she would surely fall in love with Lin Zhi'en. Lin Zhi'en felt a bit dazed along the way. First, he encountered the unpleasant Ing Shiji, then registered with the crown prince, and finally found someone who kept calling her his wife, a mermaid girl. Looking at Shireen beside him, who was holding onto his arm and gazing at him, Lin Zhi'en felt a bit helpless. Was she being too clingy? We'll be there soon. I currently live with 5 to 6 people. They are all my matches. Shireen paused when she heard this. You all live together? That was hard to evaluate. And quite impossible. Yes. I'm scared. Shireen immediately hugged Lin Zhi'en tightly, this time not just his arm but wrapping her whole self around him. I don't want to see them. Can I just live with you? Lin Zhi'en tried to pull away, but couldn't. Don't be scared. They are all good people and won't harm you. He explained, I live with them for a reason. If you really mind, I can find you a place to stay. That was a good idea, finding a nearby place for her to stay until she regained her memory. Or rather, it was the best idea to avoid any unexpected incidents. I'll show you some places now. No. Shireen immediately sensed that she didn't want to live with her and quickly said, I want to live with you. I'm scared alone.
Don't leave me.
You're the only person I know now, Zhi'en.
Don't leave me.
Seeing Shireen about to cry, Lin Zhi'en could only nod. Okay, I won't leave. Let's get out of the car first. Once released, she rubbed her arm. Shireen was surprisingly strong, and her hug had hurt a little. Thinking about it, she really didn't have much of a chest, just a bit of muscle. Upon closer inspection, she was quite tall, at least 1.8 meters. She also had broad shoulders and long arms, definitely a model figure. Come inside. They'll be back soon and we can greet them then. Since there were too many people living there, and with a study and pharmacy, most guest rooms were occupied. In the end, there was only one empty guest room left on the third floor. Shireen noticed that several guest rooms already had occupants, and then looked at a room at the end of the hallway. Who lives here? There's no name written. This time, Lin Zhi'en fell silent. Consider him my fifth match. Shireen paused for a moment. Then I should say hello. After saying that, she moved to knock on the door, but Lin Zhi'en said, he's not here. Let's go inside. But the door is open. Shireen pointed to the door and gently pushed it, causing it to open. Wait a moment. Lin Zhi'en hurried to stop her, but was too late. Shireen looked at the empty room, then at Jiang's memorial tablet, photo, and the fruit offerings on the table, her expression showing confusion. This seems like something for the deceased, right? Lin Zhi'en rubbed her forehead. There are some special circumstances. He might have had an accident, so I set up a memorial tablet for him. Lin Zhi'en had mentioned setting up a memorial tablet for her fifth match, Jiang. Not as a joke. The custom tablet hadn't arrived yet, so she had it placed in the villa. Let's go. Lin Zhi'en pulled Shireen, who looked dazed, back to the next room. Since there are no other rooms, if you mind being next door, I can find you another place. No need. Shireen snapped back to reality. Your match died, and you still perform such an ancient ritual? Is this considered a ritual? It's just some simple daily activities. If there is an afterlife, he wouldn't be hungry or broke. I'm just speculating. He might still be alive. Shireen watched Lin Zhi'en's back, her gaze strange and complex. Lin Zhi'en. A voice called from downstairs. It was Fong Chengfeng. Lin Zhi'en responded, and Fong Chengfeng quickly rushed up to the third floor. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's others who have problems. Lin Zhi'en pulled Fong Chengfeng outside and briefly explained what had happened. Don't scare the young girl later. To think she's also a mermaid like Jiang, what a coincidence. Fong Chengfeng was shaken by the news that the crown prince had officially registered as Lin Zhi'en's match and suddenly began to doubt everything. Does she have some issues? It's not that easy to lose one's memory. There are some coincidences, but I really did match with her. Lin Zhi'en looked at Fong Chengfeng. You didn't fight with the crown prince, did you?
No.
Fong Chengfeng shook his head. Actually, I knew this day would come. Researchers are like that. Once they decide, they think it can't be changed. I just couldn't accept it at first.
He sighed.
I was so close. I could have found someone who matched but wouldn't show up. Shireen stepped out of the room, raising an eyebrow at Fong Chengfeng's words, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. So that's how it is. Fong Chengfeng turned his head sensitively and looked at Shireen for a moment. Are you Shireen? Hello. Compared to Fong Chengfeng, Shireen was much more enthusiastic. Nice to meet you. However, in front of the beautiful woman, Fong Chengfeng's first reaction was to frown. Not just him. The returning Prince Langi, Sherboen, and even Su Ming all felt cautious instead of impressed when facing the stunning Shireen. The prince quickly called Langi and Lin Zhi'en aside. I have an empty house. Why not let Mr. stay there? With so many of us, she might feel uncomfortable. We have many important matters to attend to, and it wouldn't be good for outsiders to know. The prince had finally registered successfully, and now a mermaid appeared, making him sense something unusual. He looked at Langi. This is for everyone's safety. Tomorrow we have something important to do, right, Marshal? Langi nodded. Lin Zhi'en's special status indeed could not be put at risk. As for the important matter tomorrow, it was naturally about going to the nurturing center. Yesterday was delayed, and today was also postponed. The 6-month task at the nurturing center ends tomorrow, and no matter what happens, they must go. Langi saw the determination in the prince's eyes and knew he would try to take part, wanting to suppress him. Langi was unsure about the prince's health, so he wasn't certain if he would be going this time. But this matter was unavoidable.
Lin.
Langi looked at Lin Zhi'en. The amnesia situation needs to be reconsidered. Just to be safe, we should be cautious.
Okay.
Lin Zhi'en nodded. Then let's send her away tonight. I'll arrange for someone. The prince acted quickly, contacting people and then grabbing Lin Zhi'en's arm. Zhi'en, don't go. Langi paused and looked at the prince's hand. The prince smiled gently, but then released Lin Zhi'en's arm. Marshal, Zhi'en, let me confirm. I registered today too, so I can join the preparation competition, right? He focused on Lin Zhi'en. I'm just competing with the marshal, right? Let's see who wins tonight. He wanted to compete for victory tonight. Win against the marshal and go to the nurturing center.